Alrighty, welcome back everybody to our latest Hurricane Melissa live stream. Hope everybody's having a good morning so far. I am personally running off of 3 hours of sleep. I bet a lot of you are as well, especially if you are tuning in from Jamaica this morning. We are talking about an unfortunate event that's about to occur here in Jamaica. There is no good news this morning. I hate to say it, but we are talking about a catastrophic Category 5 hurricane that is now only hours away from making landfall in Jamaica. Currently, this hurricane has not weakened at all since last night. This is still the same intensity that is what was last night when we went to bed. So it's still at pressure of under 905 millibars. It's still at maximum sustained winds of 175 miles per hour. The wind gusts are still over 200 miles per hour. There is absolutely no good news this morning, though, again, with Melissa. This is forecasted to be the most catastrophic and the most life-threatening hurricane that we've ever seen in Jamaica in our history. I mean, we are talking about one of the most dangerous storms that I think we could ever imagine this morning. At this point, there's nothing you really can do in Jamaica other than just hunker down and get ready for the worst, because what we're about to see is a lot of destruction, I think, across western Jamaica today. This is going to be a catastrophic hurricane over the next several hours. It is continuing to get closer and closer to the coastline. You can see, again, Melissa it looks very organized. It has not weakened again at all since last night. This is the latest details from the National Hurricane Center. It's still at maximum sustained winds of 175 miles per hour. The maximum wind gusts are also up to 215 miles per hour, and it is not forecasted to weaken at all before landfall. So we are about to see substantial impacts later this morning in Jamaica. They've already begun in southwestern Jamaica. It's only going to get worse throughout the daytime today. I do want to point out that on today's live stream, we will have live storm chaser Bryce Shelton / Tornado Pagey on this stream. They'll be live, I think, within the next half hour to an hour. They are going to be live in Jamaica covering this hurricane. We will have them on this channel. They are going to be, out there. They're going to be battling it, right? So this is going to be a really crazy hurricane. They'll have live footage on the ground a little bit farther west than most of our cameras. A lot of the cameras that we're going to be using, at least throughout the first 30 minutes or so, are closer to Kingston, which over in Kingston, we're already starting to see some big impacts. I just want to point that out. But the worst of the impacts will actually be further to the west, near areas like Manville, Savannah Lamar, as well as Montego Bay, where conditions are already deteriorating. Hurricane force wind gusts are already being reported in these areas as well. And on top of that, we already have significant storm surge and flooding rainfall that has already begun to ramp up here across central and western Jamaica. And again, it's only currently 5:43 local time for this area, 6:43 Eastern Daylight Time. Once again, Hurricane Melissa is currently moving to the northeast at about 5 miles per hour. It is going to be making landfall, we think, in about 6 hours or so. We do have a time, or a little countdown at the bottom right of your screen. You can see it's very small, but we do have a little landfall countdown. We think it's going to make landfall in about 6 hours or so, if not even sooner than that. And even before it makes landfall, we are going to see the worst of the impacts. This right here is the northern side of our eye wall, and that is already beginning to enter into, or it's at least approaching, very far southwestern Jamaica near Alligator Pond and also near Black River. I do want to point out that Bryce Shelton, who's storm chasing in Jamaica today, he was in Black River last night. He did end up evacuating for his own safety. He is not in Black River anymore. He's not far from it, but he's not right there because he was right on the coastline. He did not think it was worth being there with the safety risks that were at play. So he's no longer in Black River, but he's still going to be covering this live from about Manville or so, somewhere in that general area, which is an area that we are beginning to at least see the winds really start to pick up right now. So again, Melissa is currently lifting to the north. It's going to be making landfall about 6 hours or so. If you are Jamaica, this is your last chance. Just hunker down, get ready for this really powerful hurricane. This is we have a lot of different live cameras across Jamaica this morning. This is one of them. This is back over at the HWT Transport Center. This is one of them that we showed plenty of times last night. Again, conditions don't look terrible right now. It actually looks a lot worse depending on where you're looking, but this camera doesn't actually look that bad, but there are several other live shots that are starting to look a lot worse. If you guys remember, we have that flat bridge camera. That one was showing actually overflowing water now. That was something that we were talking about last night, where we were expecting that the water would go over the bridge due to the storm surge risk. And I'm going to show you guys that camera in just about 2 seconds. I got to pull it up real quick. But the flat bridge, which is a historic bridge, has actually been flooded over. So if we go over to this camera here, let me flip this out here. Listen to the wind, by the way. You can actually hear the wind. That right there is actually the wind that is picking up on that camera. But this is the flat bridge camera. So you can see the water is now overflowing. It's going over the bridge now. Again, this is one of the Sea Jamaica cameras. You can watch these on YouTube as well. We'll have them throughout the stream whenever something is going on. But this is, again, a live shot here, at least of the bridge. Again, the bridge yesterday, you could see it. If you guys don't remember, there was a bridge here. You can't even see it anymore. It's been completely covered over. The river is now overflowing. This is what happens when you have very strong winds coming out of the south. And what we have right now is winds coming out of the south going right up into Kingston Bay. And all that wind is pushing all sorts of water now inland. So we're starting to see that really overflow these rivers, and we're going to see that even push into some of the homes, especially right along the coastal regions over the next few hours. Again, this is just the beginning of what is going to be a really, really long day. Keep in mind, by the way, sunrise in Jamaica is in approximately, I want to say about 30 minutes or so. So we're about 30 minutes away from sunrise. So we'll at least be able to visibly see what is ongoing in real time here pretty soon. But that again right there is obviously a very concerning sight here in Jamaica. We have a few other live shots as well here on the Sea Jamaica camera network, which again, you can tune into it on YouTube as well. This is the Crossroads camera, which is a little bit further off to the kind of more in the center area here of Kingston. And then this is another live shot, which has a slightly better view. This one's going to be in Barbican on St. Andrew. And again, you can see the winds are picking up quite a bit. And actually, this camera has gone out as of 8 minutes ago. You can actually see it loading. So this is at least one of the cameras that has now gone down. As we alluded to, there will be cameras that are going down, and there will be some that actually lose power here over the next few hours. I'm not gonna lie, I'm kind of surprised that any cameras are even up right now. I really thought when we woke up this morning that all of them would be without power. But at least at the bare minimum, there are cameras. We have at least some views here of what's happening with Melissa, and we will obviously have Storm Chaser Bryce Shelton here pretty soon, who will be on the ground covering this here on the channel and also on his own channel on YouTube. So we'll have a lot of different views of this hurricane as it approaches. But I mean, by far, this is one of the more, concerning things that we are seeing right now in Jamaica. Obviously an overflowing river with significant storm surge. As we alluded to, we were expecting upwards of 13 feet of storm surge here in Jamaica today. We are expecting up to 13 feet of storm surge, and that is especially true along the south coast of Jamaica, basically anywhere from Kingston all the way back through Savannah, Lamar. And we are again beginning to see some of that eye wall approaching the southwestern part of Jamaica. Another thing I want to point out, yes, we do have hurricane hunters. We have not had any hurricane hunters in quite a bit. The last time was last night when we were live. We now have an aircraft that is en route. That is right here, back over just to the north here of South America. That is going to be coming up into the eastern side of Melissa in about an hour, I want to say, is probably when it'll be approaching at least the eye wall of Hurricane Melissa. So that is a little ways to go, but this is our next mission that is currently en route. This is mission 2413A. You can also track this flight inside of the Radar Omega app at the top link in the description below. They'll be coming up, though, into the hurricane here pretty soon, and we'll have more data on what is ongoing with Melissa. One of the most concerning things, though, with Melissa, if you're just tuning in, is that this is, again, not weakened at all since last night. The pressure is at 901 millibars, so this is only continuing to stay as intense as it was last night. There's been absolutely no weakening with Melissa since last night. It is now forecasted, by the way, to be overland as a Category 5 hurricane. By 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock today, this is going to be literally over Jamaica by about 10 miles from the ocean as a pretty intense Category 5 hurricane still. It's going to have maximum sustained winds of 165 miles per hour and maximum wind gusts of 200 miles per hour. That is just to the northwest of Mainville, and then eventually it'll move towards Cuba, and it's still expected to be a intense Category 4 hurricane all the way into Jamaica tomorrow. So this isn't going to weaken, guys. I like that by much, at least. It's going to be pretty intense, even through Cuba. Initially, we thought it might just be a high-end Cat 3 going through Cuba. It's now forecasted to be a mid-grade Cat 4 going all the way through Cuba overnight tonight into tomorrow morning, which is unbelievable. And to begin with, I mean, having a Cat 5 go inland this far into Jamaica has never happened before. We've never even had a Cat 5 make landfall in Jamaica. So again, this is just, again, rare across the board. There are so many things that make this hurricane rare. It's, again, not a good thing that we are looking at right now here in Jamaica. I also want to point out that this is officially the 7th strongest hurricane in terms of pressure on record. This is one of the graphics that James Pettis made. We have a graphic here that basically gives you an idea of what the strongest hurricanes on record are here in the Atlantic Ocean, measured by pressure, right? And so this was according to last night. It is now now down to 901 millibars. So you can go ahead and move Melissa from 903 up here to 901. It is actually challenging Kamel back in 1969 as one of the strongest hurricanes on record in terms of pressure. The only thing stronger than that were Wilma in 1880, or with 882, Gilbert, which was 888. Keep in mind, Gilbert actually did make landfall in Jamaica, but that was as a Cat 4, and it was a low-end Cat 4. Also, the Labor Day hurricane back in 1935, that was a 892 millibar hurricane. Rita in 2005 was 895, and then obviously the most recent, which most of you remember, was Milton. That was last year, which dropped down to 895 millibars of pressure, which is, you know, awfully close to what we've gotten to here today with Melissa already, down to 901 millibars. We're only 6 off, which obviously going down 6 more millibars is going to be extremely hard for any hurricane, but that obviously is pretty crazy to say the least. And then also Allen, Kamel in 1969 and 1980 were right around 900 millibars. So again, there's a possibility that Melissa could still be intensifying. The pressure could keep dropping here over the next hour. I'm not ruling that out by any means. I wouldn't rule out that the pressure does drop by 1 or 2 more millibars before we actually have landfall. Again, a lot of the hurricane models did show last night even that it could drop as low as 900 or 896 millibars, which would put it up there, challenging what Milton was last year in terms of the lowest pressure that we've ever seen out of a hurricane. So definitely crazy stuff there. Also, this is the latest radar scan from the Jamaica radar site. Yes, Jamaica does have a radar site, and their radar site is actually up right now, or at least this was the latest one. This was, I believe, an hour or so ago. If not, it was about 20 minutes ago. I'm not sure what time that is, but it was at least within the last hour and a half. Again, we are expecting, you know, widespread power outages across all of Jamaica today, so we're even fortunate to have a radar site this morning that is even functioning. But this at least gives you an idea of what's happening right now in terms of the rainfall and also where currently Melissa is positioned here in Jamaica. It's currently southwest of Jamaica. It is just to the southwest of Cuba. You can see the eye wall. The eye wall is very impressive. A lot of the very heavy rainfall is going to be on the outer side of there of the eye wall. We are starting to see that now reach the southwestern coast of Jamaica. Hurricane force winds are anticipated in this area as well, or at least hurricane force wind gusts, which are already beginning to reach areas like Black River. I also want to relay this. We have Storm Chaser Bryce Sheldon, which again will be live here soon on this channel as well, as long as he has signal. That's the one big thing. Again, we don't know if he will, but it sounds like he has signal for right now, so he will be live here soon. He's doing a couple of quick news things, and he'll be on here live here in a little bit. But I do want to mention, I want to relay what he said to me already, is that in the Manville area of Jamaica, they are already experiencing hurricane force wind gusts. So they are already beginning to see hurricane force winds in central Jamaica. So that is already happening, and that is over here, back over near Manville, just north of Alligator Pond. So this is an area that we are at least getting reports of hurricane force wind gusts, again, according to Bryce Shelton, who is on the ground storm chasing here in Jamaica this morning. And so we'll have frequent updates from him as long as there's signal. Also, I want to point out that Melissa is not turning. We have no sort of big wobbles right now happening. We are just expecting a straight up landfall here at some point in the next about 6 hours or so between Savannah, Lamar, and Alligator Pond. Again, you can clearly see, at least in the last couple hours here, that it's literally just going northeast. It has not been wobbling really at all here over the last several hours. This is a loop since last night. So basically when we ended our stream last night, this goes back to then, and you can see how clearly it's just been moving to the northeast ever since then. And again, it's not showing any signs of slowing down, no signs of it missing Jamaica. This is going to be a catastrophic hurricane that is going to make landfall later today in the heart of Jamaica. Look at the water. Wow, it's getting higher. This is live back over on Flatbridge. This is the See Jamaica live camera. You can watch these on YouTube as well. The water is continuing to get higher here. My goodness. This is, again, this is going to be a catastrophic hurricane. This is back over near Kingston. And I want to point out that when we had Beryl last year, we did not really see this. I don't believe Flatbridge really overflowed. Hurricane Beryl went through, or just past south of Jamaica, and that was obviously a very intense Category 4 hurricane. This right here isn't really a site that we saw last year with Beryl. So this is, again, storm surge. It's all the winds that are pushing from out of sea, coming inland, and that's pushing all this water. It's going to be all pushing into the rivers, which there are a bunch of rivers, by the way, that connect from the ocean into Jamaica. In case you're not living in Jamaica, in case you're just watching from the United States or somewhere else, I'm just kind of alluding to this because we do have a lot of rivers that basically lead up up into the country. There's a lot of rivers that come from south to north, and that water is all going to be pushing inland this morning and also into the early afternoon as Melissa continues to move to the northeast. And so that right there is obviously a sight that you don't want to see. And at some point, we do assume that these cameras will go offline. We don't really know when that's going to happen, but at some point, we do expect that we'll lose connection to every single camera in Jamaica, as the National Hurricane Center has already said that they expect major infrastructural damage, including power outages that could last days, weeks, or even months here in the country of Jamaica. I also want to point out this is the latest wording from the National Hurricane Center in terms of Jamaica and also Hurricane Melissa today. They have gone ahead and said on their latest key message that they said remain sheltered. There's no reason, if you're in Jamaica right now, that you should be getting out of your shelter. You should be there right now. Do not leave. Do not leave your area. There's no reason to. It's not safe at this point. Catastrophic flash flooding, landslides, and destructive winds will continue through today, causing widespread infrastructure damage, power and communication outages, and isolation of communities, which means we could literally have communities isolated after this entire thing is said and done. Total structural failure is possible near the path of Melissa Center. Along with the southern coast, life-threatening storm surge and damaging waves are expected throughout the day. Failure to act may result in serious injury or loss of life. Again, this is not wording you hardly ever see from the National Hurricane Center with any single hurricane. And so that is just one of those things that I just want to point out, that this is obviously a very serious situation. There is a live shot that I want to go to. This is actually live in Crossroads. You can actually see the sun now is beginning to rise. So we are starting to see at least some daylight right now. That is at least coming up. Obviously, the sun is going to be rising here over the next hour, so I'll have a much better view of what is happening in Jamaica in real time. Bottom right of your screen, we just had a camera on the bottom right, the camera that's on right now, the HWT Transport Center on the Sea Jamaica camera network. There was a guy walking out there, which was pretty interesting. I think that camera may have just gone down, though, which I could be wrong, but I think that camera has just gone down, so we're gonna have to flip over to a different one. Once again, I do want to reiterate that we will have plenty of camera outages here today. I'd be surprised if any of these cameras made it very long. But this one has, I believe, just gone out. If not, I'm going to try to refresh it and see if it is not. But I believe that may have just gone out. Nope, it's back. All right. So that camera is the HWT Transport Center, which is a camera that we were looking at frequently yesterday. It has been losing connection on and off by the looks of it, so it's going to be in and out. But that camera was a pretty good live view. Let me go back over to the Flatbridge camera as well. And we're going to go ahead and put that one on the bottom right for the time being. I think that's slot 4. Slot 5. It's one of these two. All right, that's Kingston. Let me go ahead and flip this one out. So bottom right of your screen will be the river. All right, another thing I want to point out as well, this hurricane has obviously been record-breaking. We have another record that has been shattered. This record has actually been shattered by a lot. This is officially the driest eye hurricane on record, according to the water vapor eye temperature. We were talking about this last night, but it's been shattered even further. This eye has gotten even drier, which is actually crazy to think. All right, so this eye continues to actually get drier, and currently what we are sitting at right now with this eye is negative 3.14 degrees Celsius for the dryness of the eye. So once again, this is now the driest eye on record that we've ever had, and that's by now 2 degrees Celsius. So that's, again, just insane. And this is what it looks like on water vapor imagery. We can also pull it up on the Radar Omega app here. If we go over to the water vapor imagery, we'll do the mid-level water vapor. And you can see, again, it is a very defined eye. It is extremely dry. Again, located right now just to the southwest of Manville. And that's going to be coming up right towards Alligator Pond. Also coming up towards Black River and Savannah Lamar here soon. So, again, we are not far away from this thing making a direct landfall as, again, the driest eye, which is kind of crazy to say, but it literally has the driest eye that we've ever seen. It seems like, by the way, I'm just getting like some information here. It seems like some of the cameras are going to continue to go on and off until this hurricane gets closer. At some point, as I've already mentioned, the whole camera network here is going to go down. Like, I guarantee you, we're going to have no cameras at some point because of how strong the winds are. This is a skyline view of Kingston. This is in Crossroads specifically on the Sea Jamaica camera network, which again, you can watch on YouTube. You can see the winds picking up. The trees are starting to sway a decent amount. Again, this is only like 40, 50 mile per hour winds or so right now. It's in terms of wind gusts. I can see a few branches are already down on the roadways, but this is only going to get worse over the next few hours. And even this type of wind can knock out power. So we are starting to see at least strong enough winds to get to that point where we could see power knocked down. You can actually see debris flow right now in the river. There's actually debris flow here. This is on Flatbridge, located again back over in the Kingston area. But we actually have debris flow right there right now. So there's already debris flowing in the river. It looks like some of that debris is getting stuck right there on the bridge. The bridge is actually, like, if you guys didn't watch yesterday's stream, you wouldn't know this, but the bridge is basically from that hut back through where that light is on the left. And so the bridge has already been overtaken. Actually, you can barely see the bridge. Never mind, you can actually see it a little bit. You guys see that? You can barely see the bridge. It's kind of hard to see, but there's at least you can see the bridge there. It's already been overflowed. The water, again, was about probably 3 or 4 feet lower than this bridge yesterday. And now it's obviously coming up really quickly. By the way, I got DoorDashed to McDonald's this morning. Like, I had to schedule it because I knew I was going to go live this morning. And they didn't give me straws. So whoever fan mailed me glass straws, you came in clutch because I couldn't find a single plastic straw anywhere. Just throwing that out there. I'm using two. I had a Diet Coke. Now I'm on to a nice coffee because I'm going to need it. But I literally, I didn't even have it's unbelievable to say. I don't know where any straws are. They didn't give me any straws at DoorDash, so I'm using glass straws, which I've never used a glass straw in my life. But shout out to whoever mailed me a glass straw because I guess you came in clutch today. In case you are just tuning in, I know a lot of you guys are just tuning in right now. In case you are just tuning in, Melissa is a catastrophic Category 5 hurricane and has not weakened at all since last night. This is still a powerful Category 5 hurricane. Maximum sustained winds are at 175 miles per hour. Wind gusts are at 215 miles per hour. Once again, we are expecting this to be the most intense and most powerful hurricane to ever make landfall in Jamaica, again, on record. This is by a long shot as well. It's currently sitting at a pressure of 901 millibars. Hurricane hunters are currently en route. You can see them right here. You can also watch them on the Radar Omega app. They are currently traveling to the west-northwest. They are coming out of somewhere just north there of South America, and they will be coming up towards the hurricane probably within the next hour or so. And so in about an hour, we will have more hurricane data coming in terms of the intensity of Melissa. This is one of the aircraft recon that are scheduled. I'm not sure which other ones are scheduled. I think we have somebody at least in the back that'll probably look into that, but we at least have one that is currently flying towards the hurricane. We'll have probably another hurricane hunter flying out of Florida at some point this morning, if I had to guess. So, hey, Diane, for the super chat. Yeah, once again, this is a new stream, by the way. I went to bed for about 3 hours, and now I'm awake, so yeah, we're really rocking with good sleep right now, but yeah, this is a new live stream. We'll be live here for landfall coverage. And again, we will have Storm Chaser Bryce Shelton / Tornado Pagey live here, I believe, very soon. Again, I do not know the exact time of when they'll be live, and I'm assuming they're going to be live. I was talking to him, and he said he would be live as long as there was signal. He has Starlink, so that should help him at least for a little bit being able to be live once this gets a little bit closer to landfall. We're just kind of awaiting that because he's going to be really the closest to the hurricane out of any of the cameras that are out there, or even any of the like live things that we can see. So we'll see how bad it actually is from the Manville area, most likely here very soon. But I do want to reiterate again that Bryce Shelton, who is storm chasing back over here near the Black River and Manville area, he already mentioned that hurricane force wind gusts have reached the Manville area, and that is only going to continue to get worse here throughout the next few hours. There are a couple of airports in Jamaica. We obviously got the one near Montego Bay and the other one near Kingston. The one in Kingston, the METAR data is already showing wind gusts at up to 60 miles per hour, by the way. So the airport is already measuring wind gusts up to 60 miles per hour with sustained winds around 40 miles per hour. The skies, I don't know why it says clear skies. The skies are not clear right now in Kingston. It's definitely cloudy out there. I can assure you of that. We have literally no, I don't know how it says that. Also, back over Montego Bay, wind gusts here are up to 56 miles per hour as of the 3 o'clock hour. So this is actually 3 hours. It said the wind gusts are up to 56 miles per hour, and then the wind speeds were around 40 miles per hour. The one in Kingston also, I don't think, is updated actually in 3 hours. So these are actually 3 hours old. So the winds were already up to 60 miles per hour for wind gusts 3 hours ago. We could actually be even higher than that now. So, insane lag. Is it lagging? Somebody checking my stream's lagging? I think it's good. Yeah, my end it looks good. Be back? Alright. It's cutting out, glitching. Alright, should be fixed now, hopefully. Let me know if it isn't fixed. Hey, Wendy, for the $10 super chat. Coffee to keep you going. I appreciate that. I got my caramel iced coffee from McDonald's this morning. So, not an ad, by the way. Thank you, Music, for the super chat. There's hoping we know a Florence-style stall, sit, and dump once she makes landfall. Hopefully not. I mean, I don't think it's going to stall, because obviously now we have that. If we go back to the radar here, you can actually, like, you can't see this, but basically now we have this large low pressure system that is dipping here over Florida, and that's going to help to basically bring Melissa to the northeast very easily. So we are not going to see any sort of situation here where Melissa is going to stall over Jamaica, but it is obviously going to cause really big problems. How's my sound cutting out? What is going on? Test. All right, maybe it's fixed, maybe not. It might be a YouTube issue, by the way. You might just have to refresh the stream. Sounds like everybody's good now. All right. This is back to a live shot right now in Jamaica. This is on the See Jamaica camera network, which, again, you can watch over on YouTube as well. This is at the Flatbridge camera. Again, debris flow right now is occurring inside of this river. It's only going to get worse again over the next few hours. This is, again, just to the south. This is currently live near the near the Kingston area. It is currently 6:07 a.m. Local time. And once again, the debris flow is starting to get a little bit more significant as well. All the stuff that you're seeing there in the middle, that is all debris. There's a bunch of tree branches there. It's hard to tell exactly what some of this debris is, but this river is flowing extremely quickly compared to before. This river is really going fast now. Last night when we were watching this camera, we had it on a couple times. It looked nothing like this, and now we can clearly see a very fast debris flow and a very fast river here. The bridge right there is in the middle of your screen. A lot of that water is now going over the bridge, and this water is only going to rise. I would expect that this water will get higher than the sign by around probably 10 in the morning, and we might not have a view of this camera by then, but you can see a pan out shot here of that river. It's only continuing to get worse right now here in the Kingston area. Wind gusts again are currently around 60 to 70 miles per hour in the Kingston area, specifically west of Morant Bay. Alligator Pond, we probably have wind gusts around 80 miles per hour. This camera has just gone down there for a second. We'll go back to it once it's up. But again, we are going to continue to see these cameras going in and out because of the fact that we are dealing with a very powerful hurricane, and the infrastructure cannot really withstand, 70 plus mile per hour wind gusts, and we are getting to that point now here in Jamaica. We do have a new National Hurricane Center update, by the way, in about 55 minutes. That's the next update from them. Melissa, currently the eye of the hurricane, if we measure it out here, the center of the eye is about 47 miles away from Black River. So it's about 47 miles out from a landfall. The edge of the eye, which is when you'll first be able to see stuff if you're back over in the Black River area, is about 37 miles out. The eye wall itself is only about 20 miles out from actually being an Alligator Pond in Black River. Keep in mind, the eye wall is where the worst of the winds are going to be located. So we are talking about really catastrophic winds, upwards of 150 to 180 mile per hour wind gusts. And that's going to continue to really get more intense here over the next few hours. As I've already mentioned, that we already have reports from our storm chaser, Bryce Shelton, who's currently in the Manville area. He's already mentioned that hurricane force wind gusts are underway right now in Manville. And anytime we get any sort of updates from him, we'll let you know. He will be live again, we think, here pretty soon, as long as he has signal. But also, it is worth noting that with Melissa, we have not had any sort of eye wall replacement cycle, and on top of that, we never did have really one. We did get another eye wall merger, but we have not had an eye wall replacement cycle with Melissa, which is another reason why Melissa has been successful with not weakening. It is still obviously a very intense hurricane at this hour. This is also a look at geocolor satellite. On top of that, this is also looking at our lightning, and there's still plenty of lightning right now with this hurricane just to the southwest of Jamaica. Right around the eye, there's actually been a big uptick in lightning here over the last 20 or 30 minutes. When you see those brighter blues, that means more and more lightning is happening. If we do the lightning density, let me put on the lightning density here, so you guys get an idea of all the lightning that's happening here. Let's go ahead and go over to the density. And so, whenever you get those red colors, that's where we have a lot more lightning happening. Obviously, there's a lot more lightning happening right now just southwest of Jamaica. Look at that red right there, just southwest of Jamaica. We've had a little spike here in lightning activity here in the last 30 minutes. And for those that are wondering what that actually means, it usually just means, one, it's a very intense hurricane, and two, it could even still be intensifying a little bit. So that's essentially what that means. Some of the outer bands and kind of some of the thunderstorms that are not really essentially attached here to Melissa are also producing a decent amount of lightning, which are coming up towards the east coast of Jamaica right now. Another thing I want to point out too is that there is a low-end chance for an isolated tornado this morning somewhere in eastern Jamaica. We're not really going to be able to see that very well because there aren't really any radars that can give us velocity data or anything like that. But back over here near Port Antonio or Kingston or even Morant Bay, we might have an isolated storm that could form and perhaps produce a landspout or a tornado. So just a little heads up if you're back over there near Port Antonio or the Kingston area. Good shout out to Robert with the $20 super chat. Thank you, Max. Appreciate the dedication. Tell Bryce Shelton to stay safe. I've told him that no less than a dozen times at this point. I've told, I'm gonna be honest, like, I don't know what, like, I could never do what he's doing. Like, I don't know how he's in Jamaica right now, and I don't know how he's gonna ride this thing out, but it's quite literally unbelievable that, Bryce Shelton is here in Jamaica and he's chasing this thing. The sun is rising right now in Jamaica. It is currently 6:11 a.m. local time. It's about to be 6:12. Again, debris flow right now located in the Flatbridge area. This is in one of the rivers here near Kingston. I do want to point out, by the way, in case you guys are wondering, the camera went down again, but this is kind of an important note here, all right? If we go over to the map here, I'm going to do the little Google map here. This is where Flatbridge is located. Right there. So this water is all going up into the Kingston Bay, and it's essentially all going up this river that goes all the way up towards Kent Village. So that is essentially, it's going pretty far inland. We're talking 1 to 2 miles almost of going inland right now with that water. But there are so many rivers that are right along the coast here. If I'm going to go over to radar here. But there are so many rivers, like the Black River, for example. We are going to have water flow. It's already flowing for sure. We don't have a camera here, but the water's already flowing well up into this river, west of Cashew near Luna. And so that water is going to start to overflow, and it's going to start to go in some of these communities here, especially in Black River, which honestly, Black River is just, at this point, I can't really say this lightly, but it's basically a death wish if you're in Black River at this point, because what's going to happen is that Melissa is going to cause, obviously, the catastrophic storm surge up to 13 feet in Black River. And then on top of that, we have upwards of 150 mile per hour winds that are going to be happening in Black River in only a few hours. It's already over 100 miles per hour, and there's no way of really getting out of there at this point. But again, the eye wall is beginning to reach at least the southwest side of Jamaica, and that is where we're going to start to see the most catastrophic impacts ramp up here shortly. And so that is going to be located right in there. It's just coming up right now to southwestern Jamaica. Thank you, Jeremy, for the super chat. Are you excited to cover the first winter storm of the season? I'm getting through this hurricane first, and they'll let you know in about a week. The island is not going to go underwater. I mean, that's just unrealistic. Again, there are large mountains in Jamaica. Like, this thing is, there's no way it goes underwater. But, like, obviously, the coastal regions are going to be hit hard here by Melissa. There's no doubt about that. I do want to show you guys a different camera that has a view that we have not really been able to see for the last few hours. It's not this one, but the Kingston Harbor camera. This is one of the cameras that, unfortunately, it was hard to see last night because of the fact that, obviously, it was nighttime. This is actually live in Crossroads. Let me go over to the one in Kingston Harbor. This is once again on the Sea Jamaica camera network, which you can also watch on YouTube. That's what it looks like in Kingston Harbor right now. It's choppy waters. All that water is pushing into the bay, and that's what's going up towards Flatbridge right now. All that water is pushing up into Flatbridge. Thank you, NJ, for the $10 super chat. Also, thank you, Easily, for the super chat. So all that water that you're seeing flowing into the river, that is mostly storm surge. That doesn't really have to do with all the rain falling. It has more to do with the storm surge in this case. Now, some of it will have to do with the flooding. When we have all those landslides, it's going to really start to get worse over the next few hours. But we haven't had, like, we've had enough rain for it to at least be partially from that. But it's going to get a lot worse as we go into, like, later this morning. Now, hopefully we still have a view of it so we can at least see what's happening in real time. But if we don't, like, you'll basically be able to assume that the water's above that sign that we were looking at a moment ago. Thank you, Gemini, for the super chat as well. I have seen a lot of videos of the hurricane hunters in the eye. It's actually crazy. But yeah, again, that's Kingston Bay. The waves here are definitely already over 10, 15 feet. And again, we are expecting waves as high as 50 feet right next to Jamaica. But just insane conditions right now in Kingston Harbor. All right, we have a video coming in from Mainville right now in Jamaica. I'm going to show you guys here in a moment. Storm Chaser Bryce Shelton just sent me a video. Let me get it up on here. Give me just 2 seconds, guys. We do have a video from Mainville, which is in Jamaica. Much closer where the eye is going to be making landfall. I don't know if I can... It's gonna work. Alright, this is from Mainville just moments ago. These are insane conditions, to say the least. So that is Mainville, again, in Jamaica. I'm surprised there's even a light on, to be honest. So that is from Storm Chaser Bryce Shelton. That was from Storm Chaser Bryce Shelton. We'll have that up on our socials here in a minute. But that is a crazy video again from Mainville, which is where we are expecting, again, hurricane force winds here in just a moment. Bryce did say he was going to be live in about an hour, maybe sooner than that. So he's, again, currently in some of the thick of it right now. This is, by the way, from Kingston Harbor. Give me 1 second to post this. That is up. In case you guys are just tuning in, once again, Hurricane Melissa is only hours away from making landfall in Jamaica as a powerful Category 5 hurricane, maximum sustained winds of approximately 175 miles per hour at this hour. Melissa has not weakened at all since last night. All right. It is still a very powerful Category 5 hurricane. The pressure currently is sitting at 901 millibars, and it's currently moving north-northeast at about 5 miles per hour. So it has sped up a decent amount since last night. It should be reaching a speed of around 6 to maybe 7 miles per hour within the next few hours as it approaches Jamaica and actually moves through Jamaica as a powerful Category 5 hurricane. Maximum wind gusts are at 215 miles per hour. The eye of the hurricane is about 40 miles or so from being over land in Jamaica near Alligator Pond, just to the southeast of Savannah, Lamar. As we go closer to about 1 o'clock today, which is going to be right over the center of Jamaica when it's actually over land, it is still forecasted to be a powerful Category 5 hurricane with maximum sustained winds of 165 miles per hour, and wind gusts will still be up to 200 miles per hour. One thing I do want to point out is that once this is over Albertown, north of Santa Cruz, northwest of Manville, this is going to be right next to mountains, and so our winds on the Leeward Islands, or the windward side of the mountains, that is where we are expecting winds to actually be upwards of 30% stronger than 165 miles per hour, or even wind gusts of 200 miles per hour. So if you're in one of those mountainous areas, like on higher elevations, we could actually have winds as high as 250 miles per hour in terms of wind gusts. Which is, again, just insane to say the least. So this is going to be a very, very obviously dangerous hurricane. We've been talking about it forever now, but the winds are going to be absolutely insane, especially in the mountainous areas. This is one of the hurricane models that at least gives you an idea of that wind field, which again is very intense. So the hurricane force winds have already reached southern Jamaica, but by about 10 in the morning, we are expecting the winds to be the most intense right there in southern Jamaica. So very far southern Jamaica is where the winds are going to be the most intense by about 10 in the morning. Winds will probably be upwards of 100, 120 miles per hour, perhaps even stronger than that. And then eventually, as we get closer to lunchtime, that is when this thing is going to be right over the center of Jamaica, and it's still going to be a powerful Category 4 hurricane, we think, all the way up towards Cuba. So again, this has taken, again, a turn for the worst. It's gotten actually worse than what we thought it was going to be. This is going to be even more powerful of a hurricane than we initially thought. And unfortunately, it is only hours away from landfall. We do have a landfall countdown at the bottom right of your screen. We think we're about 5 hours or so from landfall in Jamaica. It could be sooner than that for the record. I wouldn't be shocked if we had landfall by, 9 o'clock, 10 o'clock, but I think it'll be closer to around, 11, 12. So thank you, Helen, for the $25 super chat. Really appreciate that donation to Max to get your own nice caramel coffee machine to eliminate DoorDash fees. I appreciate that. Thank you for the super chat. It's honestly a good idea. Thank you, Slides Officer, for the $10 super chat. And also, Kayla for the super chat as well. So Bryce Shelton, who's storm chasing in Jamaica, he's communicating with me. That's whenever I'm looking down my phone. He is currently waiting for the rough conditions to really start to ramp up, but he said he would be live within about an hour or so once the rough conditions really start to ramp up here in Jamaica. So we will again have a storm chaser out here pretty soon, assuming that Starlink is working and functioning. Again, that's not a guarantee for the record, because obviously the cloud tops are so tall with this hurricane. If you look at Melissa here, obviously this right here is the cold cloud tops aloft. These are all 40,000 plus foot tall clouds. And where Bryce is located in Manville, he's basically where some of those tallest cloud tops are right now. So there's a possibility that we don't get great connection from him, but he did say he was going to be live in about an hour. So, oh, he's setting up live now. All right, so he is actually going live, I think, sooner. So we might have Bryce live on the ground here in a few minutes. So just keeping you guys updated. And also, whenever Bryce does go live, look up Tornado Page on YouTube. You need to subscribe to them, because the fact that he's even out there, like, huge I mean, it's just insane that he's even out here, like, in this hurricane, and he's even going live for it. So you guys definitely have to subscribe to their channel if you're not already. This is a live shot in Jamaica Harbor. Let me go back over to the full shot of the flat bridge camera. The sun has now officially rose here. We've officially had sunrise here in Jamaica, and this is the first views that we are seeing as the sun rises this morning. This is in Flatbridge. Once again, this is located in the Kingston area. It's about a mile or two inland from the coast, but we obviously have all that storm surge that is currently pushing inland. We have all the landslides, all that flooding rain that has happened, and that is one of the reasons why that we are currently seeing all this water rising in the river. Again, the bridge, you can barely see it, but it's right there in the middle where all that debris is piling up, and at some point in the next hour or two, the water will get high enough to the point where that debris that is trapped on the bridge will actually probably start to move again, and we won't have much debris getting trapped on that bridge. There's a little hut there on the right side of your screen too. That is another good indicator. It's a little bit further above the ground, but that's another indicator there. We have a sign back there in the back, like kind of the top of your screen there. I think the water's probably going to get up to that sign at the minimum with how much storm surge we're expecting. And once again, we are anticipating storm surge upwards of 13 feet here today in Jamaica. The National Hurricane Center, in their latest discussion, did mention, let me go over to the actual public advisory first. In the public advisory, they did mention that in Jamaica, specifically for storm surge, they are still forecasting upwards of 13 feet of storm surge, and this is the peak storm surge. So that's above ground level across the south coast of Jamaica today, near and to the east of where the center of Melissa makes landfall. That is essentially where the worst storm surge will be. This storm surge will be accompanied by large and destructive waves on the northwest coast of Jamaica near Montego Bay. They are still expecting around 2 to 4 feet of storm surge out of Melissa. So when you think about storm surge, it's basically, again, all that water that's being pushed in from the very strong hurricane force wind winds that we have, and a lot of that is going to be coming up right into Kingston, so very strong southerly flow here. And then anything that's like this right here on the northwest side of the hurricane is where a lot of the onshore wind is basically coming from. So actually the water over at Montego Bay right now, or in southwestern Jamaica, a lot of that water is actually being pushed out to sea, and then it will eventually push back into sea once Melissa passes. So in this case, Kingston and anywhere basically around and east of Black River, that is where the absolute worst of the storm surge is going to be happening right now. And then this all right up here near Montego Bay, all that water is actually being pushed out because of the winds that are coming from the northeast. And so once Melissa is up here, for example, so just north of Jamaica, that is when we're going to start to see that storm surge ramp up in Montego Bay and other areas also along the coastline of southwest Jamaica. So just a little inside information, or not inside information, but a little bit of an information here about exactly what is happening in terms of storm surge with Melissa. But that's just, again, giving you an idea of what exactly storm surge is and how it's going to really play a factor with the catastrophic impacts that we are expecting today. On top of that, again, we have hurricane force winds that will be coming up into Jamaica here over the next few hours. We've already been looking at some of the data from the airports here, and the airport data has not updated in over 3 hours, unfortunately. But the wind gusts that are being measured at the airport located over in Kingston were around 60 miles per hour, and that was 3 hours ago. So we think now they're probably closer to 75, 80 miles per hour. And then back over Montego Bay, those ones are also upwards of 55 miles per hour. So that is just some information, again, on currently what is happening with Hurricane Melissa. And once again, we do have hurricane hunters that are coming up into Melissa here pretty soon. This right here is one of the missions that is ongoing. That will be the next hurricane hunter aircraft that will be entering into Melissa. And they will be approaching the hurricane within the next hour. They are coming out of the southeast. And this is one of the ways they'll be able to figure out if Melissa is intensifying at all or not. Outside of that, though, this is the only active aircraft that is heading into Melissa within the next couple of hours. We may have a flight coming out of Florida here pretty soon, but for right now, we do not have anything actively indicating that any flight is coming out of Florida right now. But I think the next one will probably be in about an hour or two. And once again, if you guys haven't already seen, we did show this a few minutes ago, but back over in Mainville, Jamaica, which is an area that we are expecting some of the worst impacts. It's slightly more inland, but that's one of the areas that we're expecting some of the worst impacts. This was from Storm Chaser Bryce Shelton just about 5-10 minutes ago, of some of the conditions there already. We're already over hurricane force wind gusts here. And he said he was setting up his live stream, so we'll have a live stream from him here pretty soon. Visibility is extremely low. You can't see like anything here. So very dangerous situation evolving right now in southwestern Jamaica. Jamaica is going to be changed, I think, forever after this hurricane, or at least for the foreseeable future, especially in western Jamaica. Once again, this isn't like a Cat 3 hurricane that, you know, we had Beryl obviously last year that was close by to Jamaica as a Category 4 hurricane, but in this case, this is very different. We're talking about a direct landfalling Category 5 hurricane that is not moving very fast, and all that catastrophic rainfall going to lead to life-threatening landslides. And on top of that, we're going to have this hurricane just producing catastrophic winds for basically the entire western half of Jamaica. And then on top of that, we're also anticipating that this hurricane is going to produce catastrophic storm surge. There are just so many things at play today with Melissa that, you know, this is, again, taking a turn for the worse. And I'm trying to put things lightly, but it's just impossible to actually put things lightly when we have a hurricane of this magnitude. It's impossible to say that this isn't like the worst thing that we've seen in Jamaica, like in history, at least in our recent history when it comes to hurricanes. I wish I could say it lightly, but I just can't. And it really sucks. Like, I really was, you know, a few days ago, I was really hoping that, you know, this thing would not take this kind of turn and stall out, because the worst thing that could have happened with Melissa was it stalling just south of Jamaica. Obviously, that happened. It stalled as a hurricane, and it had plenty of time to basically intensify into this very powerful hurricane. And this is a loop since Sunday afternoon. So this is over the last 48 hours. But if Melissa took a turn way faster and way sooner, this would have been a Cat 3-4 upon landfall, which would have been way better for Jamaica. But this is at the worst it could possibly be, basically. It really can't get much worse than this for a hurricane. I mean, 175 mile per hour maximum sustained winds. pressure of 901 millibars. Again, this isn't something that is typical. This is not something that can get much worse. Like, literally at all. Like, it really cannot get much worse than this. Another thing I want to point out, too, is if we go over to the chart here. So the chart that was made by James Pettis. These are the strongest hurricanes on record. Melissa got down to 901 millibars. That can go ahead and take the seat here as the 7th strongest hurricane on record in terms of pressure in the Atlantic Ocean. This is specifically by pressure, not wind. So it got down to 901 millibars. It could be a little bit stronger than that. We don't know for sure right now, but hurricane hunters are going to go investigate. But this is, at least as of right now, the 7th strongest hurricane, or sorry, 8th strongest hurricane on record. Revel has an update. Go ahead, Revel.
Thank you, Max. We've been talking about Hurricane Melissa breaking records nonstop for the last 24 hours or so, and we just broke another one. Our eye temperature just reached -2, I kid you not, -2.67 degrees Celsius. That is a new record. I believe it was previously -3.1 degrees Celsius.
Thank you, Revel, for the update. So yeah, this hurricane continues to shatter this eye dry record. It's unbelievable. This thing literally continues to break this record. It has been for a while now, but like it continues to shatter this record even further. I'm trying to get the graphic here to show you guys what I'm talking about, but like this is the dryness of the eye. You can see it here on the water vapor imagery. This is specifically based off of water vapor imagery. And if you go over to the chart here, which basically shows us the dryness of the eyes of the most intense typhoons and hurricanes on record in the Atlantic, the Pacific, all those places. Melissa initially yesterday was the record holder already for being the driest eye on record. It has now gotten down to -2.6 approximately degrees Celsius for the dryness of the eye. And that shatters the previous record. We've had the only, like Aaron this year was actually down to -8. So this, this one's already almost 6 degrees in terms of Celsius drier. It is quite literally unbelievable how this thing just keeps getting drier and drier, though. This is a live shot at Flatbridge. This is in Jamaica. We got debris flow right now. This is over near Kingston. This is also another live shot from Kingston Harbor this morning on the Sea Jamaica camera network. Again, you can watch these on YouTube as well. They have, again, they have like 10 cameras that you can watch. We're just using a couple here and there, but this is another look right now at the very intense winds that are currently coming here into the Kingston area. By the way, here's the updated chart for the eye dryness records. So it's official, or not official, but it's at least temporarily, it's unofficial technically, but it will probably be official here pretty soon. But this is now the driest eye on record by a landslide. In case you want to share that or anything, that is up on our social media pages at MaxVelocityWX on Twitter and Facebook. Thank you, Lay, for becoming a member. Also, Melissa, for becoming a member. Welcome to Velocity. Thank you, CJ, for the super chat. What are the winds right now, and when will landfall be? We are forecasting landfall to be in about 5 hours from now. If you look at the bottom right of your screen, that is when landfall is expected. If we measure where the eye is corresponding to the edge of Jamaica, it's about 44 miles away. The very edge of the eye is about 32 miles out. I'm going to be honest, landfall could be a little bit sooner than that, but I'm giving it about 4 to 5 hours until landfall happens. The worst of the conditions, keep in mind, do happen a lot of the time with our eye wall, which is right in here. Well, that's where the worst of the conditions happen, is in the eye wall. And so that will be approaching southwestern Jamaica here within the next 1 to 2 hours. And that is where we're experiencing wind gusts well over 150 miles per hour at flight level, or even below flight level, like at the surface. So, again, very intense hurricane's going to be coming up. We have a couple airports that had weather data coming in, but that has now been cut off as of 3 a.m. Unfortunately, it seems like those have already lost power, those airports, or at least they've lost being able to transmit weather data. But the wind gusts at that time were nearing 60 miles per hour. And honestly, 60 miles per hour is basically enough for these cameras, and also the whole entire power network really to actually lose power. This is what it looks like at the Halfway Tree Transport Center. And you can watch this on the See Jamaica Camera Network on YouTube. This is a view right now. This is kind of in the Kingston. This is in like the downtown Kingston area. Again, winds are picking up quite a bit right now. We still have tropical storm force winds in this area. We are going to be approaching hurricane force winds very shortly if we have not already. So winds are beginning to pick up there very quickly. Hey, Ty, for becoming a member. Welcome to the Velocities. Did it happen to weaken any since last night? That is a fantastic question. No, Melissa has not weakened a hair since last night. In fact, it has only gotten stronger. Melissa has literally only gotten stronger since last night. It's down to 901 millibars. Which, again, when we went to bed last night, I think it was, I can't remember what it was at the end of last night's stream, to be honest, because I am honestly tired, but I'm pretty sure it was around like 903 millibars, I want to say, maybe a bit lower than that, or maybe a little bit higher than that. But yeah, again, this pressure has continued to drop. We have hurricane hunters that are going to be coming up into Hurricane Melissa here within the next 45 minutes to an hour, and we will get a new pressure reading by then, and we'll see if the pressure has dropped any further. I honestly would not be surprised if Melissa is more intense now. I wouldn't be. Especially since we've seen a pretty big uptick in lightning southwest of Jamaica. That is insane. Look at the lightning density on this latest few scans here. I'm going to pause it. Look at that lightning density right around the eye of Melissa. When we see reds that much lightning, that's a ton of lightning that is currently happening in the eye of Melissa. It's actually more than what we had overnight. It's kind of like reaching a peak. I don't think we've gotten this much of this high of a density, especially in this large of the eye, at all in the last 24 hours. Hey, that's my alarm to wake up, by the way. I woke up like 3 hours ago, but that's besides the point. I don't know if you guys heard that. But, yeah. All this, also, obviously, the sun is rising right now. We're going to get a better view here soon of what Melissa looks like as the sun rises on satellite imagery. This is the geocolor satellite. The sun is beginning to rise. We'll have a satellite, an actual satellite view here soon on visible satellite. Hey, Athena, for the super chat. Hey, hopefully the tourists and literally everybody in Jamaica stay safe. I know there are some people that went to Jamaica on a vacation, or whatever it might be, and a lot of those people are stuck there now. I mean, we got plenty of people from the United States and other countries that vacation to Jamaica, and some of them are stuck there right now. Some of them are literally stuck right now in Jamaica. By the way, little heads up, Storm Chaser Bryce Shelton / Tornado Pagey, they are planning on being live in about 55 minutes or less. So we'll have live coverage with them here pretty soon. Do we have any new images, by the way, of radar for anybody that's in voice chat right now? Any new images of radar from the Jamaica radar site, or is it down? This is what it looks like in Kingston Harbor right now on the See Jamaica live camera as of 6:37 a.m. And treacherous conditions out there right now in the waters. This is also a live shot on the Flat Bridge camera, which is actually still currently up. It's been in and out a little bit here. But again, a lot of debris flow right now, and we're expecting that water to rise a lot more here over the next few hours. Kingston Harbor is definitely one of the areas that has some of the worst conditions. Keep in mind, when we're over ocean water, in this case, we're over a bay, the wind will be a lot stronger. It does naturally get a little bit weaker as we go inland, even by like, a quarter of a mile. Not by a whole lot, but at least it's a little bit of a difference. So it looks a lot worse out here in the ocean, and that is why the winds are definitely stronger here. Look at the waves, by the way. Look at the back. Like, look at the very top of your screen. You can see the waves crashing onto the coastline there. You see all the water splashing up back there occasionally. Again, wave heights are forecasted to be upwards of 50 feet over the next 24 hours here. I'm going to pull up the wave height map. Again, you can watch these cameras on the See Jamaica YouTube channel as well. They have more than just this. They have like 8 cameras or 10 cameras. This is what it looks like for the wave heights. Anywhere in that pink area, which is like southwestern Jamaica, that is where waves could be as high as 50 to 55 feet today. In that bay that we were just looking at, that's where we're expecting around 30-foot waves or so. So, and keep in mind, a lot of these waves don't actually crash onto the coastline. They're usually a little bit offshore, but regardless, those are still really high waves. Like right along the immediate coast, they'll be a little bit lower. Can I actually go view of Greater Antilles? Yeah, you can actually see a little bit closer here in Jamaica. That's a closer view of the wave heights. And this isn't even the highest the waves are going to be. Tomorrow, like as we go into overnight tonight, they'll actually be peaking up to 65 feet north of Jamaica as it approaches Cuba. But keep in mind, right along the immediate coastline, those waves aren't 50 plus feet. Those are still at least a couple of miles offshore. They do break naturally as it gets closer to the coastline. Just want to point that out because, you know, that's a key detail here. And we don't usually see those high waves right on the immediate coastline. Even as this hurricane goes through the Bahamas, we could see some 60-foot waves just offshore too. So at least Thursday, the waves will be way, way lower. This is the latest radar scan from the Jamaica radar site. The Jamaica radar site is still up, which is, again, surprising, to be honest. We thought that would go out, like, late last night. It is still functioning. This is the latest radar scan from that Jamaica radar site. You can see the eye of Hurricane Melissa southwest of Jamaica. The eye wall is a very impressive-looking eye wall. Again, it has absolutely zero signs of actually weakening at this point. Still a very powerful hurricane currently coming up into Jamaica over the next couple of hours. That eye wall looks incredibly intense, and this isn't even like one of like the high quality radar sites. Like there are really, obviously the ones in the United States, like those are really high quality radar sites that show you velocities, they show you everything. This is just reflectivity, which is basically the measure of precipitation falling out of the sky. And that eye wall is extremely well organized, and even the outer eye wall there is very impressive looking. A very heavy rainfall is going to be coming up into southwestern Jamaica over the next couple of hours. We've had some of these rain bands also coming up towards Kingston. And again, this is where we're expecting at least a low-end waterspout / tornado risk. So some of those are starting to make their way up into southeastern Jamaica. This radar scan, by the way, was approximately 40 minutes ago. And I say that because, again, the radar site is not very frequent to update. It's at least updating, but it's not going to be updating every like 2 minutes or something like that, like a lot of the, you know, radar sites in the United States update. But at least gives us an idea of what it looks like on live radar. Here's a look, by the way. You can actually look at the lightning detection on the Radar Omega app. This is a look at the lightning data over the last 15 to 20 minutes. If you're a Gamma subscriber or higher, you can look at this. You can download Radar Omega with the top link in the description below. You can see the lightning. It's actually pretty consistent there, just southwest right now of Jamaica. Has not reached Black River yet, and for whatever reason, I don't think anybody's tuning in right now from Black River. Hopefully you're not even in Black River, because that place is going to get absolutely slammed by this hurricane. But in Black River, in about 2 or 3 hours, we'll actually have lightning there. So when Melissa gets a little bit closer to landfall. Those are some of the lightning strikes here over the last few minutes. These are all lightning strikes. This is a minute-by-minute view of the lightning strikes, which this is very frequent for a hurricane. You do not usually have 5 to 6 lightning strikes every minute. That's a lot of lightning strikes. We are beginning to see visible satellite. You see this? That is visible satellite. It is just now getting... the sun is at an angle now where we at least can barely see visible satellite. That looks eerie, and it's not even fully, like, it's not even fully visible yet. I can only imagine what visible satellite's going to look like in about 20-30 minutes. And infrared imagery is really our best bet right now until the sun actually is at an angle where we can see satellite, but yeah, that just looks crazy. The flat bridge is starting to get flooded over even further right now. This is live on Flat Bridge. This is near Kingston. It's just northwest of Kingston, in fact. It is one of the rivers that connects to the ocean. And again, the storm surge has gotten so significant now that the water has been pushing really quickly up this river. And on top of that, we have all sorts of landslides, flooding, rainfall. It's leading to so many different problems right now near the Kingston area. But that bridge is almost fully overflowed now. Still some debris trapped on the bridge right now. And by the way, the camera is lagging. That is not the stream. That's the camera itself because of the connection issues. But you can see the debris flow still going right now on this river. And it's only going to get higher over the next few hours. Our next National Hurricane Center update is approximately 10 minutes away. So we'll have a new National Hurricane Center update in about 10 minutes. In case you are just tuning in, again, Melissa has not weakened at all since last night when we went to bed. It is still a very powerful Category 5 hurricane. Maximum sustained winds of 175 miles per hour. Wind gusts are right around 200 miles per hour, 200 to 215. All right, that's the 5 a.m., I think. Rebel. Thank you, Neo, for becoming a member. Welcome to the Velocities. Max should do a stream where he takes a nap. You know, I got 3 hours of sleep last night. I went to bed. I actually went to bed about not even an hour after that stream ended last night, but I woke up at like 4 and I couldn't go back to bed after that. For whatever reason, I have problems when it comes to hurricanes. This has happened every year. Every time we have a major hurricane and the night before landfall, I do not get good sleep. It just doesn't happen. I get no more than like 3 or 4 hours of sleep. It happened with Debbie, happened with Milton. It's happened with literally every hurricane. I don't know why. It happens with any big hurricane like this. Thank you, Eric, for becoming a member. Welcome to the Velocities. I've never had a problem with that with severe weather events, but I have for hurricanes, and this is another situation where I just got terrible sleep. It's the adrenaline. It probably is the adrenaline. But good news. I have iced coffee. I don't ever drink coffee. For people that actually know me personally, like, I'm a person that drinks coffee never. I've had coffee 3 times this year, and I think the only other time, I don't remember when the last time was, but I did drink coffee like once a couple weeks ago after getting like 5 hours sleep. But like, that's it. I never drink coffee. Can I get some coffee? I mean, we could have coffee for the entire chat. I don't know who actually wakes up this early. I mean, depending on where you're at in the United States or even in Jamaica. I mean, if you're in Jamaica, you're probably already awake, but like, it's 6:47 right now in Central Time, 7:47 my time, but I never wake up this early. Is the eye wall growing? The eye wall isn't really growing that much, but the eye itself hasn't really grown either. If we measure the eye of the hurricane in terms of diameter, it's actually about 19 miles wide. I take that back. It actually maybe has grown a little bit. Let me make sure that's not... Let me make sure that's accurate. This is the other view on the minute-by-minute frame. Yeah, the eye itself is actually about 19 miles in diameter. Last night, this was at about 11, 12, 13 miles, so it's actually grown in size a little bit, the eye. Again, we have not had an eye wall replacement cycle or anything like that with Melissa. How long has Max been streaming? We've been live for just a little over an hour. Storm Chaser Bryce Shelton will be live here in about 45 minutes or so. We'll have live coverage on the ground from southwestern Jamaica. On top of the Sea Jamaica live cameras, including the one on the bottom right of your screen, we'll have those up as long as the connection and power stays up with those. This, again, a live shot from Flatbridge, and then this is over here in Jamaica, or not in Jamaica, well, this is in Jamaica, but this is over in Kingston Harbor. Wave heights right now are probably up to about 10 to 12 feet. They will probably peak around 20 feet in this bay. And once again, our National Hurricane Center update comes out in about 10 minutes. Multiple eye wall replacement cycles have failed, but it's undergone mergers. Yeah, it's undergone multiple mergers at this point. How is Bryce? Bryce is doing fine. We're going to continue to get updates from him throughout the morning. I'm asking Bryce if he has any more videos he can send them to me. He's gonna be live here soon, but he's getting ready to go live. Thank you, Teal, for the super chat. How do I see the hurricane like you are on Omega? If you have a Gamma Plus subscription on Omega, you can see the hurricane data and all that. Hurricane Hunter aircraft, I'm pretty sure is also, I think that's comes with the app, but the Hurricane Hunters right now are coming in from the southeast right now of Hurricane Melissa. And they are approximately 40 minutes out from actually being inside of the hurricane, maybe a little bit sooner than that. And so this will be our next basically data to be able to figure out, has Melissa intensified at all? And if it has intensified, to what extent has it intensified? And if it has weakened, we'll know that too. But I do think it's intensified. All right, Tornado Pagey, I believe, is live. All right, we got live Storm Chaser, Bryce Shelton / Tornado Pagey. They're now live, bottom right of your screen. Let's go ahead and go full cam to them. Let's tune in. This is live from Manville in Jamaica. This is the only live chase that I'm aware of that's actually in Jamaica today. That's live. Back over in the Mainville area. By the way, this is a little bit further inland from the coast. This is not right on the coast in Black River where the worst of the impacts are. This is a little bit more inland. That is because of the safety that Bryce is taking here today. Don't forget, you can also watch Tornado Pagey inside of the Radar Omega app at the top link in the description below. They're also live on YouTube, or they will be live on YouTube soon. Hey, Brock, for the $5 super chat. Do you drink any caffeine? I drink soda usually. Hey, Lala for the super chat as well. Most of Jamaica is cinder blocks and metal sheets. They did not prepare as much as they should. Worried for them. This will be much worse than anything we've ever seen. Yeah, unfortunately, that is going to be the case. Look, that is Bryce. He's going to be probably driving around and doing some stuff here soon, but he's getting prepared. I think he's getting ready for his actual live stream. But bottom right of your screen is live with Tornado Pagey and / Bryce Shelton, who are currently live again here in Jamaica. You can also watch them inside of the Radar Omega app. Already 40 of you guys are watching inside of the app. The conditions are only going to get worse here. Wind's actually picking up quite a bit too. Hey Jenny, for becoming a member, welcome to Velocities. So sad it still hasn't left Jamaica. Melissa hasn't even made it to Jamaica yet. It hasn't even made landfall. Our latest National Hurricane Center advisory has just come out. We do have a new National Hurricane Center advisory that has just come out. It does not sound like there are any major changes to the advisory, but I'm going to go and look. We have the, again, latest advisory from the National Hurricane Center. This is the 8 a.m. advisory. They have mentioned that the eye of extremely dangerous Category 5 hurricane is approaching western Jamaica. Catastrophic winds, flash flooding, and storm surge expected on the island today. As of 8 a.m., the maximum sustained winds are still sitting at 175 miles per hour. It is currently moving north-northeast at 7 miles per hour now, so it is speeding up. It's getting closer now to the coast, and also the pressure is down to 901 millibars. So the hurricane has continued to remain at the same intensity, is speeding up a little bit. I do want to point out that, again, there are no Hurricane Hunter aircraft inside of Hurricane Melissa. So until that actually happens, we do not have any new data on the pressure dropping, but that will drop, we think, very, very soon. It could drop, at least. We are going to have that data coming in from the Hurricane Hunters within about a half an hour to 45 minutes, and we'll see if there's been any, big changes in terms of intensity with Melissa. If it's any stronger, we'll obviously let you know, but we're just kind of waiting to see if that's a thing. Once again, Hurricane Melissa is quickly approaching the coastline of Jamaica. We have one storm chaser live inside in Jamaica right now. You can watch them inside of the Radar Omega app with the top link in the description below. You can easily watch them while tracking the hurricane. It's getting very windy out there, there in the Mainville area. Shout out to Sickle for the $20 super chat. Get some rest when you can. We will be. We will definitely be getting some rest. Thank you more for becoming a member, and also Bear Mom for the 5 get to memberships. Really appreciate that. I want to point out, by the way, in case you guys haven't already heard, Melissa, to this point, has already, unfortunately, cost the lives of 8 different people, 3 of which were in Jamaica. At this hour, that is the latest in terms of fatalities. Unfortunately, that number is only going to go up. Melissa has, again, not made landfall yet, and is still hours from actually making landfall. My goodness, look at this. We need to go over to satellite imagery here. This is what Melissa looks like right now in satellite, if it loads. One second, I'm trying to get to load here. Oh, I guess satellite's broken. Let me try this on Omega. Let me do Geo1. This is what Melissa looks like right now. We're getting a slightly clearer view of Melissa on visible satellite. You can very faintly see it. Again, the sunlight isn't high enough to have a direct look into Melissa right now. But it is getting close enough to at least be able to see a little bit of Melissa. I mean, that just looks scary as crap, to say the least. Here's a little bit more of a view as well. This is a view. You can barely see it. Look at that. You can barely see it. That's Melissa. Scary looking, that's for sure. All right, let me go over to the live shot. This is a Sea Jamaica camera. This is live on the Sea Jamaica camera network. This is live at Flatbridge. We have no debris anymore, really stuck to the bridge. It looks like all the debris right now is now flowing over the bridge at this hour. A little bit earlier, we had a lot of debris getting stuck on the bridge. It is now going fully over the bridge here in Flatbridge, which is, again, is just barely to the north of Kingston. The debris flow is getting much higher right now. And it is only going to get higher. By the way, Tornado Pagey / Bryce Shelton, they are now officially live on YouTube. I definitely recommend you guys go subscribe to them. Again, please go subscribe to them on YouTube, Tornado Pagey. They are the only chaser that is live right now, covering this in real time. Let's listen in.
We're still going.
Bryce is now officially live here. This is what it looks like right now in the Mainville area.
Looks good. And thank y'all so much for 30,000 subscribers. That is a huge milestone for us. Thank y'all for subscribing, watching, liking, all the super chats, the memberships.
In case you guys can't look them up, I'm putting the link in the chat too. Go subscribe to them.
Yeah, it's gonna get pretty intense here later.
There's a man and a dog by the bridge. What?
The flooding.
I don't see that.
Probably can go drive around here just
I might have missed it.
I'm not gonna go too far. I don't want to get stuck.
Bottom right of your screen is a simulation of infrared imagery with Melissa. Wait, they were there? Are they still there? I'm gonna wait a second. This is again the See Jamaica camera. You can watch these on YouTube. Bottom right is where the hut is, and apparently there was a dog there. I might have missed it. A dog and a person or something. Guys, I'm running off 3 hours of sleep. If I missed it, that's my bad. I am so out of it. Thank you, Smokey, for the $10 super chat. I was in Helene. Your coverage helped a lot. This one looks awful. Hoping that people will be okay. This is I really try to not like say things like this is gonna be a worst hurricane of all time for Jamaica, but like it just truly, like, I don't know how else to say it. Like, we've never seen anything like this in our lifetime in Jamaica. I'm waiting to see this camera zoom out. Am I tripping? I didn't see anybody there. Been 2 people and at least 2 dogs. I put the link in chat again for Tornado Pagey. Somebody asked. Is that road flooded? This is a river. This is not a road. But there's a bridge right there that is now fully flooded over. And debris flow has been pretty significant. That's not a person on the bottom right, is it? Oh, that is a person. Okay, I see it now. Yeah, there's a person, a dog. There's actually 2 people. All right, so yeah, there are 2 people, and there's a dog. At least 1 dog there. Hopefully they stay safe. I would never be that close to this, even as a meteorologist. I would never get that close. Not worth your life. At all. All right, let's go back to Storm Chaser. Tornado Pagey, which is Bryce Shelton today. He's located in Manville right now in Jamaica. You can watch Bryce Shelton inside of the Radar Omega app. You can download it with the top link in the description below. The base app allows you to be able to watch them.
So landfall looks like it's going to be sometime mid-morning. Let me pull up the latest satellite here.
This is located in the Mainville area. This is, again,
definitely
just north, or just barely north of where the eye is going to make landfall.
Eastern Standard Time is going to be landfall. Looks like landfall is going to be right there in Treasure Beach where we were at yesterday. And then it's going to start bending to the northeast as it comes across the island here. It starts interacting with the trough over southeastern Florida and the Bahamas and Cuba. But after Jamaica, it is going to make landfall as a major Category 4 hurricane.
Hey, GMD for becoming a member.
Cuba, and that is going to be tomorrow. And then it goes across the Bahamas as a Category 2, possibly Category 3. And then it really runs into wind shears and approaches Bermuda and weakens into a Cat 1.
No recorded hurricane has been this strong in history. That is very true. At least for Jamaica. Thank Thundercat for the $50 super chat. Hope she can find some more speed and pass over quickly. This will be devastating either way, but let's hope it doesn't stall and slow down again. This is not slowing down at this point. It's only speeding up. Melissa is only speeding up, and it will not stall over Jamaica, just purely because of the upper level weather pattern that we have. Once again, we have low pressure that is located over Florida, and that's going to help to basically slingshot this faster to the north. It's not going to go that fast, but it'll at least go faster than what it was before. I mean, before this thing was going no more than like 2 or 3 miles per hour up until this morning. Now it's up to 7 miles per hour, moving to the northeast. And once again, the edge of the eye is not far from making landfall. We are approximately 30 miles out, which is only about 4 hours or so from landfall. Again, the countdown for landfall is bottom right of your screen. We'll have to probably update it. It might be a little bit sooner than 4 hours from now, but landfall is basically 4 hours from now, if not sooner. Again, right now it's 7 o'clock local time. Also, we just got a new radar image from the Jamaica radar site. We're only getting these so often. This is the Jamaica radar site. And again, you can see the eye wall and the eye of Hurricane Melissa very clearly. A very intense eye wall is coming up on shore. It doesn't look overly strong on the north side. The east and south side look very intense. But this will be making landfall soon in Jamaica as a catastrophic Category 5 hurricane. Shout out to Matt with the 1 gift membership, and also Morgan for becoming a member, and also My Home, Carla for becoming a member. All right, back over to Tornado Pagey, which again, this is Bright Shot. I'm going to keep calling them both, but this is live again over in the Mainville area of Jamaica. Hey, June for the $10 super chat, and also Storm and Barb for becoming members. Wait, there's somebody in a car. This is a professional storm chaser. That is.
I need to go ahead and plug this stuff in while we
that is in Jamaica.
vehicle for now.
Covering Hurricane
Everything
Melissa.
charged up.
Did I stay up all
I
night?
do feel at some point that we're probably going to have to
I got 3 hours of sleep.
forge a concrete building.
By the way, is their
This
audio? Is
afternoon,
Bryce's audio good? Let me know in the chat.
when those maximum gusts do get here, because stuff is going to be flying everywhere, even here. I really do believe that we're going to get the same gust, if not even higher gust than the coast. Just because of this elevation, we're going to be able to sample all of the wind.
I'll make it a little bit louder.
I'm going to plug in a charger here. That way we can keep the stream going for a longer time today.
There's a couple of people that have a bridge up, or bridge camera up. Yeah, this is the Sea Jamaica camera. This is at Flatbridge, again, near Kingston, and debris flow continues. You can see all the debris just flowing down the river. A lot of tree branches, but some actual wood, it looks like, has been flowing down the river at times. Again, the water is basically now completely gone over the bridge. Before, we had a lot of debris trapped on the bridge, but like you can see it all flowing over now. This is a Sea Jamaica live camera. They have a whole network on YouTube, which you can watch. They have like 10 different cameras. This is just one of them. Are there 4 people now? I wasn't looking at the bottom right. There were 2 people, with somebody with a dog too, that were right there next to the bridge. It might be a little bit hard to tell, but I do think they're a little bit higher off the ground. Like, they're probably several feet above this bridge, if I had to guess. The elevation is... there's a significant elevation change depending on where you are in Jamaica. There's all sorts of debris that is flowing down the river right now. This is also a live shot from Kingston Harbor, which, again, the conditions here are getting much more rough. The waves upwards of 10 to 15 feet already. Very choppy seas. And we are going to see upwards of 13 feet of storm surge all across the south coast of Jamaica today, and it's only going to keep getting worse from here. Hey, Aviation for the super chat. Yeah, hurricane hunters once again are approaching.
Startup for the super.
Hurricane hunters are approaching Hurricane Melissa right now. Hurricane hunters are currently still approximately, let me get the exact mileage here, but they are approximately 160 miles from the eye of Melissa, so we will have data coming in from them within the next half hour on the pressure and the wind of what Melissa is at right now. Again, Hurricane Melissa is still a very powerful Category 5 hurricane. Maximum sustained winds are at 175 miles per hour. The pressure is at 901 millibars. This is once again the 8th most intense hurricane of all time in the Atlantic Ocean in terms of pressure. This is what the graphic essentially shows here. It's down to 901, so it's actually a little bit higher. So it's between Katrina and Kamel. And so this is one of the most intense hurricanes of all time when it comes to pressure here in the Atlantic Ocean. This graphic again made by James Pettis, but very, very crazy. Very historic hurricane on our hands with both pressure and obviously this making landfall directly in Jamaica. I just want to point out, by the way, we have a lot of Category 5 hurricanes, right? We've had a bunch. We've had 3 total this year. This is now the 3rd one this year. Last year we had a couple as well. a lot of the Category 5 hurricanes that we've had haven't made direct landfall as a Cat 5 in like a major country like this. Both of the two that we had this year, they didn't make landfall directly in any country as a Cat 5, or even really brought Category 5 impacts anywhere. So this is the first time, I feel like, in a while that we've actually had a legit Cat 5 making landfall somewhere. This is live Storm Chaser. Bryce Shelton, who is currently located in southwestern Jamaica.
So just going over the track of Melissa.
E-lock for the super chat.
Looks like we're pretty much dead center of NHC.
Are they gonna be safer than others since they didn't evacuate?
Looks like a landfall.
Bryce has been through plenty of
Black River.
Been through plenty of
I don't think as far
hurricanes.
east as Alligator Pond, but
he's very good at what he does. I think he'll be fine.
But after landfall, it looks like that Melissa is going to kind of turn to the northeast a little bit. So here at Mandible, we are definitely going to get those extreme winds. That is without a doubt. We're at 2,000 feet elevation. The winds are going to be maximized here. We're very close to the coast with this elevation too. But also there is the chance that we will get inside the eye here, at least the eastern part of the eye, for a very little bit. So we'll have to see how that plays out later this afternoon, see if it can make that northeast turn in time to put us in the eye directly. But for sure going to be in that eye wall where the most extreme conditions will be.
That's a little update here from Bryce Shelton, who again is storm chasing here in Jamaica. This is in the Mainville area. The winds are continuing to intensify. We are still looking at upwards of hurricane force wind gusts, and they will continue to get worse over the next few hours.
Yeah, I got a little bit of sleep last night.
This hurricane right now, bottom right of your screen, looks like a donut.
Around 3 o'clock.
It's that symmetrical across the board.
I woke up and really couldn't go back to sleep. Started looking at Melissa and saw it still strengthening up on approach to Jamaica. But today I do have my waders on, so that is a plus for me.
Once again, you can watch Bryce also inside of the Radar Omega app if you download it with the top link in the description below. He's also live on YouTube.
And y'all, we're going to stream all the way up until cell service cuts out. I really think that cell service is going to eventually cut out at some point today.
By the way, this is a look at satellite with lightning on. There is a ton of lightning that is being detected right now, southwest of Jamaica. We're talking about several lightning strikes per minute right now with where the eye of Hurricane Melissa is located. What's his channel? Tornado Page. You can look it up on YouTube. He does have Starlink, by the way. I just don't know if it's... I don't think it's going to be powerful enough with how tall the cloud tops are. Keep in mind that the worst... We're going to get a Hurricane Hunter aircraft that's going to go through this soon, so I'll have a better idea of how large the wind field is right now for hurricane force winds. But it is likely now reaching at least Alligator Pond and Black River. My cat is in here. She's worried. But, yeah, I mean, the hurricane force winds are definitely reaching southwestern Jamaica at this point. The eye wall is right in here, right? So that's where our most intense winds are, and we're beginning to now see that in near Black River and Alligator Pond. Black River is probably going to be the hardest hit by this hurricane. I do think that, Black River is going to probably, hate to say it, but it could be literally wiped from this hurricane. With how intense the winds are going to be and the storm surge, especially right along the immediate coastline. Not a good situation that's going to evolve there whatsoever. Texas Chrome with the super chat asks, is this heading towards Florida next? It is not. This thing is going to slingshot to the northeast over the next few days. It will make another landfall in Cuba tomorrow during the morning hours as a Category 4 hurricane, and then it'll be a Category 2 as it heads over the Bahamas. And then from there, it'll be a Cat 1 as it approaches Hamilton in Bermuda, which this could make as many as 4 landfalls. This is the first of as many as 4 landfalls that Melissa is going to make. This is not going towards Florida at all. Conditions are starting to deteriorate a little bit further here in the Mainville area of Jamaica. Bryce's channel is Tornado Pagey on YouTube. We have links, by the way, in the description to everybody that we use on these streams. That is live right now in the Mainville area, which is further west of Kingston. This is where conditions will be much worse than Kingston in the next few hours. Kingston's going to get some pretty bad conditions, but Mainville will definitely be hit harder when it comes to wind speeds, flooding.
So, interesting fact that I
landslides.
just learned yesterday from Paige with this storm. Down in the Black River Basin, I think that is near Alligator Pond, Milk River, that area over there. They're actually warning people to stay out of the floodwaters because of a crocodile issue. They don't want people to get attacked by the crocodiles in the surge.
What in the world?
Now, I've seen gators in the surge and all that other good stuff in the U.S., but I don't think I'm going to go venture over there and try to
guys,
find
don't go in the
crocodile
floodwaters.
surge.
The floodwaters won't do it. It's going to be the crocodiles instead. That is actually... I didn't even know that was a thing here. That's a... I didn't know that until now. This is breaking news to me. I didn't know crocodiles were a problem here in the floodwaters. I don't think in Florida when there's I don't know. Maybe Florida. Like, I live in Florida, but I don't know if when Florida, whenever we have a landfalling hurricane, I don't know if I need to be worried if there's floodwaters, if there's alligators in them. Like, I don't know. Maybe I have to be concerned about that now because I didn't know that was an actual problem here. But in all seriousness, I mean, floodwaters obviously are extremely dangerous. You should never go in them anyway, because if it's flowing, like, we're gonna have debris flow and whatnot. Crocodiles obviously add to that mess, but like the debris flow and anything that could be in that water, and if any electricity goes out, I mean, that water could already be electrified, and that could literally electrocute you. So just keep that in mind. Very important information. By the way, if you are new to the channel, make sure to subscribe down below. We do live coverage like this for major weather events all the time, especially in the United States. This is the latest radar scan from the Jamaica radar site, still showing a very pronounced eye and eye wall just to the southwest of Jamaica. Very powerful hurricane is set to make landfall within the next 4.5 hours in Jamaica as a very powerful Category 5 hurricane. Maximum sustained winds of 175 miles per hour. Wind gusts up to 200 miles per hour. This is moving northeast at 7 miles per hour. The pressure, the minimum pressure, is down to 901 millibars. Hurricane hunters are en route to determine if Melissa is any stronger than before. This is a look at satellite imagery as the sun rises here in Jamaica. This looks like an absolutely insane hurricane right now, coming into Jamaica here within the next few hours. There is Jamaica. And that's where the eye is. And if I zoom in a little bit, you can see the eye. It's a little hard to see because the sun isn't at the right angle yet, but you can barely see it on visible satellite imagery this morning. And if I go over to the geocolor satellite instead, this is what that looks like right now. That is the eye of the hurricane. Pretty crazy stuff. Thank you, Spurs, for the super chat. I live in St. Petersburg. Last year during Helene, we had gators all over the floodwaters. Not fun. All right, that's good to know. So, I didn't even know that was a thing in Florida. I'm not going to lie. So, I guess if there's ever floodwaters literally anywhere, you got to be aware of that, at least in Florida and also Jamaica. How wide is the eye right now? The eye is almost 20 miles wide. According to at least infrared imagery, it's almost 20 miles wide. So it's a very wide hurricane. It's back over to Storm Chaser Bryce Shelton, who is live inside of the Mainville area of Jamaica, where we are expecting catastrophic hurricane force winds to really ramp up over the next few hours. Tell me you're not native to Florida without telling me you're not native. I didn't know that was a problem. I mean, I've been in Florida for like, I want to say 5 years now.
Thank you to all of our moderators for doing an awesome job as always, but especially during our coverage of Melissa.
Same thing to our moderators as well.
We really appreciate y'all more than you know. We definitely couldn't do it without y'all.
This is a live shot from the Sea Jamaica camera at Flatbridge. The water, again, continues to get higher and higher. Debris flow continues in this river. This is located over near Kingston right now in Jamaica. Again, you got all sorts of debris flow still going down the river. Pieces of wood, parts possibly of buildings. That looks like some sort of part, something from a building. That looks like actual wood. So that is coming from some sort of building, I believe. But this is, again, right down the river here. The bridge you can see the bridge and obviously the water overflowing it. We might not be able to see that overflow at all here soon. The water might just get too high to the point where you won't even be able to see the bridge itself and the water overflowing it. Where is the bridge? I can't draw, but like if you see where the water is going over, like that little splash just over that little line on the far right, that is the bridge. You can't see the actual bridge, but you can see the water at least going over it. We had a very, like when we first went live, we were at least able to see the bridge, like a little bit. We were able to see it a little bit. Now you can't even see it. It's just water going over it. You at least have the outline with the right edge of the bridge where the water's overflowing. That isn't like a natural creek. That is the actual bridge. This is also a live shot from the Sea Jamaica camera in Kingston Harbor. Again, you can watch these cameras on their YouTube channel and the Sea Jamaica channel. Again, waves are very intense right now in the Jamaica, or southeastern Jamaica even, here near Kingston. There's a boat right there on the left. There's actually birds. Again, there are still birds out there. Honestly, one of my concerns with Melissa, it's a weird, it might sound like it might be a weird concern, but with Melissa going over land here soon, once the eye is actually over land, what I think is going to happen is that there will be a bunch of birds that are in the eye that are going to go into the eye. And there could be thousands of birds that literally go into this eye of the hurricane and not even know it because they think it's calm. And they could literally be in the eye and just like once this thing goes to the northeast, they will probably die. Like, I hate to say that, but like that's what's going to probably happen. We had birds already in the eye of the hurricane, according to hurricane hunters yesterday. We could have that problem further after this goes north of Jamaica. Because, I mean, in Jamaica, like all the birds that are in the eye of the hurricane are going to be like, oh, this is safe now, you know? So, but it's not, obviously. Because it's so calm in the eye. And if you're not familiar with hurricanes in general, like in the eye, very calm conditions, it's very dry, that sort of thing. So. Hey, Lisa, for becoming a member, welcome to the Velocities. Thank you, Texas, for the super chat. But once again, if you're just tuning in, Hurricane Melissa, currently about 4 hours away from landfall in Jamaica. If we measure it out from the edge of the eye, it's about 25 miles away from Black River, Jamaica, which is an area that we expect the worst of the conditions to be over the next several hours. The eye wall is already approaching very far southwestern Jamaica. The eye wall currently located right about here. So it's coming into the coastline here over the next really 30 minutes or so to Black River near White House. This is where Bryce Shelton is located, which is bottom right of your screen. They are storm chasing out here in Jamaica near Maineville. Again, Hurricane Melissa is going to be making landfall here soon. You can also watch them inside of the Radar Omega app. You can actually drag their thing around and track the hurricane in real time. And we obviously have them on the bottom right of your screen as well. We'll have them up here and there as well as this hurricane continues to approach land. The eye of the hurricane is becoming more and more visible as well on visible satellite imagery. This is the latest scan as of now 7 o'clock. So this was 23 minutes ago. Let me go over instead to the full disk. We're going to go to mesoscale 1. This is a closer view of Melissa. And man, oh man, look at that. That is just a crazy view of Melissa this morning. Look at you can more clearly see the eye on this photo or in this image here. That is a view of the hurricane though as we wake up. Thank you, Jem, for becoming a member. Welcome to the Velocities. can zoom in a little bit closer to the eye, but that's what it looks like right now this morning. As it approaches southwestern Jamaica. You can see the smalls. If you like really look closely, you can actually see the subvortices inside of the eye of the hurricane. Shout out to Timothy also for the $10 super chat. For a brief amount of time here this morning, you might not even think a hurricane is coming, but like it's actually, for the first time this morning in the Kingston Harbor, there is actually visibility. This is actually kind of surprising. There's actually visibility right now. The waves obviously very choppy. Birds are still flying around. Wind gusts, again, have been upwards of already 40 to 60 miles per hour, perhaps even higher than that in Kingston Harbor. I'm honestly surprised, again, that we even have cameras, to be honest. I'm really shocked by that. I really didn't think we were having any cameras by this time. But this is a live shot there in Kingston Harbor. Surprisingly, you can actually see out there. This back over on Flatbridge. The river is getting faster and faster, and more debris keeps going down this river on Flatbridge, which is just to the northwest of Kingston. All this debris flow, again, upwards of 13 feet of storm surge is pushing towards the coastline right now. It could be up to 13 feet above ground level, which is obviously very dangerous. That's literally like 5 feet taller than I am. Like, we're talking really tall stuff here when it comes to how high the water is going to be off the ground right along the coastlines and even going inland a little bit. Honestly, the storm surge could be as bad as Ian from a couple of years ago in the United States. And then this is Storm Chaser Bryce Shelton / Tornado Pagey. They're live on the Radar Omega app, also on YouTube. Thank you, Aaron, for the super chat. Yes, I'm 8'7". Thank you. I'm running out of my McDonald's iced coffee. I'm gonna need another one.
So with the 8 a.m. update from NHC, 175 mile per hour sustained winds, gusts to 215 miles per hour. Pressure is 901 millibars, and it's moving north-northeast at 7. So it is definitely picking up some speed as it approaches Jamaica. We do know over the past few days it has been crawling towards the island, nearly stationary at times. But it is finally picking up some speed as it finds that trough. And it should be turning off to the northeast once it makes landfall.
I have a lot of people asking. I put their location on the top of your screen. General area. Thank you, Brady, for the $10 super chat. Prayers for Jamaica. Hard to celebrate my birthday when people are losing everything. Yeah, there's nothing good about this hurricane at all. I'm hoping that everybody pulls through this hurricane and hopefully everybody makes it out. But this is going to be the, again, worst hurricane I think that Jamaica has ever seen. And we are now sitting about 4 hours away from landfall. It is really, really, really unfortunate what's going to be happening here soon. I mean, it's obviously already pretty bad out there, but it's only going to get worse from here. Thank you, Adrian, for the super chat for the coffee fund. Appreciate that. Where does it rank all time? This hurricane is already up there in terms of the ranking of how powerful this hurricane is. Again, we are talking about the 8th most intense hurricane of all time just by pressure. The pressure is actually lower than this. This is last night's graphic, but Melissa is now sitting here. It's now the 8th strongest hurricane of all time in the Atlantic Ocean by pressure. The only ones that beat it were Kamel, Allen, Milton, Rita, Labor Day, Gilbert, and Wilma. And so only one of these actually happened within the last 20 years, or within the last like 19 years, and that was Milton. That was last year. We've had 2 years in a row of record-breaking hurricanes in terms of intensity. Wait, I'm dumb. Wait, never mind. Pettis, ignore what I just said. This is the updated graphic. Here you go. This also has the driest eye of all time, by a long shot now. The temperature of, in terms of in Celsius, that the eye is currently sitting at, this is the eye dryness, and this is the driest eye that we've had on record according to water vapor imagery. Negative 2.67 degrees Celsius. And this includes typhoons as well. This isn't just hurricanes. This is across the entire world that this includes. Aaron was number 4, and now it's number 5. Aaron happened this year. Lee also was one of the top 10. That happened back in 2023, but, I mean, this is just insane. Like, the difference between number 1 and, like, number 5 is huge. So, Melissa is continuing to break tons of records and is continuing to look like a very historic hurricane. There's actually somebody walking on the bottom right of your screen. There's people driving right now in Kingston. World. What in the world? That is crazy. There's literally a guy walking out there right now. I'm honestly kind of surprised by this. That bottom right camera is in Kingston, but it is surprising that there's even somebody walking around. On top of that, there's just people driving around too. Might be doing some like last minute preparation stuff or something, but I gotta say at the least, that is actually really surprising. All right, this river back over on Flatbridge, it continues to get higher. The bridge has now been completely overtaken by water. We are seeing more and more debris and also a faster moving river now with all the landslides that we're seeing and all the flooding rain. And on top of that, the storm surge. This is starting to get worse and worse right now in Jamaica. And Hurricane Melissa is still has not made landfall yet, and the eye wall has not really made it into land yet. It is going to over the next 30 minutes. In southwestern Jamaica, the worst of the impacts for Kingston are still a few hours away. Do you think Melissa will get retired? I'm going to say it early, but yeah, I do think it will. Yeah, I don't see a world where Melissa doesn't get retired. It's another one of the See Jamaica live cameras. You can watch these again on YouTube. This is Kingston Harbor, which is where you can see the waves crashing in the distance, but this is where all that storm surge is going to really ramp up over the next few hours. Again, when we have the offshore winds that are over 100 miles per hour pushing all the water up into Kingston, that is essentially where we are going to see upwards of 13 feet of storm surge above ground level. And there are still birds flying out there. And again, unfortunately, one of the things I've already mentioned is that the birds eventually are going to be, like, once Melissa's over landfall, what we're going to see is all those birds that are like sheltering and hiding out, they're going to fly into the eye, and they're going to basically go all the way to the north through Cuba, and they might not make it at all because of the fact that they just get caught in the eye and they think it's, the weather's fine now. So but conditions are continuing to deteriorate right now across Jamaica. And this is live. This is, again, Storm Chaser Bryce Shelton.
It starts at the ocean and then it rapidly goes up in elevation.
In Mainville, Jamaica.
So that's more of a
ahead of Hurricane
threat there.
Melissa making landfall. Where's Paige at? They are in Mainville. Top of your screen is the location. They're in the Mainville area. Which again, this is not technically Paige, it is Bryce. Again, they are a chasing duo. And then again, keep in mind the eye wall, which is where the worst of the winds are going to be. It's still about 10-15 miles to the southwest. The winds are going to be a really sharp gradient. We talked about this last night, but where the highest winds are, there is a very sharp gradient between where we have 50 to 60 mile per hour hurricane wind gusts and where we have over, you know, 150 mile per hour wind gusts. All right, like, so right here is where we have those 150 plus mile per hour wind gusts happening. But over in this area, like where Mainville is, it can be a really sharp decrease. That is because of our pressure gradient, because Melissa is right now sitting at 901 millibars right here in the center of where Melissa is. But once you go any further out, the pressure drops by about 2 to 3 millibars every single mile that you go away from the eye. And so once you get up towards Mainville, if we do a little measurement of where the eye is, that's about 47 miles to the northeast. So the pressure technically in Mainville right now is probably around 980, 990 millibars. That is not really even category 1 winds. That is a huge decrease. And that's not a very far distance from the eye. So I just want you to know that, like, Mainville might look fine right now. It's going to look way different in 1 or 2 hours once the eye is actually, like, very close to making landfall. And that is when we're going to see the eye wall actually make it inwards. And the fact that we are already starting to see, you know, all this overflowing water in a river, the fact that we're already seeing very choppy waters in Kingston Harbor, and on top of that, seeing the winds already around hurricane force when it comes to our wind gusts, goes to show that this is only going to continue to get worse over the next few hours. But once again, hurricane hunters are now moving into Hurricane Melissa. This is the first time today that we are now getting hurricane hunters into at least the southeastern eye wall. Currently located southeast of Melissa as of 7:27. That is in local time here in Jamaica. Pressure, again, where they're at is 991 millibars. Look where they're at, by the way. That is where the pressure is 991 millibars. It is 901 or so right in the center of Melissa. Look how far they are still. That is still a long ways away. That is about 40 miles. So where Bryce is right now, that is probably a pressure of around 990 millibars. It is a very sharp difference between where we have 150 mile per hour winds versus where we have 50 mile per hour winds right now. But hurricane hunters are entering into Melissa. We'll have another update on the data in about 3 minutes or so, and we will see if they're in the eye by then, and we might have some big data. But we can at least see that hurricane force winds are reaching out to about right here on the southeastern side of the eye, or of the hurricane, excuse me. So basically, we most likely are seeing at least hurricane force winds all in this donut hole that I just drew, which technically would be up towards Montego Bay and just west of Spanish Town. But I do want to also point out that there's land interactions here. The winds that they are measuring are slightly off the ground. And what we're seeing right now on Bryce's feed does not look to be hurricane force wind gusts. It's been at times hurricane force winds, but I do think in about an hour, maybe even sooner than that, we're actually going to see legit, consistent hurricane force wind gusts. There in Mainville. And once again, Bryce is the closest to where the eye wall is. Out of any camera or any view that we'll have of this hurricane, he is by far the closest to where this is making landfall. No other camera, no other person is closer. All right. This is a live shot from the Kingston Harbor right now on the See Jamaica live camera. Again, we still have birds flying around, lots of birds flying around as well. And then this is a live shot right now, again, from Mainville. Also, we've talked about this a couple of times, but we have had somebody, which they're probably not even watching our stream, and they probably aren't watching really any weather coverage, but there are people that have been near this river, that Flatbridge River that we've been looking at. It is overflowing. You should never be standing near a river like this. You can have unexpected rising waters at any time, and being this close to the river, you could literally lose your life very easily. I don't know why there's people here. We've at least seen 4 different people next to this river. You need to be sheltered if you're in Jamaica. And if you're tuning in, you need to be sheltered. You should not be this close to the river at all. It's unbelievable how close those people are. And there was a dog there too. Revel has an urgent update. Go ahead, Revel.
Thank you, Max. We just got our data in from the most recent Hurricane Hunters pass. They found an extrapolated pressure of 893 millibars with flight level winds of 165 knots.
Wow. Okay, thank you, Revel, for the update. So we are now up. We could have a hurricane sub 900 millibars. It probably is sub 900 right now. That is an extrapolated pressure, which for those that don't know, that basically means the intensity of this hurricane has possibly dropped by as much as another 8 millibars. My goodness. Holy crap. Sustained winds have been measured at 155 knots as well, which is about 158. This hurricane's going to get an upgrade even further than what it is, I think. The maximum sustained winds are at 182 miles per hour now on the southeastern side of this hurricane. That is higher than what it is right now. It's at 175. The pressure could be as low as 893. Holy cow. If this hurricane couldn't get worse, it just got worse. It's really hard to make this thing any worse than it already is, but I mean, the pressure dropping even further just means like that southwest coast of Jamaica is going to get slammed even harder. Look at this right here. Extrapolated pressure, 893 millibars. You can see this data also inside of the Radar Omega app as the Hurricane Hunters fly through. They haven't even entered the... This isn't even the center of the eye, by the way. This isn't even the center of the eye. This is like the southeastern side of the eye, which, again, the pressure could be lower in a few minutes. This is just absolutely insane. The fact that this hurricane is about to make landfall as a possibly an 893 millibar category 5 hurricane. I don't know the last time we had a hurricane this low of pressure that has made landfall like this. I am so incredibly concerned right now for Jamaica. I'm so incredibly concerned for Jamaica right now. There are literally no words. There are no words. The pressure, again, isn't official. It's extrapolated. It will be reviewed, and the National Hurricane Center is going to probably have an update here shortly regarding that pressure reading. But, again, like, let's theoretically say the pressure is around 893 millibars. All right, let's just theoretically say it is, or even around 895. This is the list of hurricanes in the Atlantic Ocean that have ever gotten below 905 millibars. Melissa already was at 901. That's what it was at as of the last several hours. It could be one of the top 5 strongest, if not the top 4 strongest hurricanes of all time when it comes to pressure. Here shortly. The Hurricane Hunters are currently right in the middle of the eye, and they have already measured at least a extrapolated pressure of 893. And again, maximum sustained winds could be over 180 miles per hour near the center, which means wind gusts could be over 220 miles per hour. Coming right up towards the southwest coast of Jamaica right now. This is absolutely insane. We will have possibly an emergency update from the National Hurricane Center here shortly regarding the intensity. I am currently trying to see if there's any update. They have not posted any updates as of right now. Whenever they have an update, we'll be the first to let you know if there's any major updates to the intensity, which we probably will get something here shortly. Revel has an update. Go ahead, Revel.
Thank you, Max. We have once again broken our record for eye temperature. We are now down to negative 2.25 degrees Celsius.
Unbelievable. Thank you, Revel, for the update. We are now down to the driest eye of all time by almost 3 degrees Celsius. What this means is that it is the driest eye that we've ever seen in history of any hurricane. This does not include just Atlantic. This is hurricanes. This is typhoons. It's everything. Southwest of Jamaica. This is according to water vapor imagery, down to negative 2.25 degrees Celsius. And it has only gotten lower. Like, this was a record that broke yesterday afternoon at like negative 4.7. This is the chart here of all the driest eyes of all time. This, again, does include typhoons. It literally includes any tropical system that has ever happened anywhere. And extrapolated pressure, again, was just measured about 893 millibars by hurricane hunters. And there will be drop-zone data coming in shortly as well. Shout out to Barbo with the $20 super chat. Also, thank you, Ken, for becoming a member. And Brent for the $10 super chat. My wife and I were in Jamaica 2 weeks ago for our honeymoon. Amazing people. Prayers to everybody. Yep. It is unfortunately not looking good. This is the updated graphic now in the driest eyes of all time. It continues to drop for Melissa. And we might not even be at the driest eye yet. This thing might continue to intensify into Jamaica. Like, it's unbelievable. This thing could literally keep intensifying all the way until landfall. It has not stopped intensifying. There's been no signs of IOR replacement, which would technically weaken it a little bit. There's been no signs of this weakening at all. Thank God that, you know, Storm Chaser, Tornado Pagey / Bryce Shelton, like, thank God they're not in Black River, because he was thinking about staying there last night. He ended up evacuating a little bit further inland, which is where he is. He's in the Manville area. Like, anybody that is right along this coastline that is still there, like, I don't, like, there might not be very many, like, people left along that coastline when it comes to the storm surge, the hurricane force winds, and the catastrophic flooding. Especially, like, if you're along the immediate coast, what I'm saying, like, if you're literally right on the beach on one of those homes or something like that, like, it could literally just be a devastating event. And I'm trying to say this lightly, but there's really no way to put it lightly. Like, this is the worst hurricane that we have seen in Jamaica by far. I mean, this is what it looks like in Mainville right now. And again, it might not look that crazy, but it's going to get a lot crazier here soon. Keep in mind that he is still on kind of like the northeast side of where the hurricane is. In about 30 minutes to an hour, we will likely see very consistent hurricane force winds here. Thank you, Stefan, for the super chat. Also, Rogue for the super chat. And also, Spen for the super chat. Hey, I might look calm right now, but it's not going to stay this way. That's not even calm, but that's like the calmest it looks right now. It is currently 7:49 a.m. local time in Jamaica. If you're just tuning in, this is a view from Flat Bridge, which is just northwest of Kingston. This was a bridge. You can no longer see it anymore. The water is overflowing in this river. It was much lower yesterday. Debris flow has continued in this river. We've had people on the bottom right of your screen at times. It looks like there is still somebody on the bottom right of your screen there, right next to the river. Again, do not be there if you are. I know they're not tuning in, but like, there should be no reason why you're this close to the river. I don't know why people are still there. Like, this is an overflowing river. We could have a significant landslide at any point. There's already tons of water here that is just continuing to overflow. We have lots of debris that has already been going down the river, and it continues to get worse. And the river has continued to get a lot faster, too, with this debris flow. We will have another Hurricane Hunter update in about a minute or less, so we'll see if there's any pressure that is measured lower than that. There's also a live shot in Kingston Harbor. Let me try to refresh it. Kingston Harbor is not loading. I'm going to try it again in a second. Hey, Robert, for becoming a member, and also Fletcher for the super chat. Mandeville. Oh, thank you. All right, so it's Mandeville is where they're located. My apologies. All right, here's a live shot in Kingston Harbor right now. This is on the Sea Jamaica live cameras, which you can also watch over on YouTube. They have like 10 different cameras in Jamaica. These are mostly all near Kingston. And again, the conditions are continuing to get worse. We're probably approaching hurricane force wind gusts in Kingston now. The winds have been consistently intense here right along the coastline. Storm surge is forecasted to be upwards of 9 to 13 feet for a peak storm surge in Kingston Harbor. They have just updated data. This is a crazy flight.
Atop and on.
This is the latest from the Hurricane Hunters in Jamaica. I'm going to try to see what we got here. Extrapolated pressure, 894, 894, 895, 893, 894 area. So Hurricane Hunters are consistently measuring. They're circling in the eye right now. You don't see this often, but they are actually in the eye. They are circling in the eye right now. They are measuring pressure actively around 894 millibars, 893 millibars. The National Hurricane Center has done this in the past. They'll probably do it for this one too. They'll probably have a update within the next, I'd say, 10 to 15 minutes. It basically says, hey, the pressure's even lower than before. They'll do like an emergency update because our next official outlook or advisory from the National Hurricane Center is at 11 o'clock. But they are currently circling in the hurricane right now, and they are measuring pressure well below 900 millibars. The lowest extrapolated pressure that any Hurricane Hunter measured up to this point was about 900 millibars. And we were at 901 before. So I would expect we're going to be down near Milton, which was 895. And keep in mind, Milton became an 895 millibar hurricane, but that was over the ocean. It wasn't really hitting anything. In this case, we are about to see a direct landfalling hurricane as a sub 900 millibar hurricane. There are not very many hurricanes that have made direct landfall this low of pressure. What app is this? This is the Radar Omega app. You can download it with the top link in the description. How do they get out of the eye? They fly through it. They have aircraft like this aircraft. It's built for this. These planes are built to fly through hurricanes. The edge of the eye of Hurricane Melissa is currently about 21 to 22 miles away from approaching Black River. It is forecasted to make landfall in Black River, Jamaica, within the next 4 hours. We have a countdown on the bottom right of your screen until landfall. We're about 3.5 hours out from landfall here in Jamaica as a very powerful Category 5 hurricane, which is basically one of the most powerful Cat 5s we've had ever, is approaching landfall here in Jamaica. This is a live shot on visible satellite right now. We have all sorts of little sub-vortices that are spinning inside of the eye of Hurricane Melissa. This is what the eye looks like. It looks even crazier than yesterday. Once again, this is the driest eye of all time out of any hurricane by almost 3 degrees Celsius. Every single reading that we've had from the Hurricane Hunters, by the way, has been sub 900 in terms of pressure. This is the observations over the last 10 minutes. All of these are sub 900. The lowest one that we have had, it was 893.4 millibars for extrapolated pressure. Absolutely bonkers what we're about to see here in Jamaica. It's going to be the worst hurricane we've ever seen in Jamaica. And we are only hours away from the worst of it happening. Thank you, Coolin, for the super chat. Leaving Miami on Friday, the Bahamas on a cruise. How much do you think Melissa will affect Nassau and the surrounding areas? Probably not that much by that point. Thank you, Motorcycle, for becoming a member. Thank you, Ethan, also for the super chat. What is the exact projected area of landfall? I've been saying this for like 2 days, I think, or at least since yesterday, but I do think landfall is going to be between Alligator Pond and Savannah Lamar. Black River looks like is where we're going to see landfall unless it wobbles at all, which it has been wobbling very minimally. It's been wobbling a little bit to the west, just a smidge here over the last hour or so, but it's not like dramatic. Like a small wobble, like any wobbles that happen at this point are not going to be that meaningful. It's not like this is going to take a left turn out towards sea or something, like out into the Western Caribbean. That's not happening. But a small wobble could still make it go a little bit further west or maybe even a little bit further east. But it's going to be somewhere in this cone of uncertainty. It's going to make landfall between Savannah Lamar and Tollgate, which is just west of Kingston. It is currently moving northeast at about 7 miles per hour. This is a faster moving hurricane than before. It was only moving northeast at like, I don't know, like 2 miles per hour, 3 miles per hour for the longest time yesterday. And at points, it wasn't even moving. But it is moving at a pretty good speed right now. Thank you, Caitlin, for the super chat. I'm sure it's hard to cover devastating events like this. It is not easy. No, this is not easy. Like, I've been on the verge of literally crying multiple times just because of what's going to be happening here. And I'm not trying to sound like weak or anything. That's just literally how it is. Like, this is... We've never had anything like this. My heart sank when I just saw the 893 millibar reading. My heart literally sank when I saw that. Thank you, Marcia, for becoming a maximum velocity member. I was really hoping this thing was weakening, but every time we keep seeing the water vapor dryness being lower and lower, that is just when you know this thing is still intensifying. And what I mean by that, like when we go over to water vapor imagery, again, this is the driest eye that we've ever had. But when we have such a dry eye like this is a very classic sign of this is a very, very powerful hurricane. Like that right there is an extremely, extremely dry eye. Trying to get just to the last 14 frames. But that is like very, very dry. Hey, John, for becoming a member. What's the most damaging part of a hurricane? That's a great question. So, like, essentially, the most dangerous part of a hurricane is the eye wall. And the eye wall currently is not over land yet, but it will be here shortly. The eye wall is essentially located right in here. That's basically the eye wall. It's this area that surrounds the hurricane. I'm trying to draw... This is a terrible circle. But it's basically this right here. And it's about to be over land for the first time here in the next, like, 20 minutes or so. Over here near Black River. I do want to point out that the highest winds that have been measured in this latest fly-through were upwards of 180 miles per hour. The Category 5 hurricane has been sustaining winds at 175 here for quite some time. We may see an upgrade to that right before landfall at 180. The Hurricane Hunters did measure a 155 knot, I believe, wind at some point. 150, 155, it was somewhere in here. 150, I keep saying 150. 155. So the highest sustained wind that the Hurricane Hunters have measured at this point was 155 knots, which translates to 180 mile per hour sustained winds. The peak wind speed, which is not sustained, this is just the peak, was about 187 miles per hour. And that is, again, absolutely insane. That is, again, that's surface winds is what we're talking about. That's not like, you know, those are just super intense winds. Aircraft altitude is right around 40 or 2,700 meters off the ground. And if you're just tuning in, Hurricane Hunters have already observed extrapolated pressure down to 893 millibars. Hurricane force winds are currently extending as far out as literally almost Kingston right now. But where we have the Category 3+ winds, our major hurricane winds, are mainly going to be in this corridor right here. Be mainly this area, and so those are starting to move into very far southwestern Jamaica, mainly along the extreme southwestern coast right now. We obviously have Storm Chaser, Bryce Shelton, and Tornado Pagey. They're also live on YouTube and inside of the Radar Omega app here in Jamaica. They're in Mandeville. Again, conditions have not gotten that bad yet. This is inland, though, keep that in mind. But the conditions are only going to get a lot worse here over the next few hours as this hurricane continues to move inland. Hey, Joke, for becoming a member. Welcome to the Velocities. Also, Sharon, for becoming a member. Yes, wind gusts are around 200 miles per hour right now. We're near the, in the eye wall. We're not talking about, like, over land yet. The Hurricane Hunter aircraft has continued to circle around Melissa. They have just updated their location tracking. It is still circling in the eye of Hurricane Melissa. The latest pressure that was just measured is 893.6 millibars of extrapolated pressure. And I would fully expect, once again, that we are going to see this upgraded even further as a very intense hurricane at some point here in the next little bit. Revel has an important update. Go ahead, Revel.
Yep. Speaking of that, Max, we did just get a tropical cyclone update from the National Hurricane Center. It is now officially 896 millibars with sustained winds of 180 miles an hour.
They roll with the update. All right, so we have a breaking update from the National Hurricane Center. This hurricane has even gotten more intense. Latest update, they have issued an emergency update on Hurricane Melissa. The wind speeds, the sustained wind speeds, are now up to 180 miles per hour. This is still a very powerful Category 5 hurricane. This is now officially on the record books. Let me get the exact number. It's down to 896 millibars of pressure. So this is now officially it's officially the 5th most intense hurricane of all time in the Atlantic Ocean in terms of pressure. So it has now climbed the leaderboards. Melissa is now all the way up to here in terms of pressure. That is borderline of what Milton was last year at its peak pressure of 896 millibars. This is now officially the 5th strongest hurricane on record in the Atlantic Ocean for pressure. Typing out a post for socials. Give me 1 second. All right, but yeah, once again, this continues to climb the leaderboards, and it might even get stronger before landfall. Like, we are already at a very high point. I would not be surprised if this continues to get a little bit stronger as this gets closer to the coastline. But 896 millibars is now what this is down to, and it is about to make landfall as most likely an 896 millibar or even possibly a little bit stronger hurricane. Another thing I want to point out, we obviously have hurricane hunters in the eye right now. They are circling the eye of Hurricane Melissa. They might be there for a little bit. They're continuing to circle it. We also have another hurricane hunter aircraft that is coming out of Florida. They are actually coming in right now from the northwest side of the eye. They flew out of Lakeland, Florida not too long ago, which is a very typical spot where hurricane hunters fly out of, and they are going to be flying into the northwestern side of Melissa here very shortly. So we'll have two hurricane hunter aircraft inside of Melissa here very soon. We obviously have one already that is circling inside of the eye. This only happens with the most intense hurricanes. They've been circling in here for about 20-30 minutes now. They are literally just inside of the eye collecting data, and that will continue here for the foreseeable future. Thank you, Michelle, for becoming a member. But the pressure could drop a little bit further here over the next few hours. We have currently about 3 hours or so until landfall. 3.5 hours. I would love a live feed from them. If we had live feed of the hurricane hunters, that would be absolutely insane. I just want to throw that out there. Like, that would be next level crazy. Hopefully in the future we actually get that. That would be, like, really cool to see. Like, the inside of a hurricane. Like, even on hurricanes that aren't hitting land, like, I'm talking, like, the ones that are, like, even in the ocean, like Aaron, for example, that we had earlier this year, that was a Cat 5. Like, if we could see live feed coming in from inside of a hurricane of, like, the stadium structure, like, that would just be crazy. And there are birds that are likely still inside of the eye. I don't think they've reported any birds right now from the raw data that I'm seeing. I don't think birds have been reported, but there have been occasional reports of birds from hurricane hunters that are just inside of the eye of the hurricane that are stuck there. A coffee break for the becoming a member. Once again, if you're just tuning in, the National Hurricane Center just had an emergency update. We are now up to 180-mile-per-hour maximum sustained winds with Hurricane Melissa. This is a, again, urgent update. I'm going to show you guys on the website too. They just updated though. Maximum sustained winds are at 180 miles per hour, excuse me. The pressure is down to 896 millibars. They have also noted in this, the eye of Melissa is nearing the south coast of Jamaica and is expected to make landfall within the next few hours. This is an extremely dangerous and life-threatening situation. Take cover now to protect your life. Residents in Jamaica should not leave their shelter as winds will rapidly increase within the eye wall of Melissa. Remain in place through the passage of these life-threatening conditions. They have also mentioned that the Air Force Reserve Hurricane Hunter aircraft has found that Melissa is strengthening with a maximum sustained wind of 180 miles per hour. That's nearly 300 kilometers per hour. Estimated wind or estimated minimum pressure based on aircraft data has fallen to 896 millibars. And again, these updates only come out unless we have like only for like urgent updates like this. When we have active data coming in, that is a big change, and this is a big change. Wouldn't be surprised, though, if this goes below Milton levels. Hey, Risa, for the $10 super chat. I appreciate that. By the way, we have all this data updating below me on the bottom of your screen. When we have the breaking news thing that comes up, it'll have all that data for you. Again, these are new hurricane overlays. For those that are not like new to the channel and watch this channel often and have watched hurricane streams in the past, this is a brand new like overlay that we basically have. And so below me, it will have the speed at what Melissa's going at. It'll have the pressure. It'll have the wind speeds, the wind gusts as well. And then at the very bottom, we'll have a breaking news thing that comes up every about 5 minutes or so. That'll have the latest data on advisories. Here's that latest information, by the way, on this now being the 5th strongest hurricane of all time. Both Rita and Milton tied. They're tied at 4th in terms of intensity with pressure. Melissa is technically the 5th strongest hurricane on record in terms of pressure in the Atlantic Ocean. The only ones that are higher were Wilma, Gilbert, Labor Day, Rita, and Milton. Again, it could be the 4th strongest here soon. It could it could honestly take the cake over Milton and Rita. It's entirely possible. This is a live look right now from live Storm Chaser, Bryce, Shelton, and Tornado Pagey. Bryce is live right now in Mandeville, Jamaica, where we are seeing mostly tropical storm force winds, but hurricane wind gusts are starting to pick up. Again, this is going to be the first area where we really see really intense winds come through here soon.
Coast is probably experiencing sustained hurricane force winds.
Thank you, Katie, for becoming a member, and also Rico for the super chat. And Brad for the $20 super chat. Bridge cam's looking worse. This is what, wow, yeah, it actually has gotten a lot worse. Yeah, you can't even, the bridge is almost, like, where that water is overflowing on this bridge right now, and again, the camera signal is going to be pretty low. We're going to probably lose power on these cameras at some point here soon. But where that bridge is currently, you can't really see the outline. I'm going to go back, like, just a few seconds here. But you can see the bridge outline just a little bit. Very top left of your screen. You can see where the water is, like, crashing. That is the edge of Flat Bridge. This is northwest of Kingston. So the water levels have already gone up 3 to 4 feet. The storm surge and also the landslides have gotten so significant that this water is basically going over the bridge, and it is almost fully over it now. There's still debris flow as well on the left side of your screen. You still got wood and stuff going down this river. Show us before footage. I'll actually show you guys. This is what it looked like last night. This was last night. This isn't live. That was last night. This was at 7:49 p.m. last night. That's the before. All right. And now this is the after. I didn't realize I could go back. I forgot I could go back on streams. But this is a See Jamaica live camera. Again, you can see these on YouTube as well. They have a whole network of cameras here in Jamaica. Egypt for the super chat. What was the defining moment leading up to the point where you realized how bad this hurricane would be? I thought it was going to be bad about 2.5, 3 days ago when I saw that it was going to basically stall. I think that was the defining moment. When we knew this thing was going to stall, that is when everything got way more serious with Melissa. It was already serious before, but it got a lot more serious when it actually was forecasted to stall here. Hurricane hunters are still inside of Melissa right now. They are still measuring pressure. The latest reading, they are measuring pressure perhaps as low as 892 millibars of extrapolated pressure. 892.3 is the lowest that they just measured. I gotta find where that is on here. I'm not sure where they measured that, but it was somewhere on here. They've done so many fly-throughs now, I'm getting lost on where they're actually flying around. But they just measured an extrapolated pressure of 893, or 892.3 millibars. There it is. 892.3 millibars is just measured for extrapolated pressure. So this could still be intensifying. It could even be lower than 896 millibars of pressure. It still seems like Melissa is intensifying. At this point, all you can do is pray for Jamaica. Here's a map as well of all the extrapolated pressure. 892.3 millibars there from the Hurricane Hunter aircraft. And then this right here is also a view this morning of Hurricane Melissa as it approaches the coast here of Jamaica. Lots of subvortices inside of the eye of Hurricane Melissa. And we alluded to this about an hour ago. I haven't really talked about this in a while, but the lightning took a huge uptick in the last couple hours. This is the density of lightning around the eye of Melissa. This is actually very frequent for a hurricane. The lightning has been intense. Like, we don't usually have this much lightning with any hurricane, and this is an abnormal amount of lightning for a hurricane. There's tons of lightning happening right now inside the eye of Melissa, which still means it's a very intense hurricane. In a lot of cases, it means it's still intensifying. Hey, Patricia for the super chat, or Patrice for the super chat. The wind and rain are dangerous, but people need to realize that 895 millibars is harmful on the human body. Yeah. A rapid pressure drop like this is definitely going to be another bad thing too. Keep in mind when we have a pressure drop, because like right now, where like for example, right now where Tornado Pagey is located, where they're storm chasing in Mandeville, Jamaica, like that area, the pressure currently is around 800, or not 800, it's around 990 millibars or so. It's a major increase from where the eye is. Our pressure gradient is very intense as you get closer to the southwestern Jamaica coast. Like back over here near Black River and Malvern and west of Alligator Pond, this entire area, we're probably around 960, 970 millibars of pressure. But like once you get down to the actual eye wall, that is where we have pressure that is dropping down near 900 millibars. And like that's where we get into the eye, obviously. So the pressure gradient, which is the difference in pressure, it is significant between where the eye is corresponding to where Jamaica is, which is only about a 20-mile difference at this point. Where that lowest pressure is only 29 miles offshore. Where the pressure is about 900 millibars is only 17 miles away from being over Black River. We are starting to get a slightly more clear view of visible satellite as well. If I go over to the GeoColor here, or the G19 satellite, you can see Melissa a little bit clearer now on satellite. Again, the eye of the hurricane is now coming up currently only about 18 miles or so from being over land in Black River. Black River is likely now experiencing 100+ mile per hour wind gusts at this point, maybe even higher than that. Keep in mind that Black River is probably not going to be there's probably not going to be a whole lot left there when it comes to infrastructure after this is all said and done. that area is going to get absolutely slammed. We're talking, again, about a 180 mile per hour Category 5 hurricane. And on top, or 180 mile per hour Category 5 hurricane. And on top of that, the wind gusts are well over 200 miles per hour now. The wind gusts, according to the National Hurricane Center, I don't see the exact number, but they're probably over 210, if I had to say. The last advisory, the one previously, was, I believe, 800, or 800. It was about 200. So we're probably around 210, 220 mile per hour wind gusts right now with the eye wall here of Melissa. Countdown's bottom right of your screen. We are less than, I think, about 3 hours away from landfall. We might see landfall a little bit less than what that time says right now. Landfall will probably happen around 10:30, 11:30 here in Jamaica. Will subvortices have higher winds? Subvortices inside of the eye, for those that are asking, I've seen a couple people asking about it. When we have subvortices in the eye of a hurricane, that basically is a localized area of higher wind. And a lot of the time, this can mean the hurricane is still intensifying. Let me take off the lightning again. But you can see the subvortices that are all spinning in here. All right, so those are all the different subvortices inside of Melissa. But these are often associated with the most powerful hurricanes. Milton had this. Like, any big hurricane that you could think of that was Cat 5, like, most of them have something like this. But they're basically little swirls of wind that form inside of an eye. Hey, Casey, for the 5 get to memberships. Yes, I slept for like 3 hours, for those that are asking. We got about 3 hours of sleep, and that was it. Also, this is a live shot right now, what it looks like in Mandeville, Jamaica. Conditions are starting to get worse. This is live Storm Chaser Tornado Pagey. You can also watch them on YouTube and inside of the Radar Omega app, which you can download with the top link in the description below. They are live right now in Jamaica as Melissa approaches landfall here. How high is the storm surge? The storm surge will be up to about 13 feet at its peak.
Hurricane Melissa is officially the 5th strongest hurricane in the Atlantic Ocean, pressure-wise, as it's down to 896.
It does look like the Hurricane Hunter aircraft that is currently inside of Melissa is now going into, they might be, I don't know for sure, but it looks like they might be going to the northeastern side of the eye wall, which would be flying over basically Jamaica at that point, or almost over Jamaica. Still waiting to confirm that. They actually might not. I don't know what they're doing yet. They've been circling in the eye. The last time we had an update from them was about 11 minutes ago. As a reminder, if you are new to the channel, make sure to subscribe down below. We do live weather coverage like this all the time. And we'll be live here throughout the morning hours, probably even into the afternoon, covering the landfall of Melissa. Again, this is currently live in Mandeville, Jamaica. This is just to the north of Alligator Pond and also Black River, where the eye wall will be making it on shore here shortly. And trust me, guys, Bryce is going to be fine. He's going to be safe. He knows what he's doing. He is a professional storm chaser. He's been through dozens of hurricanes in his past. Isn't anything groundbreaking or new for him. Thank you, Caroline, for becoming a member. By the way, Bryce was initially in Black River, I think, last night, and he did end up, because of safety reasons, he ended up going instead back to like more inland because of safety issues. Like he did not feel safe where he was, and I totally agree with him not being in Black River. If he was in Black River, I think that place is just going to get wiped, especially along the coastline. And so it's honestly a good thing that he went back inland, because like at least there's a better chance of, there's much higher chance of surviving there rather than being right on the water. Because I mean, we're talking again about 13 plus feet of storm surge right along the coastline, anywhere from Alligator Pond back through Savannah Lamar. And on top of that, we're gonna have over 150 mile per hour wind gusts for sure in that area. So it's a good thing that he went back inland. We have another Hurricane Hunter aircraft that was initially flying into the northwestern side of Melissa. It actually turned around. So I'm not sure if something happened, but they were starting to fly into the northwestern side of Melissa, and they have now turned around. See the Hurricane Hunter aircraft here. You can watch these again on Radar Omega, but they just turned around. Not sure why. The other Hurricane Hunter aircraft that has been flying through Melissa just flew out the northwestern side of Melissa now. So they're no longer in the eye of the hurricane. We've measured extrapolated pressure down to around 892 millibars. If you're just tuning in, the official pressure of Melissa is down to 896 millibars. It is stronger than last night. This is stronger than last night. Last night, we landed the stream around 903 millibars. It has dropped another 7 this morning. The maximum sustained winds are at 180 miles per hour. The Hurricane Hunters just measured 148 knots of sustained wind on the northwest side of the eye. So this has continued to remain a very powerful hurricane. Again, we are only sitting a couple hours away from landfall here in Jamaica, as a very powerful Category 5 hurricane is set to make landfall, again, approximately around 10 to 11 o'clock this morning. We are, and that's local time. That's still about an hour or two from now at least. You expect this to weaken as it approaches land, or hits land. It will only weaken as it goes over land, and even with it weakening, look at the intensity it's going to be about 10 miles inland. Or actually, this is 15 miles inland. So once Melissa is over Quick Step heading in Troy, which is like central Jamaica, this is still going to be a Category 5 hurricane with maximum sustained winds of 165 miles per hour and maximum wind gusts of 200 miles per hour. This is still going to be a very powerful hurricane. So this is not weakening. Thank you, Angie, for becoming a member. It's not going to weaken at least that much. It'll weaken over land over time, but that's not much of a weakening. That's still a Cat 5 well over land. The UI wall is going to be approaching the southwest side of Jamaica here in the next 20 to 30 minutes. It might already be on the very far southwestern side of Jamaica. Bottom right of your screen is what it looks like right now. I'm drawing the outline of Jamaica. It's a little harder to see, but that's the outline right there of Jamaica. Southwest coast. Also, this is a live shot from that Flatbridge River on the See Jamaica live camera. You can watch these also over on their YouTube channel. Water is well over the bridge right now. This bridge, again, earlier this morning. If we go back in time, this is a before and after. That's what it looked like last night at 8 o'clock. The water was way below the bridge. This is literally the same exact camera view. And the water is well over the bridge now. This is just northwest of Kingston. This bridge has been over here, I believe, for over 200 years. Hey, Tracy, and as well as Angie for both becoming members. They've been also for the super chat. Great coverage as always watching the hurricane, or great job as always watching the hurricane coverage. Appreciate that. Any chance the power's out in Jamaica? It's definitely out in southwestern Jamaica. It seems like so far, at least near Kingston, things have been okay. Again, these are several different cameras that are in the Kingston area. This is another See Jamaica camera in Kingston. This is right in the bay. And again, power is still up. I mean, again, I was really not expecting any power to be up at all, like across the entire island. But the cameras have been up, they've been down. It's been kind of hit or miss. Camera outages are going to probably ramp up in the next hour or two as this gets onto land. Somebody just said in the chat, my friend in Kingston still has power. That's good to hear. I mean, it seems like power across the board's there, still going. I mean, I've seen some people post on Twitter and other platforms that power, like, the lights have been flickering. There's been some flickering and stuff like that, but no major, like, power outages, at least in Kingston yet. I would have to assume, like, Savannah Lamar through Alligator Pond, I highly doubt there's any power there, which is south of Mandeville, which is right along the southwestern coast of Jamaica. Thank you, Hannah, for the super chat. And also thank you, Melissa, for the super chat. Caffeine Fun, thanks for all you do to keep people safe and weather aware as possible. Your love, care, and dedication to the weather community doesn't go unnoticed. Appreciate that. Thank you, Jacob, for becoming a member as well. It's back to Mandeville. This is, again, Storm Chaser Bryce Shelton, who is live here in Mandeville, which is going to be an area that's going to be in the eye wall within the next hour or so. Again, we did have an emergency 9 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time advisory from the National Hurricane Center. If you're just tuning in,
it's pretty much completely underwater.
Pressure is down.
The A1 highway, the T3 highway up that way.
All right, Bryce just said there was a few roadways underwater in that area. But what I was saying is the pressure is down to 896 millibars. The sustained winds are now up to 180 miles per hour. Thank you, FNOR, for becoming a member. And also Deborah for becoming a member. Welcome to the Velocities. Has made landfall. Nope. It is still about an hour out from making at least a couple hours out from making landfall. And the worst of the impacts haven't even gone into Melissa yet. This Hurricane Hunter aircraft is still circling. This is on the northwest side of Melissa. This aircraft is still circling around. I'm not sure why, but they're still circling. Maybe just waiting for the other Hurricane Hunter to get out of there, perhaps. I don't really know. Usually they don't circle like this on the outer edge of a hurricane, though. What cruise lines have private islands around here? I have zero clue. Thank you, Cat and Miranda, for becoming members. I have literally no clue. Apparently, the drop zone just measured 892 millibars of pressure. Wow. This hurricane might be getting upgraded further, and this could be legitimately the 4th strongest hurricane of all time in terms of pressure. There's a drop sonde, which is basically a weather tool that drops out of the Hurricane Hunter aircraft, and they basically just dropped it into the eye. This could tie the 3rd strongest hurricane of all time. This supports an 892 millibar hurricane. Which, if that is true, this would be tying the 3rd strongest hurricane of all time in the Atlantic Ocean by pressure. The one that would tie would be Labor Day in 1935. Gilbert was number 2 in 1988, which Gilbert did make landfall in Jamaica, by the way, but that was a Cat 4 when it made landfall. And then Wilma in 2005 was 882. Somebody just said in the chat they lost power in Montego Bay. Category 6 hurricanes do not exist, for every TikToker in the chat that has been watching TikTok. Thank you, Susan, for the $20 Venmo donation. Thanks for your hard work. Appreciate that. But in the next advisory, which they might have another emergency advisory here at any time, they could even drop the pressure lower than it currently is, which would be 892 millibars. So this hurricane, again, is still intensifying as it approaches Jamaica. It is still intensifying. And it has not slowed down whatsoever. Thank you, Hand for Letters, for the super chat. By the way, this hurricane, like, I know it might look large. This is not that large of a hurricane. Like, this is only, like, in terms of diameter, it was only about 160 miles yesterday. It's maybe about 200 now today. It's honestly not that large of a hurricane. But, like, a lot of the time, the most intense hurricanes are not that big. Because smaller hurricanes have the ability to rapidly intensify. Larger hurricanes, they use more energy. They take longer to intensify. And so that's why, like, whenever you look at a hurricane, let's say in the northern Atlantic Ocean, which we don't usually have any, but like a storm in the northern Atlantic is going to struggle more of the time because it's actually stretched apart more. Like, the further you up in latitude, the better chance it will be stretched. And so that kind of, you know, makes it harder for those to intensify. Obviously, the water temperatures are colder up there too, but, you know, that's one of the reasons why Melissa is it's thriving right now in this environment. Thank you, Raymond, for the $20 super chat, and also Robin for becoming a member. Conditions are definitely getting worse right now in Mandeville. There's actually a Jeep right there.
Start shaking the car.
Not sure if that's a chaser or if they're just out here. I don't know what that is. They have a label on their car. This is back over in Mandeville, Jamaica. Live storm chaser, Tornado Pagey. As Hurricane Melissa approaches. Hey, David, for the super chat. Former coworker of mine is stuck in Jamaica with her wedding party. So far, they're okay, just scared. Yeah. That is definitely a scary thing. Does anybody know, I don't know if anybody in the chat is watching from Jamaica, but does anybody know if that's like a emergency vehicle on the left, or if that's just like, that might just be some sort of business. I don't really know. I'm just curious, because I don't know what that is. It has a label on the right side, so I thought it might be something. But we haven't really seen any people driving, at least over here, where Bryce is, in Mandeville.
I had to imagine there's probably some...
Bryce is on a rooftop? Bryce is literally in a car. He has windshield wipers on.
Mountains right now.
If there's a rooftop with windshield wipers, that's new technology to me. It's a chaser. It's a regular company vehicle. Cars on the rooftop? Maybe it is a parking garage. I don't know. Oh, this is a car garage? Okay, well, somebody just called me a moron in the chat. Alright, sorry. Like, I don't know. It doesn't look like it's that high off the ground. I guess this is a parking garage. Alright. Good to know. Well, he was on a rooftop. Car. My apologies. Thank you, Glitch, for the super chat. Guys, I'm running off 3 hours of sleep. All right, I'm surprised I'm even this awake. I had a coffee. I think that's the only thing keeping me really running right now. Because if I didn't have that coffee, I would have no energy, I'm pretty sure. Kind of fortunate.
The Atlantic Basin.
McDonald's coffee came in clutch this morning. This is live over in the Kingston Harbor on the Sea Jamaica live camera. You can watch these on YouTube. Again, the waves are getting a lot higher right now. Very choppy seas. This is over, again, still pretty far to the east of where the eye of the hurricane is, but the worst of the conditions are going to ramp up here pretty soon. And all that water, again, is going to be pushing right towards the coastline. And Kingston Harbor is an area that we do expect upwards of 13 feet of storm surge throughout the next few hours. That is the peak storm surge above ground level. And then this back over on Flatbridge, which is just northwest of Jamaica. This is a river that has all sorts of landslides, all sorts of landslides nearby. And on top of that, there's just tons of rain that has already fallen. That's all kind of flowing into this river. And then on top of that, you obviously have the storm surge risk. So all sorts of water currently pushing across this river. That is a bridge on the far right side of your screen that has been completely covered over by floodwaters now. Inside of this river. But Melissa continues to get worse. Again, the pressure of Hurricane Melissa is down to as low as 892 millibars. The official advisory from the National Hurricane Center, they did say that the pressure is down to 896 millibars. But we have reason to believe that could be lower in the next outlook from the National Hurricane Center. The drop sound, which is a weather tool that we drop into a hurricane to measure pressure, wind speeds, temperature, dew point, all that sort of stuff, was dropped into the hurricane not too long ago, and that read a pressure of 892 millibars. And again, Melissa's eye is getting awfully close to the coast of Jamaica. This is the coast of Jamaica right here. The eye wall is beginning to come ashore near Alligator Pond. The conditions are getting a lot worse, by the way, right now in Mandeville. Look at the conditions now. They're starting to get a lot worse here. They have been progressively getting worse over time. The eye wall is not far here from Mandeville, Jamaica. This is by no means the peak of this hurricane. I mean, where Bryce is, the pressure is probably 970, if I had to guess. It's still not that intense here, but it is getting worse, and it's going to rapidly get worse as the eye gets closer. The winds are picking up. We're starting to get to hurricane force wind gusts now of near 60 to 65 miles per hour at least. Probably higher than that, though. Bryce did say around 7:30 this morning that they were already at hurricane force wind gusts. The actual sustained winds are probably around 60 miles per hour. The conditions are starting to get worse here. And this is, again, the closest view that we have to Melissa. Out of any camera that's out there, out of anything, literally. Any camera, any chaser, like, this is the closest view that we'll have to Melissa. So we're going to be keeping an eye on Bryce as this hurricane continues to get closer. But once again, hurricane hunters have already found a lot of a hurricane that's still intensifying. This hurricane is still intensifying right now, heading towards Jamaica. It is going to be one of the most powerful hurricanes to ever make landfall in any of the greater Antilles, in fact, with maximum sustained winds of 180 miles per hour and wind gusts well over 200 miles per hour. The pressure, again, is at 896. We might have another emergency update from the National Hurricane Center in about 20 minutes that could have this down to 892 millibars. But the eye wall is beginning to enter into Jamaica. The eye wall is now beginning to go right over Jamaica. At least the southwest side of Jamaica. And the eye wall is located right here. This is another view of it as well. The eye is getting awfully close to the southwest side of Jamaica right now. And it's approaching landfall in Black River. Thank you, Raymond, for the $20 super chat. Here's a look at visible satellite as well as the eye of the hurricane approaches. We still have tons of subvortices inside of the eye. Melissa's not going to weaken really at all before landfall. Once it actually hits land, that's when it's going to start to at least weaken a little bit. But over the next, like, 2 hours, this thing is not weakening whatsoever. This is going to continue to remain a very powerful Category 5 hurricane. One of the worst hurricanes across the board that we've ever seen make landfall. Winds are getting a lot worse. Look at this. Winds are getting a lot worse now in Mandeville. This is now the strongest wind gust that we've seen. Look at that. This is live storm chaser Bryce Shelton in the middle of currently chasing Hurricane Melissa. Winds have gotten way more intense now.
It looks like service is starting to drop out a little bit.
Bryce is starting to lose service a little bit.
Stronger winds move into the area.
The winds are getting way more intense now. This is live storm chaser again, Bryce Shelton / Tornado Pagey. They are live inside of the Mandeville area of Jamaica, where we are starting to see now hurricane force winds for sure moving into this area. He does have Starlink, but it will only do so much with how high how tall the cloud tops are here of this hurricane.
Thank you, Matthew, for the super chat.
Those were some very intense winds there just a moment ago. Hey, Robert, for the $10 super chat. Is Bryce okay? Bryce will be fine. Bryce is a professional storm chaser. Back over to Kingston Harbor right now. The winds have picked up a lot more in Kingston Harbor as well here over the last 15 minutes. See all the waves crashing along the coastline here in Kingston Harbor. Wind gusts likely over 70 miles per hour now in Kingston. Right along the coastline is where the winds will be the absolute highest as that offshore flow continues to push up into Alligator Pond all the way through Kingston and Morant Bay. Again, storm surge is going to push as much as upwards of 13 feet above ground level here, right along the immediate coastlines, anywhere basically from Savannah, Lamar, all the way through Kingston. This thing's only going to continue to get worse. Visibility in Kingston Harbor has not been that bad. I'm not going to lie. Like, what we're looking at right now for visibility is honestly not that bad. Like, the visibility here specifically is actually not bad. Where Bryce is in Mandeville, it's getting a lot worse. It's getting really choppy out there, obviously. You can see the hurricane force wind gusts for sure here in Mandeville. Don't forget, you can also watch Storm Chaser Bryce Shelton inside of the Radar Omega app. You can download the app at the top link in the description below. Comes with the base version of the app. He's also live on YouTube, Tornado Pagey, so we can look it up on YouTube. Thank you, Jesse, for the $20 super chat. The video of the flooded bridge reminds me of when I was stuck in North Carolina for 10 hours during Hurricane last year. Or during Helene, excuse me, last year. Yeah, that bridge is going to get flooded over even more, I think, over the next few hours. Like, if you look at this river right now, this is the Flat Bridge, which is again located just northwest of Kingston. Again, the water is getting a lot more aggressive. We have very, very fast-moving water now in this river. And keep in mind, only 12 hours ago, I'm going to show you the before and after here, but 12 hours ago, this is what it looked like. There was a bridge very clearly, and the water was at least 2 feet below it. And it's now a completely different story. And again, this is the Sea Jamaica camera that you can watch also on their YouTube channel. We also have another Hurricane Hunter aircraft that is now rapidly approaching the northwestern side of Melissa. So after circling, they are now moving towards the northwestern side of the eye of Hurricane Melissa. This is our hurricane mission that came out of Lakeland, Florida. And so we may see some new data here in a few moments that could even further show that this hurricane is still intensifying, or maybe it's stalling. Who knows? We don't, or like in terms of intensity. It's not stalling as the hurricane. It just might be stalling in terms of intensity. It is possible. Thank you, Waterloo, for the $10 super chat as well. This is live back over in Mandeville. We've had several shots here of hurricane force wind gusts. Power lines are starting to move a lot more now. Power outages are going to become a lot more common now near Mandeville in Jamaica over the next 30 minutes. Could the pressure drop even more? It's 100% possible, guys. 100% possible. Again, we are getting very, very close to landfall. The eye wall is now moving into the southwestern side of Jamaica. Obviously, we don't have any live views anywhere from White House back through Black River and Alligator Pond. But this area is getting hammered right now. We can only imagine how bad it is right now in this area. We are talking about 100+ mile-per-hour winds without a doubt along this coastline with the eye wall moving inland. Where Bryce is, you can see them on the Radar Omega app here. They're just north of where that eye wall is. And so the winds are going to rapidly pick up in the next hour or so in that area. Probably within the next 20 minutes is when we'll actually see really strong winds move in. Hey, Richard for the super chat. How come this hurricane doesn't seem to have a threat of tornadoes like some hurricanes do? This hurricane isn't really moving over land very much. Like, in terms of, like, land, and, like, Florida, obviously, with Milton last year, we had a huge tornado risk that happened. In this case, it's a little bit different. I mean, when we look at the land here, there's not a whole lot of land for tornadoes to work with. However, the other thing is too, like, the outer bands where tornadoes would happen are mostly to the east of Jamaica. There's a low chance of a tornado near Port Antonio or Kingston, but it's not very high. This is not like in this sort of case, again, the outer bands of where tornadoes would be are just too far to the east, really, of where they would need to be for there to be tornadoes over land. There's probably a lot of water spouts happening though, but not tornadoes. Lowest pressure to make landfall, Labor Day. I think so. Let me double check. I mean, obviously, Wilma is an 882 millibar Cat 5. I don't know what the lowest is to actually hit land, though. I think the lowest pressure to hit the United States was around 900, I want to say. I think it was, might have been Labor Day. Might have been Labor Day, though. And for those that have not already seen, again, obviously Melissa has already broken a lot of records. This is obviously the 5th strongest hurricane now of all time in the Atlantic Ocean in terms of pressure. It is nearly 4th. The 4th place two are Milton and Rita. Milton obviously happened last year. But Melissa at 896 millibars is possibly still dropping. We'll have again, Hurricane Hunter aircraft coming in from the northwest side of Melissa here over the next 10 minutes, and we'll have new data coming in, and we'll see if it has dropped further or not. The last time Hurricane Hunters were in here, the drop sound data did show pressure as low as 892 millibars. So we could see an upgrade in about 15 minutes from the National Hurricane Center on the intensity of Melissa. And here they go. They're going into it right now. They haven't gotten into the eye yet, but they are at least getting there. And the next fly through here, they will be inside of Hurricane Melissa once again. They're entering into the northwest side of the eye wall right now. And in just a moment, they will be in the center of Melissa. Conditions are rapidly getting worse right now in Mandeville. We are definitely over hurricane force winds right now. And keep in mind, there will be some freezing. The cell data is going to continue to get worse here in Mandeville. And just across the board, we're not going to have as great a feed. But this is like what we're about to see is probably some of the worst conditions from Melissa. The wind gusts are brutal. They're definitely getting a lot worse. And we're going to see double this intensity here very soon. Probably for this area, by the way. This isn't like even close to the worst. This is, again, live inside of Mandeville. This is live Storm Chaser Bryce Shelton. Quality is going to be a little bit low. Again, this is right inside now. We're starting to get closer to the eye wall here. But naturally, obviously, the island does not have the infrastructure here to withhold a Cat 5 when it comes to, especially to power and whatnot. So there will be some loss of signal here occasionally. Once some of the, and also they have, for the record, that he does have Starlink. If we end up seeing the clouds get a little bit lower at any time, like Starlink will be able to transmit through that a little bit better, so quality might get a little bit better at times. So winds continue to remain intense there. This is back over near Kingston. Flatbridge is completely flooded over. The flooding continues to get worse once again in this river. Water has gone up over 3 feet now at Flatbridge, which is just northwest of Kingston. And this will only get worse over the next few hours as the storm surge and all the flooding rainfall continues to ramp up here as Hurricane Melissa is rapidly approaching landfall. We think we are only about 2 hours away, if not less, from Melissa making landfall in Jamaica as one of the most intense hurricanes we've ever seen make landfall anywhere. It's only about the outer, basically the north side of the eye is about 13 miles away from land, which means it's going to be there within the next 2 hours. We are closing in on landfall right now here in Jamaica.
That's too big.
What's the wind speed? 180 miles per hour is the maximum sustained winds. That could change again in the next advisory, which they may have. They'll probably have another advisory here in about 10 minutes or less. I think they're going to be doing hourly advisories now as this approaches landfall. So we'll probably have a new advisory here in about 5 minutes or so, 5-10 minutes. I bet they're going to be doing hourly updates from here, especially with the intensity of this hurricane and it obviously approaching landfall. And then our next big advisory update is at 11 o'clock, which is the one that changes the cone of uncertainty and all that sort of stuff. So that's a bigger update. Let's also look at satellite imagery right now on Hurricane Melissa. Very, very intense hurricane just southwest of Jamaica. Thank you, Boris, for the super chat. Also, Robert for the super chat. Great job uncovering this absolutely devastating hurricane. I shared your stream to my personal weather page. Appreciate that. Back over live to Bryce Shelton in Mandeville, Jamaica, where the winds are continuing to get more intense right now as the eye wall is approaching the coastline of Jamaica. Somebody just drove by Bryce. Did somebody? I didn't see anybody. I might have missed it. One thing I do want to point out is that one thing I've been seeing on Melissa here over the last several minutes is that we are seeing a little bit of a wobble to the west with the eye of Melissa. Just it's not a massive wobble, but it's definitely noticeable. Look where Melissa was a few hours ago. It's actually been turning just a little bit more to the north instead of going more east. So right now it's actually going more in the direction of White House near Black River. So it's actually been turning just a little bit here to the west here over the last several minutes. Doesn't really mean a whole lot. I mean, like, we were kind of expecting this to wobble around a little bit, but I mean, generally speaking, it's still going to make landfall in the cone of uncertainty, but the eye is a little bit further west in the exact center of this cone of uncertainty. Also, hurricane hunters are currently inside of the hurricane. We're going to have a new update in just a moment in terms of the wind speeds and the pressure that they are measuring inside of Hurricane Melissa, but they are currently flying around right now in Hurricane Melissa. This is a live shot from Kingston Harbor where conditions continue to get worse. This is going to be east of where the hurricane's making landfall, but we are expecting up to 13 feet of storm surge. The waves have been crashing along the coast here over the last little while now as well. Thank you, Z-Baby, for the super chat saying, watch the stream all day yesterday. So glad you decided to go live this morning. Only place to get minute-by-minute updates. Keep up the great work. Appreciate that. Appreciate you tuning in as well. Also, if you are just tuning in, make sure to like the stream. It does help get this out to more people. Subscribe to the channel if you're new as well. Got birds flying around again here in Kingston. Birds are still flying around. And look at the crashing waves there along the harbor. This is only, like, just imagine this, but like 2 or 3 times worse back over near Black River and Alligator Pond, which is much further west in Jamaica. Hey, House for the super chat. 7 hours of commercial-free hurricane coverage, pretty much. Bryce has gotten a little bit better of connection again.
Seems like every time we get a gust over 50, 55, 60, the cell service is intermittent.
Bryce Shelton again is in Mandeville right now. Haven't seen any power flashes yet, but a lot of the power is probably already out in this area. And Bryce will be fine, but he is obviously in the path here directly of Hurricane Melissa. The eye wall is going to be approaching him over the next 20 to 30 minutes. The winds will only increase from here. We just got new data from the Hurricane Hunters as well. This is just coming in now. Hurricane Hunters have just gone through the eye of Hurricane Melissa, and they are measuring some new pressure and some new winds. Let's check it out. So the latest readings is that they are getting down to 895 millibars. 895. So the extrapolated pressure right now, the lowest that I'm seeing at this exact moment is 895 millibars. There might be one that might be lower that I can't see, but there's at least 890. Nope, actually they measured an 893. All right, so they have measured now down to an 893 millibar extrapolated pressure. So this is 100% obviously still a very intense hurricane here. But the pressure is at 893 millibars or 894 millibars. The National Hurricane Center has a brand new, basically emergency update is what we'll call it, in about 4 minutes. So we are about 4 minutes away from our next big update from the National Hurricane Center regarding Melissa, which is again forecasted to make landfall here within the next 1 to 2 hours. We are getting awfully close to landfall. Oops. Let's go back over to the live shot here in Kingston Harbor. And so this is live right now. This is one of the areas that's going to be very hard hit by this hurricane over the next few hours. Again, conditions are very rough out there. The lowest extrapolated pressure that we've seen is 892, by the way. The red flag has 892. Looking for it. Oh, yeah, all right, I missed this. We have 892.5, so they actually have measured pressure down to 892 millibars, once again with extrapolated pressure. That is on this reading, which was at approximately 8:45. We have a new National Hurricane Center update coming out in 3 minutes. We'll see if they drop the pressure any further. Again, keep in mind, if we drop any further in pressure, we are going to be breaking even more records in terms of one of the strongest hurricanes of all time in the Atlantic Ocean. Once again, Melissa has already got down to 896. Let me get the new graphic. This is the old one. So this is Melissa. It's down to 896 millibars as of the latest advisory, which was, again, about an hour ago. It could be down under 895 millibars, and if that is the case, Melissa would be one of the top 4 most intense hurricanes of all time in the Atlantic Ocean when it comes to pressure. Milton, again, last year got down to 895. So Melissa is challenging Milton right now in terms of lowest pressure. Hey, Jared, for the Venmo donation. Appreciate that. So again, we'll have another update from the National Hurricane Center in a moment. It could be down to 892 millibars. Again, we are frequently refreshing the page that they put the updates out on. Again, 892 is not official, but it will probably be 892, 893, which would make this the 4th strongest hurricane of all time in the Atlantic Ocean, if that is for sure true. As Hurricane Melissa rapidly approaches Jamaica as a very powerful Category 5 hurricane, unlike anything that we've ever seen here in Jamaica. This is a live shot at the Flatbridge River as we hit the 9 o'clock hour local time. River is flowing very quickly. We've had so much debris going down this river over the last few hours. This is over near Kingston. The good news is that I don't see anybody near this river right now. We had people here earlier for really no reason. They should have never been there, but luckily it looks like those people probably went back to their safe place, their shelter place here for this hurricane. Huge shout out to Valerie with the $50 super chat. Doug's in the chat for Valerie. Thanks for all you do. I appreciate that. Also, thank you, Gib, for the super chat. Category 6 is not going to happen, and we really do not need a Cat 6 category. That's what it looks like in Mandeville with Storm Chaser Bryce Shelton. Again, signal's going to be in and out here in Mandeville, but you can see the winds are getting a lot more intense right now in Mandeville. Signal's going to be dropping. Again, infrastructure is not going to be able to hold up here as this continues to move inland. But that is what it looks like right now in Mandeville, which is closer to where the eye of the hurricane is going to be making landfall here shortly. We still do not have that update from the National Hurricane Center as of right now. We are awaiting it. This next update, again, assuming they have an update here at any moment, could be a historic update. This could be, again, the most intense... it's already the most intense hurricane to ever be within Jamaica, but it also could be the 4th strongest hurricane of all time in the Atlantic Ocean, purely off of pressure. Again, maximum sustained winds are at least at 180 miles per hour. Right now, this hurricane under aircraft measured a sustained wind of 153 knots, which if you translate that to miles per hour, that is still around 175 mile per hour winds. And here's another view, by the way, from Tornado Pagey and Bryce Shelton here in Mandeville, Jamaica. It's like Bryce is moving around a little bit. And signal's going to be pretty low, but he's the closest person to the eye wall right now that is live here. Thank you, Lynn, for the super chat, and also Hailstorm for the $20 super chat. Keep in bottom middle of your screen as the signal continues to remain pretty low there. Revel has an urgent update. Go ahead, Revel.
Thank you, Max. The National Hurricane Center has went ahead and released that TCU. It is currently 892 millibars, and they have upgraded the sustained wind speeds to 185 miles per hour.
Thank you, Rebel, for the update. This is now officially the 4th strongest hurricane on record in the Atlantic Ocean. Or actually, sorry, 3rd strongest hurricane of all time in the Atlantic Ocean, based off of pressure. We've now officially hit a Category 5 hurricane with maximum sustained winds also of 185 miles per hour. So we're now at a very, very intense Category 5 hurricane. Maximum sustained winds at 185 miles per hour. That is now basically as high as Milton. The pressure is now past Milton. Milton was at 895 millibars. This has now dropped under that. It's down to 892 millibars. So again, this is reaching historic levels right now. This is the latest update from the National Hurricane Center. They're wording, catastrophic winds are moving ashore in southern Jamaica. Last chance to protect your life. This is, again, some of the strongest wording that we've ever seen from the National Hurricane Center. This is an extremely dangerous and life-threatening situation. Take cover now. Failure to adequately shelter may result in serious injury and loss of life. Residents in Jamaica that experience the eye should not leave their shelter as winds will rapidly increase on the backside of the eye of Melissa. Again, we are talking about some serious, serious wording here from the National Hurricane Center. To protect yourself from the wind, the best thing that you can do is put as many walls between you and the outside. An interior room without walls, ideally, is the one where you should be. You can also avoid falling trees. It is the safest place to be in a building. You can cover yourself with a mattress and wear a helmet for added protection. These are what, if you're watching from Jamaica right now and you somehow still have power, this is what you should be doing. Once again, maximum sustained winds have just been measured at 185 miles per hour. The pressure is now at 892 millibars. Again, this hurricane is literally taking a turn for the absolute worst. It is still intensifying as it approaches land. I cannot, like, stress enough how terrible what we are about to see is in Jamaica. There will be lives lost by this hurricane. There will be total destruction in some areas of Jamaica. This isn't a, it might happen, it's going to happen. We are literally talking about the most catastrophic hurricane making landfall that we've seen in quite some time. The eye wall is now moving through the very far southwestern part of Jamaica near Black River, White House, and Alligator Pond. This is some of the areas that we are already seeing over 100-mile-per-hour wind gusts occur in real time. And it is only going to get worse from here. Landfall is expected within the next hour or two. Hurricane hunters are continuing to fly through Melissa. This Hurricane Hunter aircraft, I'm not sure if it's going to go back into the hurricane or if it's just going to fly back to its base, but we at least have one that is still flying around the eye of Melissa, or it did fly through briefly. It's now flying out, it looks like. That's all the way down here now. Again, this is going to be the worst hurricane that we've seen in a long time. Just across the board in the Greater Antilles. Here's the updated chart on Melissa. It is now tied for the third strongest hurricane of all time in the Atlantic Ocean in terms of pressure. Labor Day is the one it ties with. And if it were to drop any lower than this, Gilbert is next in line. I don't think it's going to get under 890, but it could go barely under Labor Day. This beats Katrina by quite a bit. Beats Milton from last year, which Milton was pretty strong to begin with last year. And it's continuing to get worse and worse right now for southwestern Jamaica, where catastrophic impacts are beginning. It's over in Kingston Harbor right now, where things are getting a lot worse. This is not where the eye is going to be, but this is where we are seeing some of the outer parts of the hurricane hitting. With hurricane force wind gusts moving into Kingston right now on the See Jamaica live camera. Hopefully everybody's seeking shelter. Again, the wording from the National Hurricane Center is so strong, and I agree with the wording for the record. Like, there's nothing wrong about it, but like, this is about to be one of the worst hurricanes that we've witnessed in our, like, last 20 years, I feel like, when it comes to just destruction and everything else that's about to happen. We have updated, by the way, the landfall time at the bottom right of your screen. We do think this is going to make landfall within the next hour and a half. Initially, we thought it might be around 11:30. We've updated it, so it's around 10:30 or so. So, bottom right of your screen. That is when we were expecting now landfall to happen. We do have Storm Chaser, Bryce Shelton currently live inside of Mandeville. Again, the connection's been very hit or miss here. Because of all the winds, they're getting more strong. The cell reception is going to get a lot worse. But at least you can kind of get an idea what it looks like in Mandeville right now. It was pretty intense about 10-15 minutes ago. It's not as bad right now, but it's going to be on and off. It's going to really ramp up, though, as Melissa continues to get closer to land. And I do want to point out that initially it was, you know, at least what I think Bryce was thinking is that this might make landfall a little bit further east. Melissa has been actually moving a little bit more due north here as of the last 20 to 30 minutes. You can kind of see the eye. It's going a little bit more north. And again, powerful hurricanes like this can be unpredictable. They can change directions very easily. And so in this case, it's kind of wobbling a little bit to the left, and that means it's probably going to make landfall just a little bit closer to the west side of Black River near White House. All the details, by the way, below me are updating. Again, Melissa is officially down to 892 millibars. They flex to the $10 super chat. Flex, send them to me on Twitter. DM me if you can. DM me on Twitter at MaxVelocityWX. This is another view on satellite imagery of Melissa. As the eye gets closer, all sorts of sub-vortices right in the eye. Here's a little loop as well of the satellite. It never did eyewall replacement. Nope. Melissa has not done any sort of eyewall replacement. We're getting slightly clearer signal right now. Mandeville from Bryce Shelton. And winds are still getting pretty intense out here. He's on top of a parking garage.
Really having some issues, but that's should be expected. I'm surprised it's even still up.
I'm surprised we even have a storm chaser here that's still up, to be honest. This is in Mandeville, and again, the winds might not look very intense here, but this is a little bit more inland from like the coastline, and when we look at a camera like this that's right along the coastline, like this is where the winds are the most intense. Like we're talking about hurricane force wind gusts easily here because there's nothing really stopping the wind. Once you go a little bit more inland, things will kind of prevent the wind from being as high. Hayden, can you link me to that camera? I think the only reason why Bryce is even still up is because he has a Starlink dish. Otherwise, I don't think we would have him at all. The occasion for the $20 super chat. It's heartbreaking to see what's happening in this country. It is. This is literally terrible. There is a camera. I'm trying to pull it up here. Let me go over to here. Let's do this real quick. This is a live shot from downtown Kingston. Not this. I'm loading it. One moment. This is live from downtown Kingston. There are people still walking out there right now. Actually, still people driving around, too. I don't know if the National Hurricane Center wording could have been any more urgent, but still a few people walking around. I've seen a couple cars driving by, too. A bunch of people walking out here in Kingston. Hey, Mike, for the super chat. Is there any chance the storm enters the Gulf and comes towards me in Louisiana, Mississippi? I have PTSD. No, you're good. It's not going towards the Gulf. This is back to the Flatbridge River, or Flat Bridge, where we obviously have a river that's continuing to overflow here. Had debris flow for quite some time here. This is just northwest of Kingston as Melissa continues to approach landfall here in Jamaica as a very powerful Category 5 hurricane. Maximum sustained winds of over 180 miles per hour. It's up to 185 now. Pressure is down to 892 millibars. That's a live shot also from Mandeville. with live storm chaser Bryce Shelton. Once again, this hurricane is rapidly approaching landfall as a very intense Cat 5. It's going to be making landfall near Black River. We think in about an hour, if not sooner than that. The eye wall is currently on the northeast side, or it's now coming in from the northeast side of the hurricane. It's moving into Black River, Cambridge, Crawford right now. Bryce is right here. The eye wall is going to be right about here. So he's still probably in, low-end hurricane force wind gusts right now. And so this eye will continue to move inland here very shortly. Hurricane hunters have continued to fly through the hurricane. This is one of the Hurricane Hunter aircraft. They're currently moving east. They just went through the hurricane for one pass through. I'm guessing they'll be doing another one. The other Hurricane Hunter aircraft is currently very far to the south of the eye of Melissa. They're probably going to go back, I would have to assume, because they flew through the eye for like an hour. So they were in there for quite some time. I think what will happen is that this Hurricane Hunter aircraft will fly back into Melissa here pretty soon. And so we'll have to wait and see if anything happens there. But once again, it's expected to make landfall as a Cat 5 here in about an hour. And it's on the high end of that. This is not anywhere close to the low end of a Cat 5 hurricane. There are still people out there in Kingston that are obviously not taking this message seriously. A lot of people are still out there just walking around. People driving too. This is back to the Kingston Harbor, where we've had obviously much more treacherous conditions here. One thing I want to note, by the way, is that hurricane hunters cannot go into the eye over land. They're going to probably call it soon. So some of these the hurricane hunter aircraft only have so much time until we basically won't be able to fly into the eye. Nice spot for the super chat. One of the reasons why a lot of people are asking why they can't fly over land. I mean, when you think about it, Jamaica has a lot of tall mountains, and like the second that you go over with very strong winds like this, these aircraft are going to be bouncing all over the place, like with turbulence. Like they could be 4,000 feet at one moment, they could be 8,000 feet at another moment. Like it's very unpredictable with turbulence. So Melissa is like one of those hurricanes that is so intense that there's just no way you could fly. And also, I don't know if Jamaica has restrictions on it. I'm not entirely sure. But at the bare minimum, I know for sure, like, the mountains are going to play a big factor in that. How high the winds are going to be here as this comes into land. But this is officially stronger than Milton of last year. They asked for the super chat. Thanks for the coverage, Max. Would assume that a lot of people are walking around might be homeless, though. Yeah, I think that's probably the case. But there are people still driving around, too, which surprises me. Ethan with the super chat asks, what are the chances this hits Cuba as a Cat 5? It's possible. With how intense this hurricane is, and with it taking a path kind of, like, it's going to go over some mountainous regions, but it's not going to go over, like, the peaks. And so if this one were to go over Jamaica over here near Montego Bay, what's going to happen is that it's probably not going to weaken as much, and it actually could make landfall in Cuba as a Cat, it could make landfall as a low-end Cat 5. At the bare minimum, though, it should be a Cat 4. Are there not other cameras that are actually in the hurricane? The closest thing that we have to the hurricane is Storm Chaser Bryce Shelton, which is this right here. He's in Mandeville, which is good. This is like the closest camera to this outside of that is about 30 miles to the east. A lot of those are coastal cameras, but obviously Bryce is in some pretty high winds right now. Just the signal's pretty low, and it's only going to get worse. Unfortunately, we're not going to have great signal with him because of how tall the clouds are, and on top of that, obviously the hurricane itself here is starting to move inland. The infrastructure is not great in Jamaica, so. Hey, Florida for the $20 super chat. Imagine an F4 tornado ongoing for 10 hours. It's almost what this is, right along the coastline. Hey, Sheer for the super chat or becoming a member. Welcome to the Velocities. This is live on the Sea Jamaica camera back over at Kingston Harbor. Also, the flat bridge camera just came back up online. It's been in and out for a little bit. There has still been debris flow going down this river. We've seen a lot of random debris going down. You can see right there another part, some more debris going right down this river northwest of Kingston. Hey, Squatch, for becoming a member. Thank you, Austin, also for becoming a member. Somebody asked in the chat, are hurricanes just like large tornadoes? You know, I wouldn't say they are, but like they have like I wouldn't like it's kind of like if theoretically you could think of it that way, especially with a hurricane this intense. But it's not a bad comparison, to be honest. But like one of the things is like it's like a broad it's basically like a broad tornado because like the winds themselves are all gonna be circling in a broad area. So like you're not gonna have a super big wind change unless you're right near the eye. Winds will not change that dramatically. It's a little bit more straight line for most areas. But you almost get winds coming from every direction with a hurricane this powerful, no matter where you are. Teaming with the super chat says Sandals Resort White House will be wiped out. Yeah, I mean it could be. I don't know anything about it. I'll have to look at a map. I'm gonna pull up a map here. And I'm going to show you guys, let's look at a map here and look. So this is... That's where White House is. Yeah, this is the White House Resort right here. Yeah. This is right on the coast. Like, I don't even think there's, like, I think this is only like a couple of, maybe a foot off sea level, if that, maybe a couple feet. I mean, this resort's definitely going to be hit pretty hard. As in White House, that's basically where this is making landfall. So. Not good. Hey, Life, for becoming a member. Welcome to Velocities. Hurricane Melissa, now about an hour out from landfall here in Jamaica. It's about an hour away. Our next National Hurricane Center update's in 35 minutes. Pressure, again, is down to 892 millibars right now. Does the resort have a live camera? Not that I'm aware of. And even if it did, it's probably not going to have power. Actually, looks like some of the cameras might be going down right now. I believe all the cameras may have just gone down. We do have, obviously, Storm Chaser Bryce Shelton, bottom right of your screen. He is still up. Some of the cameras, I believe, just went down, though. At least temporarily. Thank you, Russ, for the $20 super chat. Got my wife watching. Appreciate that. Which resort's getting hit? I think it's called the White House Sandals Resort, if I'm not mistaken. Cams are dropping. Yeah, I do think we're going to start losing signal on almost every camera here relatively soon. Obviously, we have Storm Chaser Bryce Shelton, who is 100% live right now, but that'll only last so long. Let's do... Let's see, I gotta find this. Bottom right of your screen is gonna be that river cam. UCAM's back up. Yeah, they're gonna go in and out. I honestly think in about 30 minutes to an hour, most of Jamaica is gonna be out with without power, and on top of that, all the cameras are basically gonna be offline. I think in about 30 minutes or an hour, that's probably what's gonna happen. All right, Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, so I wanted to talk a little bit more about why the hurricane hunters aren't going to be doing anything when they're over land. So we had this issue yesterday with the hurricane hunter data. I'm not sure if any of you remember when we were actually getting extrapolated pressures that were completely wrong compared to what was actually going on inside the hurricane. The extrapolated pressures are not what the National Hurricane Center officially uses in order to determine the power of the storm. It's the dropsondes. I don't know if you guys have seen a dropsonde or know what it looks like, but it essentially looks like a missile, and they drop it out the back of an airplane. I think you can kind of see where I'm going with this. If they're dropping these dropsondes over land and that were to hit someone or a structure, obviously it's not going to explode because it's not actually a missile, but it still causes a significant amount of damage because they are traveling very, very fast by the time they reach the ground. So it just does not make sense at all to sort of fly into the eye of the hurricane, put the lives of those who are on the plane and the plane itself at risk, just to do something that we're not going to be able to do because we can't drop anything because we're over land. So I'm going to imagine that they're most likely going to go loop around, wait for the thing to make its way across Jamaica, and then they'll do another fly through. It should be weaker by the time it does that just because of the land interactions. We are going to continue to see this strengthen all the way up to landfall. I know the last pass through, the pressure and the wind field was stronger. Unfortunately, that is probably still happening. It's still strengthening, and until the eye of the storm is fully over land, there's still going to be warmer sea surface temperatures underneath it, causing it to strengthen even more. The other thing that we're gonna look to see is how badly does land actually mess up the strength and the direction of the storm. There's been a lot of questions about whether or not it will make it to Cuba as a Category 5, and honestly the biggest question is what will happen to the hurricane when it does go over Jamaica. If it doesn't weaken that much, which is possible just because it is a smaller island and it can almost be over the island and the water at the same time, it may still make it to Cuba as a Category 5 hurricane. That doesn't affect anything outside of Cuba much, just because after it gets to Cuba, when we're getting to the Bahamas, we're almost certainly going to be weakening just because Cuba is larger and it will break apart the hurricane a little bit better than Jamaica would. But other than that, that's about all we have to break apart the hurricane. It's just not going to happen before it gets to Jamaica.
Riley for the update. So that's generally a little update on what's happening right now with Hurricane Melissa as it continues to approach land here. We are again once again very close to landfall right now in Jamaica with a powerful Category 5 hurricane. Maximum sustained winds are currently sitting at 185 miles per hour, and on top of that, the pressure is down to 892 millibars, making this the third strongest hurricane on record. It ties the Labor Day hurricane of 1935. Thank you, Copper, and as well as Noah for becoming members. We currently have 69,000 people watching the stream. If you've not already liked the stream, helps get this out to more people. Once again, we have tons of different live shots right now across Jamaica, including our very own storm chaser, Bryce Shelton, who has been out there in the bottom middle of your screen. They're in Mandeville, Jamaica, where conditions are rapidly getting worse. Let me go over to him. He has signal here for the moment. Again, conditions have been pretty bad here. Again, worse. This is live in Mandeville. Only storm chaser that is live that we at least have ability to use here. In Mandeville. And it has been in and out. And it looks like we lost him again. We'll go back to Kingston Harbor, which is another live shot here on the Sea Jamaica camera network. Do you think it'll continue to intensify before landfall? I think it's probably reaching its peak intensity right now. If not, it might have already done so. honestly, like, we don't have any hurricane hunters really going into the hurricane anymore. Like, the only other aircraft is flown out for the time being, and I don't think we're going to see another flight through the hurricane. The pressure is down to 892 millibars. All the Hurricane Hunter aircraft are probably not going to keep flying into this hurricane. It's getting too close to land now. We know for sure that the first mission that flew around in the eye for well over an hour has now flown away from the hurricane. And then the one that is closer to the hurricane may take another flight through, or it might just go around Jamaica and go back. So that is going to be moving toward... They might not go back into the hurricane, but at least for right now, we at least know the hurricane's very intense. I mean, this is going to be one of the most intense landfalling hurricanes of all time in the Atlantic Ocean. That includes the Greater Antilles, Lesser Antilles, United States, all those places. Jamaica's south coast is such a special place. Please protect the Pelican Bar. I'm really, like, it sucks. Like, I really, like, hope for the best, but, like, I don't think there's really anything that we can, like, hope for the best for here. Like, I just think what we're about to see, like, very significant destruction here shortly in Jamaica. Especially in Western Jamaica, especially on the south coast. Which does include areas like the Sandals Beach Resort and White House. This is in Mandeville right now. And this back over in Kingston Harbor. My good buddies in Montego Bay. Does anybody, I'm curious in the chat, does anybody know any friends or family that are vacationing right now? Like in Jamaica? That might be stuck there? Thank you, Daniel, for the $20 Venmo donation. Also, is anybody tuning in from Jamaica right now? Another question. I'm like, I don't know how many people are actually watching from Jamaica right now. I'm gonna do a poll for that. Thank you, John, for becoming a member. I'm putting a poll in the chat. Answer. I'm curious how many people are tuning in from Jamaica or any of the Greater Antilles. Hurricane Melissa, the eye of the hurricane, at least the edge of it, is now only 6 miles away from land. So we are rapidly approaching Melissa making landfall here in Jamaica. We're rapidly approaching landfall right now in Jamaica. This is the Flatbridge camera, which has been going in and out a little bit here on the Sea Jamaica camera network. Go back just a second so it at least plays. But this is what it looks like right now. This is basically live within the last 20 seconds or so. The river is basically entirely over the bridge. We've had some branches getting stuck on the bridge. You can see the edge of the bridge actually a little bit better than before now. But all the flooding rainfall has basically led into this river. We've had storm surge up to 13 feet as well on top of that. And so catastrophic impacts are underway here in Jamaica. I'm going to get us a couple other different cameras that we haven't really been looking at as well, assuming they're up, because some of the cameras might be going down. It's actually getting really windy. Look at this camera here. It's actually getting really windy here. This is over in Kingston. See the wind picking up quite a bit now. You can see the trees at the top right. We definitely have hurricane force wind gusts here in Kingston. There have also been some people walking around. See some little debris flying around as well. I do believe all... Not all of the cameras, never mind, they're back. I was about to say, some of the cameras I think are going out. Maybe. Maybe not. Can't really tell. I think some of the cameras are struggling to stay up. Again, power outages are going to become widespread here at any moment across Jamaica, especially since this hurricane's literally, again, moments away from making direct landfall in Jamaica, and the infrastructure, again, is just not powerful enough for this thing to really hold up. A bucket for the $20 super chat. 17,000 people live near Savannah Lamar. This left wobble is going to be very tragic. This wobble is more than a wobble. It's literally going right up towards Savannah Lamar right now. The eye of the hurricane. It's going more due north now than before. And this is moments away from making landfall near White House, just west of Black River. It's honestly taking a much more westerly path than we initially, thought. Initially, it kind of looked like it would just go right up the line, and it's definitely significantly wobbled to the west now. And that means more catastrophic impacts up near Savannah Lamar. And there's again, right in White House, there is a very popular resort. I think it's called Sandals, and that's about to take a direct hit from Melissa. And then Alligator Pond and all these other areas, they're currently in the eye wall. The eye wall's right about here. Going up right through Alligator Pond right now. And it's now fully onshore for a lot of southwestern Jamaica. I do believe almost every single camera, at least from what I'm seeing, is going down. I'm double checking, but I'm pretty sure I need to get a confirmation on that. But I think every camera is at least buffering, if not, it has gone down. Looks like this camera is actually back. So this is downtown Kingston. This is at the HWT Transport Center. So this one has come back. We still got people driving around, which is crazy. Hey, Cypher for the super chat. This is also live. Storm Chaser Bryce Shelton, who is in Mandeville, Jamaica. Again, the signal's been very in and out, but again, conditions are definitely getting to hurricane force. This doesn't obviously look that strong, but he's also in a parking garage. And there's some buildings blocking these trees. But this is very close to the eye wall of Melissa. Conditions are quickly deteriorating across Jamaica right now. Thank you, Hannah, for becoming a member. Welcome to the Velocities. We will have a new National Hurricane Center update in about 20 minutes. We're about 20 minutes away from our next National Hurricane Center update. In case you are just tuning in, this is the third strongest hurricane of all time in terms of pressure in the Atlantic Ocean. The latest National Hurricane Center update was at 10 a.m. These are 1-hour updates now. They did mention that catastrophic winds are moving onshore in southern Jamaica. This is the last chance to protect your life if you are currently in Jamaica. This is an extremely dangerous situation and a life-threatening situation. Take cover now. Failure to adequately shelter may result in serious injury and loss of life. Residents in Jamaica that experience the eye should not leave their shelter, as winds will rapidly increase within the backside of the eye wall of Melissa. So keep in mind, if you are on the backside of the eye later, which you most likely will be if you're in southwestern Jamaica, you are going to experience high winds after the eye passes. So there's no reason to come out of your safe place when the eye is overhead. On top of that, to protect yourself from the wind, the best thing that you can do is put as many walls as possible between you and the outside. An interior room without windows, ideally one where you can also avoid falling trees, is the safest place you can be in a building. You can cover yourself with a mattress and wear a helmet for added protection. So once again, maximum sustained winds are at 185 miles per hour. This is basically at the same levels as Milton last year. The minimum pressure is at 892 millibars. There will be a full advisory package at 11 a.m. That's Eastern Daylight Time. Local time here, it's 10 a.m. So that'll be coming out here shortly. Also, this is the updated 2-day additional rainfall forecast. This is on top of what we've already seen, but we've already seen over 10 inches of rain in a lot of Jamaica. We are forecasting an additional 20 to 30 inches of rain in a pretty decent chunk here of central Jamaica over the next 24 hours. So again, very dangerous situation is currently evolving here. All right, let's back over to a live shot of... Oh, I guess that live shot's still on. Let's see if we can find a different live shot here. This back over to downtown Kingston. It has not been terrible here recently. This is also a multi-view camera shot, so this is going to show you a bunch of different cameras. This is on the See Jamaica camera network with a ton of different cameras up across the board. You can see the conditions all across Jamaica right now. There's still people walking around out there, still cars driving around in Kingston. And then this right here is the harbor view. This is in Kingston Harbor. Kingston will not be directly hit, which is really good news because Kingston is where over 1 million people live, but we are still going to see some big impacts here. I mean, we already have obviously very high waves here, definitely 10, 15 plus feet offshore and coming inland. Storm surge again up to at least 10 feet is likely for peak storm surge, which is above ground level. Wind gusts will probably get up to 100 miles per hour in this area. With the eye being a little bit further west than forecasted, the wind should be at least a little bit calmer here, but even then it's pretty strong still. And on top of that, rainfall upwards of 10 to 20 inches is still possible here. Hey, fair for the $10 super chat. Where's the hurricane the strongest, most dangerous? It's going to be close to the eye, right near the eye wall. Huge shout out to the Tempest with the $100 super chat. Here so you can get some good dinner when you have a break. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much for the generosity. This is a report coming in from a storm chaser that's on the ground, Ice Cyclone. He said, as of 9:35 in St. Elizabeth Parish, crashing sounds like an explosion. Wreckage flying down from the streets, trees are bending over, very unpleasant pressure in the ears. That is a update from another storm chaser that is currently located in southwestern Jamaica. Gives you at least a kind of you can at least visualize an idea of what is happening right now in southwestern Jamaica. Near the St. Elizabeth area. And it's obviously not good. At all. Also, looks like Tornado Pagey has gone down again, slash Bryce Shelton. They are currently near the eye wall near Mandeville. We'll see if they come back up or not. The pressure, again, is 892 millibars. The pressure gradient is insane. I mean, we're talking about 892 millibars inside of the hurricane. If you go up to, like, Betheltown, like, up here, it's probably around 980 millibars or so. And so this right here is only about 30 miles of a difference. The pressure is, like, it's dropping so fast. Like, for those that are located near White House or Savannah Lamar, like, the pressure is just going to drop at an incredibly fast speed. Thank you, Lord, for the super chat. The next National Hurricane Center update is in about 10 to 15 minutes. Thank you, Vivian, for the PayPal or for the Venmo donation. Thank you for the continued coverage. Appreciate the support. Here's a view of satellite imagery as Melissa approaches. Look at the eye of the hurricane. I'm going to do the geo color. This is the G19 view. I'm going to do the last 50 minutes or so. Again, notice how the eye of the hurricane has been going basically due north here. We got all sorts of little sub-vortices inside of Melissa as well, which do still indicate that it is obviously a very intense hurricane. This thing is not weakened at all over the last several hours. It is still a very intense hurricane. It's continued to intensify. It may be already at its peak. We're not entirely sure. There are no hurricane hunters that are flying into Melissa anymore. So that's going to be the last one until it's past. Let me put a new camera down there. As a reminder, if you are new to the channel, make sure to subscribe down below. Like the stream as well. It does help get this out to more people. They wish for the super chat. I don't even know how they have connectivity, to be honest. If there's anybody live there. I can only imagine what is happening right now in Black River. Like, if this was the United States, let's say, and this is like landfalling in Florida and there's dozens of storm chasers, I don't know how many would actually be live, like in like next to the eye. Like, it's just the pressure drop, the wind speeds, like everything is just so intense in this one area right next to the eye. It would probably sound like a freight train right now. It probably sounds like a freight train, like in the Black River area and then the White House area as the eye is starting to come ashore. And for those that are actually like in White House or Black River right now, that are still there, I can only imagine what is happening. Like, I don't know why anybody would have stayed there, but there are probably people that are there right now. But Melissa is rapidly approaching landfall as we speak. Yeah, with sudden pressure drops like this can be, like, really, like, a pressure drop this fast can actually be dangerous for your health. Like, when we're talking about a 100 millibar pressure drop in only a few hours, like, when you think about it again, like, the north side of this hurricane, let's say if you're, like, right now, for whatever, like, if one of you are tuning in right now from, like, Sherwood Content, all right, so up here, west of Runaway Bay, the pressure up there is, like, 990 millibars or so right now. It's going to drop down to around 900 by the time this goes over you. That large of a pressure drop is just significant. Like, that is really, really bad. I mean, you can easily get headaches from that, like, super easily. How rapid of a pressure drop that is. But you can also have other health issues that develop from something like that. I mean, that's just insane. So what it looks like right now, as of the last few moments in... at least the last few moments that we've been able to look at the Kingston Harbor camera, I do believe that the cameras here across Jamaica are now going down. They might come back again. They've been up and down a lot here throughout the day. I do think they have at least gone down one more time. Yeah, every single camera now in Jamaica for the time being has gone down. That includes Tornado Pagey, who is storm chasing, or Bryce Shelton there in Mandeville. It looks like every single camera across Jamaica has now gone down. This was at least some of the final moments of what we were able to see in Kingston Harbor. Nearly every single camera has gone down at this point. Guys, I've seen what you guys are saying in the chat about the other stream. I don't know if we can even show it. We have no contact info for them, so we'd have to get permission to show it. Thank you, John, for the $20 super chat. Also, thank you, Brittany, for the super chat as well. The other thing is, too, I do want to mention this, too. I mean, Bryce Shelton is obviously is going to be probably very close, if not in the eye of the hurricane here pretty soon. There is a possibility that he could, you know, have some videos for us at some point once this hurricane is overhead. This was a video that we got not too long ago. This was over from Bryce Shelton a little earlier about the winds picking up. This was some of the hurricane winds that were starting to pick up in Mandeville. Those are bots that stream as a loop, is it? I couldn't even tell you. Hey, Chase, for the $20 super chat. Thanks for going live today. I know most of us are not in Jamaica, but being able to see what happens helps us understand and prepare better for what's coming in the future. Appreciate the super chat. But yeah, I mean, this is just incredibly intense for a hurricane. We've never had anything like this make landfall in Jamaica. I can only imagine the aftermath photos and videos and all that that's going to be coming out. Again, Melissa is quickly approaching landfall right now in Jamaica. It looks like the cameras have come back up in Jamaica, so they are back. This is live in Kingston Harbor once again on the See Jamaica camera network. Again, those are also on YouTube. We are officially under an hour, I would say, away from landfall in Jamaica. Bottom right of your screen is the eye of the hurricane. It is approaching the coastline rapidly right now near White House, and it will be making landfall again as a powerful Cat 5 hurricane with maximum sustained winds around 185 miles per hour. We have a new National Hurricane Center advisory, so breaking news on our new National Hurricane Center advisory. This is going to be the latest update from the National Hurricane Center. The 11 a.m. advisory is the big one. This is the one that has all sorts of new details regarding the intensity and also the track of where Melissa is going, so we're going to have a new cone of uncertainty here in just a moment. This latest National Hurricane Center advisory, it's the 11 a.m. advisory. They have just said, extremely dangerous Category 5 Melissa is about to make landfall in Jamaica. Catastrophic winds, flash flooding, and storm surge are occurring right now on the island. The latest advisory, 40 miles right now to the southeast, or just south of Montego Bay. Also, maximum sustained winds are 185 miles per hour. The pressure is at 892 millibars. The hurricane is now moving to the north-northeast at 9 miles per hour. So this thing is speeding up quite a bit. Remember, yesterday it was only at like 2 miles per hour. It's now up to 9. It was at 6 when we first went live. So it's been increasing in speed quite a bit here. Additionally, the latest from the National Hurricane Center is that they have said, well, let me go over to the discussion here. Reports from Air Force Reserve and NOAA aircraft show that Melissa has strengthened since the last advisory. Pressure has fallen to 892 millibars, and the flight level winds are reported at 172 knots, which is actually crazy. That's like 200 miles per hour at flight level. But the intensity has been increased to 160 knots, which is 185 miles per hour. Melissa should weaken over Jamaica as the inner core gets disrupted by the mountainous terrain. However, the cyclone should maintain major hurricane status until it reaches the center or eastern parts of Cuba. After leaving Cuba, Melissa will encounter increasing southwesterly vertical shear that will help steadily weaken the hurricane, but the cyclone will still be a hurricane as it passes by Bermuda, which will be on Thursday. And then after that, it'll become an extratropical cyclone. The cone of uncertainty will update here in just a moment. I do want to point out that they have updated the key messages for Hurricane Melissa, and this is specifically for Jamaica. They have said this is an extremely dangerous situation and life-threatening situation. Take cover now. Catastrophic winds with total structural failure are likely. That's a typo, but likely near the path of Melissa's center. Catastrophic flash flooding, landslides, and destructive winds are expected across the remainder of the island, causing widespread infrastructural damage, power and communication outages, and isolation of communities. Along the southern coast, life-threatening storm surge and damaging winds are expected through the day. That is going to be all day, basically, today here across the coastline here of Jamaica. Haiti and the Dominican Republic. Catastrophic flash flooding and landslides are expected in southwestern Haiti and southern portions of the Dominican Republic through the week. Extensive damage and isolation of the communities is likely in Haiti. Tropical storm conditions are expected later today and into Wednesday. Eastern Cuba will be mostly heavy rain and landslides, and then eventually we're going to see the life-threatening impacts ramp up. Right now, it's obviously at 185 mile per hour maximum sustained winds. The cone of uncertainty will update here in a moment, so I'll have an update on that. We'll also have an update on what the intensity will be once this actually approaches Cuba here in just about 12 hours or so. We still have absolutely no update from Bryce Shelton, who is currently over in Mandeville. He has completely lost signal. We do not know what's going on there. I think he's fine. I just think the signal has just completely gone out, and we are likely going to be losing a lot more power here across Jamaica here over the next few hours. But at least for the time being, he is completely without any sort of power. But Hurricane Melissa is very, very, very close to making landfall right now in Jamaica as a very powerful Category 5 hurricane. This one looks like right now in Kingston Harbor, where the seas have continued to remain very rough here. Thank you, analyst, for the super chat. Thanks for covering this. Prayers for Jamaica. Also, thank you, Hanson, for the $20 super chat. There are some people saying that some people still have cell service, and I guess I'm not sure. Maybe cell service providers vary. I really don't know. But it seems like some people at least still have cell service. But at the bare minimum, I do think like when it comes to the cell service across the island, like to an extent, like cell service is good enough, I think, for some places to actually be able to like communicate. But there's also to an extent, like you need enough bandwidth essentially for live streams to actually work. And I think it's gotten to the point where there's just not enough cell service to actually have like an actual live stream going with a storm chaser that doesn't have internet or anything like that. This is actually insane. Look at this. This is a drop sonde that went into Melissa this morning. They measured 252 mile per hour wind gusts, about 330 feet off the ground. That means that hilltops of Jamaica could easily gust over 200 miles per hour over the next few hours. So if you're in a mountainous area of Jamaica, that is where we could see legitimately, like, beyond catastrophic levels of wind. Like, these are the wind speeds a little bit off the ground. But even just a couple hundred feet, a few hundred feet off the ground, they are over 200 mile per hour wind gusts right now. And the eye right now is now just beginning to come ashore near Black River and White House. We are within 30 minutes right now of landfall of Hurricane Melissa. Thank you, Mama, for the $20 super chat. And for people that are currently in Black River and White House, like, they are going through the worst of it right now. I can only imagine what's going on right now there. Hey, Elizabeth, for the $11.11 PayPal donation. Thanks for your hard work covering this. Hey, also, Tim, for the super chat. Sandals, South Coast taking a direct hit, and it's a beautiful resort. Yeah, we looked at this before. I'm going to show you guys again. Sandals is a very popular resort near White House. That is where direct landfall is currently happening. This is what the resort looks like on satellite. They have bungalows over the water. They have like a bar. It has a heart. Like, this is like a beautiful looking resort. And it is taking a direct hit. They have a whole lazy river. They have all sorts of little, bungalows there. I don't think this is ever going to look the same again. I mean, we're talking about, again, upwards of 13-foot storm surge that's going to hit right into this resort on top of everything else. And if you go anywhere else, like to some of these communities that are in Jamaica, like, there's obviously a lot of smaller homes that are not well built. There's a lot of resorts in this general area, but like when you go into these actual communities of Jamaica, like where people live, like these are areas that just cannot really withstand winds upwards of even over 100 miles per hour, nonetheless 200 miles per hour. That is where it's directly making landfall right now. Absolutely terrifying for those that are in Jamaica. The river camera is back. This is a live shot at Flat Bridge. This is again, a river northwest of Kingston that is continuing to have a ton of water flowing down. It's still have debris flow as well. This is a combination of storm surge, landslides, everything. This connects to the ocean. Thank you, Diane, for the $20 super chat. Thanks for awesome live streams. Appreciate that. It's been turning north. Oh yeah, the other thing I want to point out too, the track has been updated. So they have updated the track of Hurricane Melissa. They still think this is going to be a very powerful Category 4 hurricane tonight as it approaches eastern Cuba. So this will still be a Category 4 hurricane, maximum sustained winds of 150 miles per hour. There is a possibility that this could be a borderline Cat 5 making landfall early tomorrow morning in eastern Cuba. And then after that, it'll go through the Bahamas. But obviously, right now, it is still with wind speeds of 185 miles per hour. The wind gusts are 215 miles per hour, and then the minimum pressure is 892 millibars. It's moving north-northeast at 9 miles per hour. A trick for becoming a member. Hey, also, Tara, for becoming a member. It's another live shot again from Flatbridge. This is the Sea Jamaica camera. Guys, we're working on permission for that camera. We have to get permission, though, to use any sort of cameras, so. We're working on it. See if we can show it or not. Rice chickened out? He did not chicken out. If he stayed where he was, that place is probably not even going to be there where he was yesterday. He was right on the coast. Like, he was literally right in the path of this making landfall. Hey, Pamela for the super chat. I do want to point out, too, again, Melissa is moving due north right now. It hasn't really been turning to the east anymore. It's basically moving due north, and so it's probably going to end up making landfall right near A2 roadway, which I believe has already been flooded near White House and Bruce Hill. That's at least what I heard from Bryce the last time I heard from him, is that that roadway was flooded over. And so Melissa right now is approaching the coast here of Jamaica. It's still moving due north. It could make landfall up into White House, but it also will probably impact Savannah Lamar even more heavily than we initially thought. Same thing with Betheltown, Darlington, Cascade, and Montego Bay. Those areas are all basically going to take a direct hit from this hurricane. Melissa should turn right back off to the, at least should correct itself and turn back a little bit to the east again. But keep in mind, with a hurricane this strong, it's going to wobble a ton, and that's what we're seeing right now in real time. It's been wobbling back to the west a little bit. It's going back to the east. Been doing all that sort of stuff, and so, you know, this hurricane has been struggling to really stay straight this entire time. It's been wobbling all over the place. That's what happens when we have an intense hurricane like this. Huge shout out to Angela with the $100 PayPal donation, saying birthday blessings, Max. Thanks for keeping us updated, praying for Jamaica. Appreciate the very generous donation. Thank you also Victoria and Burner for becoming members. That camera bottom right is in Kingston. That is the harbor cam. It looks like the bridge is starting to go underwater again. It's that flat bridge northwest of Kingston. How many fatalities have been reported so far? We're at 8 right now. And I would have to assume that number is going to, unfortunately, increase. About 7% of you watching are watching from either Jamaica, Cuba, Haiti, or the Bahamas, according to the poll that we did. Three of the fatalities that have been reported so far were actually reported yesterday. 2 of them were preparation. I think one of them may have been related to the hurricane itself directly. But 3 of them were in Jamaica. Hey, Erica for the $5 super chat. Also, Adobe for the super chat as well. Waters continue to get more and more rough out here in Kingston Harbor. We are moments away from landfall of Hurricane Melissa. Another thing I want to point out, too, is that Hurricane Melissa, it's not just making landfall, but the other thing is, too, this hurricane is about to move inland, and once it does move inland, there are a lot of birds that are in Jamaica in general, and generally speaking, there's birds everywhere, but in western Jamaica, we're gonna have birds literally flying into Melissa. Like, not even kidding, like, they're gonna fly into Melissa, and they're gonna get stuck in there, basically. So, unfortunately, we are about to see probably a lot of birds in this hurricane that are not gonna be able to get out as they fly up with the eye towards Jamaica, or towards Cuba, excuse me. This is another different live shot on the Sea Jamaica camera network. This one is over in Barbican, which is another area near Kingston. I've actually seen a lot of people still driving around out there. We had another car driving around. There's still people walking around out here, too. This is another live shot also. This one's in West Parade. And you can watch all these cameras on their YouTube channel. This is one of the better views that we have, at least of the skyline. This is what it looks like in Kingston with the skyline view. You can see the winds are gusting. Definitely around hurricane force wind gusts currently. Hey, Sarah for the $10 super chat. Thank you for the best coverage of the day. Appreciate that. All right. We have access to using that camera. Can I get the link again? We had a new camera. Give me 1 second. This one. This is what it looks like currently in Treasure Beach. This is Treasure Beach, where Hurricane Melissa is making landfall. This is from JS Photography on YouTube. Might have actually just gone out, but that was live just a second ago. Maybe type in the name here real quick. I'm gonna go back a second so you guys can see at least what was happening. Again, this has been over the last few minutes. This is literally within the last minute. You can see the timestamp top right of your screen. I don't even know how somebody has a camera up, to be honest. So, pretty crazy stuff. So again, that was live, or at least we think it's live back over in southwestern Jamaica near Treasure Beach. Some people are saying it's a loop. I literally have no clue. Like, I cannot tell for sure. I would be surprised if there was a camera up, but like I've had people looking at it and people do not think it is a loop. So it has moved around quite a bit and it's looked at different stuff and it does look like Jamaica. So we'll look into it more, but like, I don't think it is a loop just based off of what I've looked at throughout the stream, but I mean, that's, even if that's not live, that is probably pretty close to what it is actually live. Like, actually in Southwest Jamaica. We do have a new update from the National Hurricane Center. They are live right now talking about Melissa.
Outside, plan to shelter in place.
This is live from the National Hurricane Center. They just went live.
Rainfall front, rainfall forecast has not changed, expecting widespread 15 to 30 inches of rainfall. Already seeing pictures of flooding in the Kingston area this morning. Isolated rainfall totals could be as high as 40 inches in locations, producing catastrophic, life-threatening flooding, numerous landslides in these areas. So just a catastrophic situation playing out here for Jamaica through the rest of today into tonight. Now zooming out to the impacts that we're going to see in other areas as the center of Melissa moves off the north coast of Jamaica. We're expecting it to make landfall in southeastern Cuba overnight tonight or early Wednesday morning. We have hurricane warnings in effect for much of eastern Cuba. Then the center of Melissa will move out into the southwestern Atlantic and through the southeastern Bahamas during the day on Wednesday into Wednesday evening, where we have hurricane warnings in effect as well. Storm surge along the southeast Cuban coast, 8 to 12 feet above normal tide levels. 5 to 8 feet of inundation possible in the southeastern Bahamas near where the eye passes through. And again, dangerous major hurricane force winds expected across portions of southeastern Cuba with 10 to 20 inches of rainfall, isolated rainfall totals here in some of these areas as high as 25 inches.
By the way, that camera that we were looking at, I am 99% sure that is legit, by the way. I'm looking at stuff and I'm pretty sure that is legit. So it is legit.
In the southeastern Bahamas, and we're still going to see heavy rainfall. And
we're going to go back to it in a moment.
With 6 to 8 additional inches across southern Haiti, Dominican Republic, with dangerous conditions playing out there. So wrapping up with the key messages, we're just going to focus in on Jamaica right now. This is an extremely dangerous, life-threatening situation. Take cover now. Catastrophic winds with total structural failure likely near the path of Maria's core as the eye wall moves across portions of western Jamaica. Do not go out in the eye as it passes your area. Catastrophic flash flooding, landslides, and destructive winds are expected across the remainder of the island, causing widespread infrastructure damage, communication loss, power loss in isolated communities, and along the southern coast, life-threatening storm surge and damaging.
We're going to go back to that Treasure Coast camera in a moment.
So please stay safe. Pay attention to information you're getting from your local government officials and your local meteorological service, and come back here to the National Hurricane Center at hurricanes.gov for the latest on Melissa. Thanks for joining us. I'm Mike Brennan.
Alrighty, so that is the latest update from the National Hurricane Center regarding Melissa, as it is now rapidly approaching landfall right now near White House, Black River, and just southeast of Savannah, Lamar. This is again live over in Treasure Beach, Jamaica. The stream has been in and out. The connection's been pretty poor. This is what it looked like, by the way, at the very beginning of the stream, so it at least had like a view, a little bit of, you can kind of see a little bit better of what it looks like out there about 50 minutes ago. But right now, live, the stream has been going in and out because of connection issues, but I mean, it's super windy. This is insane. This is live, by the way. This is not that's not before. This is live now. Hey Tracy for the super chat. Or becoming a member. How windy? I mean, I would have to say this is at least 120 mile per hour wind gust. Probably higher than that, though. Hey, Dan, for becoming a member. By the way, for reference, where that camera is, it's located right here. It's over in Treasure Beach, which is basically in the eye wall. We're not going to get a view on that camera of the eye because of the track that this is taken. This is taking a more westerly track, so the eye is going to miss it by a little bit. But the wind is obviously very, very intense. Coming out of the south right now, with wind gusts likely over 120 miles per hour, moving right through areas near Newcomb Valley, as well as near Southfield, Pondside, Black River. All those areas are currently dealing with excess of 120 mile per hour wind gusts. And then back over near Savannah, Lamar, same thing. That's where the winds are really starting to pick up right now. We have the same sort of thing happening there, where very intense, over 120 mile per hour wind gusts are currently happening there. Back over near Alligator Pond, we're probably dealing with excess of 100 mile per hour wind gusts. They're probably a little bit lower near Kingston. I would have to say over here, it's probably closer to like 70 miles per hour for wind gusts, maybe a little bit higher than that. We've been looking at the Kingston Harbor area for quite some time. This is by far the worst of the wind we've seen in the Treasure Beach area. You can see some debris flying, mostly leaves by the looks of it, but that is obviously, again, this is by far the most intense winds that we've seen here. Looks like the camera just went out. Also, this back over in Kingston, this is an area that we've been dealing with on and off wind gusts up to 70 miles per hour. This is the flat bridge, which has obviously had water overflowing. Storm surge is becoming a more concerning thing across the entire south coast right now of Jamaica. Thanks, Sandra, for becoming a member. This camera, by the way, is... It looks like it's back again. I just wanted to throw this out there. So that's what it looks like right now, right? This is what it looked like yesterday. All right, so this is what it looked like yesterday in the same place, and so you can see the visibility difference. Like the visibility there is substantially lower right now compared to yesterday, and the winds are obviously way more intense. I mean, this is vastly different. The hurricane making landfall. Thank you, Claire, for the $10 super chat. But this is an area that's not going to get any calm conditions. They're just going to have completely, like this entire time, just going to be a significant eye wall moving through. And that is where the worst of the wind's going to be. At this point, though, if you're in Jamaica, I mean, this is your last chance, you know, to protect your life if you're in Western Jamaica. If you've not already gotten to, you know, a safe place and, you know, you're outside or something, you should not be outside. You should be in your safe place right now. Like, this is your last chance as Jamaica, or now, Melissa is now making landfall in Western Jamaica, coming up towards Savannah, Lamar. It's moments away from making landfall somewhere between Savannah, Lamar, and White House as it continues to basically move due north. It has gone off track a little bit. We thought initially it might go more northeast into areas like near Mandeville, but it is now moving a bit more to the west. The eye wall itself is all across the west side of Alligator Pond, also through Savannah, Lamar, where we are dealing with a catastrophic Category 5 hurricane. Again, maximum sustained winds are at 185 miles per hour. The pressure is at 892 millibars, making this the third most intense hurricane of all time when it comes to pressure. And pressure is down to 892 millibars. This is what it looks like on satellite imagery right now. The eye of the hurricane is coming up right now on White House. This is tied third strongest. This is tied third. Again, the Labor Day hurricane ties it. Here's the list. We have this on our Twitter and Facebook pages as well. Again, ties third for the strongest hurricane of all time in terms of pressure. Hey, Alfie, for the $100 super chat. Thanks for all your dedication to weather tracking. Our team uses your data to make decisions across the country. Looking forward to the winter season. Appreciate that. Really appreciate the generous super chat. And also thank you, God, for the super chat as well. Thanks for the great coverage. Appreciate that. Has Bryce made contact? I'm going to message him. I don't think he's going to have any contact, but I'm going to message him real quick because he's not gotten back to me. I'm reaching out to him. Thank you, Michael, for becoming a member. Obviously, Bryce was in Mandeville. I'm pretty sure he's still there, but Hurricane's probably getting really intense there right now. He's back over in Treasure Beach with the JS photography camera that's up here in Jamaica. Again, we are dealing with winds well over 100 miles per hour here. This is on the east side of the eye wall as Melissa is making landfall in Jamaica over the next 30 minutes. I believe our landfall timer is down to about 8 minutes. Hey, Michael, for becoming a member. Insane winds right now. Absolutely insane. Thank you, Tim, and also Palmer for the super chats. This is the strongest hurricane to ever make landfall in Jamaica, and I'm pretty sure across the entire Greater Antilles, but... Look at that big... What is that right there? Look at that large... Look at the clouds up top. They're moving so fast. This is too close to the eye to actually have a tornado, but, like, the clouds are so low. I don't know how these telephone poles or anything are still up. We were dealing with consistent hurricane force winds there. We go back over to infrared imagery. With how powerful this hurricane is, it looks like it's almost going a bit more northwest right now. Look at this thing jog. This is honestly crazy. It's actually almost turning, it's almost going north-northwest right now. The hurricane has been taking a really significant turn for the last hour. It's not like, it's not like avoiding the country or anything, but this is what happened yesterday. Melissa ended up looping around with it being so intense. It almost seems like it's trying to at least turn to the northwest right now, at least for a brief amount of time. Bryce just messaged me, by the way. He said I'm okay. So he's fine right now. Just has very little reception. But yeah, Melissa right now is really only minutes away from landfall. We were expecting landfall around 10 to 11 o'clock today, and we are right in that range. 10:25 local time here in Jamaica, as landfall is quickly approaching. I don't think this is going to loop again. It's going too fast. I mean, again, our troughing is just too strong for this to really loop again. But at least in the short term, it can do some weird stuff. Like, it can wobble. It can definitely move different directions with how intense this hurricane is. Okay, we have an update from one of the aircraft that flew into Melissa. This is an important update. The 53rd Weather Renaissance Squadron crew, which was Teal 75, that was one of the Hurricane Hunter missions, is returning to its forward operating location after encountering heavy turbulence today while entering the eye of Hurricane Melissa, a Category 5 storm. During the event, the aircraft briefly experienced forces stronger than normal due to turbulence. While this does not automatically indicate damage, standard safety procedures require an inspection before returning to operations. So that is the reason why it only went through the eye once. And so they are returning back to their original location. That was Teal 75, the mission. And we have actively no hurricane hunters in the hurricane or even really near the hurricane anymore. The one that came out of Lakeland, Florida, that one's flying back. And then the Teal 75 mission, that one's also on its way back right now. And with it going over land, it's already dangerous enough for anybody to fly into this hurricane at this point. Is the eye cloudy or clear? It's definitely on the clear side of things. This is one of the driest eyes on record, or it is the driest eye on record. It is definitely a little bit on the clear side of things. Kind of see it right there. Definitely a bit of clearing. That is moving over the southwestern side of Jamaica right now. There's more zoomed out view of the size of this. But this hurricane is seriously wobbling west right now. Like, this is a major development right now as it approaches landfall. We are seeing a major wobble to the west with Hurricane Melissa. And it is currently tracking right up into Savannah, Lamar. The eye of the hurricane has been moving very far, much further to the west than initially forecasted. Again, landfall has not happened as of yet, but it is making landfall here very shortly. We're going to update the landfall time in just a moment. Let me go back over to that live camera at Treasure Beach. This is live. Back over in Treasure Beach, which is on the east side of the eye wall. Our next National Hurricane Center advisory comes out in 30 minutes, by the way, unless we have landfall sooner than that. Hey, Cass, for becoming a member. Thank you, Mohammed, for the $20 super chat, praying for everybody. We have a football stadium watching. Yeah, we have 78,000 people watching. This is, I think, the third highest concurrent viewership we've ever had for a stream. I'm pretty sure. Stream has gone down again. Obviously, that stream's gonna be in and out. I'm surprised it's even up, but that is in Treasure Beach. That is, again, what it looks like out there right now with hurricane force winds ripping through that area right where the eastern side of the eye wall is. I literally don't know how that camera's up. I don't know how any camera's up. I legitimately thought, like, everybody that tuned into my stream yesterday, I was saying, like, I don't think any camera's gonna be online by the time I wake up to go live, and every single camera for the most part has been up, other than Tornado Pagey and Bryce Shelton. That stream obviously went down. Bryce also just relayed to me that he is now experiencing 80-mile-per-hour wind gusts over in Mandeville, so the winds are definitely increasing there. We have an update from a network saying of the 800 shelters that authorities set up, less than half of those are occupied, with a total of approximately 6,000 people, according to New York Times, in Jamaica, which is honestly a very low number. Thank you, Diane, for becoming a member. So less than 6,000 people are occupying over 600 shelters. Thank you, Fan, also for becoming a member. The news of fatalities is going to be enormous. Can only hope for the best. Back to Treasure Beach. The peak wind for Treasure Beach has probably happened here over the last 20 minutes or so, but this is going to be consistently really windy. This is not an hour old, by the way. I want to point out that the timestamp at the top right on this camera is in their local time. Local time in Jamaica is technically 10:32. My clock is 1 hour ahead, technically, for Jamaica. Jamaica does not change time zones, so... There are actively no more aircraft recon expected to fly into Melissa, at least right now. We'll probably have another one after it passes Jamaica. But none are actively forecasted to go right into the hurricane right now. Hey, Wolves becoming a maximum velocity member. By the way, the pressure here is probably right around 900 millibars. Like, we're talking about really, really low pressure. So again, that is back over in Treasure Beach right now. Melissa is, again, extremely close to landfall. Extremely close to landfall in western Jamaica. Eye of the hurricane, once again, is just offshore. This eye is approximately 20 miles wide still. It's actually at 17.5 miles wide, so it's a pretty large eye. Yesterday it was only about 12, 13 miles. It's obviously increased in size. It is, again, only really 30 minutes from landfall. It was supposed to make landfall about 2-3 hours ago, but it obviously stalled yesterday, and now in the last 3 hours it was expected to make landfall by basically now, but it's actually been wobbling to the northwest, which is the reason why Melissa has been not made landfall yet. Again, notice the border here, the land here. Initially it was thought it was going to go right up into the White House area, and it's actually a little bit further west now. So This is going to take a little bit more time to make landfall, which means the impacts are only going to be worse across western Jamaica, including Montego Bay here in a really short amount of time. Montego Bay, I would have to guess, is probably right around high-end tropical storm force winds. It's definitely going to get worse here soon. We're definitely going to get over hurricane force within the next 30 minutes to an hour. Hey Miranda for the $10 super chat. Oh, Treasure Beach is looking nasty again. Visibility is well under a quarter of a mile here. Hey Jin for the super chat. Check out the bridge. That's what the bridge looks like right now. It's back over near Kingston. The bridge is actually getting a little bit more visible now. The water's been pretty high here for several hours, basically ever since we got up this morning. And it looks like we can at least see the bridge again just a little bit here. This is Flat Bridge just northwest of Kingston. Debris in the street. Yeah, there is debris in the street there. The noise of this wind is just terrible. Yeah, just crazy right now. Absolutely crazy. We got a new update from Storm Chaser Ice Cyclone, which is Josh Morganman. He just said it on Twitter at 10:25 a.m. Frightening power. Whiteout roofs are tearing off. Gusts like bombs going off. Painful ears. Praise the Lord for solid concrete. And pressure measure was 962 millibars where he's at. So he's another Storm Chaser that is here in western Jamaica today, dealing with this absolutely insane hurricane. Off topic, we have a hurricane force wind warning somewhere. Where is that? We have a hurricane force wind warning in Alaska right now. Speaking of hurricanes, I was about to say, I just looked at the alerts and that one was on. All right, the eye of the hurricane is now just barely coming ashore right now near White House, Crawford, and Ochidana, I want to say, Belmont. Those areas, now the eye is just starting to come ashore. Just barely starting to come ashore here in Jamaica. Not by much, but it's barely coming ashore right now. See it here as well. So for those that might, I mean, obviously nobody here is going to be watching from that area. There's just no way. But for those that actually live in White House, they're probably going to hear the calmer conditions for a little bit. Obviously, it's going to get a lot worse after the other side of the eye comes back. But on one side of the, or once they get into the eye, they might come out for a few minutes and see, wow, like, this is so calm, you know? And then, obviously, you have to go back to your safe place. And you shouldn't do that, but that's what people will probably do there. But the eye is obviously 17 miles wide, so. This is not going to hit Florida. Storm surge is probably really bad. It's easily 10, 15 feet of storm surge here across the coast for the peak storm surge today. Melissa continues to go north, though. It has not made a direct landfall yet, but it's getting close to it. Our next National Hurricane Center update is in about 20 minutes. 20 minutes away from our next National Hurricane Center update. This is what it looks like in Treasure Beach right now, Jamaica. Hey, Sass, for the $10 super chat. Praying from Jamaica. there a roof ripping off? Where? I can't really see one. They're right there in the middle. Can't really tell. There's debris basically everywhere, though, here in Treasure Beach already. Hey, Timothy, for the $10 super chat. Oh, I slept. I got about 3 hours of sleep last night. You know, this is basically worst case scenario for the long term of Melissa. With Melissa going more to the west, it's going to have way less interaction with land, and what's going to happen is that Melissa will likely end up going into Cuba as a more intense hurricane, and it might even be a Cat 5 into Cuba. It's already a Cat 5 into Jamaica. Initially, it was only supposed to be like a high-end Cat 3 going into Cuba, and now it could be as high as a Cat 5. After it goes through Cuba, they've already forecasted this to be a hurricane of at least Category 4 intensity with max sustained winds at 150. Thank you, Daisy, for the super chat. Also, Raoul for the super chat. The eye is basically the safe zone. Not really. I mean, even if you're in the eye of the hurricane, like, let's say you're in White House right now, you just dealt with hurricane force winds. All the major threats have already gone through you. And then once the eye goes by you, all the worst threats are going to hit once again. All those significant threats are, again, going to impact you. Like, basically, it's a double whammy, essentially. So, no, it's not really... You don't want to really be in the eye. Like, that's... It might be good for like 10, 20 minutes, but then after that, it's just back to chaos and havoc again with the intensity of this hurricane. That goes for any big hurricane like this. What are the red lines indicating? That's just a major roadway. That's A1, which apparently is already flooded. According to Bryce a little while ago. That's what it looks like on 3D. Thank you, Levine, for the $10 super chat. Why is it not losing its power? There's nothing for it to weaken with. I mean, we don't have any wind shear. We don't have any sort of major land interaction yet. There isn't really much that's going to weaken this thing up until it actually goes over land, and even then, it might not go over land for very long. So this doesn't really have a whole lot that's going to really weaken it. It sucks, but that's literally just the nature of it. But we do not have any official landfall yet, but it is beginning to landfall in Jamaica. We are now at the beginning stages of that happening. The countdown bottom right of your screen says 12 minutes until landfall. Again, it's just an estimate, but we are obviously very close to landfall as the eye of the hurricane has now just barely come over White House. This is the eye of the hurricane over the last 10 minutes or so. So the eye is just barely going over land right now. So we could have official landfall by 11. Thank you, Granny, for the super chat. Well, this is a different view. Look at that power line. This is, again, Treasure Beach from the JS Photography camera on YouTube. This is live over in Treasure Beach. That power line is really far down there. My goodness. It's been a great geography lesson. Geography is very interesting everywhere you go in the world. It's on the eastern side of the eye wall, by the way. In case you're just tuning in. Crazy. Is this Radar Omega? This is Radar Omega, which again, you can download this app with the top link in the description. If you're a Gamma Plus subscriber, you have access to all the satellites and stuff. Thank you, Carrie, for the Venmo donation. Appreciate it. Once again, the eye is just barely coming ashore right now in White House, Crawford, and Sandy Grove. I also do want to mention this. On the backside of this hurricane, we are going to see significant storm surge. One of the biggest things that I do want to allude to is if you are along the coastal regions and you are still tuning in, one of the things that we are going to witness over the next few hours is once this hurricane's actually over land, that is when the storm surge is going to be at its absolute worst. This is basically like all this water is just wrapping around right now. So once this is actually over land, we are going to see very intense storm surge, likely up to 15 feet. In some areas, at least for a peak storm surge above ground level. This eye wall is obviously very intense. The highest winds are going to be in that eye wall, all in this area right here. That's where our Cat 3+ winds are essentially located. Is right in that little donut. And then this is where it's obviously calm for a brief amount of time. Back over in Kingston, we have a decent amount of at least low-end hurricane force winds happening. I mean, this thing literally looks like a donut right now. Literally looks like a donut. It's almost a perfectly symmetrical hurricane across the board. Back over at Treasure Beach on the eastern side of the eye. Actually sound hungry? I'm actually hungry. I had breakfast, but actually already 5 hours into the stream. I was about to say I had breakfast, I felt like an hour ago. It's now been 5 hours. I realized we've been live for that long already. Thank you, Perkins, for the $20 super chat. Greatest coverage. Thank you for what you're doing and knowledge to keep us safe. Appreciate that. Thank you also, Ski, for the super chat. Wow, that organization, when do you see that perfect of an eye wall? I don't know, man. This is really insane to look at on satellite and infrared. It literally looks like a perfect circle. It looks like a donut. I don't know how else you describe it. Like, it literally looks like a textbook hurricane. This image will probably be put into textbooks. This is probably going to be put into textbooks. Like, I'm not even kidding when I say that. Huge shout out to Lance with a $50 PayPal donation. I mean, so he's asking basically when or why are we seeing like such a westward like shift right now? That's mainly because of the fact that with the shifts that we are seeing with this hurricane, it's mostly because of how intense it is. We had it happen yesterday. Any big hurricane like this that is under 900 millibars almost always will have these weird dramatic shifts, and this one's having another big shift as it approaches land. So this one's going to be making landfall. It looks like a little bit further west than forecasted. But nonetheless, I mean, like, these wobbles and stuff always happen with big hurricanes like this. So this is nothing really that new. With that said, I mean, this is obviously a bigger concern now for those in White House and Savannah Lamar than before. Like, initially it looked like you might at least get into part of the eye wall. Now it's going to be basically a direct hit for that eye wall in Savannah Lamar. It's back over to Treasure Beach, Jamaica. Live shot here of the hurricane making landfall right now. While this sun, I'm going to take a quick 60-second break. I'll be back in just a moment. Alright, back. Oh, the camera just went out. Oh, no, it's back. Camera, I don't even know how this camera's up. It is absolutely insane that this camera's still up. It's legitimately the craziest thing that that camera's up. Thank you, Phantom, for the super chat. Big hurricanes wobble. Do they always go west? They do not always go west. They can wobble east, south, north, any direction, basically. I like with Milton, or even with this hurricane, this one did wobble south at one point. If you go back in time, like to a few days ago, this actually did wobble like a little bit south. Did Tornado Pagey come back? What? They're back. No shot. We have a chaser again. It looks like Bryce Shelton is back. Then Mandeville. I don't know how in the world he's back. And how he even has connection. So that's what it looks like in Mandeville right now. It's a little bit further east of the eye, but I literally don't even know how he came back. And how it's this high quality. How is it this quality? Before it was Starlink? I mean, maybe. I literally don't have a clue. It's really crisp all of a sudden. It was not like this earlier. It's definitely very windy out there right now, that's for sure. I don't know how he came back. That's kind of crazy, I'm not gonna lie. Keep an eye on him. It's back over to Treasure Beach, which is right on the east side of the eye wall right now. Again, this is live. I just asked Bryce, I don't even know if Bryce knows he's live, but I don't know how he's live again. The wind actually just really picked up. Look at this. Big wind right now. This is in Mandeville, Jamaica. Look at that wind. Apparently Bryce is pushing to his like data network and now it's working. You also watch, he's currently live obviously on our stream here. He's also live inside of the Radar Omega app, which you can download with the top link in the description below. The wind obviously is very intense right now. It's back over in Mandeville. This is going to avoid Florida. It's back to Treasure Beach. It's still a bit further west of where Bryce is. It's right in the eye wall right now. Thank you, Marna, for the super chat. Appreciate that. Hopefully stay safe there. Thank you, Renee, also for the super chat. Yeah, Melissa is going west of the track right now. It's a little bit further west than forecasted. It's continued to do a little wobble to the west. Thank you, Judith, for becoming a member. This is back inside of Mandeville in Jamaica. These wind gusts are definitely upwards of 100 miles per hour right now. They're getting up there. 90 to 100 probably is what we're looking at right now in Mandeville, as the eye is basically parallel to where Mandeville is in terms of latitude. This is Storm Chaser Bryce Shelton. Thank you, Kevin, for the super chat. Could the hurricane move west to open water before it goes east? It's not really going to go into any other open water, I mean, before it makes landfall in Jamaica. It's still actively making landfall. This wind is insane. I think Bryce is going to turn on his... Wow, look at the wind. I think Bryce is going to turn on the microphone in a second. Look at the wind here. This is the most intense we've seen now in Mandeville. Wow. Just got really windy there for a second. Still going. Is it getting weaker? As of right now, it's still very intense. It has not really weakened at all. Thank you, Myers, for becoming a member. So very intense winds right now in Mandeville. It's back over to Treasure Beach inside of the eye wall. Actually, I'm going back to Bryce again. Bryce has... the winds are crazy here. They're very, very intense. Winds just briefly changed directions for some reason. Again, Melissa has not officially made landfall yet. It is still very close to making landfall. It is just it's starting to move over land. White House and Auchendown are two areas that are currently on the northeastern side of the eye. Hey, C for the becoming a member. Welcome to Velocities. What's the millibar at? It's currently at 892 as of the latest advisory from the National Hurricane Center. Keep going back and forth between these two cameras. Obviously, very intense winds right now in both areas. Treasure Beach is the one area that is dealing with the most significant winds. They're closer to the eye wall. This, again, is in Mandeville, which is a little bit more inland, but still a very dangerous hurricane here, even though it's a bit more inland. This is definitely... We've definitely peaked at upwards of 100-mile-per-hour wind gusts here at this point. And keep in mind, too, that he's in between some buildings. Like, this isn't like a... Like, this isn't in the open. If this was in the open, I think it'd be even more intense. It's back to Treasure Beach in the eye wall. Thank you also, Alyssa, for the Venmo donation. Alright, Treasure Beach camera has gone down for just a moment. This back to live radar right now. Once again, Melissa is currently going over land just a little bit. The National Hurricane Center will have a new update in about 2 minutes. So about 2 minutes from now, we'll have a new update from the National Hurricane Center regarding this very dangerous hurricane. Once again, we are going to have, I think, at least an update in 2 minutes. But again, the latest advisory is still saying that we have 185-mile-per-hour maximum sustained winds with wind gusts up to 210 miles per hour or 215 miles per hour. And then this is moving north-northeast, still about 9 miles per hour, and the pressure is at 892 millibars. So this is still a very powerful hurricane right now that is moving right over Jamaica. The worst of the hurricane, as a reminder, is in the eye wall. That is essentially anywhere in this area. So our eye wall is still pretty significant. That is where all of our Cat 3 plus winds are going to be located. That is where significant rainfall is currently happening, and a lot of other problems as well. And so this hurricane's continuing to lift to the north. It's going to be speeding up as it continues to lift to the northeast. It has been wobbling off to the west, which has allowed this thing to stay over water for a longer period of time, which is a worse thing as it goes towards Montego Bay and eventually towards Cuba, because we're probably going to see this maintain at least category 4 intensity. If not, it could be even a cat 5 as it goes into Cuba late tonight and into early tomorrow. So this is still a very dangerous and truly a catastrophic hurricane that is going to be underway here for the next several hours, and especially even into tomorrow. This is back live in Treasure Beach. This is where we're seeing some of the worst impacts live. It looks like we may have just lost signal again. I'm going to go back just a few seconds here. They just changed the camera view there for a moment. If I can crop this down just a little bit, maybe try to, like, zoom it in a little bit. You guys like that more, or do you guys like it zoomed out more? I think this might be better. This is back to being live, by the way. Thank you, Gibby, for the $50 super chat. Yeah, Milton reached peak well before landfall, and that is one of the biggest differences between this and Milton. Melissa is the most intense hurricane right upon landfall, basically. We have an update from the National Hurricane Center. This is the 12 o'clock update from the National Hurricane Center. Latest update. Melissa's eye is approaching the southwestern coast of Jamaica. Stay in your shelter. This is an extremely dangerous and life-threatening situation. Do not leave your shelter as the eye passes over, as winds will quickly and rapidly increase on the other side of the eye. Residents should remain in place through the passage of these life-threatening conditions. To protect yourself from wind, the best thing you can do is put as many walls between you and the outside. An interior room without windows, ideally one where you can avoid falling trees, is the safest place you can be in a building. You can also cover yourself with a mattress and wear a helmet for added protection as well. Once again, maximum sustained winds are still at 185 miles per hour as this approaches landfall, with pressure at 892 millibars. So nothing has changed there. It's still moving north-northeast at about 9 miles per hour. Hey, Don, for becoming a maximum velocity member. Huge shout out to Gibby again for the very generous super chat. But yeah, unfortunately, again, this has not made landfall yet. I say unfortunately because if it made landfall sooner, it would have been weakening sooner, but it has not yet done so. If we go back a little bit, I just want to show you guys what it looks like in the eye wall. This was about 30 minutes ago, but this is on this live camera in Treasure Beach. This is basically the conditions that we are seeing across the entire board inside of the eye wall right now. Is this right here. Again, very high winds. We've had power lines going down, tree branches going down, all that sort of stuff. This is still a sub 900 millibar hurricane, by the way. It's still very intense. This is back to being live. Hey, Jeff, for becoming a maximum velocity member. The hospital right now in Black River is actively being hit. This is the Black River Hospital, and this is right along the coastline. And again, we've already had multiple areas hit by destructive winds, but Black River Hospital is literally right on the coastline. And storm surge is forecasted to be up to 13 feet. And so all that water is pushing ashore right now, and it's only going to get worse over the next few hours. And as we already alluded to, too, the Sandals Resort is probably taking some major damage right now. This is obviously a very popular resort in Jamaica that is right on the beach. And with a southerly northerly moving hurricane going right from the south to the north. Like, this is the worst path possible for this resort, and it is probably taking a beating right now. You got bungalows, you got all sorts of like little bars too off the shore and stuff like that. Like, this is a huge and very popular resort. That's also taking a direct hit from this hurricane. But the storm surge, again, is only going to get worse with time because of the winds being very strong on the south side of this hurricane. Once it's up towards Montego Bay, that is when really, really intense storm surge will really ramp up across White House, Black River, Santa Lamar, and also near Alligator Pond. Back over in Kingston, some of the worst storm surge will really just be within the next 2 hours or so. Was that hospital evacuated? I believe it was yesterday, if I remember correctly. So hopefully it was. This is live right now in Mandeville. This is Storm Chaser Bryce Shelton, Tornado Pagey. Winds have been pretty intense here. We're peaking at around 100-mile-per-hour winds. Shout out to Trudy with the 5 get to memberships. By the way, Treasure Beach, the camera that we've been looking at on and off, it's right about here. It's on like the eastern side of the eye wall. It was actually extremely close to being in the eye of the hurricane. Very close. But this area has just been getting hammered with really high winds. It's really been about it. This is about the peak intensity. It was right around here. This is about 50 minutes ago, but this was around the peak intensity of Melissa. They skipped for the super chat. If this makes landfall in Cuba as a Cat 5, do you know if there's ever been 2 landfalls as Cat 5 by the same hurricane ever? I don't know for sure. I'd have to look. But it would definitely be one of the only, if that. There are not very many hurricanes that make Cat 5 landfall twice. I mean, Dorian made landfall multiple times as a Cat 5. The Bahamas. That was obviously one country. Huge shout out to Zero Pass for the $50 super chat. W's in the chat for Zero Pass. Really appreciate that. Thank you also Lala for the super chat. Any cameras from White House? Not that I'm aware of, no. It's back to being live. I was behind. It's back to being live, though, in Treasure Beach. And it's gone again. All right, we'll go back to it in a moment. Back to Mandeville. A little bit more calm here, a little bit more tame. Winds are still upwards of 80 to 90 miles per hour. Mandeville is now directly parallel to the eye of Melissa.
All right, I think we have sound now. Sorry about that. So somehow I got it to switch a network. That way we can have a stream again. But as you can see, conditions are really starting to go downhill here at the elevation in Mandeville. The roof is starting to kind of peel off of this building over here beside me, and there is tons of trees down and lots of power lines down across the city right now.
Alright, so Bryce is at least reporting here in Mandeville that power lines are coming down across Mandeville.
You can just hear the wind just howling.
Hey, Darce for the $20 super chat. Appreciate that. I don't know how Bryce got his connection back. Pretty impressive. Thank you, NY, for becoming a member. And Colby for the super chat. Just woke up and it dropped below 900 millibars and it hasn't made landfall. It has not made landfall yet. Not officially, but the eye is starting to go over land. So what it looks like right now on infrared imagery. Again, the edge of the hurricane has just, the edge of the eye, I should say, has just gotten onto the White House and out and down area. Eye of the hurricane, which is basically the center right here, that is where we are basically waiting for landfall. That would be landfall, like that would be the landfalling point. It's not over land yet, but we are very close to having it directly over land. Just west of Black River. Black River was kind of my prediction on where this would make landfall. It's just barely west of that in White House, and it's obviously gone much further to the west. It's been wobbling a lot here over the last 3 to 4 hours. It took a much more westerly path than we initially thought, and it's very close now to Savannah Lamar, so much closer to that area than initially expected. It is, again, churning right now to the north, and it looks like Bryce is going through some more significant conditions again.
Be it. The Melissa really shifted to the west there. Hasn't even made an official landfall yet.
Thank you, Matthew, for the $10 super
really
chat.
Shifted west. Even Treasure Beach is not going to get in the eye, but Treasure Beach is definitely going to be getting some extensive storm surge with that prolonged onshore flow.
Hey, Frost from becoming a maximum velocity member.
So where could landfall be? Let's take a look. I mean, honestly, landfall.
Guys, this is a live stream. I don't know why people don't think it's live.
That is quite a bit west than what we were thinking even 2 hours ago.
Worst case is shaping up for Cuba. I agree. I 100% agree.
So hopefully this stream will hold up.
Back over to Treasure Beach, where the eye wall has continued to wreak havoc here. We have, I believe, the camera. Let me check and see. All right, the camera has been frozen for about a minute. Let's go back a little bit. But this is what it looked like a few moments ago in Treasure Beach. Treasure Beach, again, is dealing with over 100-mile-per-hour wind gusts. Weather Service just said it's moving north-northeast now. It's not actually moving north-northeast. It's moving more due north. See the direction of the eye. It's basically been moving north for a little while. It might be starting to turn back to the north-northeast, but for a good amount of time here, it's been moving due north with a bit of a wobble. This thing is just not moving. It is barely moving. What it looks like right now on infrared imagery, again, it's moving north at 9 miles per hour for the record. Like it's moving at a much more fast pace than before. The reason why it feels slower is because it hasn't made landfall yet. Again, it was forecasted to make landfall a good hour or two ago. And we are now just kind of awaiting it this actually to make landfall like now. But it is just slowly making landfall here in southwestern Jamaica. It's going right over Savannah Lamar right now. It's coming up towards Montego Bay. And it will be a very dangerous hurricane, especially for Montego Bay as well. Montego Bay, Betheltown, Anchovy are basically directly in the path of this, assuming it doesn't really take any more significant turns and it just kind of goes due north like it is right now. Those areas are going to be directly hit by this hurricane here relatively soon, but you can see how much it's wobbled to the north. I mean, it hasn't really even gone back to the north-northeast yet. It's basically still going due north right now, right up towards Savannah, Lamar, which keeps this thing over water for a longer period of time. It also means that for Cuba tomorrow, or even into tonight, this will likely be a much more intense Category 4 hurricane, maybe even a Cat 5. So the long-term implications of this for other areas like Cuba and the Bahamas is not good, with this continuing to just stay over water and have very minimal land interaction. There's a storm chaser there now. We do have, yeah, there's literally a storm chaser there in Mandeville, which, for the record, Mandeville, we thought we were just going to get the eye wall. It's been just barely outside of the eye wall. Only by a few miles. And again, this hurricane in particular is very small. But even then, like, the winds have been pretty strong here.
Probably
but this is no more than probably 80, 90 mile per hour wind gusts. Peak wind gust has probably been near 100 in Mandeville.
We're on a westerly trajectory there.
Hey, DD and Rossev for becoming members.
I mean, if it continues going north, Montego Bay is going to be in a bad spot.
Will this be the last hurricane of the season? Hopefully.
But
I think it probably will,
hand,
but we could always see one sneak out in November.
Kingston, they're going to be in okay shape come tomorrow, the next day, I do believe. Maybe some.
Hey, Roderick for the $10 super chat.
Definitely not anywhere near as bad as what it could have been in Kingston.
Is this hurricane still drunk? It basically is. In all reality, it is still a drunk hurricane. It is wobbling. It has not had a straight path really at all for the last really 24 hours, and even really the last few days. It's been all over the place. But yeah, this has not really been straight at all. It's still wobbling all over the place. It's still struggling to actually go straight. This one's basically just going due north. So unfortunately, this hurricane just continues to stay over water. It really is worst case scenario. Technically, the worst case scenario, if we do quotes on that, like the worst case scenario technically would have been if this made landfall east of Manville near Kingstown or Kingston. If it were to make landfall in Kingston or near Kingston, that would be by far the most catastrophic scenario, because that area specifically has over 1 million people that live there. There's a much higher population density. Population density is pretty big near Montego Bay. It's not as large along the southwest coast of Jamaica, but even then, like, there are people that live here. You know, there are plenty of people that live here. The entire country as a whole is around 3 million people, and again, about 1 million are in Kingston, and then the other 2 are diversified across the entire country. But again, Melissa is still not fully inland. It has gone into White House and Achendown, and it is, again, most likely just moments away from making landfall as our first landfall of this Category 5 hurricane. Thank you, Willish, for the $20 super chat. Prayers to anybody in the path. Sending love from Ireland. Appreciate that. Thank you for the super chat. Also, thank you, Michael, for the $20 super chat. Enjoy your channel, Old School Meteorologist. Looks like the last wobble is going to put most of the eye in the western bay of Montego Bay and takes a direct hit. I'm not sure if it diminishes much going through Jamaica. I don't think it's going to weaken much as it goes through Jamaica, to be honest. I think this is going to be a continuing hurricane. It'll probably, in my opinion, this will probably still be a Cat 5 towards Cuba tomorrow. This is back over in Treasure Beach. This is, again, a live cam in Treasure Beach, which is just on the east side of the eye wall still, where the winds are still well over 100 miles per hour. As a reminder, if you are just tuning into the channel for the first time, make sure to subscribe down below. We do live streams like this all the time. That audio that you're hearing is literally the wind in real time. Has it made landfall? It has not. Not quite yet. Getting close to it. This is back over to the Flatbridge River near Kingston. You actually can see the tree debris now attached to the bridge again. I think that might be new debris, but this bridge it's right there where all that tree debris is in the middle of your screen. A decent amount of debris going down this river for quite some time. It's back over to Bryce Shelton storm chasing here in Jamaica. In Mandeville, where the winds are still pretty intense. Not as intense as they could be, but they are still pretty intense here.
I'm sure the mountain over at Spur Tree does not look too pretty right now with landslides, or at least rocks falling off of it.
I would say right now we are probably about 15 minutes or so, maybe 20 minutes away from an official landfall in Jamaica. The eye is now just barely, it's like only like a mile or two away from White House. Like the center of this eye, it's within 3 miles basically of making landfall. It's very close. And I do have I'm kind of concerned that this could go right up through Montego Bay. Which again is much more populated. You can see all the streets and whatnot near Bellevue and Montego Bay, west of Barretttown. Unfortunately, I do think there could be a direct hit there. Is Bryce okay? Bryce is fine. He's honestly not even that bad of the hurricane right now. Like, if you look at how far he is from the eye, he's actually 23, 24 miles to the east of the eye, which might sound like really not that much at all, but when you think about it, the eye wall is mostly in here. It's mostly in the red. Maybe just barely further to the east and north. So he's not really even in the eye wall. If he was about 10 miles further east, or even 5 miles further east, it'd be a major difference. Like Santa Cruz, it'd be a big, big difference. Mitch is asking if this can impact Central Florida. Once again, this is not impacting Florida. We got a large trough that is over Florida, and that's going to help to lift this thing very quickly off to the northeast and become subtropical. Look how fast this thing is going to go. Like, this thing's going to go extra tropical by the end of the week, but look how far this goes. This is a 5-day forecast. So it's going to start over here, obviously near Jamaica, and then it's going to race all the way out towards even the United Kingdom as we go into basically the weekend. So yeah, this thing's going to be racing in basically a day or two. So live shot back over in Mandeville and then back over to Treasure Beach. This is actually a different look now at Treasure Beach. I think you can actually see the water a little bit right there. It's a different view now at Treasure Beach. It's a little bit better view. We can at least see stuff now.
Hi.
The cat's meowing. Hey, Summoner for the super chat. Actually, the visibility is starting to improve a little bit here in Treasure Island. Just a little bit. Or at least able to see a little bit more now. We weren't able to see much before. You can see all the debris, though, here. Like, on the right side of your screen, you see that, like, scrap metal and stuff. That's definitely from the hurricane force winds. Once again, Hurricane Melissa is currently minutes away from landfall in Jamaica. If you're just tuning in, it is still a powerful Category 5 hurricane. Maximum sustained winds of 185 miles per hour. Pressure is at 892 millibars still.
Move a little bit, but
Also, this is a video from not too long ago. This was from when the eye wall was going right through Treasure Beach. In case you have not been tuning into the stream, this is a video from earlier. It's hard to see much, but this is basically the visibility here in Treasure Beach when the eye wall was right over this area. It's basically most intense peak. Very strong winds. There were power lines even bent over on the other side if the camera's facing the other way. You offer the $10 super chat. Is there storm surge? I can't tell. I haven't seen any storm surge on the camera. I'll have to go back and look. I haven't seen any clear views of storm surge on that camera. The amount of lightning that is still ongoing with this hurricane is quite literally unbelievable. If we go over to satellite here, as Melissa makes landfall, you can see the clear eye right there in the middle. But if we go over and add the density of lightning, there is still an incredibly high amount of lightning right around the eye of Melissa. All those are lightning strikes. Thank you, Bethany, for the $15 super chat. Hello to Cheese from Patty and Bethany. She is currently sitting in my lap. This is back to the live shot in Treasure Beach. Got some trees uprooted here. A lot of sheet metal in the roadways. This is right where the eye of Melissa is. Essentially, it's just west of, or just east of where the eye of Melissa is. Jamaica will be forever changed. Western Jamaica will be forever changed. I don't think Kingston's going to be forever changed with how far west this has gone. If this hurricane were any further east, I mean, we'd be talking about a much more catastrophic scenario for that area. Montego Bay, I think, is going to be one of the areas that is really the hardest hit by this. Unfortunately. It's back over to Mandeville, which again, if you're in Jamaica, this is, if you're in the Mandeville area, this is basically what you're looking at out there right now. So again, winds are not super crazy in Mandeville. And this back over in Kingston at the river, actually a whole entire tree. Look at that. I think that's an entire tree right there that is currently on the bridge. Just stuck there. Hey, Mixer for the super chat. Thank you all of you, especially my friend in Santiago de Cuba. Hope tomorrow brings them some sort of luck. Unfortunately, I don't think there's going to be anything good coming for Cuba with the path of this. Cuba is going to look. I truly think this could still be a Cat 5 into Cuba tomorrow. And it'll be making landfall early tomorrow morning at like 3, 4 in the morning. And so this will probably still be a Cat 5 by then. Found a interesting live stream. This is from JR_Smith_3 on Twitter. It's a live stream currently from the Montego Bay area. This is right on the coast. Look how windy it already is there. It's live in Montego Bay. It's already very windy there. Anybody currently tuning in from Montego Bay in the chat? There's also some more video from Montego Bay in the last few minutes. And this isn't, again, the eye hasn't even made it there yet. Montego Bay? Thank you. Montego Bay. Is that some sort of resort? Again, storm surge isn't really a big problem right now. It will become more of a problem once Melissa's a little bit further north. But yeah, that's again Montego Bay, or Montego Bay, excuse me, just moments ago. If you guys have any photos or videos, you can always at me on Twitter, MXVelocityWX. Looks like Bryce has been driving around a little bit here. This is inside of Mandeville still. That's at the Holiday Inn Resort, by the way, for those that are wondering. Montego Bay. Hey, Rich for the super chat. Thank you, Alyssa, for the Venmo donation saying coffee. I appreciate that. I'm gonna need more coffee. I already had my, well, I didn't drink it fully, but I had my McDonald's iced coffee this morning. I literally got it scheduled for a DoorDash today because I knew I was gonna go live early. So I got iced coffee and a large Diet Coke. Like, both of them are large, like filled to the brim. And I needed that because, like, otherwise I would have not been awake. I'm surprised I'm even this awake, to be honest, right now. Back over to Treasure Beach, which is located on the east side of the eye wall. Still very windy here. This is a little bit further west than where Bryce is, and the winds have continued to remain very strong. Upwards of 100 to 120 mile per hour wind gusts. Bryce is now driving around. So Bryce is now fully driving around here in Jamaica. So we actually have active storm chasing for the first time. He hasn't really gone around much.
Yeah, there's power lines down right here. There's a bunch of trees down right here, too.
There's some damage there.
Flooding. Oh, wow, we can't go this way.
Is that flooding?
Look at all that water, y'all. There's a car down there that's up to the windows.
Oh, look at that. There's a car submerged right there. Right there on the middle of your screen. This is, again, live in Jamaica. This is in Mandeville. That is a submerged car right there. Holy cow.
Wow.
This is actively all happening in Jamaica right now.
Here, this is literally why we can't move.
This is again in Jamaica. Thank you, Melrose, for the $20 super chat. I don't know if somebody's in that car, hopefully not, but that car is almost submerged in water. This is the flooding that we were talking about.
Can't really go far here.
Just throw it out there. Melissa still hasn't made landfall.
There's no way. We're literally pretty much stuck in the city until this water goes away, at least. And then you got to worry about the trees and the power lines. That's just another obstacle.
Turn around, don't drown. Yeah, he's not driving through that. There's no way. As we talk, there's debris just flying across the screen here.
I don't want to go too far from here.
Hey, Chris, for becoming a member. How long till landfall? Probably in the next 10 to 15 minutes. No official landfall as of right now. Look at the wind splash over the water, too. What was the dude thinking? I don't know if there's somebody in the car. I can't really tell.
I should have brought a towel with me, but I didn't even think about it. I got paper towels in here, but what good is that going to do me?
I don't know if anybody's in the car. It's almost impossible to tell. But if somebody's in that car, hopefully they get to safety somehow. Or hopefully they already did. But that car is definitely submerged. There's no way of that thing getting out of there. I have a feeling somebody was in that car, because that doesn't just... I don't feel like somebody's parking that car there. This once again live in Mandeville, Jamaica.
Yeah, these trees. Literally soaked from a bath.
Apparently Bryce is now soaked. I don't know if he opened his windows. Hopefully Bryce has good rental car coverage. Bryce isn't in the flooded waters, but I'm guessing he does.
We can't go down there. There's no way.
Bryce is fine, by the way. I mean, he's in at least a slightly higher ground than this. This is a low-lying area. He's gonna start driving again. We got all sorts of branches in the roadways, lots of debris everywhere. This is near the Mandeville Regional Hospital. Hey, Calgary for the super chat.
I just wanted to get out of this flood
The lowest
zone.
pressure that's been recorded was 882, which was Wilma. This one's obviously got down and possibly is still around 892
We're not gonna
millibars.
be able to go too far.
It's actually a decent amount of flooding. It's not even just down there. You can see all the water just kind of piling up on the road even in front of him. And this is what happens when there's not a whole lot of good drainage, and on top of that, we've just had, you know, over a foot of rain easily that has dropped in this area since yesterday. See how far he gets without there being another flooded roadway or like a down power line or something.
Come up in here and try to get back. There's trees down all through here. Up that way, yeah, we're not gonna be able to get far, y'all. I'm sorry. Definitely trying.
I think Bryce is trying to find any way to actually get out of here.
Trying to turn this defroster on as well. Trying to dry this windshield a little bit. Yeah, that way's a no-go. I wonder about this road up here. If we could get up there. Let's try that. Just gotta watch these poles too. I'd really hate to have to walk back. It wouldn't be fun.
So again, live in Mandeville, Jamaica.
Car in the middle of the road.
I don't know why that car... is that a parking
Structural
spot?
damage roof there.
So we have a damaged roof.
Some more power lines down.
Yeah, power line's down right here on the right.
Make sure anyway, though.
Looks like all the traffic lights are off. So power's basically off here across Mandeville.
Is that all flooded in there as well? Yikes. Oh, this is too.
Hey, Tony, for the super chat.
This is completely flooded.
Wow, this road's completely flooded too. Look at that. It's another low-lying area. That road is entirely flooded, and there are buildings obviously right in front of there that are probably have water in them right now. I don't know if there's literally any way for him to actually get out of Mandeville right now.
At the gas station on it. Did you see a car coming this way?
Another roof that's been kind of ripped.
You don't want to run over all this debris. Go around it. There's a ton of water flowing down here, so I'm assuming. Okay, there you got the fire trucks here.
As far as there's another person here, I don't know if they just live here, but there's another person driving around right now. I don't think that's a chaser, but I could be wrong. There aren't that many chasers in Jamaica.
Power lines down up here.
We have a breaking news. We have breaking news coming out of Black River. Medical facilities in Black River have been destroyed. This is according to the Jamaican senator talking to NBC.
But even here, I don't know if we'll be able to get
That was
up
breaking
here.
news in the last minute. That was a place right along the coastline.
Yeah, there's so much water coming off these mountains.
There's a hospital that was right along the coast.
Yeah, this is... Look at all this. No way. No way.
Wow. That is another dead end.
Not a chance that you're getting through there.
I think Bryce is just stuck. I don't know how many exits there are to get out of here, but there's a decent amount of ways to get out. This is just another blocked off way, though.
Oh my goodness. And it's just getting worse. I'm telling you, there's hardly any way around this town right now. only stuck in not even a 1 kilometer by 1 kilometer. Down here's flooded too. Albeit this is nowhere near as bad, but we're still.
Landfall is going to be happening in the next like 5 minutes, it looks like. So we should have official landfall here shortly.
Yikes. I have to get these paper towels out and clean this winch. Oh.
Basically, every roadway is flooded here in Mandeville.
Didn't buy a bounty. I don't know what this is, but it ain't working already. Just put my finger on it and I went through like 3 sheets. I just can't see out the windshield. Try to clean it off a little bit over here on my side. Driving on the right side has been an adjustment over the past few days, but I've definitely gotten used to it, and driving on the left side of the road just takes a little bit of getting used to. Alright, yeah, we gotta get out of here. These power lines are about to come down like now. Actually, that wire just came down behind us. Gotta get. Can we go back up here now? Yeah.
If you're just tuning in, this is live in Mandeville, Jamaica. Storm Chaser Bryce Shelton is actually driving around now. We haven't had him driving around at all so far, and the conditions have gotten at least a little bit more manageable to drive around. He's trying to find a way to go elsewhere, try to get away, it seems like, from Mandeville, maybe trying to go further west towards where the hurricane is, but not seeing any successful escape routes right now to actually get elsewhere.
That way's the downed wires you can't get through. We'll take back down this way and see if we can find some other streets. Try to pull up the Google Maps anyway. There's hardly anybody around here, so I'm just gonna stop at this stoplight. Definitely down in like a little bowl.
Hey Richard with the $10 super chat is Tornado Pagey with Bryce. Tornado Pagey is at home because she's sick, but Bryce is obviously in Jamaica. It's just Bryce. Hey Reek for the super chat.
To go up here.
It'll lose power a little bit as it goes over land, but it's not going to lose that much intensity.
Back uphill. That way has a tree, but this says it's a one-way, so we can't go that way. It's flooded as well. Bunch of sheet metal up here in the road.
Got more sheet metal on the road here. Still very windy, by the way. We're still talking about hurricane force wind gusts for sure in Mandeville.
A lot of sheet metal on the road there. Nope, we can't do this. We gotta go back.
Wow. It gets way windier when you go that way. There's like no visibility.
Power pole fall. The way we were about to go. So we're gonna go back this way.
Is there a KFC? I wasn't even looking. Is there a KFC here? I know KFC was actually in Jamaica. Kentucky Fried Chicken made it all the way to Jamaica.
This way ain't gonna take us anywhere but up a mountain. We're literally basically just stuck in here.
KFC is big in Jamaica, is it really?
I was going to try to show y'all a little bit more, but there's just...
Is it really that big in Jamaica? Thank you, Rick, for the $10 super chat. Bryce, to stop for just a moment. This is back to that camera in Treasure Beach, Jamaica. Look how much the conditions have improved here over the last 30 minutes. This is back down near Alligator Pond. We had the eye wall go through here about an hour ago. For those that have been watching for well over an hour, we saw extreme conditions in Treasure Beach not too long ago, so definitely an improvement. This is back over at the Flat Bridge on the Sea Jamaica live camera, which you can watch on their Sea Jamaica camera network over on YouTube, but that river has been way overflowing. Again, tons of debris flow over the last hour or two. We have multiple trees in the water as well. It's back over to Bryce. Hurricane Melissa is moments away from landfall here in Jamaica. Moments away.
Wow, all that's flooded down in there too.
Person walking in the street. Alrighty. Well, that's interesting.
This is back downhill.
It's like a whirlwind effect down the road here with all the buildings. Thank you, Christina, for the $10 super chat. As a reminder, if you are new to the channel, make sure to subscribe down below. Once again, this is live with Storm Chaser Bryce Shelton. He's also live on YouTube under the name of Tornado Pagey. Also live inside of the Radar Omega app, which you can download with the top link in the description below.
All that stuff might move here in just a second. This wind coming up.
Another flooded road. Or is this the one from earlier? This might be the one from earlier. Look at all the leaves flying off the trees. Hurricane Melissa is minutes away from landfall in Jamaica. This is from Mandeville, where we have major flooding and, again, just tons of debris everywhere. There's been some roofs ripped off, tree branches, and all sorts of tree debris just flying all across the road right now.
So yeah, that was as far as we could go, y'all. Not even really a 1 kilometer by 1 kilometer. But as you can see, everything is flooded.
The car stranded there on the left. Again, unknown if there's somebody in that car on the left side. There's at least one vehicle in floodwaters right now. here in Mandeville. Hey, Eric, for the $20 super chat. Thanks for your coverage, Max. You do such an amazing job. Every storm is incredibly scary for everyone in its path. It 100% is. Thank you, Xander, also for the $20 super chat. Us here, or a lot of us here are worried about Bryce. I recognize he's more experienced than most of us, but I hope someone can tell him we won't be disappointed by the lack of footage. Just want to see him out there safely. He's fine.
I think here we're really going to be talking about a landslide, catastrophic landslide.
That cat keeps meowing at me.
And the winds are
look at all the leaves. It literally,
up,
the winds are getting stronger in Mandeville. Actually,
that southerly flow come here into Mandeville, and we're on top of 2,000 feet elevation.
The wind continues to stay very intense here. It actually really hasn't... I don't know if it's reached its peak yet. Conditions honestly look a little bit worse than earlier.
Oh, there is a tree. But I saw a tree. Alright. There's no tree behind us, so just want to make sure.
There's a water bottle on the road. That's going right to left. In case you guys can't see it, on the left side of your screen, that white thing in the water, that is a car. Thank you, Money, for the $25 super chat. Appreciate it. Hey, William, for the super chat. Why isn't there a lot of lightning and hurricanes? Well, I mean, in this hurricane, there's a lot. Lightning in general just isn't... Oh, there's a street sign now. What is that? Now a sign flowing down this water.
Flowing. You can see stuff flowing.
This is almost like turning into a river right now, Mandeville. Like this like street here. This is essentially turning into like almost a flowing river. Hey, Brody, for the super chat. They gotta put a Culver's in Jamaica after this. I didn't even know they had KFC, I'm not gonna lie.
I see a car trying to come through on the other side. I don't think it's...
There's a car on the other side. Look at that. There aren't very many people driving on the roadways today. We've seen one other car, and that's a different one now. And that one's turning around. We've seen one person walking in this town. We've seen now 2 different cars. One of them passed by Bryce a few minutes ago. Hey, Pizza Hut for the $20 super chat. Go's imagery is beautiful. Go's imagery looks crazy.
It's just howling.
The Eye of Melissa is now just... Oh, it's almost... There was the wind again. It's almost 50% over land now.
So I can see the backup camera behind me. What's going on behind me?
This one looks like right now an infrared imagery. Once again, Melissa is basically over land now. We are about to probably have official landfall at any moment. The National Hurricane Center does have another update coming out, I believe, right now. So in about a minute or so, we should have a new update from the National Hurricane Center, but I do believe Melissa is about to, if not, it has officially made landfall. Hey, are you ready for the super chat? All right, Bryce is moving again. We're gonna have an official update probably in a moment, at least on landfall, if it has made landfall. I'm guessing it has, but we're waiting for the National Hurricane Center's official word on that. Bryce is back to driving around here in Mandeville, trying to find an escape route, basically.
Nothing, because we're up on higher ground. I just wanted to make sure that my route back was okay. Power line did fall down though. Yeah, I just want to make sure that my route back was okay.
Hey Jane, for becoming a member, welcome to the Velocities. Back to the river. It's not even a river. This is a road, by the way. This is supposed to be a road, at least. All right, we have breaking news. Hurricane Melissa has now just officially made landfall. So that is breaking news. Hurricane Melissa has just made landfall in Jamaica as a Category 5 hurricane with maximum sustained winds of 185 miles per hour and pressure of 892 millibars. So that is official. Hurricane Melissa has made landfall near New Hope with estimated maximum sustained winds of 185. One of the most powerful hurricane landfalls on record in the Atlantic Basin. That is what the National Hurricane Center has just stated. So that is, again, once again, breaking news. If you're just tuning in, Melissa has officially made landfall as one of the most powerful Cat 5s on record in the Atlantic Basin, with maximum sustained winds of 185, pressure of 892 millibars. They have also mentioned in this that they just said this is an extremely dangerous and life-threatening situation. Do not leave your shelter as the eye passes over, as winds will quickly and rapidly increase on the other side of the eye. Residents should remain in place through the passage of this or of these life-threatening conditions. To protect yourself from the wind, put as many walls between you from the outside as possible and be in an interior room without windows, ideally so that you can avoid falling trees. You can also cover yourself with a mattress and wear a helmet for added protection. So again, Hurricane Melissa has officially made landfall in Jamaica as a very powerful Category 5 hurricane. Few shots to Zero to pass for the $100 super chat. What is Bryce driving? I literally have no clue. Buy a drink for Bryce when he gets back. Dinner on me. I appreciate that and really appreciate the generosity. I will for sure. Thank you also, Tina, for becoming a member. Bottom left of your screen, that river continues to get even higher. And there's just tons of debris everywhere on that bridge. Just a look at satellite imagery of Melissa going right over land right now. It's currently located over White House. This is the approximate location of where it is making landfall. Once again, this had one of the driest eyes on record. This had one of the driest eyes on record in terms of, you know, being like negative 2.67 degrees Celsius, which is way below any of the other eyes that have ever been that dry. So one of the most intense hurricanes just generally on record here in the Atlantic Basin has now officially made landfall. It is now moving right over at Auchendown as well as White House, Belmont, Bluefields near Crawford, and it is now tracking up towards Donaldson, Betheltown, Anchovy, and then eventually perhaps going towards Montego Bay. So Montego Bay is going to be next in line for this. Very catastrophic hurricane. The winds have remained very intense here also.
Definitely hurricane.
In Mandeville. You can also watch Storm Chaser Bryce Shelton / Tornado Pagey on YouTube and also inside the Radar Omega app, which you can download with the top link in the description. Is the stream good? My chat just died. What the heck? I cannot see live chat for some reason. People in VC, is my stream good? I don't know what happened. I cannot see live chat. We are good? Okay. I cannot see live chat. The heck? Sorry guys, 1 second. I don't know why I can't see live chat. Has live chat just disappeared? Like, I can't even see it. YouTube is having issues? Okay, so apparently YouTube is now having issues. YouTube just died, apparently. Alright. Getting some breaking news. Apparently YouTube's live chat feature has just died for some reason. Just heads up, in case you guys cannot see live chat. We are still live, but apparently the live chat feature just went out. Oh, now we're back. Alright. Welcome back, everybody. Once again, if you're just tuning in, Hurricane Melissa has now officially made landfall as a Category 5 hurricane in Jamaica. It is causing catastrophic impacts all across western Jamaica at this hour, including Montego Bay, Betheltown, Savannah Lamar, all the way through Alligator Pond, Mandeville, and Albertown, and all the way up towards Runaway Bay. These are areas that we are experiencing catastrophic impacts right now in real time with hurricane force wind gusts. We're dealing with very significant storm surge, upwards of 13 feet as well, right along the coastline. And this is a little graphic as well, just to give you an idea. This is some of the latest. Again, Melissa, excuse me, has officially made landfall here in Jamaica as a very powerful Category 5 hurricane. This is one of the most intense hurricanes to ever make landfall in Jamaica. And just in general in the Atlantic Ocean. We've really hardly ever had a hurricane this powerful make landfall anywhere. Pressure was 892 millibars. That is a typo on there. Pettis, you need to fix that typo. But it made landfall at 892 millibars, 185 mile per hour maximum sustained winds. It ties for the first place for the most powerful hurricane landfalling in the Atlantic Ocean on record. Hey, Rose, for the Stewart chat. Thank you for your continuing coverage. Appreciate the generosity. So right now, obviously, Melissa's moving over land. It will be coming up on Montego Bay here pretty soon. And I do want to point out another thing I just want to mention here is that as it comes up towards Montego Bay, we are expecting more significant winds and a lot of other problems up there. And then eventually to go through the Runaway Bay area. And then beyond that point, it's going to go right up towards Cuba, most likely as at least a Category 4 hurricane. If not, it could still be even a low-end Cat 5 hurricane by the time it goes towards Cuba, with how minimally it's going to be moving over land here over the next few hours. There's still a pretty good chance here that Melissa is going to be a very intense hurricane all the way through Cuba, which is not a good thing. I mean, we're talking about a double whammy when it comes to a very intense Cat 4 to 5 hurricane. Obviously, it's a Cat 5 right now at a very high-end scale, and then it could make another very dangerous landfall as a Cat 4 or 5 over in eastern Cuba near Mela and Guantanamo. So, very dangerous situation is going to continue to evolve here. This is a live shot back over in Treasure Beach. This is an area that dealt with the eye wall. It has gotten a lot quieter here, a lot calmer over the last several minutes. So that is at least good news for right now. This is an area that was in the eye wall not too long ago, on the southeast side of the eye wall now. And then this here is a live shot from that flat bridge area, which is just northwest of Kingston, where we still have debris flow and all sorts of problems there with tree branches stuck there on the bridge. That camera has just gone down. And then this is back over live, and there's a person, again, walking. Is that a dog over there? Across the water here, this is a roadway, but across the water, it looks like there's two people walking with a dog or something like that. Hey, Tim, for the $20 super chat. Just taking a stroll. I can't believe anybody's walking out here. Like, there could be flying debris at any moment, literally anywhere. With a hurricane this powerful. People are walking around like it's just raining. Yeah, I mean, that's unfortunately, some people do get that kind of idea that like it's just raining now, like it's fine, but the winds are still very strong. There's been on it as well. We've seen some really intense winds at times, especially on what we've seen with Bryce Shelton there, is that like there have been moments where the wind goes from only being like 50, 55 mile per hour wind gusts all the way up to like 80 or 90 in a brief moment. Like we can still get those really intense winds, and that is what we're currently seeing on their side of things. So definitely a concern is that people are going out there for basically no reason. There's really no reason that you should be going out at all in Jamaica. You should still be like in your safe place, in your shelter spot. If you're lagging, by the way, refresh your stream. That happened earlier for some reason. Thank you, Crystal, for becoming a member. Welcome to the Velocities. Some more debris floating in the road there. It looks like some sort of can. Can't really tell what that is. Almost looks like a buoy, but looks like a can floating across the water right now. Once again, if you're just tuning in, Hurricane Melissa has officially made landfall here in Jamaica. Hey, Froggy, for becoming a member. Is the water going to rise a lot at this camera location? This isn't a camera, by the way. This is a chaser. They're just parked here right now. But this is, like, the water's going to keep rising. So where we are currently looking is Mandeville. And you can see all of this right here. That is all very tall cloud tops. That's where a ton of rain is currently falling. And unfortunately, we are going to continue to see tons of rainfall on this side of the hurricane for the next 6 to 12 hours. And that is going to include Mandeville. So that water is only going to get higher, which is that car that's on the left there. That thing could be fully like underwater at some point. Like it's entirely possible with how low lying of an area this is. Can't believe this camera's still up. Well, again, it is a chaser, but second off, I don't know how any of the cameras stayed up. The ones over in Kingston also stayed up. Including, well, this one's had some problems at times, but this one's also been up basically the entire time, too. I was shocked. This camera, out of any camera that we've looked at today, I don't know how in the world this Treasure Beach camera is up. Like, I could not even tell you. That one literally was in the eye wall earlier. Got a little branch floating on the road now.
Yeah, this is not a good situation here. We're not gonna be able to get very far until all this water goes away.
Is Bryce okay? Bryce is fine. Thank you, Danielle, for becoming a member. $40 inches of rain. This is one of the areas in Jamaica that could pick up upwards of 40 inches of rain. And we are probably we're probably at least 20 inches into it. This is probably around 15, 20 inches of rain total now. But once again, we are still early stages of at least the rainfall event here in Jamaica. We do have a, real quickly, I want to go to this camera. Where was it?
Thank y'all so much for all the super chats, the likes, new subscribers, and just for watching.
Bettis, where was that
Appreciate
Twitter
every
link
one of you.
earlier? Oh, here it is. I found it. Never mind.
Thank y'all for all the PayPals and Venmos and Cash Apps as well.
This is what it looks like right now, back over in Montego Bay. This is a live, somebody that's live right now on Twitter. That's what it looks like right now, Montego Bay. It is getting really windy there. That is another area that we are going to see most likely Cat 3, Cat 4 winds easily with the path of Melissa. And so it's getting really windy there right now. You can actually see a little bit of the storm surge coming up now towards that little pool area. That pool might have a lot of sand in it tomorrow. This resort's going to take quite the hit. Whoa, that's weird resolution.
Once it pat.
Yeah, that is live right now, Montego Bay. Panthers fans, smart guy. I don't think the Panthers are going to go 13-4. Hate to break it to them. Whoever just said they think Cat 5 is a lie is absolutely crazy. There's no way you don't think this is a Cat 5. With everything that we've seen, there's just no way. Thank you, Mike, for the $5 super chat. Is a projected landfall in Cuba a high populated area? Also, thank you, Brittany, for becoming a member. I am not entirely sure. Let me look. It's not super it's kind of balanced. I don't know, it seems pretty populated. Guantanamo as well as Santiago de Cuba, those are two pretty populated areas. It's kind of a balanced country though. I mean, there's people kind of everywhere there. Once again, this is live footage right now from Montego Bay, where Hurricane Melissa is currently tracking towards. If we go back to radar right now, this is what it looks like. Again, this is where Montego Bay is. The eye wall is starting to enter into the south side of Montego Bay. So we are expecting the conditions to rapidly get worse over the next hour or so as Melissa continues to approach Montego Bay, Anchovy, and Betheltown. And that's what it looks like right now live out there. The winds have rapidly increased. This looks awfully similar to what we saw, honestly, back in the Treasure Beach camera. But this is further north. The storm surge in this case is going to come out of the north. It's not going to be nearly as significant of storm surge, at least now. It will get a little bit worse later. But you can see all that water crashing into the pool area there. See if I can try to zoom this in any more than it already is. But this is somebody that I believe is just on vacation and so happened to be in a pretty, basically terrible place at this point. Doesn't seem bad. It's going to get worse. This is going to get much worse over the next, like, 20, 30 minutes. Can we check on Bryce? Bryce is on the bottom right of your screen. The Montego Bay is quickly getting worse and worse conditions. So, we'll go back to him. But that is a look right there at what is happening right now in Montego Bay. This is what Bryce is looking at right now. Again, flooded over roadway here. Just continuing to get worse. There's at least one car stranded in floodwaters here in Mandeville. This Category 5 hurricane continues to rip across western Jamaica. Bryce is not stuck in his car, by the way. He is perfectly fine. He's not in floodwaters. How bad do you think the damage is going to be? I think it's going to be pretty bad. A lot of people have been saying, like, this doesn't look that bad, but first off, this is not where the eye made landfall. This is not where the eye wall was either. This is literally the flooding risk more than anything. There has been wind damage here as well, but if you go any further west than Mandeville, that is where we are talking about catastrophic impacts. Again, right where this red is on the bottom right of your screen, that's essentially the eye wall, right? And that's where all the really high winds are. That's Cat 3 plus, all across that area, essentially. Thank you, Matt, for the super chat. You have cameras in Cuba? I don't think so. I don't know if there's any, like, public cameras, at least in Eastern Cuba. I literally couldn't even tell you. Or any cameras in general, but I could be wrong. I'm gonna be pretty sure Eastern Cuba in general just doesn't have any cameras. Jamaica has a pretty decent network of cameras. There's a lot more cameras than I actually thought this area had. We have like, I think about 14 different cameras that we can have on stream. public internet access is banned in Cuba. That might be why. Pretty sure that's the reason why. Thank you, Law, for the super chat. Bryce is about to start driving around here in a second. So we're gonna see where he goes. See if he can find anywhere to get out of Mandeville, Jamaica. This guy filming a time lapse? I have zero clue. He actually might have been. I don't know. If he has a time lapse of this, that'd be pretty cool.
We're gonna make another loop around town. I had to do some video stuff there for a second. Wow, the wind is really picking up.
I'm gonna be back in 60 seconds. Keep it on Bryce as he starts driving around again. Be back in a moment.
Find. There's some roof damage over there. Up here. Yeah, lots of debris all over the roads.
Alright, I am back. Just kind of a weird thing. I keep getting emails about TV stations wanting to do interviews for me. I'm like, I'm literally in the middle of a live coverage. That's not possible. I've gotten, I think, about 8 different emails this morning about that. Doing interviews, and I'm like...
Lots of power lines down up here.
That ain't gonna happen. Conditions have gotten a little bit better here in Mandeville. Just a little bit better.
Palm trees and stuff down.
Wow, look at all those power lines down. Got a fire truck up there.
Yeah, there's a lot of damage back off in there. Oh, they're trying to clean it up already. Wow, that's great.
That building's actually boarded up entirely.
A work truck back in there, starting to clean it up.
Thank you, Vivian, for becoming a member.
Barrel rolling right at us.
Watch out, PDS barrel intercept.
Oh, nope, it's coming back. No, okay, it went away.
That thing is a drunk barrel. It's been doing some circles. Thank you, Chris, for the super chat. Are we in the eye? The eye of the hurricane is over White House and Darlston right now. But like in Mandeville, this is not the eye. This is the eastern side of the hurricane. It's barely outside of the eye wall. But if we had some sort of if we had a view of the inside the eye, that'd be insane. I bet Bryce would try to go to the eye if there was a roadway to get there. I just don't think there is like a realistic option, like a road option to get out of where he's at, because it's all flooded around. And it would probably already be too dangerous to go that way at this point anyway.
Yeah, as y'all can see, you can't go far. Wow, look at these power lines just swaying. Don't want those to come down on us.
Montego Bay is getting worse. Yeah, we have a live view of Montego. We're gonna go to that in a moment. This, actually, I'll do it real quick. This is what Montego looks like right now. It is very windy. Person just has a Twitter feed up of the conditions there. We might have just lost signal for a moment, but it's pretty windy there. That's what it looks like once again. Let me go back to this. That's what it looks like right now in Montego Bay. Some person that I'm pretty sure is just on vacation right now, or maybe works here or something, that's just out here, you know, filming what they're seeing, basically. The conditions have gotten much worse. See if I can refresh it. They're literally on the ground. This isn't even a storm chaser. They're just on the ground here. But, yeah, that's pretty interesting. Thank you, Bobby, for becoming a Maximum Velocity member.
Pull back in here for just a little bit. I got to do an interview. I don't want to sit there just in case something happens with the wind or the water coming up. So we'll pull back in here for just a minute, and we'll come back out in a little bit.
All right, while Bryce does that quick TV interview, this is back over to a live shot from Montego Bay where conditions are continuing to get worse. Once again, this is just somebody streaming on Twitter here, but they have a view of obviously the wind's getting a lot stronger here. The eye of the hurricane is only about 20 miles, maybe even less than that, south right now of Montego Bay. For sure, what the super chat says, I think Bryce is looking for that KFC again. Thank you, Squid, for the super chat. You're truly inspiring. Thanks for all you do. I appreciate that. Also, thank you, SC, for becoming a member. But yeah, Montego Bay is definitely getting hammered right now. It's basically live on the ground footage of this hurricane. You can get cameras, but you can also just get somebody that's literally on the ground. Pretty impressive. You passed a Popeyes? Was there a Popeyes? I didn't even see that. This actually, this is better. Here you go. This is a more full screen view of this. Me real quickly. Stream's having a little bit of buffering issues. Here you go. So this is back over in Montego Bay. Credit on screen. Thank you, Sherry, for the $10 super chat. Great coverage. Can we please stay live in Montego Bay? That is what we're doing right now. There are 14 Popeyes in Jamaica? Really? It's on. Oh, did I type the name wrong? Oopsie. There we go. It's looping. This is not looping. This is literally just live footage. So once again, this is in Montego Bay. We have a report of a home submerged, by the way, over in St. Anne. So there's at least one home, probably more than that, but there's at least one home that is being reported for sure submerged. We'll go back to this in a moment. I do want to go back to this real quick. This is a satellite imagery view from CIRA that shows Major Hurricane Melissa making landfall. So this is a loop of that, which is, again, this is a very high quality satellite view of what happened here over the last few hours with Melissa going a little bit more to the west than initially forecasted. Again, it did once again wobble kind of last second into western Jamaica, and is now officially made landfall as a very intense Category 5 hurricane, maximum sustained winds of 185 miles per hour, and pressure of 892 millibars. So that is a satellite view, or a visible satellite view, I should say, of Melissa making landfall. Melissa's eye is now well over land. It is almost out of the ocean at this point, so it's basically all interacting with land as of right now, right over Darnoldston. It's about to be approaching Betheltown, and Montego Bay hasn't really even seen the worst of it yet. The worst of the conditions are still to come. We are still a little ways away from that area really getting hammered by some very, very, very high winds. So that area is still really still minutes away from actually seeing the worst of the impacts. We are expecting the threat for well over 100 mile per hour wind gusts. From what we were just seeing a moment ago, it looked mostly like wind gusts around 80 to 90 miles per hour. But it's definitely going to get worse as Melissa continues to barrel to the north and will become it's going to continue to stay a Cat 5 here all the way through Jamaica. And eventually, as it gets towards Discovery Bay, Clarkstown, those areas, it should still be a Cat 5, if not a very high-end Cat 4 hurricane. So it's really not going to weaken a whole lot as this thing continues to move to the north. But once again, looks like a very impressive hurricane. It looks like a donut the entire time. It doesn't look nearly as much like a donut now. But if you do a little loop here, you can see the hurricane eye has gotten a little bit smaller. That is a sign of weakening. It's not a major sign of weakening, but it is a sign of weakening. The eye of the hurricane is definitely getting a little bit smaller at this hour as we approach 12:40 local time in Jamaica. Thank you, Jay, for becoming a minimum velocity member. Also, we can do a little loop here over the last couple of days. This is an entire loop basically since late Sunday night with Melissa. See all the crazy stuff it did before eventually making landfall in Jamaica. So that is a 3D view of Melissa eventually making landfall there, just to the south of Montego Bay, near White House. And this is a 2D view of it. What's Bryce's location? He's in Mandeville, excuse me. He's doing a TV interview, but he's going to be back in a second. Has anyone got a kite for sale? Yeah, imagine flying a kite out here. Be absolutely insane. As a reminder, if you are new to the channel, make sure to subscribe down below. We do hurricane coverage like this all the time. So make sure to click the bell icon so you're notified with the latest updates, like the stream as well. And we are live with Hurricane Melissa coverage. This hurricane has been one of the worst hurricanes. It actually ties the worst hurricane to ever make landfall in the Atlantic Basin entirely. Let me quickly get a different camera up on here. I want to get a different one. Shout out to Christine with the $20 Venmo donation. Thanks for the amazing coverage and life-saving information watching from Cocoa Beach, Florida. Really appreciate that. Thank you for the Venmo donation. Let me go over to this. This is some of the worst that we are going to see. If I go over to number, let me see, 4. Looks like this river camera may have fully gone down. Could be wrong, but at least for right now, it looks like it's down. It's been down for about 30 minutes. This is the Kingston Harbor camera, which is live. So this one is updating. But this is probably almost about the worst that Kingston Harbor is going to look. Over the next hour will be basically the peak intensity when it comes to the waves and the storm surge and also the high winds. But very choppy waters out there. And again, intense conditions out there. Kingston, again, didn't really get hit hard the hardest by this hurricane. It was definitely more of western Jamaica, but nonetheless, we've had at least high-end tropical storm impacts, low-end hurricane impacts. It could have easily been a lot worse here. All that water is still pushing inland. I mean, storm surge is a legit concern here in Kingston over the next few hours, with storm surge being as high as 10 feet off the ground in this area. Thank you, Guzzy, for the $10 super chat. It's good to know. Thank you also, Jay, for becoming a member. Why doesn't it look that bad? Well, this is on the eastern side of the island, and the hurricane went further west. If you look bottom right of your screen, that's the eye, and this is where that camera is. It's barely even in the range, really, of this hurricane. Kingston really lucked out from this hurricane. And this is still pretty bad, but this isn't. It's not as bad as it really could be. Like, this could be way worse. Hey, Ruth, for the super chat. Yeah, that's at least a view there of Melissa there from Kingston. We have a fully lost signal with the person that had the live stream going over in Montego Bay, but this is what it looked like about 10-15 minutes ago. Conditions are again deteriorating right now in Montego Bay. This is your time again to shelter. If you're currently tuning in from that area, you should be not doing what this guy's doing. You should not be walking outside with your camera because flying debris is a threat, but at least gives you an idea of how windy it is, and it's only going to get worse here over the next 20 to 30 minutes. As Hurricane Melissa gets closer and closer. But it is expected, again, Melissa is expected to weaken, but I don't think it's going to really drop much in terms of intensity. It'll probably still be at least a Category 4, but if not even a low-end Cat 5 before it actually moves back into the Caribbean Sea as it eventually goes towards Cuba. So that was a view of the hurricane from Montego Bay not too long ago. That's what it looks like there. Hey, Jack, for the super chat. Or becoming a member, excuse me. Fort Myers Beach got devastated by Ian. Well, unfortunately, I do think this hurricane's going to have similar impacts to the south coast, specifically, of Jamaica. Show you guys the map here. And we've talked about this a couple times, but one of the things that did happen with this hurricane is that it directly went into the Sandals South Coast area. This is a big resort. It's called Sandals back over here in the White House and New Hope area. This is literally where the hurricane made landfall. And this is a very popular resort in southern Jamaica. And it took a direct hit from the eye and also the eye wall from Hurricane Melissa. And it's probably still going through that eye. I think the eye wall is going to pass back over it here shortly. And so they're going to get even worse impacts. Got all sorts of like villas, resort homes, all sorts of stuff on the south coast. So all those are going to be really damaged. Lots of communities too that are built into Jamaica that are also going to suffer a lot of damage as well. And there's the KFC. That seems like there's actually maybe a few KFCs here in Jamaica, but there's one over here in Black River. There's also the Black River Hospital, which I don't remember where it is on the map, but it's right along the coast. I'm trying to find where it is. But the Black River Hospital is right along the coastline, and unfortunately, it sounds like the entire facilities were substantially damaged from this hurricane. So fortunately, a lot of damage being dealt right now to the south coast of Jamaica, and it's going to continue here over the next several hours. Hey, Panda for the super chat. What's the Waffle House index of this hurricane? It's definitely the highest level you can get to. Hey, also Larry for the super chat. Amazing watching the multi-day loop you showed. It seems like as if the hurricane made the turn, it seemed to have accelerated significantly. This is definitely accelerated a lot. Yeah, this is a full 250 frame loop, which basically begins a couple nights ago. So this was Sunday night when it begins. But yeah, it took a serious turn. It's definitely accelerated today. It was stalled last night when we were live, and it fully has turned, and now it's definitely accelerating. Look how much faster it is today. This is all today. And obviously, landfall has now happened. And Melissa's eye is beginning to get a little bit smaller. If we do a little measurement here, it's only about 12, 13 miles wide. It was up to about 19 before landfall, which does indicate that it is weakening a little bit in this case. Hey, Sherry for the super chat. Also, Mix for the super chat. Top Secret. And Page All for the super chats. Top Secret, it might just be a test or something like that. By the way, just a little off topic, but I do want to throw it out there. For those that are back in the United States, we actually have a 5% tornado risk in place across the southeast, or southern plains, I should say. This is for Beaumont, south of Shreveport, Alexandria, even down near Houston. Vince Walty, who's also inside of the Radar Mega app, is streaming this today. So we'll be keeping an eye on that. That's mainly late this afternoon. We could see a few tornadoes. Very out of nowhere, honestly. There wasn't really much of a risk of tornadoes at all, and all of a sudden we have a risk of severe weather today. So a little heads up if you're back over there in Texas or Louisiana. There's a low risk of severe weather along the East Coast and Virginia tomorrow as well. Do you think it's going to be a Cat 3 or 4 in Cuba? I think this will be at least a Cat 4. It could still be a Cat 5. Current forecast is that this will be a Cat 4 once it goes back over into the ocean after it goes through Jamaica. Again, right now it's sitting at a very intense Cat 5 still, but at some point here soon, I do expect that this hurricane will continue, to move here to the north and continue to be really strong. All right, we got a new live view. This is live again in Montego Bay. So here's another live shot. Let me go to the broadcast mode of this. I don't know how you do that again. Might have just gone down again. Yeah, actually, there's already damage. Look at this. This is back over Montego Bay. Looks like there's some sort of damage right there. Some sort of structure collapsed or something along those lines. I don't know what that is. Trying to see what that is, but it's not loading. Hey, Mackenzie, for becoming a member. Welcome to Velocities. All right, here's the live view. Montego Beach. I don't know what that structure is, but it completely collapsed already. Montego Bay is definitely getting intense right now. As the eye wall approaches. The gazebo? Gotcha. Sorry, guys. I'm tired. I have 3 hours of sleep. I don't know how I'm even live. It's a miracle that I even got up this morning. I'm not gonna lie. I have been sleep deprived for like 3 weeks, and today did not help. I got 3 hours of sleep. No more than 3 hours of sleep. It's like 2.5. Went to bed at like 12:30. Got up at like 3:30, but it was not a good 3 hours of sleep. And it looks like he lost signal. We'll go back to him whenever he gets his signal back. Oh, never mind. He came back. At least for a moment. And Mackenzie for the super chat. Just saw a video. The hospital roof is gone. Yeah, that's not good. Too much Diet Coke has nothing to do with that. Oh, maybe yesterday. I don't know. I'm on my 3rd Diet Coke today. I'm literally just trying to stay awake. But once again, this is live in... Turn on the audio here. The Montego Bay. Thank you, Bowen, for becoming a moderate velocity member. And Tom for the super chat. The higher elevation of Jamaica makes it so that landslides and major flooding is more of a risk. Bryce okay? Bryce is fine. He's doing TV interviews. I could be doing TV interviews too. I got contacted by like, again, eight different news stations today about doing TV interviews. I'm like, I'm good. I'm way too busy. Can't even respond to the emails. It's really in the middle of being live, like. Working on getting this full screen, by the way. Give me like 1 moment. It's again live in Montego Bay. All right, we do have a new advisory from the National Hurricane Center. It's a big update. We'll have it in a second. All right, we're going to go back to that stream in a second. But first off, we do have a new update from the National Hurricane Center. It's a brand new advisory from the National Hurricane Center. The latest update is that this is the latest warning from the National Hurricane Center. Extremely dangerous Category 5 Melissa is crossing western Jamaica. Catastrophic winds, flash flooding, and storm surge are occurring across the island. The maximum sustained winds have gone down to 165 miles per hour, which is estimated. The pressure has also increased to 899 millibars. So it's slightly weaker. 899 millibars being overland at this point is absolutely insane. Again, it's extraordinarily rare to have a hurricane overland at anything under 900 millibars. Like, that is just on the, like, it's just so rare. And so the fact that we are seeing that is just insane. But again, still a very intense hurricane right now, moving over Jamaica. It is still ways away from even going back into sea at this point. It's not a super fast-moving hurricane. It's moving north-northeast at 8 miles per hour. The center of the eye isn't going to be offshore probably for 2 or 3 hours, so there will be some time here for weakening, but it's still a ways away from actually going offshore. Thank you, Tammy, for the $5 super chat. How fast or slow is the hurricane moving over Jamaica, and how long will it be in Jamaica? It's moving, well, I just said it, literally. It's moving northeast at like 8 miles per hour. It'll probably be full, the eye will probably fully be offshore in about like 2 or 3 hours if it continues its track. It's starting to turn back a little bit to the east again, so it's going more in the northeast direction. I don't know how I can make this full screen without it like doing this weird thing. Try my best to just full screen it like this. This is live again in Hurricane, or in Montego Bay. That's what it looks like right now as Melissa approaches. Thank you, Matt, for becoming a member. Now it's back to this view. I actually liked it being widescreen. That was kind of cool. TikTok lives are going crazy right now. I bet they are. Oh, wow. That's impressive. All right, back to this view. Any reports of injuries? We've already had 8 fatalities, but that was basically prior to this making landfall. Thank you, Sarah, for the $20 super chat. Thanks for covering this. Your dedication to keep people informed and save lives. What part of the island is going to get the worst of the storm surge when the back of the hurricane hits? The worst of the storm surge is going to be primarily across southern Jamaica over the next hour or two. We have very strong offshore flow still, all pushing right now into areas along the south coast of Jamaica. So it's only really going to get worse from here in terms of storm surge. But it will improve late tonight, but it's still going to be a little bit of time until we actually have any sort of major improvement in terms of, you know, just generally speaking, the actual winds and also the storm surge. The storm surge is going to be one of those threats that takes a while to actually end. Flooding risk also is going to take a while to end, especially since, like, what we saw with Bryce is, like, there's already a lot of flooded over roads. It's basically impossible to get out of Manville. But, like, we have tons of rain still left over. All this is still pushing inland. Same thing on the backside. Like, there's just so much rain that is still falling. So it's going to still be another 24 hours until we actually have almost no impacts left. But the rain, obviously, is a progressive thing. It's already been raining for, 24 plus hours in a lot of areas. And it's going to continue. And then on top of that, the hurricane force winds, those are going to continue probably for at least 6 more hours across most of western Jamaica. Thank you, Heather, for the $20 super chat. Not hurricane related, but we had a tornado in Pascagoula, Mississippi on Sunday, a mile from my house. Never thought in a billion years I'd see a post in Pascagoula, Mississippi. I wasn't even awake, by the way, for that. That was Riley who posted that. I had no clue that even happened until I woke up, which apparently I got like an alert that's supposed to wake me up, so I go live basically, but I never got it. So that was unfortunate. But I would have gone live. So what it looks like right now in Mandeville in Jamaica. This is Storm Chaser Tornado Pagey / Bryce Shelton, who is doing some TV interviews, but at least gives you an idea what's happening out there. He's going to be back here in a few minutes. And Treasure Beach, Jamaica, the camera is no longer able to see anything, but this is an area that we had really high winds earlier. Not sure when the camera visibility went down, but this is what it looked like basically after the fact. And then this is what it looked like during the actual hurricane itself. So, that was one of the cameras that we had on earlier. Let me see if that... And here's a loop of Melissa making landfall in Jamaica over the last half hour. Got a new live stream up of what is happening currently. There's a person walking outside with an umbrella. Do you guys just see on the bottom right? There's a guy walking outside with an umbrella there, and he's still out there. What is Blood doing? Is that Bryce or is that somebody else? That can't be Bryce, is it? So he's closing the gate, apparently. Maybe this guy just works here. I don't know what this is. I think it's a hotel or something, but I don't really know. Yeah, just keeping the gate closed. Standing there. I don't know what's going on, but okay. That's what it looks like right now in Montego Bay. It's continuing to get worse. Look at all the debris on the beach there. There's a ton of debris on the beach. Hey, Ginger, for the $10 super chat. Love your weather coverage. Thanks for all you do. Appreciate that. Thank you also, Kate, for the $20 super chat.
The board's off the windows.
Apparently, boards just came off the windows, this guy just said. What resort is that? I think it's the Hampton Inn, I want to say. Or something like that. I think that's what I was told earlier. Thank you also, Gainer, for the $20 bet or PayPal donation, and Christine for the $20 Venmo donation. This is live on the ground footage at a hotel. I think they got stuck here in Montego Bay, which is where the eye is coming up on right now. You know, what will be interesting is if Montego Bay, if the eye goes right overhead, it'll be interesting to see if we can actually see the eye, like inside of the eye. Which is entirely possible. I don't know if we will, but like if the eye were to go right over Montego Bay, which is possible, we could actually see the eye. Which would be fascinating. I mean, that's something that is not something that you usually would see on a hurricane landfall, on at least a live stream. Thank you, Mike, for the $10 super chat. It's hard to tell at this point, Mike. Thank you also, PA, for the $5 super chat. Interesting. Yeah, this is live right now. Anybody else hear the Discord sound? I don't know why my Discord sounds are on. If anybody else thought they were on a Discord call, that is actually me. Sharks in the streets. That meme is just unbelievable, that still thing. I'm currently preparing my DoorDash order because I'm starving. Thank you, Sparky, for the $10 super chat. Montego Bay is a huge vacation and destination. There are a lot of people there that are stuck because they cannot get a flight out. All these resorts are on the beach. Many are scared. Well, this is definitely, this has to be one of them. I don't really know this person, but they are live right now in Montego Bay, and I'm guessing they're just vacationing here and they're stuck. Hey, Stefan, for the super chat. $5 for a German beer and a better sleep. Appreciate that. Thank you also, Glennis, for the Venmo donation. Did you order KFC? No, I'm getting Wawa again. I'm getting another iced coffee. This is going to be 2 iced coffees in a day. If I sound crazy after the second iced coffee, that is why. I will probably be crazy. Do you expect any tornado warnings? Tornado warnings won't happen in Jamaica because they don't have tornado warnings technically, but there is a chance for tornado warnings in Texas and Louisiana today. Hey, William, for the super chat. There aren't any, they don't issue tornado warnings in Jamaica. At least the National Weather Service doesn't, which is what that tornado warning counters through. And I don't think Jamaica has a tornado warning system. Alright, go back to the wide view. The worst of the conditions have yet to come here from Montego Bay. Shout out to this guy, by the way, for even streaming this. This is honestly very interesting to see what's happening from a resort perspective. Apparently, so Riley is the one that's ordering my DoorDash right now. So I meet the threshold for DoorDash for not having to pay, like, the extra fees or whatever. He's getting me a 32-ounce iced coffee. That is going to be an absolute disaster. Absolute disaster is coming. I am going to be so hyper in a little bit. Oh my goodness. I don't know, the last time I had that much iced coffee, like ever. I don't think I've ever had that much iced coffee. I'm so shocked. Already had one. It's so over. Huge shout out to Aaron with the $50 Venmo donation saying late graduation gift. Really appreciate that. I'm gonna need a 32-ounce ribeye steak. Somebody just said in the chat after this. I haven't really had a whole lot of food in the last 24 hours. It's hard to do when you're live this much. Once again, if you're just tuning in, this is a live view in Montego Bay where hurricane impacts are coming in. It's going to get worse and worse here over the next few minutes as the eye wall gets closer. This is honestly, I think, the closest that we've had any live shots of being to the eye, other than the one that we had in Treasure Beach when it first made landfall. Hey, Brendan for the super chat. Also sent for the super chat. Can you cover hurricanes and tornadoes at the same time? Kind of. I can. Hey, Fries for the super chat. And also DBT from coming a member. Will this live shot be in the eye? It's possible. That's where the eye is. Montego Bay's right here. So, I mean, it's possible. But it's starting to turn more to the northeast, so they might just be in the eye wall, but we'll see. If I would say, like, if this guy is somehow in the eye, like, that would be absolutely insane. Because I've never seen a live view, at least on our streams, of somebody being in the eye. Like, it's never happened. Or a camera. Shout out to Joshua with the $10 super chat. Glad you're safe. Not having to DoorDash delivered in a hurricane. That's true. Thank you also Screamer for the $20 super chat. Thanks for all your hard work. I love your live streams. Hope this helps to keep you fed and watered down during these long lives. Appreciate that. And also Christina with the super chat. Big thanks for all you do, Max. Appreciate that. Thank you Sparkly also for the $20 super chat. Yeah. CP says in the chat with the super chat, says, great job, Max. That picture you showed earlier of the over-the-water bungalows, we're supposed to be in one of those December 3rd. That is at the Sandals Royal Caribbean Beach. Yeah, I don't know if that's even there anymore. Like, we don't obviously know, but that was an area that literally got hit directly by the eye wall and also the eye of the hurricane. So, and it got hit by the eye wall 2 different times. So those bungalows, unless they can withhold Cat 5 winds, which I doubt, they might not be there. Or they might at least be heavily damaged. Thank you, Heavy, for the super chat. Thank you, Hawk, for the super chat. The winds are getting way more intense now in Montego Beach. Look at the winds pick up. They're definitely starting to ramp up now. It's consistently, I would say, 80+ mile per hour wind gusts right now. What we're seeing.
Hey, it's going. Wait till you get one of them wind gusts. Like that.
I love the stream. I don't know why. I like watching this guy. He has some energy. He's almost like a storm chaser. I mean, he could be. Get this guy signed up.
This is wild.
That could be a storm chaser.
Huh? Where? Who? Oh, who? Oh yeah, the board, they're flying off.
Sign him up. Reminds me of Connor. Where's Connor when you need him? 100K people are watching the stream. There's no shot. Maybe he does. I don't know. I mean, we got 74,000 people watching right now, plus whatever he has. Hey, you already for the super chat? Landfall's already happened, but it is still a Cat 5, and it's coming up towards Montego Bay right now.
I haven't looked at the news. Yeah, it's here, but I haven't looked at the news. I know they said it was about an hour or two out, like an hour and a half ago.
Hey, Rabbit, for the $10 super chat. The storm could follow any conventional dot process. It's been all over the place. I think Cuba needs to prepare for Cat 5. Yeah, I mean, Eastern Cuba could easily get hit by a Cat 5.
Look at the siding right there. It's about to fall off.
Apparently there's something falling off there. Oh, stuff just flew across the beach there. It looks like some sort of siding. You zooming into it. Siding of a building might be starting to come off. Hey, Catherine, for the $20 super chat. I'm thinking that you should send him a free hat and t-shirt. Hey, if he reaches out to me, I will. It's once again live in Montego Bay, Jamaica. I believe at a Hampton Inn. Do you have merch? We do. It's at shopmaxvelocity.net. I don't usually plug it, but we do. There's a link in the description to it. Not a nice beach day in Montego Beach. Or Montego, yeah, it's Montego Bay, yeah. Definitely not a nice beach day. Catalonia Inn? Okay, maybe it's a different place then. Alright, setting the camera down for a second. We'll go back to him in a second. But that is, again, live there in Montego Bay. Once he's back, we'll go back to him. This is what Melissa looks like once again. The eye of Hurricane Melissa has now fully moved inland. It is currently sitting just to the south of Montego Bay. The eye of the hurricane is continuing to track towards Foulmouth, and will be coming up towards Runaway Bay as well, as a very intense Category 5 hurricane still. Once again, Category 5 hurricane here. It's going to continue to move east or northeast over the next couple of hours. We still have Tornado Pagey / Bryce Shelton. They are still live inside of Jamaica over in Mandeville, but he's doing TV interviews. Whenever he's done that, we'll see if he drives around and sees anything in terms of damage in the aftermath. But we still have tons of just across the board, tons of water that is still falling here across Jamaica. And there are no signs of that slowing down anytime soon. Really significant flooding event is coming over the next several hours. All right, back over to RJ. If I can get this full screened correctly. Takes a science to full screen this on 4 different monitors. Back over to Montego Bay. Oh, might have lost him. Brush it. There we go. The hurricane is losing power, but it obviously was a pretty strong Cat 5. We're talking about 892 millibars. We're talking about 185 mile per hour sustained winds. It's not going to take just like 2 minutes for that thing to go back down to a Cat 4. Thank you, DBT, for the super chat. All right, he has lost signal. We'll go back to him once he is back. Looks like Bryce is Bryce is actively opening up the gate. He's now outside. He's trying to. He's back here in Mandeville. He is at this gate, which he's trying to open up himself. Here goes Bryce opening up a gate to try to go back out here in Mandeville. Gate is now open. So we'll see if there's anything new here. Again, we haven't really looked much in the last like half hour at Mandeville, excuse me. Haven't really looked much at Mandeville here recently. So it's worth looking to see what he sees out there. I don't know if anything's really changed, but a lot of rain has fallen. I think the flooding would be the biggest thing here, and obviously wind damage associated with this too.
Hey, they said don't lock it, just pull it. Just leave the lock right there where it's at and just pull the gate. Yeah.
Somebody's trying to follow up on me with a TV interview request. Do they not know I'm live?
Glad we brought this towel this time, y'all.
So now Bryce is driving around here in Jamaica.
Oh wow, the flooding.
Lots of tree branches in the road. So I got that stranded vehicle there on the left too. Doesn't look like the water's gone up too much more since he was last here.
Very flooded.
Hey, GZ for becoming a member. Also, Tumwater for the super chat. Doing a great job, DoorDash contribution. Appreciate that. This is breaking news for Montego Bay. The tourism minister in Jamaica confirms that 25,000 tourists are stuck in Montego Bay. 25,000. So again, that is live there in Mandeville. I just realized the audio was double playing, my bad. Fixed now. 25,000. Those hotels look solidly built, though. Yeah, they look pretty well built. But yeah, I mean, that's a lot of people. I'm not honestly that surprised because, like, it's hard for people to actually get out of, like, the path of this hurricane. Like, you would have to literally have so many planes coming in here, like, last minute to evacuate a bunch of people. And that's just it's almost unrealistic with how little notice there was. Like, there was notice, like, there was multiple days notice, but the airport's closed a couple days ago. I mean, this all started, like, 3-4 days ago, I want to say, when we really started to think, oh, Jamaica, you gotta, like, evacuate, basically. So, like, there is a reason why there are still people there. And people might say they had plenty of time to leave, but at the same time, like, they didn't. Like, there was only about 2 or 3 days for them to actually evacuate, and not all of them would have been able to get on the planes. And those tickets probably weren't cheap either. And there are some hotels that can withstand a hurricane like this, so. Just kind of depends, I guess. That person from Montego Bay lost connection. We'll see if he goes live again. But that's some pretty good footage there that we've been seeing. What is this app called? It is Radar Omega. You can download it with the top link in the description below. And also, Bryce Shelton is live inside of the app, aka Tornado Pagey. I'm running out of every drink that I have imaginable here.
Eating lunch, I guess you could say.
Small little mini fridge, but I've kind of run out of, like, every drink. I'm on my last bottle of water. Oh, I slept for 3 hours. And that was not, like, intentional by any means. Flights were booked or canceled? Yeah. That's definitely what happened. I mean, I would have to assume, like, every single flight was probably either booked or was canceled. Like, one of the two. Melissa is now about halfway or so, at least a third. The eye of the hurricane is at least a third of the way now through Jamaica. It is still obviously moving to the northeast at about 9 miles per hour. It will be very soon going over to Falmouth and also Runaway Bay, where it will eventually turn back into the Caribbean Sea. And it will be eventually going towards Cuba. Again, Category 4+ hurricane is expected for Cuba late tonight and into early tomorrow. This is expected to continue as a catastrophic hurricane in the Caribbean Sea for at least the next 24 to 36 hours. Don't forget, by the way, Melissa is not done anytime soon. I mean, this thing's going to go right through the Bahamas on Wednesday, and then even by Thursday, it's going to be going right by Bermuda. It actually could make possibly, at least has a chance of making landfall in Bermuda on Thursday as upwards of a Category 2 hurricane. So, kind of surprising stuff. I mean, this hurricane has the possibility of making landfall in 4 different places, one of which is already Jamaica. That's the first landfall. Our next landfall could be in Cuba. The third landfall could be in the Bahamas, and the fourth landfall could be in Bermuda. So there are 4 different countries that could see a direct landfall from Hurricane Melissa, which is just absolutely crazy. Right now, the eye of Hurricane Melissa is located near Betheltown. The eye of the hurricane is now down to about 7 miles wide. So the odds of anybody that, at least in Montego Bay, actually seeing the eye have definitely dropped, purely because of the fact that this hurricane is now weakening, at least to the point where the eye is starting to get a little bit less, basically more deformed here. And this, oh, I'm on the wrong screen, but this camera, or this map is glitching. Let me see if I can do this one. You can see Hurricane Melissa. I don't know why it does that jump thing. What in the world? I don't know if the satellite broke, but it, like, jumps down to the south. I don't think that's what's supposed to happen. I don't know if it's doing some weird Houdini magic here, but as a closer look at Melissa, you can see the eye. It's not as defined looking. It doesn't look as clear as before, which is a big difference compared to what we had before. You do a full disc here. Zoom in a little bit just so we can see a little bit better and a more clear shot of this hurricane. You can see how clear the eye was. Now it's starting to get a little bit less clear. It was a very dry eye before, and now it's starting to become more cloudy, essentially, and moisture starting to get into it. A pretty scary looking hurricane. Just throughout this entire process here. See all the little subvortices before it made landfall. Will we see the eye on live? Not sure. I would say probably not, but I mean, I don't think Montego Bay is going to have the eye. I think the eye is going to stay to the east of Montego. The eye of the hurricane, I think, is just going to stay to the east of Montego. It is going back online. Again, before this particular eye, let me go back on this. Before, the eye was going basically due north, but it has begun to actually turn back to the northeast again, and it's kind of going right down the middle of that cone of uncertainty again. Also, this is a public service announcement that I'm just going to throw out there, because this has actually become way more common on social media recently, and I 100% agree with this. If a word of caution for anybody on social media over the next 24 hours, I've already seen some really stupid AI photos of Melissa, but over the next 24 hours, you will probably see a ton of fake AI generated videos and also photos that show damage in Jamaica. Think before you share. If you are, gullible to fake things, you might want to really double check, because there are plenty of things, especially on Facebook. It's the worst on Facebook, where people do post things that might look real and they're not. Like, we had a big flooding event in Alaska a couple weeks ago. There were some really terrible AI photos that were on there that were so remarkably false. And obviously, anything that we're showing on this stream, that is not AI, like, at all. Like, everything that we've shown is legit. Isn't this stream AI? There's nothing AI about the stream. A little public service announcement for those that are on the socials. TikTok can be bad too. I mean, every platform basically has it, but there are certain platforms that have way more frequent versions of that than others. How can you tell? I mean, it should be pretty easy to tell. Some photos are just like so unrealistic. I saw a photo. I'm not going to show it because I don't even know where it is. But I saw a photo like an hour ago. Somebody posted in one of the chats that I'm looking at, and it literally was a photo of an airplane above the eye of the hurricane, and it looked like it looked basically like this, but the plane was like above it, and you could see clearly into the eye, like above the hurricane. We're talking over 50,000 feet in the air. That's not even possible. Like, a plane cannot go above a hurricane like that. Like, it just doesn't work like that. So I don't know how in the world, like, I don't even know how people believe that stuff, but it had it looking like right down into the middle of a really, really looking, like a really convincing looking eye, which looked not even close to convincing. So people still use Facebook. I use Facebook mostly for the max velocity page, but that's besides the point. We have an assistant. We have a team of people now. I mean, our production has gotten much larger. It used to be me up until this year. We actually have like a full team of people that help us on live streams and stuff now, on the back end and stuff. So we have a lot of stuff that on goes with everything. We had no employees to begin this year, by the way. None. I mean, we're up to like, I think 6 now, or 8. Like, we have a lot more than we did before. Hey, Frog for the $5 super chat. Also, thank you, Jen, for the super chat. More hurricanes have hit Arizona than the Bahamas? Really? Didn't even know that. Am I on Blue Sky? I have an account, but I don't ever use it. This is back over to Mandeville. Winds are still gusting here. We got all sorts of leaves still blowing around. A bunch of branches in the roadways. We got that car that is halfway underwater on the left side of your screen. Why am I so tired? I only had 3 hours of sleep. I literally got up at 4. Which I never planned on going live at 4, but I was up at 4. Hey, guess what, guys? We're back. We got that video. We got the live streamer back. He's back
right
for
now, the water on the
he's back for round, I don't know, 5 or 6. Oh, maybe not. Well, he was back. That's what it looks like in Montego Bay. I don't have the broadcast link, but this is what it looks like in Montego Bay. Here in the last few minutes where the eye of the hurricane's approaching. Winds are definitely very intense out there in Montego Bay right now. All right, he lost signal, but we'll if he comes back, we'll go back to him. He's been on and off here for a while. Winds are definitely very intense though, Montego Bay. Montego Bay is going through the worst of it here over the next little bit. The eye is closing. The eye is closing. The eye is getting closer and closer to almost being fully closed off again.
For the super chat.
Infrared imagery still has a decent view of it. I mean, it hasn't like actually closed. On visible satellite, it has. Bryce is not stuck. He's just on the edge of the floodwaters. Will eyewall replacement happen between Jamaica and Cuba? It's possible. But, like, it's hard to predict that. We don't know if that's going to happen for sure. What happens when the eye closes? I mean, it's just going to continue to weaken, at least over land. And then once it gets back into the Caribbean, it will probably at least briefly intensify again. So once this goes up towards Cuba, it'll probably briefly intensify. If not, it'll at least stay around the same intensity. Most hurricane models have had this staying as at least a Cat 4 all the way up into Cuba. The pressure, at least, like this hurricane model in particular, showed it going up to 950 millibars. I don't think it's going to weaken that much. This model has it going way further east than what any other, like what the hurricane has actually done, because the hurricane's been way further to the west. This is slightly better, even though this is not realistic. But this is slightly more realistic. It'll probably be back up to 930 millibars as it goes up towards Cuba late tonight, and then by early tomorrow morning, it'll make landfall in Cuba, most likely around 930 millibars or so. And it goes to the Bahamas mid to late day Wednesday as a Cat 2 or so. And then it'll continue to get larger and larger, and it might even make it'll make at least a close approach here to Bermuda. Hospital's gone. The Black River Hospital, I'm pretty sure, got hit really hard from what I've seen and heard. There have been some areas that have been hit very hard by Melissa. And again, there's people that have been saying, like, hey, it hasn't been that bad of a hurricane, but we've been looking at areas that haven't even been inside the eye walls, really.
Out up here.
All right, Bryce is driving around here. He's back on the move here in Mandeville. While he does that, I'm going to get my food real quick. I'll be back in 60 seconds.
I'm not going to go too far. This is a one-way, I think, but there's no way we're going back that other way. Y'all saw the car was submerged up to the roof.
Got my food.
Lots of roof debris on the road everywhere.
Once again, Storm Chaser Bryce Shelton. He's also live inside of the Radar Omega app and on YouTube. Just driving around Mandeville, Jamaica.
A lot of power lines and stuff down. Definitely to be expected. I see a bunch of trees down up there.
Got your coffee? I did. It's vanilla flavored. It's a vanilla iced coffee, I'm pretty sure. Whatever Riley ordered me, which I think was vanilla iced coffee. Yeah, it's vanilla iced coffee.
Lots of trees down back in here too.
That person that we were showing, by the way, earlier on the stream that was in Montego Bay, apparently a live wire fell down right next to their balcony. So that's why he ended his stream this time. One of the reasons why it's better to stay inside. It can be very dangerous during a hurricane.
Oh well, lots of flooding. And debris. I don't know if I want to go through all that.
Some sheet metal on the road here. What's my favorite type of weather? Nowadays it's snow. Like, personally, snow, because I haven't seen it in like 5 years. Now, in terms of weather to cover, my favorite is still severe weather. One of the more fascinating things to predict. At least in real time when it comes to live streams. Even forecasting severe weather. One big thing I feel like about hurricanes, at least for me, like as a meteorologist, like I think it's difficult to, like, for some hurricanes especially, like this one even, like forecasting some of these hurricanes can be really hard. So, yeah, that's one of those things. There's more live wires down.
Power poles down.
Tons of big power poles, and also all the lines are down in the roads. Here in Mandeville. Or Mandeville. It's moving away. It's still over land. I mean, the hurricane, the eye is still well over land. The eye wall is still over land. The worst of the impacts are still happening over land. Like, we're still hours away from this thing even being out of Jamaica. Any tennis for the sewer chat? What do you mean by recycled itself? I don't know what you mean by that. Winds are picking up again here in Mandeville, even though the hurricane's starting to move a little bit further away from this area. I didn't know everyone was a meteorologist. I am an actual meteorologist. There are people that claim they're meteorologists and aren't. I literally have a degree. I don't think you should be able to call yourself a meteorologist unless you have a degree. Unless it's like a student meteorologist or something like that. That's different.
Still pretty gusty. Actually, really gusty.
It's like calling yourself a doctor without actually going to school for it. I feel like it should be like the same sort of thing. If you didn't take the time to get the degree, then you shouldn't be calling yourself a meteorologist. Call yourself a weather analyst or whatever, but it's different when you say that. You don't know about meteors? You can't be a meteorologist? It's honestly the funniest thing I just read. I don't know. Like, I don't know where the word meteorologist actually came from, because like it is kind of weird when you think about it. People do think like I've told people like I'm a meteorologist, and they're like, "So you study meteors?" No, I do not. Who's this person driving around? This is Bryce Shelton or Tornado Pagey. Same person. He's not trapped. He's basically trapped. I mean, Bryce can't really go anywhere. He's gone around multiple times trying to find like any sort of exit path. That just doesn't exist at this point. There's really no way of getting out of here. Bryce is basically stuck. I don't know when he's gonna be able to get out of here either, but he's, I would say, a little bit more fortunate because he's at least on the side of the hurricane where, like, if he wanted to leave in a couple days, he probably could. If you're back over near the south of Montego Bay, you might be stuck there for weeks. Because that's where all the catastrophic damage happened.
Hello. Hello.
Bryce needs an airboat. I'm not even sure that's safe in these types of conditions. Thank you, Ed, also for the super chat. I just realized Bryce's wipers are going opposite compared to cars. I'm not gonna lie, I didn't even notice that either. But for the record, in Jamaica, you do use left lane to like drive. But I actually didn't even notice that. It's kind of funny that you just pointed that out. The eye of Hurricane Melissa continues to shrink. It is now down to approximately 5 miles wide. That's it. This was at about 20 miles before landfall. It continues to shrink here over Betheltown, coming up into Montego Bay and Falmouth and just west of Runaway Bay. Also, shout out to Brooke with the $25 super chat. Appreciate that. The wipers are making me sleepy. It's valid. I mean, they would too. If it's raining consistently for like 6 or 7 hours, it would for me too. Actually, the eye might be smaller than 5 miles. This is a closer view of it. It looks like the eye is only about 2 miles wide. This is the actual satellite that is like directly over basically this hurricane. I'm gonna do a little loop here. This eye is much smaller now. Look how large the eye was before it made landfall. Hey, Core for the super chat. I don't have any sort of, like, the Sandals Royal Caribbean Resort. I don't know if that's the one in Montego Bay, but the one that was along the south coast near White House, we don't have any live view of that, and I'm pretty sure that's the one that got absolutely hammered. There's no such thing as anything higher than a Cat 5 for SW. Nothing higher than that. They also Starfish for the $10 super chat. I don't really understand why, like, there's been this huge, like, uptick in people wondering if there's a Cat 6 in the last, like, 3 years. I swear TikTok did that. Like, it was never a question, like, I feel like any time beyond, like, 5 years ago. Like, I feel like that's a recent trend. I feel like that all came from TikTok. I think we've had a debate about this every single hurricane stream, but, like, there's literally no reason to have a Cat 6 hurricane. It would just make everything really confusing. Apparently somebody is stealing my feed on YouTube. That's exciting. I don't get it. Like, I don't know why people can't just, like, do their own weather coverages. Like, it's not that hard. I bet this is being duplicated on TikTok, like, everywhere, too. Hey, BQ for the $10 super chat. Appreciate the super chat. Twitter Live is back? There's no way that guy's live again, right? No, he's not live. I say, if he was live again, that'd be crazy. This guy that's currently in... This is the person that we had video from in Montego Bay. This is the latest that he said on Twitter. The roof is about to come off, is what he just said. That is at that hotel over in Montego. And for reference, just so you guys have an idea of what we were looking at before, this is what it looked like before. In Montego Bay. Not that long ago. This was... Full screen this. I need to get the link. Give me 1 second. Let me make this full screen. It's this one. Yeah. This was live in Montego Bay before. But he's at a hotel of some sorts here in Montego, and this is where we apparently may have a roof being ripped off. How are you still using Twitter and not X? Who actually says X? Like, I cannot say X. Who in the chat, like, what does everybody say in the chat? Is it either X or Twitter? Like, say, like, let me know in the chat what you guys think, because I cannot call it X. My cat is meowing at me all day. He's so confused why I've been live for, like, almost the entirety of the last 24 hours. Yeah, everybody says Twitter in the chat. I mean, there's no way anybody else to call it in anything else. It's like Bryce is driving around again. So, we'll go back to, we'll see what Bryce is doing. He is driving around, so I'm curious to see where he's actually going. It's on a mission again. It's in Mandeville, or Mandeville. Show us your cap. She's currently laying on the ground. If she gets closer, I'll pick her up. Not gonna lie, the iced coffee from McDonald's tastes better than the one from Wawa. Some sort of police officer or first responder. Hey, Cora for the super chat. What is the current wind speed in Montego Bay? We don't have any sort of measurement tools there, but it's probably over like 100-mile-per-hour wind gusts easily. But again, we don't have any sort of wind measurements. All the airport data that would technically give us that have been down since like 3 this morning. McDonald's coffee is legit. It's definitely better than Wawa. I'm not a fan of this Wawa coffee. I could be wrong, but I feel like we're in a different place this time of Sandoval. It's gone around in circles a little bit. I could be tripping, but it feels like a different part of Mandeville, or Mandeville. Is Riley awake? He's at college. I need to turn my AC. I don't know why it's cold in here, or warm in here. Hey, Jennifer, for the Venmo donation, saying, how are people still driving? I see them on the Jamaican cams. The ones in Kingston, it's not as bad in Kingston. This is obviously an area that is a bit more dangerous to drive in. But Kingston did not get hit as hard as areas west of Kingston, basically. Kingston was mostly tropical storm, low-end hurricane impacts. And we're back to the flooding. All right, let's go back over to this view. This was earlier, but this was in Montego Bay. All right, full screen it here. Wind gusts were getting upwards of 100 miles per hour at this point, and they're still definitely getting up there right now. Hey, Philly, for the super chat. Hey, Philip for 36 months. Really appreciate that. I still have to tell you it's Twitter till I die. So funny. You can't go far, no place to get gas. That's true too. Well, you can't go anywhere to begin with. Like, there's literally no way out of Mandeville. I don't see any way to get out of there. The conditions just look insanely bad to get out of there. They're down in a stairwell now. Roof is apparently gone. So this guy that was live streaming, we basically have an entire storyline at this point with this guy, because like he's literally reporting live from where he's at there, and he's in what is this? Montego Bay. He's in Montego Bay, and he said he evacuated to a stairwell. Trees are flying, live wires are everywhere, and the roof has come off. That is at this hotel that he's at. So he's seriously going through it. Also, a new National Hurricane Center update just came out. The pressure is now up to 906 millibars, and the maximum sustained winds are at 160 miles per hour. The Melissa has very minimally weakened at this point. It's still a Cat 5 well into land. At this rate, it should be a Cat 4 once it goes back into the Caribbean. Hey, Georgia for the $20 super chat. Love watching your stream. We actually watched your stream during a storm went out and tarped people's roofs. That's awesome. Appreciate the super chat. But Montego, if you're not familiar with Jamaica, this is on the northwest side of the island. It's a very popular tourism spot. Apparently 25,000 people, or as in tourists, were not able to evacuate, basically. They are still on the island in Montego Bay. As a reminder, if you are new to the channel, make sure to subscribe down below. We do live coverage like this all the time. Once again, this is some footage from just a few moments ago back over Montego Bay before the roof got ripped off this building. And also a bunch of live wires have been flying around too. We asked in the chat, do you remember the Fort Pierce tornado? That happened like basically a year ago today. I do remember it. Thank you, Lindsay, for becoming a member. It's crazy that that tornado is already a year ago. Feels like it just happened yesterday. I remember covering Milton like it was basically yesterday. In case you've been at work all day or just tuning in for the first time to hurricane coverage today, as a reminder, Hurricane Melissa has has at least tied being the first strongest hurricane on record in the entire Atlantic Ocean. This is one of the most intense landfalls that we've ever seen from a hurricane, at maximum sustained winds of 185 miles per hour, wind gusts upwards of 215 miles per hour. And on top of that, we also had pressure down to 892 millibars right before landfall this morning. So this has ended up being one of the most intense hurricanes that we've ever had. Especially making landfall. By the way, this ties the third strongest hurricane on record for pressure as well. My cat is now sitting on my lap. It's hard to move when she sits on my lap. We're gonna be adding a cat camera soon for streams. It'll be up like not that much, but I'll at least have it. Back over to Bryce. Looks like he's on the road again, on the move. How long have I been awake? Oh, 9.5 hours, I want to say. Basically 9.5 hours. Might be going back to doing more TV interviews. Am I in Jamaica? I am not. I am not in Jamaica. I've actually never been to Jamaica before. Hurricane Melissa's eye continues to get smaller. This is a little loop here of Hurricane Melissa making landfall. Obviously, the eye before landfall was nearly 20 miles wide. The eye has gotten a lot smaller, though, since then. For the frames to end here. But this hurricane has now gotten to the point where you can barely even see the eye on infrared imagery anymore. So it has weakened a lot in terms of the structure. The one thing that hasn't really calmed down is the winds. And obviously across the board, the rain, the storm surge, that is far from over. And one of the areas that we are going to be experiencing the worst impacts for the next few hours will be Montego Bay. Montego Bay is going to be hit hard for the foreseeable future as Hurricane Melissa continues to roll through the northern parts now of Jamaica. The worst impacts are mainly in this region right now, which is basically western Jamaica. Montego Bay, we've already had reports of a roof being ripped off, a hotel, which is where one of the people that we've had on our stream is located. Trees are flying everywhere. Live wires have come down. So there has definitely been some, big impacts into the Montego area already, and they're probably only going to continue to get worse here over the next few hours. Hurricane Melissa, once again, is still a Category 5 hurricane. Maximum sustained winds are 160 miles per hour. The wind gusts are still at 220 miles per hour, which is insane. I want to also point out that in the higher elevations of Jamaica, we have wind gusts exceeding 250. So any of the areas over here that are back over in central Jamaica and like those higher elevations on the mountains, you could have winds 30% stronger still, which means the wind gust could actually be exceeding 250 miles per hour, which is, again, just simply absurd to say the least. But Melissa is continuing to barrel through Jamaica. Right now, it's still not out of Jamaica yet. I mean, the eye is still, let's go and measure this. The eye right now is approximately 15 miles from being back into the ocean, but at least in the short term, the worst of the impacts will be felt in Montego Bay for the next probably 30 minutes or so. Then things will start to gradually get better, but not by much. It'll get worse by the time, or it'll stay bad pretty much all the way through at least 4 or 5 o'clock local time here in Jamaica, and then eventually it'll start to calm down for a lot of those areas. Runaway Bay, Brownstown, if you're tuning in from those areas, we're going to have more significant impacts coming in here for the next at least couple of hours. It's going to start to ramp up in intensity as Melissa continues to move to the northeast. This hurricane is moving northeast at about 10 miles per hour, so it is still a pretty fast moving hurricane. It was obviously very slow last night. It has sped up, and it is back to being a pretty quick hurricane. This was the latest advisory from the National Hurricane Center as of 3 o'clock. They have mentioned that catastrophic flooding or catastrophic winds, flash flooding, and storm surge are still ongoing in Jamaica. So they have also mentioned that remain sheltered in your safe place. This is an extremely dangerous and life-threatening situation. Do not leave your shelter as the eye passes over, as winds will rapidly increase on the other side of the eye. Residents should not leave their shelter and should remain in place through the passage of these life-threatening conditions. And the second paragraph, we've repeated it multiple times, but if you're tuning in, you should already be protecting yourself, staying in shelter. Maximum sustained winds have dropped to 160 miles per hour in this latest advisory. The pressure has increased to 906 millibars. And once again, it did get down to as low as 892 millibars. Here are some of those graphics. So this is, again, going to go down in the history books as the third strongest hurricane in Atlantic Ocean history in terms of pressure at 892 millibars. It ties the Labor Day 892 millibar hurricane. It passed Milton from last year. Milton, we got down to 895. Allen was at 899, Katrina 902, Mitch at 905, and Kamel was 900. So those are some of the very historic hurricanes that Melissa was able to pass in terms of pressure intensity, which, again, just is really quite literally unbelievable. On top of that, this is another really shocking record that Melissa broke. It is officially, it has the driest water vapor eye of all time. coming at negative 2.67 degrees Celsius. And that happened in 2025. Or this year, obviously. That was Melissa. Back in 2016, we had Moranti, which actually held the record before at negative 5 degrees Celsius for the driest eye on record. And that's by a long shot. So, pretty crazy stuff. This crushes the previous record by like a lot. A little interesting thing. This is live in Kingston Harbor. Winds have really picked up here in Kingston Harbor, kind of over the last few minutes. Seas have been pretty rough. The worst of the storm surge is basically still happening here in Kingston. Back end of the storm. This is basically the back end of the storm, but it's actually, this seems to be the windiest that we've seen it. Dropped a barbecue sauce. My cat went flying. High tide is at 5:58 p.m. in Montego Bay, is what somebody just said in the chat. That's not necessarily a good thing, because right now what we're looking at least on infrared, and just in general on any sort of radar, is that we have our northwesterly winds that are actually, once Melissa gets to about here, so just north of Jamaica, we're going to really start to see that northerly wind push into Montego Bay, which is going to lead to significant storm surge. And when we were looking at that video, that was initially live, but this was a video here from somebody that was at a hotel here in Montego. Like, you can see the water right along the coastline, like the beach and whatnot. Let me see if I can get a better view. So you can see all this water in the beach. Let me pause it right here. What's going to happen, like right now, the winds are actually coming out of the east. So most of the water is actually just kind of pushing, not really inland. It's pushing away. It's almost pushing away from the coastline. But once Melissa is north of Jamaica, what's going to happen is that all that water is going to push right into this resort. And a lot of that water is already pushed up into the resort. Like, it's already up to here. We have random debris that is already up to like some of the walls and even getting towards this pool area. So what's going to happen in basically 2 hours, maybe even less than that, is that we're going to have all that water pushing into the pool area. And that pool might actually have a bunch of sand in it, might have some debris in it. Like, that's going to be a really messy pool in probably about 2 to 3 hours once Melissa has turned just a little bit further off to the northeast. So, yeah, this is going to be pretty, you know, it's going to be pretty messy in Montego Beach here pretty soon. And it's already getting pretty rough out there, but we're basically at peak intensity for Montego right now. Huge shout out to Curtis with the $100 super chat, saying, what unusual atmospheric factors contributed to Hurricane Melissa's explosive growth? I mean, the biggest thing is we had no hurricanes in the Caribbean all year. We basically had no tropical systems in the Caribbean. So the environment is just ripe in general for tropical systems. But on top of that, we had a lot of heat potential, heat content that was in this part of the Caribbean. And the hurricane barely moved for about 2 or 3 days. It was very slow. It was able to basically get out of that really strong wind shear it was in a few days ago. So that's really one of the main reasons why Melissa has been so successful in becoming a very intense hurricane. Any logic for the $20 super chat? We got a quick shout for Britain. She's upstairs watching the stream. Appreciate you watching. Thank you for the super chat. Winds are changing directions right now. Yeah, in Montego, they're going to start changing directions. They're going to come. They're right now mostly coming out of the the north, they're going to be coming out of the west, and then they'll be eventually kind of coming out of the southwest. But they won't really come much out of the east with this hurricane. They die enough for the super chat. It's possible for the hurricane to re-strengthen once it's back over open water. It is entirely possible, but I don't think it'll have enough time. It's basically going to start to it's going to start to run into a little bit more wind shear as it goes up towards Cuba. But the other thing is too, it's going to be kind of stretched out by the jet stream. So we have a low pressure system over Florida. This is our hurricane. I'm not going to draw an H, but the Cat 5 hurricane's here. As this goes to the north, that cold front and the low pressure system will basically attach. And what we're going to end up seeing is it kind of just gets stretched apart over time. And I showed the forecast models earlier, but that's essentially what's going to be happening. You know a lot about hurricanes? What happens when you go to college for meteorology? Hey, Cora for the super chat. What are the implications of a wind direction change? Not really much. I mean, the only big implications is if you have a house that only has boards on one side of it for windows, then that could be a problem. But the winds changing directions aren't really going to lead to any major implications or any major differences. Got a degree? I do have a meteorology degree. Bachelor's in meteorology. Awesome live stream. Thanks for showing us live cameras. No problem. I don't even know how we went live. I'm not gonna lie. Like, I don't know how I even went live today. Like, and how I'm still live. I've been live for almost 9 hours now. I don't even know. I literally had 3 hours of sleep. Like the worst sleep I've had in like forever. And I was already sleep deprived going into today. So tonight I'm getting no less than about 12 hours of sleep. I can almost assure everybody of that. Hey, Caroline for the $10 super chat. Sending positive vibes from Glossop, United Kingdom, and to Jamaica and YouTube Max. Appreciate that. Wind speeds in Kingston, I think the wind gust reached probably around 70 to 80 miles per hour.
Oh yeah, the board was flying off.
I'm currently on my second iced coffee. I haven't really had much of it, but it's got posted on Sightseeing Free Press. I don't even know what that is. All I know is I've gotten contacted no less than like 10 times today about doing TV interviews, and there's just... I'm already live. There's no way I'm doing that. I'm also tired. An exhausting last 24, 36 hours. Why were you never able to finish your master's degree? Well, I mean, I'm 22. I basically have been doing this full time for like 3 years. And I wanted to put more time into this, so I didn't go for my master's.
It was about an hour or two out. Like like an hour and a half ago.
So it looks like right now in Kingston Harbor. It's still very windy here. Surprisingly. The wind gusts may have actually gotten stronger over the last hour or two. It kind of looks like it's gotten stronger. Still birds flying around in Kingston Harbor. I wonder how many birds. I wonder when hurricane hunters go into Melissa next, how many birds they're going to see, or if they will see birds. I'm betting they're going to see birds, but who knows how many. Hey, take 5 for the $20 super chat. We're working in Miss Landfall. Can you give me a quick rundown what's happened from Landfall till now? Yeah, I mean, this hurricane has already become it's basically tied the record for being the most intense hurricane to make landfall in the Atlantic Ocean. It made landfall in Jamaica around 11, I want to say. It might have been 12. It was, I believe, 11 or 12 local time. As a Cat 5 hurricane, minimum pressure was 892 millibars, maximum sustained winds at 185. So this is one of the most intense hurricanes that we've ever seen make landfall here, anywhere in the Atlantic Basin. And so Montego Bay is currently getting the worst of it, but obviously the worst of it happened this morning near White House, Savannah, Lamar, Black River, even back through Manville. But other than that, I mean, it did break the record even further for being having the driest eye on record at negative 2.67 degrees Celsius, and it's continuing to be a very intense hurricane. It is still a Category 5 hurricane at this hour. We have a new National Hurricane Center update that'll come out in about 35 minutes on Melissa as it continues to track over land. But we are getting closer and closer to Melissa going over into Falmouth, west of Runaway Bay, and then eventually going into the Caribbean Sea again for the second time. And then it'll be going to Cuba tonight as a at least Category 4 hurricane. Could be a borderline Cat 5 as it makes landfall early tomorrow morning in Cuba. And then beyond that, it'll be a Cat 3 hurricane as it goes up towards the Bahamas. And then it'll be about a Cat 1 once it gets towards Bermuda. But this hurricane can make as many as 4 different landfalls. It's already made one in Jamaica. It has another one tomorrow in Cuba for sure. And then on late Wednesday, it'll try to make landfall again somewhere in the Bahamas. Code of uncertainty only includes some land in the Bahamas, but there's a good chance it'll at least make landfall somewhere. Even if it doesn't make landfall, we're still talking about some pretty big impacts across the board. But on any sort of satellite imagery, you can basically not see the eye anymore. The eye has basically disappeared. Are you gonna stream when it goes into Cuba? I don't know, like, there's not really a reason to stream into Cuba, because one, I don't even think in Cuba you can even watch, like, weather streams. I don't even know if you can watch YouTube. I don't know what exists in Cuba, to be honest. I think there's some sort of, like, restrictions. And I don't think there's any cameras or anything in Cuba. I could be wrong on that. That's at least from what I've gathered. And on the other hand, Bahamas is basically the same thing. When it comes to at least cameras, there's basically no cameras there. And Haiti's pretty much the same way too. Jamaica is one of those places that actually has a decent amount of cameras. And we obviously had a storm chaser on the scene as well. Hey, Chris for the $10 super chat. 5 months until Nader season. Do we think once the wind field in Melissa will expand like crazy once it hits the low pressure? Yeah, the wind field's going to expand over time. Again, whenever we get, it's basically, I call it the slingshot effect, where once this hurricane latches onto that jet stream, what's going to happen is that the hurricane is going to start to expand in size. So this is what it looks like right now. In a little bit, it'll look more like this, so a bit larger. And then once it gets all the way up here, it's going to be like this almost. It's going to just keep getting bigger. And that's what happened. That's what happens with almost any hurricane that travels into the central or northern Atlantic Ocean. Usually because of the jet stream and also going to higher latitudes. Why not have... That might be the craziest comment I've ever seen. Why not have Bryce drive to Cuba? I don't know how you would. I don't know how you drive there. Is there a bridge that I don't know exists to get there? You need an underwater vehicle to get there. It's 100 miles. Is there a 100-mile bridge going and connecting these two countries? The airports aren't open, so that's not even an option. I'll ask Bryce though. I'll see if he can drive over there. See if he can drive over there for tomorrow. See if he can get his underwater vehicle going. Probably a secret canal. Maybe. Hey, there might be some sort of like underwater tunnel that I didn't know existed. And I don't even know how he's going to get out of this Mandeville area to begin with. That area was so flooded over. Like, there's just no way of him getting out of there. Melissa has done serious damage already. Hey, I just want to throw this out there. I don't even want to show you guys the photo, but there are... Do you guys want me to show you an AI photo that somebody made? For an example, because there are people that are going to keep falling for AI photos. Do you guys need an example? Because, like, I'm gonna trip out so badly if I keep... Like, these AI photos are so annoying. Of hurricanes and stuff like that. This is not real. This is literally AI. Like, it might look real. This is not real. This is why I'm tripping out. Like, I don't understand how in the world, like, we have people allowed to post stuff like this. You can literally clearly tell it's AI. All the trees look the same. Unbelievable. I'm gonna lose my mind with AI stuff. Now, I don't think this coffee's helping. Unbelievable. My local weather page posted this. I'm making a I'm making a tweet about this too. Here you go. Go ahead and wrong thing. That's also the wrong thing. Go ahead and like and retweet this. I'm literally gonna lose my mind. The crash out of the century's coming. If I see one more AI photo, I will literally lose my mind on the stream. It's not. That's the third one I've seen today, and it's literally the most fake thing I've ever seen too. Hey, Matthew, for the super chat. Kingston Harbor's gotten pretty rough here over the last hour. This is some of the worst conditions we've seen here. Thank you, James, for the PayPal donation. Also, thank you, Megan, for the $25 Venmo donation. Appreciate that. Show us more fakes? I'm not showing more fake photos. They are so stupid. Be sure to like and retweet that on Twitter, by the way. Apparently there are people using me on TikTok. If you're watching my stream on TikTok, come over to YouTube, Max Velocity. I guess it's free promotion for people that are using it on TikTok. Thank you, Billy, for the 10 gifted memberships. Stubby's in the chat for Billy. Really appreciate that. Thank you also, Soldier, for the super chat again. Cat 5 crash out. Now, I'm losing my mind over these AI photos. They're so terrible, and like people do fall for them, and they literally get all sorts of publicity when they are not real. I'm going to see like if ChatGPT real quick can generate me a photo of what I saw earlier. I'm gonna type like a prompt, and if it generates what I saw earlier, then I'm gonna show you guys, because like I don't know where the photo went, but I want to show you guys another example of something super stupid. Is your hair AI? My hair, actually, that might be a compliment. It means it's amazing. Thank you. My hairline is AI as well. I feel so hyper drinking coffee. It's actually insane. You need a beard? I do not need a beard. Somebody said my beard was growing out earlier in the stream. I'm like, I don't have a beard. It's definitely not growing out. That's for sure. Looks normal. Hey, Jeff, for the super chat. I've seen a lot of videos of actually hurricane hunters actually being inside of the eye. I've seen plenty of fake stuff, but yeah, there have been legit videos of hurricane hunters flying in the eye. It's actually really cool. I've shown some videos. And thank you, Nicholas, for the super chat. The dude on Twitter that has the storyline said he's trying to go live, but the signal, he said, is bad, and there's total destruction, and Jamaica will not be the same. Yeah, Montego Bay is getting hit really hard right now. If he goes live again, we'll show him again, but there was a hospital roof blown off in Savannah Lamar, according to a chaser. This is the latest from the person that we had on earlier from Montego Bay, trying to push video through signal. It's weak. All I can say is total destruction in Jamaica will never be the same. That's over in Montego Bay. There's some other stuff he's been saying as well. This is a person that I'm pretty sure is just a tourist that was on vacation in Montego Bay, and that's what they're currently going through right now. Tornado threat in Louisiana today. It's a little bit more elevated for western Louisiana. There is a tornado risk. Peak of it should really be in the next couple hours. Louisiana today. It's a little bit more elevated for western Louisiana. All right, let me go back to here. I just found another person that's restreaming my thing on Twitter or TikTok. Tornado possible, severe warning in Texas. Small little storm. Storm chaser Vince Walty, he's live inside of the Radar Mega app. He'll actually be chasing here today. There aren't very many chasers out there, but that's one of them. Also, Radar Omega just added a new camera to Texas. Nice. Didn't even know that. Some rest, you look tired? I'm doing fine. The coffee is keeping me... I don't think the coffee is keeping me sane, but it's at least keeping me awake. I'm losing my mind when it comes to this AI stuff. Alright, this is basically one of the AI photos that I saw on social media earlier today. This right here. This is pretty similar to what I saw earlier, and people thought it was real. I don't know if I can't get this like centered, but that's what it looked like. This is something that people fall for. I don't know how. If you think that a hurricane hunter can see this, I need to know who it is. All right, because I need to get up above the hurricane like this. This is like from space almost. Like, and this is a plane. This is not a space station. The fact that people believe this is real, I don't even know what to tell you. It's t-shirt material? No, it is not. We're not putting this on a t-shirt. Absolutely not. It's unbelievable. I don't understand. How in the world? I don't even know how in the world AI can make that, but it's besides the point. Like, yeah. No. It's just unbelievable. I'm gonna have a generational AI crash out. Hey, Tiffany for the $20 super chat. Any chance this goes north instead of northeast? Not really. It's turning northeast. It's definitely like it's not gonna. It could turn north again, like briefly, like do some wobbles, but it's basically going northeast. AI is dangerous. There are some good uses of AI. There's also plenty of bad ones. Low key, like I hope in the next year, like it doesn't have to be like a government thing, but like on social media in general, hopefully social media like platforms make it so that there's a clear label or even a filter of AI stuff. I think there's an app, I don't know what app, but I think there's an app that was experimenting with that. But if we can have a filter, just filter out any AI detected stuff, like that'd be really nice. Because like I would have way more sanity. But because like the fake photos, just everything about AI, like there's just so many fake things out there when it comes to especially weather, but like even just like regular videos that you watch when you go to bed, you know, like I don't even want to bring up examples. I've just seen crazy videos of AI stuff, and it's like I don't know how in the world like it's a thing. And I'm guessing many of you have probably heard of Sora. That's like the ChatGPT version of like the AI stuff, and like that you can make crazy videos with that, and like it should just be something that you can hide basically. Now, for the record, on this channel, we have avoided AI, like, with most of our stuff. Like, all of the development stuff, like, everything that you see on the screen is, like, stuff that we have done on this channel with actual developers, so. Not that it's related directly to what I'm talking about, but, like, you know, we have... But, like, we don't use AI directly for anything. Especially stuff that we develop. We've hired real people to do that. I am curious. Let me see here. This is what it looks like. Let me go to 5. We actually got that Treasure Beach camera back. I didn't even realize it was back. Oh, never mind, it's not. I might have to zoom out a little bit. Give me 1 second. Alright, so this is another one of the Sea Jamaica cameras. I'm going to show you guys this because this is what it looks like in Kingston right now. If I can get the dimensions correct here. We're doing stuff on the fly. This is what it looks like in Kingston, Jamaica right now. This is an area that has been dealing with mostly tropical storm conditions, low-end hurricane conditions. But there are some people on the roadways now. Again, I would not be coming out of your safe place really until this event is all said and done because there will be some flying debris and stuff like that. But at least it's not looking terrible in Kingston. Again, it could have easily been much worse than this. I'm trying to find an actual camera that has a view of cars. Because there are some cameras that have, I believe, views of the roads. There are currently at least 3 cameras down. 4 cameras down. All right, so a lot of cameras are actually down. Oh, there's a person walking out here. All right. Nope, not that one. Where's Devin House? Apparently there's flooding on this other camera. So this is Devon House on the Sea Jamaica camera. Again, you can watch these on YouTube. So this is the Devon House camera. Apparently there's flooding on the side. I don't know where. It's at the top somewhere. I don't see anything major if it's at the top. Unless the camera moves. The camera might move. Where the fence is. Oh, now it's zooming in. Yeah, there's a little bit of flooding. The flooding was way worse in Mandeville, where Bryce was, or is. I have somebody grabbing a screenshot of it. There's a car. You can actually see the water coming up there on the right when that car went by. But again, tropical storm force winds is about all this is, but it was at hurricane force wind gusts at one point. With that said, there's another car, but there's been very, like, in my opinion, this is not minor, but it's definitely more on the moderate side of actual hurricane impacts. Especially for a Cat 5. This is definitely on the more minor side, but it's kind of minor to moderate. Krispy Kreme? Is there a Krispy Kreme? I wasn't looking at that. Thank you, Tosser, for the Venmo donation, and Steven for the Venmo donation. Appreciate it. But yeah, you can see the road flooded there on the left. This is from the United Cajun Navy, one of the nonprofits that we actually might be working with here soon. This is video from Jamaica. Some of the very scary footage here from Jamaica today. So, and this is like one of those communities that people actually like live in here in Jamaica. So, again, a lot of like what we've seen in like, you know, for example, like when I'm showing you guys the Google Maps and stuff, like when I'm showing you resorts and also the resort stuff like that, those are tourism areas. That's where people actually live in Jamaica. Those are where people have lived probably for 10 plus years. So, the impacts are obviously much more significant for those that have lived there, especially since those, you know, homes are not built to like the standard of like a hotel, for example, in Jamaica. So that is obviously one of the biggest concerns when it comes to Melissa. As Melissa's eye is almost fully gone off of infrared imagery, it's definitely going to be probably down to probably a high-end Cat 4 here soon. The National Hurricane Center does not, I believe, have anybody en route. Let me check. No, so we have no hurricane hunters currently en route for Melissa. However, we do at this point, I do not think this is a Cat 5 anymore. It's probably down to a Cat 4. Our next National Hurricane Center update is in approximately 10 minutes or so. And when that update comes out, we'll let you know. But I do not think this is, at this point, a Cat 5 anymore. It's probably down to a Cat 4. The eye itself is definitely disintegrated quite a bit. The worst of the impacts are still being felt in Montego Bay. We have now the offshore flow coming into Montego Bay. So the storm surge is now ramping up for Lucia, Montego Bay, and then back over in Runaway Bay and also near Jeffreytown, we have onshore flow, which basically means all the water is being pushed out to sea. So the water will actually retreat for a brief amount of time before storm surge ramps up on the backside of the hurricane. Thank you, Peterson, for the $10 super chat. It's raining in Minnesota. The W. Thank you, Cora, for the super chat. Is there any possibility of finding a Montego update? Yeah, I mean, right now, Montego is going through the worst of it. I mean, wind gusts are up to about 100 miles per hour. From what I've seen, again, we have at least somebody that has relayed some stuff, including that, you know, at their hotel, This is like somebody that is in currently Montego Bay, and at their hotel, the roof apparently ripped off, and there were live wires flying around, trees flying as well. So this is a live look at the Kingston Harbor again. There's birds flying around. Look at the wind. It's actually changing directions in Kingston Harbor. So if you remember, the wind was going, and all the waves were going from right to left. Now it's going left to right. So this is because the wind is at least changing directions a little bit. It's more coming out of the west now instead of the... it was initially coming out of the south. Now it's coming more out of the west, kind of the southwest almost. So we're actually now seeing the winds change directions over here in Montego Bay. Or not Montego Bay, sorry, and Kingston Harbor. I'm so incredibly tired. Is this hurricane considered one of the largest ever seen? In terms of size, this has no... It's not even close to any records. I mean, the size of this hurricane is not that big, but obviously it's very powerful. Some of the smallest hurricanes, like Milton last year, when Milton was really small, it had a really successful time intensifying. Same thing with this hurricane. It's basically done the same thing. Oh my lord. I just saw this on Twitter. Hey, if AI couldn't be any worse... if AI could not be any worse. Apparently, I'm in Jamaica. Hey, Train, for the $5 super chat. Would you ever do a ride along with the Hurricane Hunter? I honestly would. I would do a ride in a Hurricane Hunter aircraft. Thank you, Emmer, for the $15 donation. Appreciate that. And Slick also with the super chat says, "That's not any mini swirls occurring in Jamaica." I don't know what you mean by that. I don't know if you're talking about like subvortices, but subvortices are basically done. Like the eye is disintegrated now, kind of in just a broad area of it's a broader area of rotation compared to before. Where are you out of them in Florida? We're used to hurricanes here in Florida, but we haven't had any this year. It's actually been pretty quiet. This camera just lost signal. There's no more eye. There is an eye. It's just very... like, all this red basically shows that the dryness of that eye has gone away, essentially. A lot of moisture is now kind of building in, and it's just becoming less organized as a Cat 5. It's going to probably be a high-end Cat 4 in this next advisory. Hey, Rock, for becoming a member. Welcome to the Velocities. You're gonna jinx Florida? If I jinx Florida, I'd be surprised. I mean, we're coming up on the end of October, and there are absolutely, at least from what I've seen, there really aren't any signs of anything happening, like hurricane related, here in the near future. So it looks like in the tropics after Melissa, the European has a really non-tropical system in the Gulf. Nothing. And then the GFS model has basically nothing. I mean, legitimately, this might be the last tropical system of the season, or at least last hurricane of the season, major hurricane. What's crazy, I saw this fact, and I kind of forgot about this, but 4 out of our 5 hurricanes this year have reached Category 4 or higher in the Atlantic Ocean. Is that not crazy? We've had 5 hurricanes this year. The only one that did not reach Cat 4 plus was Imelda. So, that's pretty crazy. They staying for becoming a member? Yeah, I mean, it's honestly a kind of a crazy fact. We know what's also crazy is that this stream today, this is actually insane, but this, I didn't even know this until now. This stream today is the second highest viewed stream on this channel of all time. The only other two, or the one that was before this was Hurricane Milton, the tornado outbreak, so the morning coverage, which was 2.1 million views. The one of Milton making landfall was 3.9 million views. This stream is sitting at 2.1 right now, which is actually insane. I didn't even know that until now. I did not even think going into today that this many people would even be watching this coverage, because like I honestly thought it would be more about like, you know, I thought just people would not have power in Jamaica, nobody would really be watching, so I'm kind of actually surprised. I woke up this morning not having like any expectation of that many people watching. Thank you, Ryan, for the super chat. What's your favorite weather event to cover? I am mostly a fan of covering severe weather. That's just like what I'm most fascinated with, is covering severe weather. It can be very unpredictable. Like it's evolving weather. Like when I'm covering hurricanes, it's a lot of like the same information, but obviously today it's different. We had landfall, so there's a lot of new information that comes in. But like in a winter storm, it's the same thing. Like a winter storm, you're just talking about the snow that's happening. You can look at some cameras, you can look at chasers, and then like after that, it's just kind of like you're just repeating snow totals and whatnot. So like in my opinion, severe weather is the most interesting. It's also one of the most unpredictable, like really small mesoscale type events that happens. Yeah, most of the viewers aren't from Jamaica. I mean, yesterday I did a poll and like 4% of people were from like any of these areas that are being hit by the hurricane. When I did a poll today, it was like, I think 5% or 6% of people were from like at least somewhere near Jamaica or Cuba or Haiti or something like that. So off topic, but the Storm Prediction Center just issued a mesoscale discussion. The thunderstorms should increase in coverage this afternoon. A tornado watch might be needed this afternoon. That is for eastern Texas and western Louisiana. Peak intensity up to 130 miles per hour for tornadoes. With how tired I am, I really doubt we'll actually be live for that, unless I'm still live, like, covering this, but we'll see. Thank you, Hillary, for the 14-month membership. And also, Lur for the $10 super chat. Thank you for the coverage. I appreciate that. Where's Bryce? I'm guessing he's just taking a break. He might come back on later. I have no clue. I haven't asked him. Rip Flatbridge. Yeah, the Flatbridge camera is completely gone. Out for a while. Has the eye gone? Yeah, the eye's basically gone. This is a little loop of visible satellite. Just kind of show the evolution of it. The eye's still there. It's just not obviously as pronounced. Where's Riley? He's at college. Thank you, Amanda, for the super chat. Watching your stream so I can update my friend stuck at a resort in Falmouth. I'm glad I can help. Yeah, that area is about to get hit pretty hard here over the next hour or two. Hopefully by about 6, 7 o'clock, things start to kind of wind down a little bit, or at least get a little bit calmer. The storm surge will probably be the worst after about 5, so the biggest concern will be storm surge by then. Hey, Jennifer, for the $20 super chat. Have you ever gotten super emotional about something we're covering? I did multiple times today. I did multiple times even last night. I mean, it happens with the bigger weather events. Will the eye come back? It could. Once it moves back into the open water, it could. But temporarily, it's not over water. It's just sitting over land. And the longer it sits over land, the more it's just going to kind of dry out. And struggle to actually remain intense. Thank you, Derek, for the super chat. 5% tornado risk in Louisiana and tour possible in Texas right now. Yeah, I saw the tour possible. There's a decent environment here today. It's honestly, I didn't even know we were going to have a tornado risk today. I've been so focused on the hurricane that I've really not looked at the United States weather, but it's a good environment for about 3 or 4 hours. So, I mean, between now and about 6, I want to say, maybe 6:30, it'll be favorable, and then after like 6:30, it gets kind of messy. But in the meantime, it's definitely a decent environment. bottom right of your screen is that tornado risk today. It's from Houston back towards Lafayette. As a reminder, if you are new to the channel, make sure to subscribe down below. Don't forget to like the stream. Helps get this out to more people. This is also one of the most liked streams we've ever had. 35,000 likes. That's kind of crazy. Absolutely crazy numbers on this stream today. We can get this to be the second most liked stream of all time if we get like another 3,000 likes. All right, we have a breaking update from the National Hurricane Center. Guess what? That. Did you see it? It's officially been downgraded to a Category 4 hurricane. All right, so Melissa is no longer a Cat 5. It's now a Cat 4 hurricane. Maximum sustained winds are at 150 miles per hour. As we kind of suspected. Catastrophic winds, flash flooding, and storm surge are ongoing in Jamaica. Melissa remains a powerful Category 4 hurricane over northwestern Jamaica. This is an extremely dangerous and life-threatening situation. Residents should not leave their shelter and should remain in place through the passage of these life-threatening conditions. To protect yourself from the wind, the best thing you can do is put as many walls as possible between you and the outside, an interior room without windows, and all that sort of stuff. We've been over that. Most people hopefully have already done that. They have mentioned that again, the pressure is now up to 914 millibars, which is about a 7 millibar increase, and the maximum sustained winds are now down to 150 miles per hour. Currently, again, it's located about 10 miles to the south, which I don't think that's actually true, but apparently the eye is about 10 miles to the south of Montego Bay. I'm pretty sure it's east, but nonetheless, this hurricane is now moving towards the north side here of Jamaica. You can see where the eye is basically located. It's right about here. It's coming up right over Falmouth right now. And if you're in Falmouth, you're not going to be able to see anything like when it comes to an eye. The eye is basically disintegrated. You're not going to be able to see that crazy stadium effect that a lot of people have seen over the last 24 hours in terms of hurricane hunters. Instead, what you're going to see is just, it's basically a lot of wind. Like, there isn't really a whole lot of a calm period that you're going to have. So there's no reason to go outside and look for things. But yeah, again, hurricane is now moving into far northern Jamaica. The worst of the impacts are still ongoing currently in Montego. But again, this is now officially down to a Category 4 hurricane. Maximum sustained winds at 150 miles per hour. It still says the wind gusts are at 220. I do not think that's accurate. Maybe in the very high elevations, but that's about it. But it is currently moving north-northeast at about 10 miles per hour, and it will continue to move towards Cuba as a powerful Category 4 hurricane. The next big update from the National Hurricane Center is at 5 o'clock, which is in about an hour from now. That'll be a new cone of uncertainty and all that good stuff. So that'll be like the big package of new graphics and whatnot. You can see, though, the eye and how much it's shrunk over the last, 2 hours. It is shrunk substantially now. I have no clue if there's any birds in the hurricane, or in the eye of the hurricane. There probably are, but we do not have any Hurricane Hunter aircraft near this hurricane right now, so they won't be able to report anything. We can look and see if there's any Hurricane Hunters flying right now, but I don't think any are. Yeah, no Hurricane Hunters are en route for the hurricane as of right now. That is the latest here on Hurricane Melissa. And hopefully this is the last time it is a Category 4 hurricane. That's all we can hope. It's a little 2-hour loop as well, but we can only hope that this is the last time it's Cat 5, and hopefully from here it gets even weaker as it continues to interact with land. Hey, Screamer for the super chat. Flooding or wind the most concern for Jamaica? I mean, both are. Wind can easily destroy the structures that are built in Jamaica. And then the flooding is obviously another big concern, especially for the landslide threat. I mean, it just varies really depending on where you are. But both of them are, I really wouldn't pick one or the other. I think both of them are just equally significant. Thank you, High Risk, for the $20 super chat. Melissa is the strongest landfalling hurricane in 90 years. It beats Dorian and is tied as the strongest landfall in Atlantic history as the Labor Day hurricane in 1935. Yep, that is correct. This is the most intense landfalling hurricane in 90 years. And again, it might not look like it by what we've seen on these cameras. I do want to point out, I've reiterated this over the last 24 hours, that we were probably not going to have very many cameras in the direct path or in the eye of the hurricane. We actually had one. We did have one, like, at least on the east eye wall. But that was the closest one we had, and that was the Treasure Beach camera. And outside of that, like, there have not been very many cameras in the direct path of this hurricane. If we had any camera like right positioned in White House somehow, and we actually were able to keep that up, if that was somehow a possibility, like, we would have seen a completely different picture. We have no idea what it looks like there right now because of simply it being in the position right now that, you know, nobody can really do much right now. Everybody's still in shelter. We still have hurricane force winds happening in southwest Jamaica, but we can only imagine how bad it looks there right now with all the structures, especially along the coastline. You know, this is an evolving situation still. The hurricane's still ongoing in those areas. Like, it's not like we're going to have any sort of look at what is actually happening out there until this hurricane is fully passed. Like, you can still see all this really white and black color area. That is all still very heavy rain. Those are hurricane force winds that are still happening over an area that we had direct landfall of with Hurricane Melissa. So I just want to reiterate once again that even though it might not have looked like this was a crazy hurricane on the cameras we've had, I have said it multiple times. Every single camera that we've had has only one of them was in the eye wall. And the eye wall is where those winds are the highest. And if you're 5 miles away east of the hurricane, that can make a big difference. Like, being east 5 miles of the eye of the hurricane can be a big difference between, you know, being in 150 mile per hour winds and 80 mile per hour winds. Even Bryce, I mean, he was on, like, kind of the cusp of being in the eye wall, but he never really was in it. The Kingston cameras that we've been looking at pretty much all day, none of those were ever near the eye of the hurricane or near the eye wall. All of them have been mostly on the low end spectrum of hurricane force wind gusts, and that's about it. So I'm just trying to, you know, reiterate that as much as possible, because I do feel like there's a lot of people who are like, this is an overhyped hurricane. It wasn't. It literally made landfall as a 185 mile per hour category 5 hurricane. It was a small hurricane too. This is not a very large hurricane. By the way, Bryce is fine, for those that are asking. He is just, he was literally fine, and he still is fine. He's chilling. Thank you, Matthew, for the $10 super chat. Flat bridge should be fine. It floods often. We'd have to raise the entire road along. If we want to upgrade the bridge, we'll survive this. Yeah, I think it should be fine. It didn't look like it suffered that much damage. Yes, the water has changed direction here. It is now coming almost out of the... It's coming out of, like, the west, kind of, right now. Offshore flow, at least in this, from this camera perspective, should be coming out of the west. So, the winds have changed directions. The water's starting to push back out in Kingston. The wind, initially, if we go back in time... I'll show you guys what it looked like this morning, just so you have an idea of what the waves were doing. That's what it looked like this morning. Alright, so this is earlier, and then this is what it looks like now. You can see they're going completely different directions now. Hey, Dan, for the $10 super chat. How do commercial flights route these things? I mean, most of them just go right around it. Almost every single commercial aircraft. This is the Flight Radar 24. This is literally what it looks like. Basically, every single plane goes around it. You can see the flight paths. Like, they're all going around Melissa. This is the closest plane to it right now. But that's just a short flight. Not a single plane has come within any distance other than the Hurricane Hunter aircraft. Thank you, kids, for the super chat. Is there a possibility it can go back up to Cat 5? It's possible. I don't think it's going to happen at this point, but it's still possible. I'd say it's a fairly low chance of happening. Any news on the airport for tourists to leave? We're not going to have any news on that probably until at least tomorrow. Once the hurricane is actually fully moved out, they'll probably start to talk more about, like, when airports can reopen and all that sort of stuff. Which hopefully it's ASAP, but you never know. The Montego airport might take longer. I think the Kingston airport will probably reopen pretty quickly if I had to guess. I don't think the damage was that bad there. How are you still awake? Great question. Could not even tell you. Another live shot in Kingston. We've had some flooded roadways here in Kingston. Hasn't been too terrible. We got one person on the roadway. Come on down. This is the one person on the roadway right now. Are any of us awake? That's a great question. 32 ounce iced coffees. How he's still awake? Well, I have the McDonald's one, and I'm on the Wawa one right now, which I'm about halfway through. Oh, two. We got two cars here in Kingston. We got action over here. Is there storm surge in Kingston? There is some storm surge, but it's definitely going to be mostly now along like the western or the eastern side of that bay. So now that the winds are coming more out of the southwest, a lot of that water is going to be more pushing into this part of Kingston now. And some of it will try to flow up that river, but it's not going to be as successful. But a lot, like the winds before were coming more out of this direction. They have now changed directions entirely, though. So the water will be pushing into mainly central Kingston here, like this area. And then for those in Montego Bay, the storm surge is now ramping up as the winds are now coming out of the north. We've had no update from that person that's in Montego Bay in now 40 minutes. Hopefully they're fine. But we've had no update from them since 40 minutes ago. And in case you guys haven't already heard, Hurricane Melissa is the strongest hurricane to make landfall in the Atlantic Basin anywhere in 90 years. Exactly 90 years. 1935 was the Labor Day hurricane. That is the only hurricane that was as strong or stronger than Melissa. So, again, just another basically record broken. Thought you were older than 22? I'm 22. That's not very nice. This guy just basically called me old. I was just called old by somebody in the chat. That's not very nice. Your voice? My voice sounds old. That's also disrespectful. Oh my god, do not call me an uncle. Do not do that. The camera adds 10 years? Oh my goodness. My camera is high quality, and I'm just burying myself whole at this point. Do you broadcast every day? No, we only broadcast for like big weather events. We typically go live for a lot of severe weather events, but hurricanes don't usually go live for them unless, one, they're hitting the United States. We basically go live for any hurricane in the United States, and even sometimes tropical storms. And then the only time we go live for other hurricanes is if they are a threat to the United States, or it's a situation like this where we have literally the strongest hurricane that we've had in basically 90 years making landfall. Hey, Grandpa. Oh my goodness. Stop it. Pushing 30. Bryce posted a photo to his Facebook 6 minutes ago. I'll look in a second. What is this Facebook? I don't know what his Facebook is. Oh, maybe I found it. Oh, I see now. Yeah, that was just like one of his news bits. Thank you, Bosco, for becoming a member. Welcome to the Velocities. Also, a huge shout out to Cylindro for the $50 super chat. You are a genuine treasure, Max. Thank you. I really appreciate that. Thank you for the very generous $50 super chat. It goes a long way. So I really appreciate that. They also Sharp for the super chat. Great grandpa. American Revolution like. Stop it. I'm not old. Do you work for someone else? I own my company. I own this channel. I don't do everything, but I do a lot of stuff. We obviously have employees now. This was literally just me for the longest time, but we've gotten to the point where we have like I think 8 employees now or something like that. We're almost up to a dozen. Thank you, Constance, for becoming a member. Welcome to the Velocities. And we basically built a team of storm chasers on this channel too. Like we have a bunch of storm chasers that are only on this channel now, or on their own channels, and or you know, it's pretty neat, honestly. Who would have thought? We had no employees basically to start this year, so it has grown rapidly basically since March, I want to say. Basically, I have a team of people on these live streams too. It's not just me. I know I'm basically the one on the stream. Riley's sometimes on. We have a bunch of other people that do back-end work, you know, and back-end stuff on streams, like posting to socials, all that stuff. Like, there's a bunch of stuff, so. Cheese Curd is on payroll? Yeah. Cheese Curd is the mascot. He's one of the employees. You guys don't know what I'm talking about, it's my cat. Everybody's now asking if I'm hiring. You can always email me. My emails are always open, but I don't check them that often. But if you do reach out, I might look, or I'll at least look. To be honest, like if I see a need for something, I'll just like say, all right, see what you can do, basically. Am I sipping on iced coffee, which has no ice anymore? I don't even know if this had ice to begin with. I don't remember there being much ice at all in this thing. Thank you, Vincent, for the $10 super chat. Sun is in Montego Bay at an Airbnb. Window just blew out. 7 people in the bathroom riding this out. Hopefully they stay safe, man. Montego Bay is getting hit really hard. And unfortunately, it's just going to continue to be very intense for the next couple of hours. But luckily, we are about an hour or so out from Melissa, at least in Montego Bay, from starting to at least wind down quite a bit. Thank you, JV, for becoming a member. And also Diligent for the $10 super chat. Crocnados. I don't know what that means. Work with the super chat says it's grown because you are incredible. Of course, you're being in front of all that real calming voice and chaos. You explain things so clearly, no drama. You've helped save lives. Appreciate that. Death toll, it's at 8, but that was as of like this morning before Melissa really even got here. So we don't know what the death toll is. It could be higher than that, which I'm just being honest, it probably is, but we don't know. We won't really know probably until at least tonight or tomorrow. Carson with the super chat asks, has the worst passed? It has not yet. Again, the worst has already happened, but it's still happening. We still have category 4 winds in this basically entire area right now near Montego Bay on the backside of the eye of the hurricane. The eye of the hurricane's basically fizzled out, but the eye is essentially right here. And so we have the strongest winds wrapping around Montego Bay and also going through central Jamaica. So until this is basically all moved offshore, we still have, pretty major impacts happening west of Kingston. Thank you, Deborah, for the super chat as well. This will hit Guantanamo Bay, Cuba. This is going to hit that area. I would expect at least category 2 to 3 winds in that area. Landfall will probably just be to your west over near Santiago de Cuba. Please tell us how you're staying awake. It's this magic right here. Nice coffee. Otherwise, I would have fallen asleep probably on the stream. We have a little bit of severe weather trying to ramp up in Texas and Louisiana as well. We're going to keep an eye on that. Has the weekend ended? Yes, this is down to a Category 4 hurricane now. Maximum sustained winds at 150 miles per hour. Pressure's up to 914 millibars. It is going to continue to weaken here over the next few hours as Melissa continues to move over land. It will likely intensify a little bit before going to Cuba, but yeah, generally speaking, we've already hit the peak of it. Thank you, Keith, for the $10 Venmo donation for caffeinated drinks. Appreciate it. Huge shout out to Menko with a $50 super chat. That was in the chat. I really appreciate that. Thank you also, Cinder, for the super chat. I also has been watching with deep concern for the Jamaican people since last night. Thank you for keeping us appraised. Much love from the UK. I'm really hoping everybody made it out alive here in Jamaica. I mean, this has just been, again, one emotional roller coaster to say the least, I think, for everybody in Jamaica. But for even me covering this, like, this is not an easy event to cover. I legitimately did not think there was, like, a few days ago, I really didn't think we were going live at all for this. But, like, all of a sudden, I'm like, this looks like one of the worst hurricanes that we've ever seen. Like, 2 days ago, I'm like, it hit me. I'm like, I think we have to go live for this. Like, that was on Sunday. I'm like, I got to prepare to actually go live for this hurricane because, you know, I saw the models, I saw what was going to happen. I was like, this is going to be one of the worst hurricanes that we've ever seen for Jamaica, and it is the worst hurricane that has ever hit Jamaica. Obviously, we don't have any damage photos yet, really, in that area, but we're going to probably get some here tonight, and whenever we see those, we'll post them on socials and whatnot on Facebook and Twitter, at MaxVelocityWX on those platforms. You can also follow us, links in the description. But yeah, what I'm saying, though, is, like, I didn't have any intention of going live. I didn't even think we were going to go live today, to be honest. I thought it was just going to be yesterday, but the cam network stayed up. We had obviously had Bryce Shelton chasing, who was out there in central Jamaica near Mandeville, or Mandeville, I think. So, yeah. Hey, Scooter, for becoming a moderate velocity member. Also, Dolphins with the super chat says, my coworker Tina and Erica have been watching all day. We would love a shout out. Appreciate you watching. Is there anybody that just, like, is at work watching this stream right now? I'm just curious. The only reason why I'm asking is because I'm going to let your bosses basically see that in the chat. It's a bait. It's a bait trap. Okay, there's a lot more people than I thought watching at work. My goodness. Be productive, people. Thank you, Christina, for becoming a member. Welcome to the Velocities. Every one of you has been caught. I mean, if your boss knows who you are in the chat, you might be shocked. Thank Jenna for the $5 super chat. Pre-snapped roofs off, like, to the knee. Yeah, there is serious damage. We only have permission for so many cameras. This was kind of a last second stream thing, but yeah. My boss would not care. Well, that's a W. Hey, Reek, for the super chat. Been watching since this morning, no regrets. I'm my own boss, let me know, I'll fire myself. Will the storm re-strengthen? I don't think it's going to re-strengthen much if it were to. The only really way it would re-strengthen is once it goes up towards Cuba into the Caribbean Sea. It might re-strengthen a little bit, but right now it's at Category 4 winds at 150. It will probably be down to 145, 140 by the time it exits off the coast of Jamaica. And then tonight it might intensify just a little bit before going into Cuba. But most of the hurricane models haven't really shown this being... You can see the pressure there. After it crosses over, it basically weakens a little bit as it approaches Cuba. But I wouldn't rule out a brief period of intensification. Hey, Dizzle for the Venmo donation. Also, thank you, Dixon, for the $10 super chat. Did I go live for the 1935 hurricane? Apparently I have, according to how old I am. Thank you, Jennifer, for becoming a member. Will the eye redevelop? It probably will to some extent tonight. It probably won't look the same, but there will probably at least be some sort of eye tonight. Also, thank you, Kilt, for the $20 super chat. Really enjoy your channel. Thanks. Appreciate that. Will the storm surge be bad? The storm surge is still at its peak right now along the south coast of Jamaica, mainly from Alligator Pond back through Savannah, Lamar, which those areas are almost 100% without power across the board. Back over Montego Bay, that's an area that we're definitely starting to see some of the worst storm surge here over the next hour. We'll probably end up seeing very strong winds, especially going towards the northwest side of Montego Bay. And so we're nowhere done really with Montego Bay for a little bit. Falmouth, Runaway Bay, those are areas that are going to see the worst of the impacts for the next 1 to 2 hours. And then after that, it's going to be going up towards Cuba. Heavy rain will continue into tonight. And on top of that, we're going to continue to see hurricane force winds, especially along the northern coast. We've been seeing at least tropical storm force winds literally all day today here on the Sea Jamaica cameras over in Kingston. And this is Kingston Harbor. Again, the waves have been pretty high as well. Very rough seas across the board. I mean, wave heights were up to 50 feet at times. Not here, but along the south coast of Jamaica. So, again, just gives you an idea of how intense this hurricane's been. Thank you, King, for the super chat. How warm is the water between Cuba and Jamaica? I think it's in the mid to upper 80s, so it's still pretty favorable. And then, like, the Northern Gulf now, Northern Gulf is starting to cool down to the point where, you know, very soon there won't be any chance of anything really forming up there. Hey, Chris, for the $10 super chat. Thanks for the stream. Tell the grandkids I said hey. Dude, can we stop? I'm not old. 9-hour live stream? Yeah, this is, I think, actually, this is our longer live stream. I even think yesterday was that long. I don't remember the length of yesterday's stream, but it's longer than yesterday. This is one of our longest streams in a long time. Yesterday's stream was just under 9 hours. The last time we had a 9-hour, or we have a tornado warning. My alert didn't play, but we actually have a tornado warning. Believe it or not, we have a tornado warning.
A new tornado
right
warning
counties.
has been issued.
We have a tornado warning in Kilgore in Texas. So if you're in this warning, if you're tuning in during this hurricane, seek shelter. This is back over south of Longview, Texas. It actually has a decent little hook echo on it. It's a little discreet cell, but seek shelter if you're in this tornado warning. Get away from windows and get on the lowest floor possible and get to an interior room of your home or building. That kind of came out of nowhere. No sleep for Max. There actually could be a tornado with this. We don't have really any good radar sight, but there might be a CC drop there. There could be a tornado. Yeah, radar sight is literally in a hole, but there could actually be a tornado here. Low key, we have a bunch of little storms firing up east of Jacksonville. We could have a little tornado outbreak starting out here. It actually might be the beginning of a little tornado outbreak. This storm over here, west of Jasper. Vince is right here. We might have to watch Vince, because we actually could see a tornado try to spit out of that storm near Woodville. This storm near Woodville actually has my attention. We had a pretty decent mezzo on this thing. Very interesting. We're going to keep an eye on that. We actually may start to see several tornado warnings issued here soon, because the storms are actually rotating a pretty decent amount. This is a hurricane stream, by the way, but interesting. Hey, Lay for the $10 super chat. Appreciate that. Thank you for the super chat. They also give you for the $10 super chat. Mother Nature does not want you to sleep tonight, apparently. Yeah, apparently. Tornado watch may be needed for East Texas soon. They'll probably issue one if I had to guess. Thank you also, Carly, for the $50 super chat. No problem. Appreciate you tuning in. Appreciate the generosity as well. That is a confirmed tornado warning, by the way. This was just upgraded to a confirmed tornado warning in Texas. So if you're in this tornado warning, seek shelter. Get away from windows and get on the lowest floor possible. We actually have a confirmed tornado now in Kilgore, Texas, which I'm actually not surprised. It looks like there is a CC drop here. So, yeah, we're taking a little bit of a turn from the tropics, and we actually now have a confirmed tornado.
This is an urgent alert.
It's not the right
A
counties, by the
tornado
way.
is on the ground. Seek shelter immediately.
A tornado on the ground here in Rusk and Gregg counties in Texas. There is definitely a debris signature there. Any cameras? The only we have a chaser, but they're way down here in Jasper. Outside of that, no. This storm though over near Woodville, Texas, that one will probably get tornado warned. Got a new radar scan coming on that right now. Velocities actually look pretty good. Are we going for another 4 hours? I hope not, honestly. I'm so tired. Actually waiting to see what happens with this. Yeah, latest scan still has a decent mezzo on that storm. Could get tornado warned. But yeah, there's a lot of storms firing up right now in East Texas that are all just spinning. Like every one of these. One near Henderson, one that's west of Mount Enterprise. Like, got a bunch of storms spinning right now. And the one near Kilgore has a pretty decent debris signature right now. I mean, that's a pretty significant debris signature. It's over Country Club Estates. Near Leach Street and Chandler Street. Yeah, it's radar confirmed. It definitely is a tornado. Hey, Tammy, for becoming a member. Welcome to Velocities. I know we have a lot of Texas viewers, so just figured I'd point that out. That is going to be an ongoing threat here for the next few hours, for sure. Yeah, I know the tornado warning counter is broken. Actually, I don't know why that is like that. Why is there a reward thing there? Here we go. Oh, that's fun. There's an ad on the bottom left. I don't know why it's like that. I'll fix it in a minute. We now officially have a hurricane hunter en route to Hurricane Melissa. They're coming out of Lakeland, Florida. This is the third one in the last like 24 hours coming out of Lakeland. But I got a new hurricane hunter en route to Hurricane Melissa, and it'll probably be there in about 2 hours, if I had to say. It usually takes about 2 hours from there, but this is a view of Hurricane Melissa from Sentinel to high res of Hurricane Melissa. Look at all those subvortices. That is insane. Who needs sleep these days? I honestly do. You know, it wouldn't be a problem if this was like a one-day thing. The problem is I've been sleep deprived for like 3 weeks. It isn't just because of like the hurricane and weather, but it's like across the board. I've been literally just super like busy doing other stuff. Been setting up this new studio, moving, all that sort of stuff, and so it's just been 3 weeks of being very busy. Latest radar scan still showing a tornado in progress right now on the southeast side of Kilgore, Texas. Moving towards Elderville, Monroe, New Hope, and Lakeport. So again, if you're in those areas of Texas, seek shelter now. Get away from windows and get on the lowest floor possible. These storms have really only fired up in like the last 15, 20 minutes. They've been pretty recent to develop. This one's only been organizing for about 10, 15 minutes now, and it has dropped a tornado. About the middle of your screen is live storm chaser Vince Walty. He is, I believe, heading towards the storm near Woodville, Texas, which has got warned for quarter-sized hail. Hey, Sean, for becoming a member, welcome to Velocities. How do you like the new studio? It's good. I like it. So I still have some stuff to do with it. I mean, I haven't had the chance to like set up the cat cam and do some like other kind of minor things, but that's good. What age did I start studying meteorology? I mean, studying as in the degree was like 4 years ago, but I got into meteorology when I was 3. Shout out to Jen with the $20 Venmo donation. I appreciate that. Also, Anthony with the PayPal donation. How's DFW? DFW's fine. But we still actively have a tornado in progress here in Texas. You're not getting into when you're 3? I literally watched the Weather Channel when I was like 3 years old. That's literally when I started watching weather. Started watching the Weather Channel when I was 3. The winds just got pretty intense again in Kingston Harbor. Hey, Slick for the $5 super chat. Oh, probably not very many. The tornado risk in general to begin with in Jamaica was really low, so I doubt we really had any. Alright, we're gonna keep it on this live shot here for a few seconds. I'll be back in just a moment. I'm gonna go pee. I'll be right back. I'm back. Oh, there's a bird on the camera again. I think the bird was flying towards the camera. What's up, Connor? Connor said I would have penetrated the eye wall if I was in Jamaica. It's a hard storm chase and not die, though. I agree. Thank you, Michelle, for the $20 super chat. Appreciate your live coverage. Put my earbud in early this morning. I've been listening and watching all day at work. As long as I get my work done, my boss doesn't care. Hey, that's a W. I am so incredibly tired. What's going on with the tornado in Texas? We do have a tornado that was on the ground. I don't think it is on the ground anymore. As of now, it is still technically an observed tornado. The velocities couplet was weaker on the last few scans. If we still have a tornado, I don't think we have a tornado anymore, but there is still a little bit of a reminiscent area of at least debris that is falling out from the tornado before. If there is still one, it's going to be coming up on Elderville, Monroe, and eventually going towards Mayflower. So if you're in this area, just continue to stay in your safe place. This is again for just got downgraded as I was just talking about it. It's back down to radar indicated for Rusk and Gregg counties in Texas. But there are a few storms that are rotating. The next one that might get tornado warned at some point would be near Mount Enterprise. Got a little hook also just southwest of Cushing. A little mezzo on that storm. And the one that's over near Woodville looked pretty interesting. Vince is coming up on that, so we'll see if he has anything. The tornado is near New Hope, Texas, and Melissa made landfall near New Hope. That's actually kind of crazy, I'm not going to lie. That is pretty crazy. Will DFW have bad weather today? No, you guys are chilling. It's going to be pretty cold tomorrow. Hey, Christina, for the $20 super chat. Thanks for the ongoing coverage. You are the best. I appreciate that. Your warning counter's messed up. I'm aware. I wasn't ready for severe weather, to be honest, and I don't have that even on any of these other graphics. I don't know if I can get it up on those graphics. I gotta look. I believe I can. I gotta do some magic real quick. Do that. We're gonna go back to this. Boom. There we go. We got the warning counter on here. It took long enough for me to do that. It's been like that the entire stream. Yeah, the Kingston camera keeps getting pretty rough. This camera's been rough all day. It wasn't honestly that rough around like 10, 11 o'clock this morning when it made landfall, but this is some of the worst that I've seen Kingston, the Kingston Harbor. You can barely see anything now. I have the warning counter to this too. Might as well. Hey, Brian, for the super chat. Thanks for the ongoing coverage. You're the best. I really appreciate that. Any damage reports? We know, at least for now, the Black River Hospital, the roof got ripped off. That building suffered some serious damage. Once again, this is one of the craziest photos that we've had so far today from Hurricane Melissa. This is from the Sentinel-2 satellite. It took a photo of Melissa from above. And that is just insane. You can even see the ocean, too, pretty clearly. As a Category 5 hurricane. It's crazy how far technology has come. That is not AI, by the way, for the record, for those that are wondering. Thank you, Marsha, for the super chat. Is it losing power as much as people thought it would, or it might be, or is it staying strong? It's starting to lose strength. It's down to a mid. It's definitely weakening. The Category 4 intensity here, as of at least 40 minutes ago, the maximum sustained winds are 150. They'll probably be down to 140 in the next advisory. The next advisory from the National Hurricane Center is in 20 minutes, and that's the big one. So we're just kind of waiting that. Thank you, Barney, also for the super chat. Get some sleep. You deserve it. You help save lives. Appreciate the support. I could help, and also thank you, Jupiter, for the super chat. Appreciate that. Yeah, once again, Melissa continues to move inland across Jamaica. It's almost out of Jamaica. The one tornado warning that we had in Texas has now been canceled. It's not really rotating anymore. There are several storms rotating, though. We got a little hook here, north of Henderson. We got another one that's trying to rotate just south of Henderson. The one west of Mount Enterprise is rotating. We got another one southwest of Cushing that is rotating. The one near Woodville looked really interesting. Might just be more of a hailstorm, but that one also is trying to rotate. But we got a 5% tornado risk in place, and the first tornado warning and the first confirmed tornado of the day was actually back over outside of our tornado risk for today. So, pretty interesting. Is it moving faster than predicted? It's actually moving slower than predicted. A few days ago, it was forecasted to make landfall like Monday morning, I'm pretty sure, and it's all the way now. The hurricane itself is not. It basically made landfall like 11 a.m. today, so it's a little over 24 hours later than expected. It was mostly because of Melissa stalling. Storm was practicing for later. I'm not gonna lie, today's severe weather setup is actually pretty favorable for severe weather. It's actually a pretty good setup for severe weather today. This isn't like a... I don't think it's gonna be a full-blown outbreak, but we could at least see a few tornadoes today. That's what it looks like in Louisiana here over the next few hours. These storms will try to organize. We could even see one SIG tornado come out of one of these storms, meaning significant tornadoes, sometime around 4, 5, 6 o'clock tonight. Very good photographs for today's environment. But like 6 o'clock, look at this little storm that the HRRR is showing. I mean, in my opinion, today's setup looks pretty good for tornadoes. By 7 o'clock, everything's going to get pretty messy. But at least until then, it's pretty decent looking setup. And that's Central Time. So we got about a 4-hour window until things just kind of fall apart. But thank you, Carmen, for the super chat. Can you tell Brandon Heiss from Kingston loves you? Appreciate that. Thank you for tuning in. Hopefully you're doing well there in Kingston. There are no longer any tornado warnings, by the way. That tornado warning has been canceled. Let Riley take over for you for the 4 hours? We might. We'll see. Thank you, Sean, for becoming a member. Welcome to Velocities. Those that are asking, I've had a lot of people asking about the damage in Jamaica. There is extensive damage across the board, like especially in Western Jamaica. A lot of reports of roofs being ripped off, which some roofs aren't really well attached to buildings, some are. And I know for a fact that we've at least had some major damage when it comes to the roofing, especially back over in the Montego area, back over near Savannah, Lamar, Black River, like all those areas. Those are some of the hardest hit areas by this hurricane. Outside of that, though, like, if you're over in Eastern Jamaica, like back over in Kingston, that isn't really an area that got hit that hard. Like, there's been some impacts, but it's been pretty, like, it's been more like tropical storm impacts. Hey, Lemon, for becoming a member. Welcome to Velocities. That person that was doing live streams in Montego Bay earlier, they haven't put anything out on Twitter in an hour, so hopefully they're fine. They're probably just hunkering down right now, but what do you think of the EF5 tornado this year? I mean, I thought it was I thought it was in the EF5. I think we've had a lot of EF5s in the past too that have happened that just haven't been rated EF5s. All right, we now officially have a tornado watch that has been issued by the Storm Prediction Center. This is going to be across east and southeast Texas and a good chunk of Louisiana until 10 o'clock tonight. A couple tornadoes possible, isolated damaging wind gusts up to 70 miles per hour, and then isolated ping pong ball sized hail. Hey, Chris, for becoming a member. Welcome to Velocities. So again, the Storm Prediction Center has issued a tornado watch. A couple tornadoes are possible. I'm looking to see what the probabilities are on this watch. I have curiosity. I'm waiting for those to come in. We now do officially have a tornado watch that is in place. And we got a decent amount of storms that have fired up, and some of them are rotating at like a decent amount. There's a couple storms also that are not looking very healthy, like the one near St. Augustine. The one near Woodville looks very interesting in my opinion. Like the Hook Echo looks actually pretty impressive. They just added a 60 mile per hour warning tag to this as well. Vince is not far from this, but he got stuck in some sort of traffic there. This storm could be something that actually tries to drop a tornado here in a little bit. Hunter said if I miss another tornado today, because of my car, I'm gonna crash out. Did you even know this threat existed? I didn't even know this existed until like this morning when I woke up. I literally didn't even know we had a tornado risk today at all. I've been only focused on the hurricane. Hey, peace for the super chat. The eye of the hurricane could strengthen offshore, but it's probably going to still be like a mid to upper grade Cat 4 upon landfall in Cuba tomorrow morning. Hey, Bar for the becoming a member. Stop the rabbit so cooked. I get the car fixed. I didn't even know, like, I really didn't even know this existed. What are the props on this watch? Does anybody have the props on the watch in Discord? Oh, that's popping up. Maybe I do have them. All right, the probabilities. The overall tornado threat is a 40%, which means 2 or more tornadoes, basically a 40% chance of that. We've already technically had 1. And then the EF 2 to 5 risk is low, 20%. So 40-20 odds is nothing too crazy, but I honestly wouldn't be surprised if this did overperform a little bit. Today's environment for about 4 hours is actually pretty favorable. I mean, almost every single storm that's out there is already rotating. It'll be more of a question of if these can actually stay discrete. A lot of them are pretty messy, but we got at least 2 that are more discrete. It'll become linear, I think, fairly quickly, but it'll probably take a couple hours until that actually happens. Thank you, Allie, for becoming a member, and Amanda for becoming a member. Why is that severe warning showed twice? What in the world? What did I do? I'll remove that. When is the expected landfall in Cuba? It'll be overnight tonight. It'll probably be around like 4 in the morning. Any update on if Bryce is willing to drive to Cuba? I haven't gotten a response from him, but I'm definitely looking into it. Hey, Timo for the super chat. 9 hours of live streaming, well done. We actually hit 10. We're at 10 hours and 10 minutes right now. Hope Jamaica recovers quickly. 100%. Yeah, we've actually hit 10 hours of live streaming now. We're on our way to a possibility of a 12-hour stream. It's definitely in play. Maybe even longer. I don't know. We have a new advisory from the National Hurricane Center coming out in a moment. It may have already come out, but it's going to be coming out in just a moment. Yeah, we have the new National Hurricane Center advisory. This is the latest update on Hurricane Melissa. Latest advisory is that Melissa is now a category. It's still a category 4 hurricane. The wind speeds have dropped a little bit. They're down to 145 miles per hour. Minimum central pressure is 921 millibars. It's located about 15 miles to the east of Montego Bay. So this hurricane has weakened just a smidge more. Once it goes over water, which it's beginning to go back into the Caribbean Sea and just north of Jamaica, it will begin to intensify probably just a smidge over the next like 24 hours. But it will probably remain pretty consistent with its intensity. And then by early tomorrow morning, it'll be making its second landfall. That one will be in Cuba. Eastern Cuba is going to get slammed by this, and it'll, again, probably be a Cat 4 upon landfall tomorrow morning near Santiago de Cuba. We'll see what the cone of uncertainty looks like. That's the next thing that'll change here. See if there's any big updates there. See if they update the intensity of landfall for this hurricane in Cuba as well. Cat's been meowing at me forever. I think my cat is literally like, why have you been live for, like, literally over the last 24 hours, I've basically been live for about 18 or 19 of them, I'm pretty sure now. Yeah, in the last 24 hours, I've been live for 19 of them. I was sleeping for 3 of them, I'm pretty sure. It's actually insane. Max, you're my celebrity crush. I'm not even a celebrity. Cat demands attention? Pretty much. We're waiting for the cone of uncertainty to update. It'll update here in a moment. The latest forecast discussion has the hurricane going down about 5 miles per hour in intensity before making landfall in Cuba. So it'll still be a Cat 4, it looks like. Do have a new severe thunderstorm warning in southeast Texas. That one's near Woodville for 60 mile per hour winds, quarter-sized hail. Yeah, I wouldn't rule out a tornado on this. Vince is heading, it looks like, in the direction of this storm, so kind of waiting to see if there's anything on that. That one actually could be tornadic at some point. There's some storms going up near Conroe as well that are not really rotating, but a few storms down that direction. There's a tornado possible tag on a storm back over to the west of Carthage. So, again, decent little tornado risk is going to develop here over the next couple hours. And Vince might be onto something with this storm. That one definitely has a decent little area of rotation. It's going in the direction of Kirbyville, Texas. Hey, Tot, for the $5 super chat. All right, here's the latest National Hurricane Center cone on where Melissa will be tracking. And on this latest little track here, it does indicate that it will be most likely still a Category 4 hurricane, maximum sustained winds of 140 miles per hour, with wind gusts up to 165 miles per hour. This will be making landfall in southeastern Cuba sometime around about 1 a.m. tonight. So it's going to be overnight tonight, basically, west of Santiago de Cuba, just to the south of Bayamo. And then by tomorrow, this will actually still be a Cat 3 going to the Bahamas, with maximum sustained winds of 115 miles per hour and maximum wind gusts around 140 miles per hour. That'll be going towards Cockburn Town and also eventually going off to the north past that as we go into Thursday morning. It'll be a Cat 2 hurricane, and then it'll be passing by Bermuda as a Cat 2 hurricane late Thursday into early Friday, with maximum sustained winds of around 100 miles per hour. Hi. She's on my desk. Do not be there, please. I have too many drinks. She just got on my desk, and I'm like, bro, I got like 3 drinks on the desk, and I do not need any of them spilling. This is live, by the way, in Kingston Harbor on the Sea Jamaica live camera. You can also watch these on YouTube. Nice fish jumped. I didn't even see that. Hey, Cyclone, for the super chat. Your cat is my celebrity crush. All right. This is the forecasted intensity, and this is also based on past what we've already seen and what is to come with Hurricane Melissa. And the past intensity of this hurricane's actually been pretty impressive. Again, this is a graph that shows you the intensity, and then this is what it's going to be over the next few days. So, yeah, I mean, again, notice how fast this thing rapidly intensified. I mean, it went from a tropical storm all the way to a Cat 4 within only about 24 hours or so, and then got to a Cat 5. Just a crazy track here with Melissa. Hey, Jennifer, for the $20 super chat. Melissa's eye will probably redevelop a little bit. I don't know if it will not be anything like this, I don't think. Like what we saw when it made landfall south of Jamaica, but it will probably reform a little bit. It'll be a bit more visible. It actually it's kind of interesting. You can look at these hurricane models too and actually see like the simulated infrared imagery. And it does show it like for a brief amount of time trying to redevelop an eye, like right there. That is one hurricane model run. This hurricane model also has it kind of trying to clear out. It's not going to be near, it's going to be nowhere near what we saw south of Jamaica. But there will be at least some redevelopment of an eye as we go into tonight. Thank you for the super chat. This is also another model that also shows it getting a little bit of an eye back. South of Cuba. And then the H1 model doesn't have that tool. I need that comment deleted, dude. Somebody delete it. Are there any moderators here? I'm trying to focus over here. I can't believe I just looked up the chat to what that just said. I didn't delete that message. I think I deleted that message on its own. All right. That's what I did. I would have never laughed at that for the record if I actually had sleep and I actually wasn't on like 2 iced coffees now, but usually if I look at chat and I see something like that, I don't usually like react to it. Just coming on at lunch. Has it already hit south of Jamaica? Yeah, the eye of the hurricane's now just about to move back over water. It's beginning to move back over water here. It's right now over Falmouth in northern Jamaica. What's your cat's name? It's Cheese Curd. Incoming coffee crash? It's gonna happen. It's literally gonna happen. Max is gonna sleep like a baby. I will be. No, I'm telling you guys, I'm getting like 10 hours at least of sleep tonight, if not more. Max influenced me to get a frap. How did I influence you to get a frap? Still a decent little mesocyclone on the storm near Woodville, Texas. That one is still rotating. Storm southwest of Shreveport. Actually, the one near Mount Enterprise looks good. This storm might get tornado warned. Got a decent area of rotation right now, just southwest of Mount Enterprise, excuse me. That is going towards Timpson and Garrison. The one that's back over south of Carthage is going under a couple of storms kind of merging together, so that one's going to struggle. Once again, we do have a tornado risk today across parts of Texas and Louisiana. Tornado watch goes for 6 hours. That is until 10 o'clock tonight. 5% tornado risk is in place from the Gulf Coast all the way back over towards Coast Hatta, just south of Shreveport. 2% tornado risk just west of Lafayette. We can actually get a live view.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
You can actually get a live view inside of this storm. They issued the tornado warning on that storm I was talking about. That one is for west of Timpson, east of Mount Enterprise. So if you're in that tornado warning, seek shelter, get away from windows, and get on the lowest floor possible. But Vince Walty is actually coming up into the storm. That is, might even get tornado warned at some point. It's near Woodville. I'll have a better view here soon, but we at least have a somewhat of a view of that. That new tornado warning is going to be back up here near Mount Enterprise. No debris signature right now, but tornado could drop at any time. Garrison and Timpson, Texas. Seek shelter. Connor's about to retire that RAV4, I think. I think the frustration's about to come out. Gonna get retired. Tornado might hit Jamaica. The tornado threat in Jamaica is pretty much done. There wasn't really much of one. It was pretty low, but there isn't really a whole lot of a tornado risk there anymore. Is this a 24-hour channel? Absolutely not. It's felt like it, though, over the last 24 hours. I mean, I've been live for 19 of the last 24 hours. Is the eye of the hurricane back over the Caribbean? It is very close to be. It's very close to being back over the Caribbean. It's basically halfway over right now. It's right over near Clarkstown and Discovery Bay. He's been live since 1929. Hey, boss of the super chat, what's your prediction for Guantanamo Bay, Cuba? I think the biggest concern over there will likely be, at least along the coastline, there will probably be a few feet of storm surge. I mean, winds could get up to like 80 miles per hour for hurricane force winds, maybe 90. Rainfall will probably be around 10, 15 inches. They pet us for the 17 months. Also, off for the super chat. It's a fake YouTube stream claiming to be you. That's awesome. I love when that happens. Your buddy Bryce was just on AccuWeather. W for Bryce. Bryce Shelton is out there in Jamaica. I know he did a few TV interviews. He did some AccuWeather stuff today too. So, thank you, Carter, for the super chat. Posted the fish jumping on X, tagged you in it. I'll see if I can find that tag. I kind of doubt it because I get way too many notifications, but I'll see if I can find it. Also, I got some interesting wording from the National Hurricane Center in just a second. Well, before I do that, this is a photo of a cat watching the Max Velocity stream, WCat. I just came across that in my notifications. Yeah, I don't know where that fish jumping thing is. There's way too many pings. But this is some warning from the National Hurricane Center on their latest advisory. It should be noted that while Melissa's landfall intensity is among the strongest ever recorded in the Atlantic Basin, it will take extensive post-analysis to determine exactly where it ranks among landfalling hurricanes. So, interesting wording from the National Hurricane Center. Thank you, Zol, for the super chat. Oh, I already answered that. My cat watches you also. W. Thank you, Leon, for the super chat. You're not old. You not being able to pronounce Guantanamo Bay is making me feel old. You know, it is what it is. Sometimes happens. This is interesting. Vince is coming up on this tornado, this severe thunderstorm warning cell that has a little mezzo. And he's looking right near where there might be some sort of lowering. A lot of trees here. He's coming up in Hillister, but the storm has some broad rotation on it. Might be a bit elevated. I don't really know yet, but
we're about to start getting dumped on. We're not going to make it to the up to the base of this damn thing before the stupid hail core comes through here. Gosh dang it. That's okay though. We'll go a little bit farther if there's a break in the trees. Otherwise, we'll go back to 92 or whatever road that was, and we'll just wait for it to come to us. It's not a big deal. I was just hoping we could beat it, but I got that last radar scan, and we're not gonna. So I'm not wrecking my truck with hail today. I have a feeling the hail's gonna get a little bit bigger in there. But yeah, like right here.
I'd see something over here. Clouds don't look super elevated.
A little bit of a view.
Has potential. The stream did start about 10.5 hours ago. That is correct. That is not Jamaica, that's Kentucky. This is Texas, guys. This is not Kentucky. It actually kind of, I mean, I'm not gonna lie, I can see where you get that from, because like there's so many trees and whatnot, but this is Texas.
So the thing is, if we get up in this rain, we're not gonna see anything, guys. So we kind of got to stay on the dry side of this.
Lisa for the $5 super chat.
Especially
how
with
long the
these
hurricane
trees.
lasts? Hurricane's got a little bit more energy in it. It's gonna last for a few more days. It's gonna actually go all the way up into the northern Atlantic. It'll become extra tropical by probably late Thursday, early Friday, once it actually gets attached to that low pressure system. But it's gonna go all the way up towards the United Kingdom. They won't be really strong by then, but it will exist. Oh, my radar app just froze. That is how long I've been live. I've been live for 10.5 hours. My app just froze. But yeah, this is essentially the path of it. Again, it's going to be at least a major hurricane through tomorrow afternoon as it goes through the Bahamas. And then after that, it'll be a Cat 2 through Bermuda. And then it'll basically weaken after that. But Melissa has begun to move back into the Caribbean Sea as sun is beginning to set. We've been basically live since we were live before the sun even rose here in Jamaica. And the sun is actually beginning to set now. It's not going to set for a little while, but it's at least beginning to set, so the visible satellite's becoming a little bit less easy to see. But Melissa's eye has now at least gotten into just past Jamaica now and is starting to move into the Caribbean again. This is approximately where the eye of Melissa is. It's right about here, so it's basically just exiting the coast. I mean, I know what happened with the birds. I have no clue. A lot of the time when birds get into the eye, they don't make it. It's just how it is, unfortunately. Thank you, KG, for the super chat. Jamaica is still dealing with pretty big problems, especially in northwestern Jamaica, specifically near Montego Bay and Savannah Lamar. But the worst of this hurricane has pretty much already happened.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
You now have 2 tornado warnings in Texas, and one of them is actually on the storm that Vince is on right now. So if you are in this tornado warning that was just issued, seek shelter, get away from windows, and get on the lowest floor possible. It's in Tyler County. This is literally the one that Vince is on. This has a pretty decent mezzo. Going to the southeast, it's west of Kirbyville. That has a it has a pretty good mezzo cyclone on it. It's gonna be heading towards Fred and Spruger. I wonder if there's another radar site. There was another one. Yeah, that's pretty good rotation, at least in the mid-levels. This one's been rotating for quite some time. It's gonna be tracking down to the southeast here over the next several minutes. Looking to see if I can get the speed of this storm. I need to pull up the alert tab. Moving southeast at about 25 miles per hour. Amanda with the super chat says, my friends in Falmouth were just in the eye and left their hotel room during it. They said so much is destroyed, so many people and animals are injured. You hate to hear it. Fortunately, I think that's true across much of the country right now. Thank you, Dan, for the super chat. Grab another coffee. Appreciate it. But yeah, we are sitting at 2 tornado warnings in Texas. We also have 3 different severe thunderstorm warnings. The tornado warning that's back up near Timpson, that one probably will be canceled. I don't really see much rotation there. There is a decent amount of rotation forming just to the southwest of Gary City. That's going towards Tenaha, which that one I think will get tornado warning again. And then the one that's back over to the west of St. Augustine, that one is contaminated, at least with some range folding on radar. But that one could also get warned at some point here in the near future. It has a tornado possible label for the time being. So the weather stays active. It's not just with Melissa, but we also have a more localized area of tornado activity that it's expected today across Texas and Louisiana. Back to the 3-cam view. Can Melissa gain intensity again before hitting Cuba? It won't gain much intensity if it does. I mean, it's already down to a Cat 4, which isn't that much, but I mean, it's already weakened a good amount. It probably will not weaken much more, and I don't think it's going to intensify much more. It'll probably be pretty much just pretty much a leveled off hurricane by the time it gets there to Cuba. It'll probably remain around the same intensity. Hey, Simon for the super chat, and Peg for the 1 gift membership, and Ralt for the super chat. For you and your team for putting in so much effort today and letting the world know what's going on. Appreciate that, Rold. And thank you for the super chat. Do you think Hurricane Melissa will be the last that hits land this year? I would say so. I think Melissa will probably be the last hurricane of the year. But we'll see. I mean, again, we still got a month for hurricane season. This hurricane season's been a really weird one in general. So I really wouldn't rule out that we could see another hurricane, but I do think the odds of it are definitely lower. Definitely lower for sure. I've gone through both of my iced coffees, by the way. There's no longer an observed tornado in Kilgore, Texas. That was earlier. How bad did it get so far in Jamaica? I mean, Jamaica's already seen the worst of the impacts. The worst of the impacts have already happened. There's still impacts ongoing, mainly here across Montego Bay, Savannah Lamar still getting hit. Albertown, Runaway Bay, Ochos Rios, like those areas are all still getting hit. Kingston, Port Antonio, Morant Bay, these areas still getting hit, but the worst of it is starting to wind down. The worst of it will start to also wind down across the very far southern coast of Jamaica in a few hours. The storm surge will continue. The very dangerous rip currents will continue. Landslides, flooding, rainfall, that's all going to continue, but a lot of it, at least when it comes to the wind, will start to calm down a bit. Things will not really be fully clear until tomorrow here in Jamaica. This is pretty much an all-day event here for Jamaica. Espresso? I don't know if I've ever had espresso before. Honestly, sounds pretty good right now. It is currently 4:18 local time in Jamaica, 4:18 Central Time as well, 5:18 Eastern Time. Once again, Hurricane Melissa has now fully moved through Jamaica. It is back over water, or it's at least going back into water as we speak as a powerful Category 4 hurricane. If you are just tuning in for the first time today, Hurricane Melissa ties being the most intense hurricane that we've seen in quite some time. When it comes to intensity, it actually was a very powerful hurricane with maximum sustained winds of around 185 miles per hour, and pressure is down to 900 and or 800, sorry, 92 millibars. We just got a new severe thunderstorm warning near Manny, Louisiana. So that is actually a tornado possible storm. The reason why there is a tornado possible label is because of this right here. Large wall cloud. It's actually going right over the water right now. This is one of the reasons why we do have a tornado risk today. I mean, a lot of these storms are rotating. That's actually a really impressive view of a wall cloud right now, going right over Toledo Bend Reservoir. Rotation on radar is pretty weak, but at least trying to form a wall cloud. There's a semi. We are now sitting at 5 severe thunderstorm warnings and 1 tornado warning. But yeah, that's a huge wall cloud right there. Also, the tornado warning that was issued for the Timpson area that has been canceled. We have a new severe thunderstorm warning north of center. Also, the storm that Vince is on, he just passed by the area of rotation, but pretty strong rotation right now, moving to the southeast. That's heading towards Fred right now in far southeastern parts of Texas. Yeah, we were looking at the tornado warning in Texas, bottom right. Not really a whole lot of rotation, but again, pretty good looking storm here. Bottom right of your screen are all the warnings right now in this tornado risk. Vince said big wall cloud. Yeah, Vince just passed by a wall cloud. But he's on that tornado warning.
Might get a glimpse of the wall cloud up here.
This is on the tornado warning. Southeast of Woodville, Texas. Any spark for the super chat? There's a lot of trees here. Might be hard to see it, but he's on it. Thank you, Danielle, for the $20 Venmo donation. Appreciate that.
to be to a spot with better signal shortly. Stand by, guys. Things are getting real now.
We're losing signal here. Let me go back over to that other live shot. It looks like that wall cloud is kind of disintegrated over the last few minutes. There's a pretty good look at a wall cloud here that was forming back over on the border of Texas and Louisiana, west of Manny. That is now at least disintegrated for the time being. You can see the supercell bottom right of your screen. There's not really a whole lot of a velocity signature here, but it's a little supercell it formed. I mean, it could do something in the long term as it continues to push east. I think the storms that'll have more success are going to be back further to the west, though, that are more kind of almost a line right now. Back over here to the southwest of Shreveport. Got a decent little storm near Timpson. Got another one west of San Augustine. But this one that Vince is on honestly looks pretty interesting, and we have a really decent area of rotation right now north of Lumberton. Nothing confirmed on this storm as of right now in terms of a tornado, but look how strong the velocities are in our mid-levels. Just to the southeast of Hillister, east of Warren. So Vince is going down 69 right now, and then we'll have probably another view of that here in a few minutes. But decent looking storm there.
Turning without our blinkers on.
Hey, Borhau for the super chat. You were streaming when I left work and still are when I'm home. How are you doing this on 3 hours of sleep? I don't even know. Could not tell you. I'm literally barely making it right now. Wow, look how windy it's getting again in Kingston Harbor. Kingston Harbor has been basically... It's been ripping the last few hours. The wind has changed directions here. It is very windy right now in Kingston Harbor. Is doing this job, or is this a fun, or is it fun doing this job? I mean, I enjoy doing it. I'm tired. It's like, I'm not like bored or anything like that or anything like that. It's just like, I'm literally just tired. Like, I'm so sleep deprived. But I love doing this. Like, I love going live for weather events and stuff like that. I mean, I wouldn't have gotten up at whatever it was, 5 in the morning if I didn't enjoy doing it. Love your channel, appreciate it. This is Storm still Category 5, it's Cat 4. Top left of your screen. Thank you, Grant, for becoming a member. Welcome to the Velocities. Yeah, this is back down to a Category 4 hurricane. Still a pretty intense hurricane. I mean, it's Cat 4 versus Cat 5. It really isn't that major of a difference. The difference is only a few miles per hour at this point. I mean, the Cat 5, it's still 145 mile per hour sustained wind. It's only about 11 miles per hour below, you know, what it was, or what it is for Cat 5 intensity. So generally speaking, it's still a pretty, you know, impactful, almost catastrophic hurricane still. We put on the IR. You can see the eye of the hurricane has basically now moved offshore, so it looks like Melissa is now fully moved offshore when it comes to the eye of the hurricane, but we still have obviously the backside of this hurricane, which has plenty of wind, rain, storm surge, still impacting Montego Bay, Savannah, Lamar, Mandeville, and also Jeffreytown, just west of Kingston. Got a decent band also of storm activity, or at least rain, moving through Jeffreytown right now, just off to the west of Kingston. Winds have been still around near hurricane force wind gusts in Kingston basically all day today, so... We have one active tornado warning. We'll keep an eye on it. Looks like Vince is trying to get a view of it. This is Vince's view of that tornado warning storm. On the left is where we're looking for a wall cloud.
And never fails, some idiot with a trailer pulling right out in front of me. What are you doing? I can't stop. I can't get on the brakes that fast. Come on.
So there's something off to the left. Thank you, Kristen, for becoming a member. We're keeping an eye on that. That's the one tornado warning that we have in the United States right now. There's a 200-year-old bridge holding up. It looked like it held up, but the camera that was on that bridge has gone out. So we don't honestly know, but that camera went out about 4 hours ago, I believe. I've had this stream up since it went live this morning. Made a long work day much better. I'm glad I could help. Look how windy and rainy it's getting right now. This is in Manny, Louisiana. A 60-mile-per-hour severe thunderstorm warning is pushing through. Look at all the wind on the water. Look at all the rain coming down. Look at that. That's really cool. It's on one of the has cams here. One of the central Louisiana has cams. Near Manny. Almost no visibility now. This is right on a bridge. This is on a Highway 6. Toledo Bend Reservoir. Decent little supercell moving over. Now you can't even see anything. We are still sitting at 1 tornado warning, 3 severe thunderstorm warnings here. We have a tornado watch in effect from Shreveport back through Port Arthur, Beaumont, Lake Charles included in that. The tornado warning that we have in effect is located east of Warren. Vince is actually going to be moving right towards where that wall cloud would be located. The hook echo is going right towards Fred. If we have a tornado, it would be located just south of 1013, southeast of Hillister. It'll be moving towards Fred here over the next 15 minutes. So again, if you're in Fred, seek shelter. Get away from windows and get on the lowest floor possible. We'll keep an eye on Vince in case there's any sort of visible tornado or wall cloud or anything like that. For those that are tuning in from Houston, all the storms for the most part are just ordinary. Nothing severe here. But there is a tornado risk if any of these storms are able to get into that favorable environment, which is going to be closer to Beaumont and Liberty. We have a splitting storm going through Liberty. That's going to kind of stabilize things, but we may see something try to rotate back here, just off to the west-northwest of Beaumont. Thank you, Al, for the super chat. Where's Bryce? Bryce is still in Jamaica. He's probably getting some rest or maybe just doing some video stuff, but he's not live. South of Houston, we got thunderstorms rolling into Pearland. Pretty much just ordinary storms. Nothing too concerning, in my opinion, down there. Well, how's the weather in Houston, Texas looking? Again, it looks fine. It's just mostly ordinary storms. I think our greatest tornado threat, again, I don't think this tornado window is that long, honestly. Like, I think it's going to be 2, maybe 3 hours. It'll go probably until like 7, until it really starts to wind down. But our greatest tornado threat will be mostly in this area here. But elsewhere, you can still see an isolated tornado. That'll be the greatest threat. actually hailing right now on this has cam in Manny. You can actually see the hail hitting the road right now. Hail's actually bouncing off the road. It's not very large, but we got some small hail falling here. Have you had a break? Not really. My break was 3 hours of sleeping. Vince is quickly approaching that hook echo back over near Fred. Keeping an eye on that bottom middle of your screen. Go back over to Melissa. We have Hurricane Hunters actually flying into Melissa here pretty soon. This is going to be the first Hurricane Hunter aircraft flying into Melissa in a long time. The last time we had anybody in it was about 10 a.m. this morning, so it's been about 6 hours since we've had Hurricane Hunters in Melissa. They're coming back, though. All right, this is Vince. He is coming up towards that wall cloud on the tornado warned storm southeast of Woodville.
Thank God we're near a river crossing, though, so if this goes into Louisiana, we have a way to get there. Thank God.
There's gonna be a view of that wall cloud here in a moment on the left.
Not a lot of them out here.
I have a view of this is again a tornado warned storm near Fred, Texas, just southeast of Woodville.
Making good time, guys. We are a little bit behind on this one, but we are on it. So if it produces a tornado, we'll get it. We will get it.
Be on the middle left of your screen.
It doesn't look tornadic right now. They might actually drop the tornado warning. They might just put a severe thunderstorm warning on it, which I would support that. So don't be surprised if they issue a severe thunderstorm warning on this within the next 5 minutes or so, because the tornado warning is going to expire soon.
Vince doesn't think it's that tornadic.
So
if we had anything tornadic, it'd be middle of your screen right here.
Severe thunderstorm warning on it with tornado possible.
Coming up on the hook echo right now.
Probably be just fine for now.
Where's the warning? This is for Fred, Texas.
We do have limited road options out here, folks. That's why we can't, that's why we have to take these like roundabout ways, and it feels like we're kind of driving and taking the detour around the storm. It's because we are. Like, we just don't have a road that goes where we want it to go right now. So we have to kind of take the next best thing, which isn't always great.
Thanks for streaming still on, Max. Thank you, mods. Great job all day. Appreciate that. Shout out to the mods today. Any of them that have been here the entire time, especially. It's been an 11-hour stream. This is our longest stream, and I don't even know how long. I don't know the last time we did anything near 11 hours. I don't know if we've even had... We've had, I think, one 11-hour stream this year. At least one over 11 hours. Like, it is not common. It doesn't look like Vince has anything right now, but it's not common that we go live for 11 hours at all. Like, these are only for big weather events. The last time we were live for 11 hours was the April 5th, 2025 tornado outbreak. So all the way up back on April 5th. That was the last time that we were live for 11 hours. And we are about to hit 11 hours and 3 minutes. It's actually quite literally insane how long we've been live. And again, waking up today, I thought we might have like a 4-6 hour stream before, you know, we were basically cut off from any communication there from Jamaica, but it took more of a west path and things actually weren't nearly as bad as they could have been. Thanks, Cindy, for the super chat. Thanks for your coverage today, Max. Props to your contact guy on the ground. Prayers to all in Jamaica. 100%. Appreciate the super chat. That would be Bryce Shelton. He was on the ground there today in Jamaica. Very brave to even be there. What's Vince chasing? He's chasing the tornado threat in Texas right now. He's on the only tornado warning that we have. Haven't really seen much, though. It's in a lot of trees. Just to quickly recap some of the stuff that's happened today, in case you guys are just tuning in. I know a lot of people are just tuning in for the first time. This is just some of the stuff from Hurricane Melissa today. This was a satellite view of Melissa, which this is just an insane photo. I mean, like, jaw-dropping to say the least. You can see the eye, the stadium effect. You can see all the little sub-vortices in here as well, just spinning around in the hurricane. Yeah, this is just absolutely crazy. Hurricane Melissa made landfall this morning at about 12 o'clock as a Category 5 hurricane, maximum sustained winds of 185 miles per hour. The pressure was at 892 millibars, and as of now, this is ties for first place to the most powerful landfalling hurricane in Atlantic history.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Melissa was a Category 5 hurricane again upon landfall, one of the most powerful hurricanes in general in the Atlantic Ocean on record as well. This was also some of the flooding from earlier in the stream that we saw in Mandeville. Saw a car submerged in water. That was earlier in the stream today. Also, Melissa dropped to 892 millibars of pressure. In terms of the ranking, that is the fourth, or technically the ties the third for being the third strongest hurricane on record in terms of pressure. So, very, very intense hurricane to say the least. And then, also, it was the driest eye on record in terms of water vapor imagery. So, on water vapor, this was the driest hurricane by far, negative 2.67 degrees Celsius. So, again, this thing it has crushed records. It's also shattered the dryness record for an eye. So... But yeah, Melissa was a very intense hurricane today. And there's also some, like, this was another video also from this morning back over in Mandeville, which, again, visibility was very low and hurricane force wind gusts were already being reported there. This is also what the hurricane looked like on satellite imagery, as it was called one of the top 5 most powerful hurricanes on record in the Atlantic Ocean. Pressure was under 900 millibars. And then obviously this right here is just a little bit of a loop here over the last few hours of Melissa making landfall and now moving inland. And it's now moving off the coast of Jamaica once again. It is now into far northern Jamaica. The eye is just north now, Runaway Bay, but impacts are still being felt across much of central and as well as northern Jamaica. Thank you, Cindy, for becoming a member. Welcome to the Velocities, and also Adam for the super chat. You've done your duty today. Get some rest. That's the plan. Hey, music also for the $20 super chat. When will Melissa hit South Carolina? Melissa's not coming to South Carolina. John with the super chat says 10 freaking hours, Max. Thanks for all you do. Tell Riley to take the night shift tonight. Class must be over by now. Yeah, he's going to be taking the night shift. Thank you, Wanda, also for becoming a member. Our new tornado warning is actually on the storm that Vince is on. So, new tornado warning in Texas. That one's just southwest of Kirbyville. Still a decent area of rotation. So, if you're in this tornado warning, seek shelter, get away from windows, and get on the lowest floor possible. That storm is currently moving to the southeast. We have a little storm also back over southwest of Manny in Louisiana. Actually, there's a hook echo now, but rotation's been very weak on radar near the surface. It could try to organize as it continues to move east-southeast, but doesn't look overly impressive at this exact time. And then the Logansport storms and the St. Augustine storms are mostly just wind. So really only two storms that have any concern for a tornado. Looks like Vince actually has a view of that wall cloud now. There's actually a good view of the wall cloud right there on the left. If this connection stays intact, you guys will actually see it. That was the wall cloud, I'm pretty sure. Just briefly saw it. If we get any clearing from these trees, there's been no clearing from the trees, but there is a wall cloud on the left there.
I think it's trying very hard, but it's not wrapping up tight enough. But like this it's definitely trying. So I don't know what to think of it, but it's the most of an attempt I've seen on anything this week.
There's a wall cloud right there on the middle of your screen. It's just behind the trees. It's gonna be going towards Besme and Boona, and Bunker Hill.
Uh-oh. You always get nervous when you see a little tree sticks and stuff coming down because you don't know if it's debris coming from something that sucked it up or if it just blew off the top of the trees. Because I've had that before, folks, where all of a sudden pieces of trees start coming out of the sky.
This storm definitely looks pretty healthy.
And then all of a sudden a tornado pops out in the freaking road in front of you.
That's rotating right there.
Especially down here where you can't see. So seriously, folks, sometimes the debris fallout will precurse the tornado.
He's on 1943 Road. He's near Fred.
Oh, man. It's really tight.
Right there on the middle left. That's at least some sort of broken wall cloud. It is starting to try to spin a little bit.
We're going to lose it, too, because we run out of road, but we're going to have to get out on the Louisiana side. I run out of road, so I guess I'll probably just have to let this pass and then go south and get out in front of it on the Louisiana side, I guess, which, I mean, whatever. But just run out
The rotation's basically
road.
right where Vince is.
All right, home fry has got to get off my butt because we need to look at that.
Yeah. That north one's starting to look really good. Yeah, if this one continues to look good.
Alright, we'll go back to Vince in a second, but he's on that tornado worn cell west of Kirbyville. Broad area of rotation on radar. Could have been organized here in a little bit. Doing southeast. Hey, Shelby, for the $10 super chat. Went live right after I clocked in this morning. Max is doing overtime today. I've been live for 11 hours and 5 minutes. It is now the longest live stream since April 5th of this year when we had a tornado outbreak in the Mississippi Valley in the southeast. I think Riley is going for his astronaut degree. He's not going to be an astronaut. I can tell you that for sure. No audio? I wasn't talking. It is still pretty windy over in Kingston Bay right now. This is a live shot. Not that one. This is a live shot, though, in Kingston Harbor. It is still very windy right now in Jamaica. Conditions will not get really much better until tomorrow, so conditions are still very treacherous. Hey, Meester for the super chat. Gentle breeze? Nah, it's definitely not. I don't know if this is a gentle breeze. It's still probably 50, 60, maybe even up to 70-mile-per-hour winds. Hey, back up for the super chat. Can we do a 24-hour cat stream? It'd be really funny if we had a 24/7 stream for my cat. That'd be really funny. Never happening, but it'd be pretty funny. This is a new video of from the satellite here of Hurricane Melissa. Look at that. This is from CIRA. Now you can see there's basically no eye anymore. We had a very clear eye as it moved over land, and then it's now completely gone away. And this is what happens when you have land interactions with like this. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, I'm currently looking at a storm to the northeast of KPOE. I think the dogs are going crazy in the background. Storm to the northeast of KPOE. It's just starting to rotate. It has been hooking for quite some time, but that does not mean that it's going to produce a tornado yet. The environment here is really, really sheared, so it's going to take a little bit of time for a storm to become tornadic, even if it looks tornadic. But pretty soon we are going to have a number of supercells in and across the Texas and Louisiana area that we do have to keep a track on. So we're sort of shifting to a dual coverage stream right here, talking about both a major hurricane and a potential tornado outbreak if the storms do manage to really strengthen. There are actually a few notable meteorologists who did point out the chance for a rather severe tornado day, so it is definitely something to keep an eye on, even though we still have the hurricane ongoing as well.
Thank you, Riley, for the update. And that he meant northwest of the radar site, but that is back to the northwest of Simpson. There are plenty of supercells already out there across the board. We have had a lot of negative storm interactions, basically meaning some of these are struggling when it comes to the tornado risk. We've had a lot of storm mergers, and nothing's really organized that well back where the frontal boundary is. However, we obviously have one tornado warning, which is just a broad rotating storm southwest of Kirbyville. And then outside of that, north and east of Houston, it's pretty messy right now. I mean, we got a bunch of random storms out there. Nothing really organized, though. Tornado watch is in effect for 5 hours. It does include a large chunk of central western Louisiana and as well as eastern parts of Texas. But this is the one storm I'll be keeping definitely an eye on in the long term. We're really not rotating at all right now, but it will try to probably at some point down the road, especially with how discreet it is. So definitely stay weather aware over there in Louisiana and Texas. Here's a loop, by the way, of Melissa through the last 48 hours. Hey, you back up for the super chat? Already answered that. Thank you, W, for the $10 super chat. Thank you for the coverage. I was just wondering, do you think the eye of the hurricane will reform? I do think it will. We'll have an eye of a hurricane again, I think tomorrow, or not tomorrow, but late tonight, like into early tomorrow morning. It'll probably reform. It's just going to take some time as it moves over the ocean, but it will not be, I don't think, anything like what we just saw when it made landfall in Jamaica. Hey, Village, for the $10 super chat. Got back from Montego Bay. Any cams up that way? How bad is it? Montego Bay got hit pretty hard. We don't have any cameras that we're able to use, but it got hit pretty hard there in Montego. From one person that we had on the ground there, they did say that like it's been like at least a roof got ripped off of a hotel. So there's at least been some significant damage there. I know you're exhausted. I am exhausted, trust me. Trust me when I say that. I am exhausted. Look at, this is a Jamaica camera back over in Kingston Harbor. The visibility has dropped again substantially. This is actually in downtown Kingston at Devon House on the Sea Jamaica camera. This one is back over in the harbor. Visibility has dropped a lot and the winds are still pretty intense out here. I doubt Max takes any days off. I don't usually take that many days off. I basically work every single day. Thank you, Easter, for the super chat. Southern Louisiana could see an isolated tornado. I think it'll be more of a wind threat, though, by the time it gets there. Will Jamaica ever be the same? I mean, Western Jamaica, in my opinion, is probably... I mean, it's not going to be the same for a while. I think, like, we don't really know what it looks like right now out there, but that's, like, my assumption. Eastern Jamaica, it's pretty much fine. I mean, there wasn't anything really that major over here near Spanish Town, Kingston, or Port Antonio, or Morant Bay, so... Thank you, give me for the $10 super chat. Mother Nature... Yeah, I mean, we have a historic hurricane, which is nowhere near the United States, and then we have maybe a small-scale tornado outbreak that's trying to happen back over in parts of Louisiana and Texas, so... Thank you, Nick, for the super chat. Is Cheese Curd sleeping? I couldn't tell you. She is not in the room, though. She was in here for a long time today. She's been in here probably for over half the stream at this point. Which is not typical for her. She's usually never in here. Hey, Goodson for the super chat. Also, thank you, Jennifer, for the $10 super chat. This cheese curd a cat 5-2. Such a terrible joke. What time will it be off Jamaica? The eye is off Jamaica. The wind and the heavy rainfall will be done by very late tonight. We're well over halfway through the worst of it here for Jamaica. The second half of it is still ongoing, but a lot of it will be offshore by around 10 to 11 o'clock tonight. And then we'll be basically almost sunny skies tomorrow in most of Jamaica. Hey, Michael, for the super chat. Thanks for working so hard to deliver this coverage. I appreciate that. Huge shout out, by the way, to anybody that's donated, become a member today. For all the 31,000 of you that are still watching the stream, really, like, I appreciate you guys watching. I'm not going to lie. Like, I've been so tired the last, like, 4 hours of the stream. I don't even know how I'm still alive. So, I really seriously appreciate everybody watching the stream today. I also can't believe this is the second most watched live stream on this channel in our history. Like, that's also insane to me. But, I mean, I feel like our coverage the first, like, 8 hours was really good. After that, I'm just so tired. Like, I can't really focus entirely on what's going on, but... The coffee has gotten me to a point. All right, it got me far in the stream. It got me pretty far in this stream. I'm not gonna lie, because like, there's no way on a normal day. Like on a normal day, I would have been perfectly fine with an 11-hour stream. But like today, like going 3 hours of sleep is almost impossible to be fully functioning. We also have no tornado warnings anymore in Texas. Hey, Muse, for the 666 super chat. Melissa's not gonna be the first Cat 6. Thank you for the super chat as well. The 5 p.m. Melissa report. The 5 p.m. report already came out. It's a Cat 4 hurricane, maximum sustained winds of 145. And maximum wind gusts of 175. Take a 20-minute power nap. If I take a it's not going to be a 20-minute power nap. It'll be a 20-hour power nap if I go to bed right now. Staying for Goofy Max, you might have let out a cuss word or two. I'm not swearing. I've kind of when we started talking about the AI stuff, I almost lost it though. It's mostly because of all the caffeine I'm on, basically. That AI topic really got me going. Got my gears grinding. Hey, Meester from coming a member. Welcome to Velocities. Will the eye reform once it's over water again? This is a really common question I've gotten. I think it will reform to some extent, but it's not going to be the same as what it was going to Jamaica. And the eye going into Jamaica was like 20 miles wide, and it looked really, really impressive on satellite for multiple days. And this is what it looked like. And I don't think it's going to look anything like this at all. Like, there's almost no way it gets back to that shape. But it could be something maybe like this, where it kind of looks deformed. It kind of opens up a little bit, maybe a little dry, but that's about it. What's your record for the longest live stream? We had 2 live streams, but they were both back-to-back that was like connected, but YouTube does not allow VODs essentially, so streams to actually be saved for over 12 hours. So that stream that happened was like 16 and a half hours, I want to say. That was our longest concurrent live stream ever. We have a new update, I believe, from the National Hurricane Center. No, we not. Never mind. I think they may have ended the hourly updates, but I could be wrong. If we get one, I'll let you know, but it would be in the next minute or two. They were doing hourly updates, but I think we are probably past that at this point. Thank music for the super chat. Appreciate that music. Have a good night, Teacup. Where's Noah and Teal? We do have a Hurricane Hunter aircraft that is coming out of the northwest. Their position hasn't updated in 32 minutes for some reason, but northwest of Jamaica, there is going to be another Hurricane Hunter aircraft coming in. So we'll get some new data from them here pretty soon and see what the pressure and also the wind speeds are of Melissa. But that is still a little ways away. We're waiting for that to come in. Am I texting my girlfriend? I do not have a girlfriend. I am not texting a girlfriend. You've been streaming for 12 hours. How is that possible? I'll tell you how it's possible. 2 coffees. 2 iced coffees, 32 ounces each. That is how you can make it. I do not recommend, by the way, but that's how we're making it today. Will Bryce be live again? I don't think so. If he's live, he'll be probably just live on Radar Omega. Maybe he'll be live tomorrow for, like, cleanup stuff, maybe? I don't know. We'll see. Hey, Sarah, for becoming a member. Welcome to the Velocities. We have 225 new members today. By the way, if you guys want to support our channel above and beyond, we do a lot of stuff now. Obviously, on the channel, we have a lot of employees and stuff. And one of the best ways to support our channel is by becoming a member. It starts from $2.99 a month. It is the join button down below. It's like the second to top link in the description below. That'd mean the world if you consider becoming a member. You get all sorts of stuff like a chat badge and exclusive benefits also on this channel. So definitely check it out. Really appreciate all the members on this channel. Thank you to the over 200 of you that became a member today. Serious shout out to all of you. I have a new severe thunderstorm warning for Vernon County, Louisiana. That is for 60-mile-per-hour winds. Tornado possible label on that. Still have an ongoing threat of severe weather. This storm in Louisiana is outflow dominant, but it might catch up to the outflow boundary once it gets closer to Simpson and Leesville. So low-end chance of that producing a tornado. But elsewhere, storms have been struggling for the most part for the tornado risk. The storm that's actually near St. Augustine may try to do something. It has a little hook. That might get tornado warning going towards Pineland and Hemp Hill. So that'll be one storm to be keeping an eye on. Elsewhere, though, everything for the most part is just hail, wind. Not really a whole lot of a tornado risk. Hey, Gordo, for becoming a member. Welcome to the Velocities. Is live back over in Kingston Harbor in Jamaica. It's still pretty windy out here. Hey, Dork, for becoming a maximum velocity member. Really appreciate that. Visibility's getting better. Yeah, it's been up and down all day. I mean, it's been a roller coaster for visibility, just across the board. Do you think the tornado risk will ramp up soon? I really think it's really just the next 2 to 3 hours. I mean, I don't know if we're really going to see a whole lot. There's a chance we see a few tornadoes. There's a chance we really don't see anything. But it's definitely in play. I mean, the peak tornado threat will be probably around 6 or 7. Riley has an update. Never mind. Just kidding, LOL. Turn his light on and I got fooled. I'm so locked in. So locked in here, 11 and a half hours in with absolutely no sleep. Kid for becoming a member, welcome to the Velocities. Hey, John, for becoming a member as well. Welcome to the Velocities. How's it going, Dispatch? Somebody said in the chat. Chat is turning into one friend that wants to try to get his buddy to start dating. Not wrong. That's pretty much what chat is right now. Thank you, Patty, for becoming a member. My cat is literally lying next to me while watching you. I've been watching the whole time. I appreciate that, Just. CJ, I appreciate that. Well, after this, again, Hurricane Melissa will be tracking towards Cuba. It is going to make landfall early tomorrow morning as a Category 4 hurricane. Maximum sustained winds of 140 miles per hour, wind gusts up to 165. This will be going into Cuba, probably making landfall around 2-3 in the morning, close to Uvero, which is west of Santiago de Cuba. And again, after that, it'll be a Cat 3 hurricane going through the Bahamas, just southeast of Nassau. And then after that, Cat 2 hurricane going all the way up towards Hamilton. In the meantime, it's a pretty intense hurricane still. Again, it is now just barely north of Jamaica. It looks like it's starting to try to form maybe a little bit more of an eye wall again, just to the northeast of, or right around Montego Bay. And so this might try to intensify again into a stronger hurricane, at least briefly. And then eventually be making landfall in Cuba here pretty soon. The blue for the $10 super chat. How do you name Cheese Curd? Her name was Cheese at the Shelter. I basically just added Kurt to the end. Bored at your job? I'm not bored. I'm literally just tired. Like, I literally can barely focus. Is Cheese an orange cat? She is not. She's actually gray. She has like a cool stripe though, or cool stripes. Hey Jenny for the super chat. Are the hurricane hunters above the hurricane? I don't know why this hasn't updated. Oh, there we go. Yeah, the hurricane hunters are actually entering into the west side of the hurricane now. So we'll see what Melissa's intensity is. The aircraft is now coming into the west side of the hurricane. Hey, Austin for the super chat. Max Curd. Yeah, Hurricane Hunter is currently flying into the northwest side of Melissa, and in about 5 minutes or so, we will have a more clear idea of what the pressure is and also the maximum wind speeds of Hurricane Melissa. So we're pretty close to having that. Thank you, Karen, for the very generous $50 super chat. That was in the chat for Karen. Really appreciate the support. Also, thank you, Steph, for becoming a member. Will Cheese Curd get a friend? I don't think I'm getting another cat, but you never know. Maybe in the future. How long have I been awake? I've been awake basically since I went live. It's been about 12 hours, but again, I only got 3 hours of sleep. The night before, I got like maybe 6.5. So, thank you, Mark, for becoming a member, and Timothy for the $10 super chat. How long till it reaches Cuba? We got about, not 11 hours. We got about like, I would say 8 or 9 hours until it's in Cuba. This is moving faster now. It's moving northeast at about 8-9 miles per hour. So it's going to be approaching Cuba pretty quickly tonight as a intense Category 4 hurricane. And it really hasn't shown any signs of major weakening at this point. Alrighty, well, we are going to continue live coverage. Thank you, Anna, for becoming a member. We're going to continue live coverage, but what I'm going to do is we're going to have Riley take over so I can actually sleep. Alright, Riley's going to go live on his channel. You don't have to do anything. You can stay on this stream. You'll be redirected automatically to live Melissa coverage and severe weather coverage. He's going to do both. Alright, so if you need weather coverage, we're not going anywhere. We're not going to, you know, raid our 24/7 stream. We're going to go right to Riley. Riley's going to continue live coverage here of the weather for the next probably several hours as Melissa continues to go towards Cuba. He's going to be way more energetic than I am because I've been live for like 18 hours or 20 hours in the last like 2 days, and I have had like no sleep. So he'll have a lot of, you know, he can answer all your questions, all that good stuff. So make sure to go check him out. Again, if you don't get redirected for some reason, just look up Mr. Dibble on YouTube. But you should automatically get redirected. You don't have to leave the stream. Just stay here. All right. And you'll be redirected automatically to his stream. But once again, thank you all so much for watching. This has been a pleasure to provide you guys this weather coverage today. Hopefully you guys were all able to stay informed on Hurricane Melissa and also the severe weather that has begun in Texas and Louisiana. If anything takes a big turn in terms of severe weather, we'll go live again on this channel, but I don't think we will. But again, Riley's gonna be live for the next several hours, so go ahead and check him out. Again, you'll be redirected automatically, so stay on this stream. Thank you all so much for watching, and we'll see you guys all again in the next one. Subscribe if you're new to the channel, by the way. And again, stay on the stream. You'll be redirected to Riley's stream. All right, see you guys all later.